in the era of steam and machinery, who sang epics amidst the dark blood and tears, and who recounted the mysteries hidden within ancient tomes. Cold, so very cold, the once refreshing lake water, imbued with a hint of warmth, suddenly turned dim and chilling. Sean, holding his breath while searching the lake's depths for the drowning boy, felt as if the light had abruptly vanished before his eyes, plunging him into an icy abyss that sent shivers coursing through his body. The frigid water constricted his breath, and instinctively he gasped, allowing the briny coldness to surge into his mouth, filling his mind with a void akin to having a frigid popsicle forcibly thrust down his throat, swirling mercilessly, icy and painful. Although the chances of the drowning boy making it to the surface were grim, Sean found himself with no alternative surely. He could not perish while attempting to save another. "Hold on, little one. Wait for your big brother. I will surface for air and return to rescue you," he thought, guilt propelling him forward as he swam against the current, finally spotting the damp, moss-covered dark brown wooden pier. Since when did anyone construct such a thing at Hidden Dragon Lake? A flicker of confusion crossed Sean's mind as he grasped the moist wooden post, pulling himself up with all his might until his head broke the surface. What on earth is this? As Sean inhaled the fresh air, he was rendered speechless by the world unfolding before him. Beneath the round black moon, cargo ships clad in metal quietly and elegantly docked on either side of the wooden pier. The decks of these colossal vessels were connected to the pier by narrow planks, along which laborers dressed in tattered linen garments, burdened with burlap sacks, cautiously traversed, illuminated by the gas lamps that flickered at the pier's edge. An elderly man, wearied by toil, faltered and stumbled, prompting a menacing figure, presumably a foreman, to lash out at him with a whip, a grimace of malice etched upon his face. The old man appeared desensitized to the cruelty, his dull eyes merely squinting with effort as he struggled to steady the sack on his shoulder and continue, fearful that the slightest misstep might cause his burden to tumble into the water. Sean found himself at a loss for words, his heart swelling with rage for the foreman and sympathy for the old man. Yet more so, he was engulfed by bewilderment at the scene before him. Sean Victoria, a resident of Barat City in the Kingdom of Augustine on the Western Continent, had just graduated from St. Paul High School. His father, a priest at St. Paul's Church, perished a year ago in a fire while rescuing others, leaving behind a considerable sum in compensation and an opportunity for Sean to attend St. Paul Academy. His mother, a devoted follower of the Primordial Church, had passed away a decade prior due to complications during childbirth. Now, he had only a young aunt, a student in the history department at Hog Academy, to rely on. A family of clergymen, both parents deceased, and a young aunt. The elements of a protagonist were all in place. As Sean's thoughts meandered, he recognized that his current predicament allowed no time for reverie. He swam toward the shore along the wooden posts, and, seizing a moment of solitude, he quietly climbed onto the bank. The damp linen shirt clung to his frail frame as he cast a glance downward, resigning himself to the realization that he was nothing more than a weakling. Abandoning the notion of departing the port in a Dragon Aotion fashion under the watchful eye of the menacing foreman, he sought refuge in a shadowy corner to contemplate his dire predicament. Uncertain if it was a side effect of being a transmigrator, his mind was a blank slate beyond the identities of himself and his family. He was oblivious to his home's whereabouts, the reason for his presence here, and even the rationale behind the original owner's nocturnal escapade in the sea. Was he a swimming enthusiast like himself? Or perhaps contemplating suicide? As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver crept down his spine, an inexplicable chill enveloping him. "Go on, young man, bravely leap into the depths," a voice urged. Sean's eyes became hollow and vacant. Slowly, he straightened his posture and, barefoot, stepped onto the damp brown wooden platform. The bright gas lanterns shone upon him like searchlights, casting him apart from the surrounding darkness. With his black hair, dark eyes, and yellowed cheeks, his wet and emaciated body swiftly attracted the attention of several laborers and the fierce foreman. "You worthless wretch, why aren't you working? Damn it, stop right there." Splash! The sound of water erupted. Before the foreman could raise his whip, he watched in disbelief as the black-haired boy leapt from the edge of the wooden platform into the sea. His face darkened, surpassing even that of dried pig liver, and the flesh beneath his chin quivered with anxiety. As this realization struck him, a jolt of fear coursed through him. In a fit of rage, he lashed out at the laborers passing by, yelling, "You, and you foolish, stinking imbeciles! What are you waiting for? Jump in and rescue him!" The laborers, stung by the whip, gritted their teeth in pain. Carefully setting down the burlap sacks on their shoulders, they sprang into action, diving into the water to begin the rescue. Only then did the foreman release a sigh of relief. He understood well that despite their malnourished, bony appearances, these laborers, having mostly smuggled in from the Eastern Abutian Kingdom, possessed considerable aquatic skills. Not only were they capable of rescuing someone from the water, but armed, they could easily become pirates in the Caribbean. No matter how formidable they may be, what does it matter? A pitiful, repugnant loatif, I am displeased. They shall not see a single coin of their wages, and I shall relish watching them fail to send money to their families. The foreman glared menacingly at the laborers, who remained numbly engaged in their tasks, and with a flick of his whip, struck a laborer whose movements were sluggish. The laborer shuddered, but remained silent, gritting his teeth against the pain as he hastened his pace. Meanwhile, as Sean plunged into the icy waters, the frigid waves surged into his throat, reigniting a searing pain in his left chest. The enchanting voice that had filled his mind abruptly ceased, and in that fleeting moment, clarity washed over him. Yet it was too late. His consciousness began to blur, and his thoughts gradually stagnated. Almost instinctively, his right hand pressed against the increasingly painful area of his left chest. Thump, thump, thump. Splash! Sean felt the distorted world before him suddenly twist, and he found himself in a narrow, dimly lit room. The walls of the room were shrouded in black, devoid of doors and windows. They were etched with arc-like patterns reminiscent of tree rings, with golden light flowing within them, which serve as the room's sole illumination. On the left wall hung an ancient copper mirror adorned with intricate designs, while on the right side of the floor lay a silver box, roughly the size of a suitcase, featuring an elongated keyhole that appeared rather peculiar. However, what truly captivated his attention was a black pyramid-shaped structure directly before him, reminiscent of a truncated pyramid, standing about half his height. It bore the same arc-like patterns as the walls, and upon counting, he discerned it had 10 layers, including the pointed apex. With his hands fortuitously resting on either side of the chair, he couldn't resist the urge to touch it. It possessed neither the roughness of wood nor the cold hardness of stone. Instead, it evoked the crispness of the ceramic jars from his previous life. Could this truly be a chair made of ceramic? Does this otherworldly realm also have ceramics? Sean's mind was unusually alert, yet his body remained still, fearful that even the slightest movement might trigger some unknown mechanism in this place. It was indeed strange in novels. Protagonists often possessed golden fingers, either an old man residing within a ring, a sealed artifact, seemingly ordinary divine beast cubs, or at the very least, a beautiful fairy bodyguard. And here he was, faced with what could only be described as a shabby room smaller than a bathroom, accompanied by a few antiquated items. Muttering to himself, he suddenly heard a vague voice whispering in his ear, as if someone were calling out, "Wake up! Wake up!" Confused, he watched as everything before him began to blur and twist. Cough, cough, splutter. The rounded black moon reflected in his pupils, and Sean felt a surge in his throat. Suddenly, a mouthful of briny seawater, along with thick saliva, erupted from him, splattering onto the grotesque and menacing face before him. Chapter 2. The suspect G.N.A. Brooke watched as the dark-haired youth before him finally regained consciousness, his double chin quivering as he could not help but wail, "Oh, dark goddess above, you foolish mad dog, you have finally awakened." The foul, viscous liquid continued to drip from his face, trickling down to the corners of his mouth. Yet he paid it no mind, his diminutive eyes brimming with the relief and joy of having survived. At last, he would not be cast into the Caribbean by Baron Rom, nor would he be devoured by dreadful sea monsters. Ah, how glorious it is to be alive. He reverently crossed his chest, paying homage to the goddess. Sean looked at the fearsome man before him with a hint of confusion. He had expected the man to lash out indiscriminately, asserting his authority, yet here he was, wearing an expression of relief and even profound joy. How curious. He had just spat in the man's face, and under normal circumstances, one would expect anger to follow, right? Wait. Could it be that he was reminded of those contractors back on Earth, who, having withheld wages from their workers, were now terrified at the prospect of being confronted? Suddenly, The pieces began to fall into place. Woe is me. Do not hold me back. I wish to die. I long to see my father. Oh, my poor father. Sean suddenly cried out in anguish, struggling to lurch toward the brown wooden stake ahead. G.N.A. Brooke jolted in alarm, swiftly restraining him, then bellowed at the damp laborers nearby. Damn it, you fools, what are you dawdling for? Go call the police. The startled laborers snapped back to reality. One young man immediately stumbled away, racing into the distance, while the other two helped to pin down the dark-haired youth. Whether out of genuine concern that he might attempt to take his own life again, or simply to prevent any mishap, the three exerted their full strength, causing Sean to cry out in pain. It truly hurt. His expression twisted in agony, tears welling up in his eyes. Yet, to G.N.A. Brooke and the laborers, despite their considerable effort, the dark-haired youth still bore a look of madness, as if he were determined to die and was fighting fiercely against their hold. Fearing he might break free, Sean, speechless and choked up, let the tears flow freely. The scene had escalated beyond the need for his performance. Police chief. It's him. Without needing any cue from the young laborer, the middle-aged officer had already identified the boy on the ground, rolling his eyes back, as the one the laborers had described as attempting to drown himself. Glancing at the three who were still struggling to restrain the dark-haired youth, their veins bulging from the effort, he frowned and said, "You may release him." Instantly, G.N.A. Brooke and the others sighed in relief, hastily loosening their grip and stepping back several paces. As the pain subsided, Sean wept tears of joy, looking at the benefactor who had finally arrived, silently expressing his gratitude. Thank the heavens, or rather, thank the dark goddess. Although he was unaware of the beliefs that prevailed in this alternate realm, he had clearly heard the malevolent supervisor's words. Since the individual could openly extol the dark goddess, it stood to reason that, regardless of her ominous nature, she must be a legitimate deity. Gratitude is never misplaced. Oh, my radiant God, look at the deeds you have wrought. It is outrageous that he is but a child, not a beast of burden. The middle-aged officer routinely crouched down to inspect Sean's body for any dangerous items, only to inadvertently discover that Sean's arms were unnaturally twisted. His expression darkened, and he couldn't suppress a sharp exclamation. Grainer Brooke was startled, after signaling the three laborers, who were still in a stupor, to resume their work with a fierce glare. He hurried over, bowing and scraping, and said, "Sheriff, I sincerely apologize. I was merely too concerned about this lad. You cannot fathom how agitated he was just now, should we fail to restrain him." As he spoke, he placed a hand on his chest in a gesture of reverence, his face a mask of sorrow and piety. "Oh, great radiant God, may your light shine upon this poor lamb." Sean was bewildered and nearly blurted out, "Aren't you supposed to worship the dark goddess?" Noticing that Grainer Brooke was also a follower of the radiant god, the middle-aged officer's demeanor softened considerably. He rose, nodding, and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, this child has been harmed because of you, and you must be responsible for his medical expenses. Ah, I almost forgot to ask, what is your name? Have you no consideration for the sorrow your family would feel upon learning of this?" His gaze turned stern as he added, "Child, no matter the adversity you face, you must confront it bravely. Death is not the solution to your problems." Sean stared at the officer, whose seemingly harsh expression was, in truth, filled with concern, and a flicker of warmth surged within him as he whispered, "I understand." Grainer Brooke had initially intended to assume responsibility, but upon realizing that the two had seemingly forgotten the matter at hand, he took pleasure in diverting the conversation again, forcing a smile as he addressed Sean. "Boy, the sheriff is inquiring about your name. What is it, and why do you feel so despondent? If you wish to end your life, do not do so here." Sean hesitated, his brow furrowed. "I can't quite recall. I only remember my name is Sean Victoria. My father is Wait. You are Sean Victoria." The middle-aged officer's pupils dilated, and his right hand instinctively reached for the revolver at his waist. Grainer Brooke was taken aback, with his seasoned experience. He quickly grasped that the situation might not be as straightforward as he had thought, instinctively retreating. Sean was also taken aback, not expecting that merely stating his name would elicit such a reaction. Regret washed over him as he felt he had inadvertently made a grave mistake. Realizing this, he attempted to sit up and clarify, "Do not move." The officer's face shifted, and he swiftly drew his firearm, aiming it at Sean, his eyes brimming with caution. Sean immediately froze, trembling as he stammered, "Sheriff, I cannot move." The middle-aged officer suddenly recalled that the dark-haired youth before him had dislocated his arm. He couldn't help but exhale in relief as he retrieved a pair of handcuffs with his left hand and tossed them to Gina Brooke. "Go secure his feet." "Ah, yes. Gina Brooke instinctively caught the handcuffs, glancing at the seemingly harmless Sean on the ground. Reluctant as he was, under the piercing gaze of the middle-aged officer, he had no choice but to steel himself and fasten the cuffs around Sean's ankles. Fortunately, no danger ensued. Gina Brooke sighed in relief, silently uttering, "Praise the Lord." Well, Gina Brooke wished to voice that a criminal hardly warranted a trip to the hospital, but the words morphed into a more prudent observation of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Soon after, he summoned a laborer to fetch a cart and, after placing Sean onto it, watched as the middle-aged officer departed with the vehicle. Of course, just before leaving, he reluctantly produced a silver coin under the officer's watchful gaze. "Damn it, it's just a dislocated bone. It hardly requires a silver coin. Cursed greedy officer, I condemn you." As Gina Brooke muttered under his breath, he once again wielded his whip, directing his simmering anger towards the laborers working nearby. At St. Paul Hospital, in a patient room, a pale-faced woman with silver hair and blue eyes reclined on the hospital bed. Dressed in a loose blue gown, the white bandages peeking from her collar were barely visible. "Suspect? Are you implying that this whole situation was caused by my son's classmate?" Anastasia first stood in shock, then incredulously inquired. "This is impossible," Aaliyah insisted, shaking her head resolutely. "Sean is a kind and intelligent boy. He has always had a close relationship with Rex, having grown up together. He could never harm Rex." "Oh. By the way, I recall Ariana mentioning that Sean's father was a priest at St. Paul Church, who passed away a year ago saving someone. How could a child from such a family commit such an act?" "Ariana?" "Yes, Ariana Victoria. She is my student and Sean's aunt, a remarkably beautiful and gentle girl. Ever since Sean's father died, she has been caring for him." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face in anguish. "My poor child. It must be because I lost my temper with him over his graduation grades last time." With her hands covering her face, she wept softly. Sheriff Mike glanced at Anastasia, who was weeping on the bed, and quietly remarked, "Chief Oscar, we have located Sean Victoria." Chapter 3, The Malevolent Spirit in St. Paul Hospital, Orthopedics. Sean lay upon the hospital bed, his gaze filled with trepidation as he watched the brown-haired female doctor approach. "Please, don't come any closer," he implored in a frantic tone. Just moments prior, this seemingly gentle and amiable physician had been engaging him in pleasant conversation about life, only to suddenly and without warning perform a bone reset on his left arm. Although he understood that this might be a peculiar therapeutic method employed by the doctor, the abrupt, excruciating pain instilled a profound fear within him. With a beaming smile, the brown-haired doctor sat once more at his bedside. Her legs naturally crossed as she waved a bill in front of Sean's eyes. "Young sir, do you possess any money?" His attention was involuntarily drawn to the bill in her hand, where he noted the total amount of 95 copper coins, with the signature of Mike Jason inscribed at the bottom. In the currency system of the Kingdom of Augustine, copper coins resided at the lowest tier, tracing their origins back to the era of the First Roman Empire. 100 copper coins could be exchanged for a single silver coin, and 10 silver coins were required to obtain a single gold coin. Amongst the circulating currency, gold and silver coins existed in paper form, with metal coins only held in banks or by certain nobles and members of the royal family. The copper coins were round with a square hole in the center, available in 3 sizes, representing values of 10, 5, and 1, each inscribed with the word Titan. They were the only metallic currency in circulation. Mike Jason? Just as Sean pondered the identity of this name's owner, a sudden, sharp pain surged through his mind, and he beheld the smiling doctor withdrawing her delicate hand from his right arm. "You are well now, Mr. Sean. Do take a good rest. You shall be discharged by dawn," she assured him, shaking the bill lightly in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Do not worry. Sheriff Mike has already covered your treatment expenses." "I'm not worried. I'm in pain," Sean gasped, his breaths hitching until the agony in his arm began to subside, allowing him to gradually relax. Indeed, as Lu Sun aptly noted, the most beautiful women can be the most terrifying. After bidding farewell to the departing doctor, Sean stared at the ceiling, a look of melancholy on his face. At that moment, the ward door swung open abruptly, and 2 police officers entered, one following the other. The younger officer, whom he did not recognize, likely a subordinate of Sheriff Mike, did not capture his attention. "Thank you for your generosity, Sheriff Mike." Sean attempted to sit up to express his gratitude, but his arms were too weak for the effort, so he lay back, offering a grateful comment instead. Mike Jason nodded slightly and calmly gestured towards the younger officer. "This is Officer Oscar Soren. He has some inquiries regarding the case of Ms. Elia." "Oh, good grief. How was I to know this was about Elia?" Sean murmured under his breath, nodding in acknowledgement to Officer Oscar. Oscar Soren settled into a chair, extracting a notepad and a blue pen, while Mike Jason, displaying discretion, stepped outside the room to smoke. Sean felt an inexplicable tension rising within him as he stammered, "Officer, may I ask your name?" Oscar Soren did not wait for Sean to finish speaking, calmly stating his age, 17. Family member, father, Rex? Sean shook his head in confusion. "I do not recognize him. Not familiar?" Oscar Soren's tone grew noticeably heavier. Sean felt a tightness in his chest and replied bitterly, "Officer, to be honest, ever since I crawled out of the sea, I have forgotten many things." Initially taken aback, Sean quickly realized that the officer was skeptical and hurriedly added, "I swear, everything I say is the truth. I even mimicked the earlier menacing foreman-esque gesture, marking a cross over my chest, and earnestly proclaimed, as the god of light is my witness, if I, Sean Victoria, utter a single falsehood, may I meet a dreadful fate." Sean Victoria's oath had no bearing on me, he thought silently, and besides, I have not spoken a lie. Oscar Soren furrowed his brow, uncertain whether Sean was truly amnesiac or merely feigning ignorance, and thus inquired, "Do you remember why you attempted to take your life by jumping into the sea at Felix Harbor?" Upon finishing, he fixed his gaze intently upon Sean's eyes. Sean, unwavering, shook his head. "I do not know." He genuinely had no recollection of why the original owner of his body had sought to end his life, and regarding that enchanting voice, he instinctively refrained from divulging anything to the officer. Oscar Soren scrutinized Sean closely, then retrieved a pocket watch, snapping it open to glance at the time before rising and closing his notebook. "Very well, you may rest for now. If anything arises, I will return to see you." "Thank you, officer." After watching the officer depart, Sean exhaled deeply, a long-forgotten drowsiness beginning to wash over him. Bang! The door swung open urgently. It was not the fearsome female doctor, but rather Sheriff Mike, who had been smoking outside. Mike Jason frowned. "What is the matter?" Sean exhaled slightly and replied apologetically, "Sheriff Mike, I need to use the restroom." Fearing disbelief, he added, "I drank a considerable amount of seawater earlier." Mike Jason nodded slightly, extinguishing his cigarette with a snap, then entered to unlock the handcuffs on Sean's feet, calmly asking, "Do you need assistance?" Sean moved his now considerably improved arms and shook his head. "Thank you, I am fine." He then slowly pushed himself up and, under Mike Jason's watchful gaze, walked into the restroom of the ward, closing the door behind him. Mike Jason stood guard at the door, soon hearing the prolonged sound of running water from within. Youth is truly wonderful. He couldn't help but reflect, thinking of his son, who was around the same age, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Sean had finished fastening his pants and stood before the wash basin's copper mirror. The reflection revealed a young man with black hair and eyes, his skin slightly yellowed. His youthful face appeared pale due to weakness, yet the fine lineage of his family was unmistakably evident. However, at this moment, Sean found himself in a state of profound shock. He was acutely aware that the other world he had traversed was predominantly populated by Westerners. As described by those in his previous life, his distinctly Eastern appearance felt utterly incongruous in this Western continent. Moreover, there was the matter of his surname, Victoria, shared by his aunt and father. Could it be that his father was an adopted son-in-law? As Sean gazed into the mirror, lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his neck, only to see his reflection grinning back at him. The curve of his mirrored smile was wide, resembling a crescent moon of red and white, slowly oozing blood that dripped into the basin below, emitting a nauseating stench. Pale as death, Sean felt an overwhelming urge to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. His feet felt as though they were rooted to the ground, rendering him immobile. "Sean, Sean." A voice, strangely familiar, emanated from his reflection. Sean's lips trembled as he stammered, Who are you?" "Sean, have you forgotten me? Have you forgotten the promise you made?" The reflection continued to speak in a slow, eerie manner, its features grotesquely contorting into those of a silver-haired, blue-eyed youth. This boy had skin as pale as freshly fallen snow, and his diamond-shaped eyes sparkled like pearls. Yet, at that moment, those once radiant eyes dripped with crimson blood, which seeped into the basin, sending Sean's heart plummeting into despair. "You and I." Sean felt he was on the brink of madness. Though the sensation was unsettlingly familiar, he could not recall who this figure was, let alone what promise he had made. "You've forgotten. You truly have forgotten." The silver-haired youth's tone turned sinister, his gaze transforming into that of a malevolent spirit. He leaned closer to the mirror, his face twisted in a feral snarl, bellowing, "You promised. You clearly promised." Suddenly, the faucet turned on by itself, but instead of the usual slightly turbid tap water, A foul-smelling stream of bright red blood gushed forth, quickly filling the basin. No. Sean's heart raced with terror as he realized his head was inexplicably tilting downward, inching toward the basin filled with blood, as if drawn to a fatal embrace. The cost. The silver-haired youth's ominous voice echoed, "This is the price of breaking your promise." As Sean's mouth gaped in horror, he felt compelled to plunge his head into the blood-filled basin, gulping desperately as despair engulfed him. A searing pain struck his left chest. With each pulse of agony, he could hear his heartbeat growing stronger, and then the blood-soaked world before him twisted violently. Abruptly, he found himself in a narrow, dimly lit room. This is the mysterious room from before. Upon recognizing the familiar black pyramid and the copper mirror on the wall, he was momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by elation. The golden finger. This is undoubtedly my golden finger. Chapter 4. The copper mirror. Sean quickly calmed down from his excitement and began to ponder the reasons behind his return to this place. It seems I felt a sharp pain in my left chest just now, followed by the sound of my own heartbeat. It appears that during my last visit here, I also experienced a sharp pain in my left chest and heard my heartbeat. Could this be a necessary condition for entering this realm? Drowning. Sean silently uttered 2 words. The first time he crossed over, he was drowning in the sea, feeling the sharp pain in his chest and hearing the thumping of his heart. The second time, he was forcibly submerged in a sink, also drowning. Thus, drowning could be the triggering condition for entering this place. The more Sean contemplated, the more he believed in this likelihood. However, he suddenly recalled that his outer self was still under the control of the malevolent spirit, drowning, and he temporarily set this thought aside, focusing on how to resolve the current crisis. Initially, based on my first experience of entering and exiting this place, I must have entered in a state of soul. If there exists a soul, that is. The method of exiting seemed to be triggered by someone touching my body. Though it's not certain, I recall hearing someone call my name, so the voice cannot be ruled out either. Furthermore, I lingered in this room for a considerable amount of time, yet upon exiting, it seemed I had just been rescued, indicating that the flow of time here differs from that of the outside world. I just do not know the exact ratio. As Sean stroked his chin, he muttered to himself, a habit he formed when solving problems, listing things one by one and then analyzing them in detail. Upon realizing that the time ratio between here and the outside world should be different, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief, especially considering that his outer self was still in a state of drowning. And then there's Sheriff Mike. He should be guarding outside the washroom at this moment. Why hasn't he noticed my unusual entrance? Could something have happened to him? Or perhaps the malevolent spirit has set up something akin to a barrier from a novel. Or is it possible that everything I witnessed was merely an illusion created by the spirit? Before his crossing, Sean was a premium member at Chidian, having read countless novels. Thus, he was well-versed in various tropes and possibilities. Yet, due to his lack of understanding of this world, he could not make an accurate judgment for the time being. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from drawing a conclusion. The world he had traversed into was one rife with malevolent spirits, and coupled with his peculiar golden finger, the existence of deities seemed almost inevitable. With this thought, a sense of hope arose within him, since deities exist in this world. Then perhaps exterminating a malevolent spirit would not be such a daunting task, would it? Thus, he no longer delayed, leaving the high-backed chair to meticulously search the narrow, unfinished room before him. However, to his disappointment, he found nothing resembling exorcism talismans, holy water, or magical scrolls. Apart from an enigmatic black pyramid of unknown purpose and a silver box that was utterly impenetrable, there hung only an ancient copper mirror on the wall. It is peculiar. Judging by the presence of a locked chest here, it seems that someone must have been here before my arrival. But where are their belongings? Could it be that everything is locked away inside? Sean mumbled to himself as he approached the bronze mirror, his expression shifting dramatically, his eyes wide with astonishment. Typically, the surface of a bronze mirror is coated with mercury, polished to a sheen that allows light to pass through just like glass, reflecting a clear image with minimal color distortion. However, the mirror before him was shrouded in darkness, as if drenched in black ink. Not only was light unable to penetrate it, but merely gazing at it for a moment induced a dizzying sensation. How terrifying! It feels as though something within the mirror is watching me. A shiver ran down Sean's spine, and after a few frantic steps backward, he suddenly beheld a pale handprint slowly materializing on the inky surface of the mirror. Indeed, it was a handprint specifically from a left hand. After the imprint appeared silently, it remained still, and Sean's racing heart gradually began to calm. Fortunately, the mirror's surface was black. Had it been white, I might not have seen the handprint at all. As his thoughts wandered, he scrutinized the imprint closely before glancing down at his own left palm, muttering to himself, could this be a recognition protocol? Truth be told, this scenario was exceedingly eerie, a bizarre bronze mirror, a white handprint. It certainly resembled the beginning of a supernatural event. However, having preemptively concluded that this place served as his golden finger, his initial reaction to this strange occurrence was the possibility of it being a common narrative device in novels. Although the notion of palm print recognition seemed somewhat out of place in this non-modern mystical world, he recalled absurd plot lines from novels where protagonists underwent self-castration to claim their golden fingers. And he came to the realization that magical and scientific elements were often not so disparate. Therefore, even if it were a matter of palm recognition, he could accept it. Thus, after merely a few seconds of hesitation, he steeled himself and extended his left palm toward the bronze mirror. After all, facing death outside was inevitable. He might as well take a gamble. Sean took a deep breath and firmly pressed his left hand against the mirror's surface. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. His heart lodged in his throat, fearing the emergence of some unimaginable horror. Yet, nothing transpired. Could it be that I was mistaken? Is this not the recognition protocol? Just as disappointment began to settle in his heart, he suddenly felt a cold, lifeless hand clasp his wrist, followed by a powerful pull. Sean let out a scream. His body propelled forward, and his face collided against the mirror with a thud. In the next instant, before he could fully grasp the terror of the situation, he caught a glimpse from the periphery of his left eye as a white face gradually emerged on the black surface of the mirror. Well, it should be a face. Except for the fact that it bore an additional vertical eye on its forehead. Sean's complexion drained of color, leaving him as pale as a sheet. Unable to utter a word as a white tongue suddenly shot forth from the mouth of the white face, writhing like a serpent and slithering into his own mouth, traveling down his throat and stirring within his belly. O divine God of light, O goddess of darkness, I beseech you to show mercy and grant me salvation. Sean's silent lament echoed within him, his mind clouded with a sensation akin to hypoxia. A pale visage licked its lips, a satisfied expression gracing its features. As two words resonated silently in Sean's consciousness, qualified. As the visage faded, Sean felt a sudden release of pressure from his wrist, causing him to stumble backward and unceremoniously plop onto the ground. Gagging once more, he instinctively wiped his mouth, only to find it utterly devoid of saliva, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Turning his gaze back to the bronze mirror, he noted a transformation. The mirror's surface, once an inky black, now displayed three peculiar white patterns, each accompanied by inscriptions in ancient Roman script. Fortunately, the kingdom of Augustine continued to employ this venerable language, allowing him to comprehend the text fully. He swallowed hard and gritted his teeth as he approached to examine the contents of the mirror. The first pattern depicted a cerulean whirlpool, with the inscription reading, "Recipe for the riotous fruit of sequence 9, priced at 300 gold coins. If ancient gold coins from the First Roman Empire are available, it is merely 200. The second pattern showcased a pentagram adorned with 5 colors, colorless at the center, white above, blue to the upper right, red to the lower right, yellow to the lower left, and cyan to the upper left. The inscription stated, "A leaf from the blessed sylph ancient tree, possessing the ability to purify malevolent spirits. With a limit of sequence 8, merely grasp it to activate. I require no gold. Only the answer to what follows. The king covers the earth and the tiger." At this revelation, Sean was momentarily taken aback. The phrase was a reference to the river demon's suppression by the pagoda, a concept that transcended worlds. Did this alternate realm share such references, or had another compatriot traversed here before him? His thoughts spiraled in disarray, but soon his attention fixated on the blessed sylph tree leaf mentioned. The ability to purify malevolent spirits, limited to sequence 8. This was tailored precisely for him. Sean felt a surge of excitement, yearning to obtain the sylph tree leaf forthwith to cleanse the wretched spirit that plagued him. He began to discern the function of the bronze mirror. It appeared to serve as a unique trading platform, operating on inscrutable mechanisms. And the harrowing scene he had just witnessed was merely a test of his eligibility. Reflecting on the faint notion of being qualified, he experienced an epiphany. Suppressing his elation, he turned his attention to the third pattern, which depicted a silver key inscribed with enigmatic rectangular motifs, exuding an aura of mystique. The accompanying text read, "Requires the score or clues of Kachina. For those providing the score, 2,000 ancient gold coins, a B-class extraordinary item, or a sealed object equivalent to an extraordinary being of sequence 6 may be chosen. For those providing clues, Upon confirmation of validity, 100 ancient gold coins will be awarded, effective indefinitely. Sean took a deep breath, his heart pounding with excitement. Although he could not comprehend the contents of the text before him, the mention of the so-called Sequence 9 secret fruit formula costing merely 300 gold coins, equivalent to 200 ancient gold coins, indicated that the news regarding this key was undoubtedly of a lavish nature. He distinctly recalled that a recent session of double arm bone realignment cost him 95 copper coins, while 2,000 ancient gold coins, as per the exchange rate provided by the Vortex, amounted to a staggering 3,000 gold coins, translating to 30,000 silver coins or 3,000,000 copper coins. A total of 3 million copper coins. Just think of how many sessions of bone realignment that could fund. Sean was astounded by the opulence surrounding the key, silently repeating the name of its owner and the melody of Kachina several times. He realized that this individual was indeed a walking treasure trove. Chapter 5, The Transaction. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Sean began to ponder how to acquire the blessed leaves of the Sylph ancient tree as indicated in the Pentagram Commission. Since the copper mirror functioned as a sort of trading platform, it should allow for orders, right? Curious, he decided to test for a touchscreen feature. Acting on impulse, he imitated the gesture of tapping a tablet, placing his finger on the pentagram design of the copper mirror. No response. Sean furrowed his brow and attempted to articulate, "Pentagram?" Still, no reaction. Transaction? Again, nothing. Sean's lips twitched in irritation as he clenched his teeth, muttering, magic mirror, I wish to trade." Yet, the silence persisted. Taking a deep breath, he fought the urge to strike the mirror and sank into contemplation. What should he do? He had no idea what was happening outside. Although his ability to hold his breath was commendable, he knew he couldn't endure in an uncontrolled state for long. Calm down, Sean. You must remain composed. Think carefully. Yes. Start from the beginning. The initial change in the copper mirror was the appearance of a white handprint. Wait, a white handprint? Sean's eyes brightened as if a revelation struck him. He extended his left hand to examine it, then glanced back at the copper mirror. However, the memory of his previous terrifying encounter made him hesitate momentarily. Damn it. What time is it? Either way, I'm doomed. What are you afraid of, Sean? A flash of determination crossed his eyes as he pressed his left palm against the copper mirror once more. In an instant, the dark area beneath the three patterns on the copper mirror began to undulate in waves, and a familiar white, three-eyed visage gradually materialized. Sean inhaled sharply, gazing into the entity's eyes as he stammered, "I." Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, the white face seemed to comprehend his unvoiced thoughts. Resonating silently within his mind, "Your current qualifications permit you to choose accept the commission. According to the rules, any commission accepted must be fulfilled. Failure to do so will result in punishment. Vortex, pentagram, key, which do you choose?" After a brief silence, Sean slowly closed his gaping mouth and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Pentagram. I choose the pentagram." The transaction was confirmed. Should your answer be incorrect, you will face punishment. The cold, piercing gaze of the white visage sent a shiver down Sean's spine, instinctively causing him to swallow hard to alleviate his rising tension. The white face flickered momentarily before slowly parting its lips, revealing a long, rubbery tongue. Startled, Sean instinctively took a step back, but the next moment, he noticed a vibrant green leaf, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, resting securely upon the tongue. Is this the leaf of the Sylph ancient tree? A sense of realization washed over him. He hesitated briefly before cautiously reaching out to retrieve it from the creature's tongue. As he grasped the leaf, a refreshing, gentle sensation enveloped his entire being, nearly coaxing a sigh of pleasure from his lips. At that moment, the white visage began to fade, and the patterns and inscriptions on the copper mirror receded, returning once more to their inky blackness. Upon witnessing this scene, Sean's doubts dissipated entirely. He cautiously grasped the leaf in his hand, fearful that it might vanish before his eyes. The only question remaining was how to escape this place. Just as the thought of departure crossed his mind, the world before him abruptly blurred and twisted, the familiar crimson pool floor reappearing in his line of sight, accompanied by a sharp pain in his throat from choking on water. Naturally, the tangible object in his hand prompted an instinctive grip. Suddenly, a dazzling emerald light erupted forth. A piercing scream echoed, and the blood-soaked world before him vanished, replaced by a somewhat yellowed pool bottom. In that instant, he regained control of his body and violently lifted his head from the water. The splash of water drenched the surroundings. Coughing violently, Sean realized that the leaf had completely disappeared, The malevolent blue-eyed spirit in the copper mirror was gone, and the blood in the sink seemed to have never existed. Only a pool of slightly murky water stirred with gentle ripples remained. Bang! The door was flung open with force. Sheriff Mike, armed with a revolver, rushed in, his expression one of confusion and concern. He pointed his gun at Sean and demanded, "What happened? What are you doing?" He noted Sean's drenched head, pale face, and bloodshot eyes, along with the water-filled sink and the splattered water on the floor. "Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to take your own life?" Mike Jason's first reaction to the scene was that this young man had attempted suicide, and it appeared he had failed, which only darkened his expression. "Sean Victoria, I have told you, no matter what happens, death is not the solution." In a state of alarm, he muttered, "Oh God, am I possessed?" As Sheriff Mike burst into the room, he realized he needed a plausible explanation for the earlier events. He knew he could not disclose the matter of the malevolent spirit. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain how he had survived its attack. He could hardly claim that he had engaged in a mysterious transaction with a copper mirror in a secret chamber to eliminate the spirit using a leaf. It was evident to him that revealing such a story would lead to a fate no better than being slain by the spirit. After much contemplation, he decided to attribute everything to the enigmatic voice he had heard at the port. After all, that voice was undeniably real and seemed to be the root of the original owner's leap into the sea. He considered it a truthful account. It was an illusion. Upon seeing Oscar Soren, Sheriff Mike holstered his revolver and hesitated before quietly stating, "It seems he was attempting suicide again." "Indeed." Inspector Oscar nodded slightly, responding calmly, "Sheriff Mike, Sean's suspicion has been ruled out. Thank you for your hard work today." Going home, Sean felt somewhat dazed. But as he observed the two officers turning to leave in succession, he began to believe that the young inspector was not jesting. He truly was free. Was this all too hasty? Or was the inspector deliberately allowing him to leave in order to observe him discreetly? Indeed, it is certain that Sean is no fool. He cannot believe that after 2 suicide attempts linked to the Rex case, he could be released so swiftly. It is highly probable that the inspector is employing a long-term strategy to ensnare a larger prey, or is deliberately feigning ignorance in hopes of observing something from within. Upon grasping this notion, Sean inhaled deeply and emerged from the washroom, only to encounter a hurriedly entering brunette lady. This woman appeared to be in her early 20s. Standing about 1.70 meters tall, with a complexion as flawless as cream, and her emerald green eyes sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of natural jade. She was clad in a simple beige collared gown, cradling a modest leaf-shaped hat in her left hand, her expression brimming with anxiety and concern. Aunt? Sean's mind conjured an image of his aunt, Ariana Victoria, whose appearance matched that of the brunette before him perfectly. In the traditions of the Kingdom of Augustine, relatives of the same generation as one's parents are referred to with only 2 words to distinguish between male and female, perhaps influenced by the original owner's memories. Sean instinctively prefixed the term aunt with a diminutive qualifier. Upon seeing Sean emerge from the washroom with damp hair, Ariana's eyes reddened, and she exclaimed, "You little rascal! Did I not tell you not to venture to Felix Harbor? Not with anyone? Even if you have learned to swim, it is still forbidden. Besides, did you not say you were going to Rex's home? How could you suddenly end up at Felix Harbor? Are you unaware of how chaotic it is there? Do you not know that every year corpses are discovered? You little scoundrel! If it were not for Inspector Oscar locating me, I would have been oblivious." As she spoke, Ariana's eyes grew even redder, a blend of anger and concern, as she pinched the tender flesh at Sean's waist. Sean gasped, but, gazing into his aunt's tear-filled eyes and listening to her seemingly scolding, yet genuinely caring words, felt a gentle warmth bloom within him. He lowered his head, feeling abashed, and replied, "Aunt, I'm sorry. I was wrong." From Ariana's words, he understood that the young inspector had indeed visited her and had evidently inquired about numerous matters. In this uncertain context, where he was unaware of what his aunt had divulged, his best course of action was to say little and listen more. Ariana, sensing his damp hair still dripping, ceased her reprimand and quickly found a cloth in the hospital room to dry Sean's hair. As she tenderly wiped it, a thought seemed to strike her, and she asked, "By the way, that inspector mentioned you have amnesia, even forgetting where your home is. Is that true?" Ariana's gaze thickened with worry, and she refrained from further comments, silently drying Sean's hair before gently assisting the somewhat dazed Sean to lie upon the hospital bed. With utmost seriousness, she said, "I will take care of the hospital admission procedures for you. You must rest and recuperate here for the next few days. Do not be afraid. My mentor, as you know, Elia Anastasia, who is Rex's mother, is a renowned professor at Hog Academy. She surely knows some exceptional doctors." and I will implore her to assist in finding a physician for your treatment. Aunt, I am not ill. This is merely the after effect of my recent journey through time. Sean silently parted his lips, yet ultimately uttered nothing, merely nodding in quiet acknowledgement, gratefulness resonating within as he silently expressed, "Thank you, dear aunt." Chapter 6. Teacher Elia. Within a lush and verdant forest, an ancient tree, soaring higher than the heavens, radiated 5 brilliant hues: white, blue, red, yellow, and green. These luminous colors shimmered like the vibrant essence of life, enveloping the pointy-eared, multi-hued-haired elves who knelt in reverent prayer beneath its boughs, bringing them warmth and tranquility. Samir Liatin stood at a distance upon the slender branch of a sylph tree, gazing at the scene with a complex and furious expression. Clad simply in a grass skirt and tunic woven from leaves, with a wooden bow and quiver slung across his back, he appeared weightless, swaying gently with the branch beneath him. Prayer, prayer, and yet more prayer. For so many years, the elders and kinfolk had remained blindly devoted to beseeching the mother goddess, doing nothing else. Did they truly believe that mere supplications would liberate them from this cursed land and lead them back to their homeland? Samir could not suppress his clenched fists. Like most elves, Samir was slender yet remarkably agile. He danced through the forest, each leap akin to a graceful ballet upon the branches, serene and fluid. From afar, he resembled a fleeting shadow, flitting amongst the ancient trees of the woodland. After traversing the forest for an extended period, he arrived at a secluded, uninhabited area. Closing his eyes to attune himself, he ensured that no outsiders were near. Then suddenly knelt upon the earth, burying his face deep within the soil. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the resonant and powerful heartbeat echoed in his ears, the yellow earthen world before him blurred and distorted, giving way to a narrow, dimly lit chamber. The room's 4 walls, painted black, bore no doors or windows, etched with arc-like patterns reminiscent of tree rings, through which golden light flowed. Were Sean to witness this scene, he would surely exclaim, "This room is identical to mine." Indeed, it was a perfect match. To the left hung an ancient, obsidian mirror, while on the right rested a silver chest adorned with a long, narrow keyhole. Aside from the jars, metal boxes, and peculiar potted plants cluttering the corners, the only distinction lay in the black pyramid occupying the center. Sean's room featured a 9-tiered black pyramid, whereas the lowest 2 layers of Samir's glimmered with golden light, akin to electrified circuitry, creating a stark contrast to the 7 upper black layers. Upon opening his eyes from the high-backed chair, Samir approached the copper mirror with familiarity, extending his left hand to press against its surface. In the next moment, a white, 3-eyed visage slowly materialized. "Welcome, esteemed Mr. Pentagram. The commission you issued has been accepted by the candidate Double-Eyed, who has provided an answer. Please verify it yourself, should you deem the answer incorrect. I shall conduct an inspection and, upon confirmation, immediately penalize Double-Eyed. The answer is, behind the heavenly king covers the earth tiger is the pagoda subdues the river demon." The pallid visage, devoid of expression, reverberated within his mind with the haunting phrase, "insufficient permissions." Once again, this sentiment elicited a resigned sigh from Samir Liatin. As his form gradually faded away in accordance with his silent contemplation, Ariana, having confirmed that Sean was soundly asleep, quietly slipped out of the hospital room, only to encounter Chief Oscar, who had just emerged from the adjacent ward. Donning a floppy hat, she adorned her face with a polite smile, preparing to turn away when Chief Oscar suddenly called out to her, gesturing for her to step inside the room. Ariana, filled with confusion yet trusting of the police, pushed open the door and entered. At first glance, she beheld a frail, silver-haired lady with blue eyes, leaning against the hospital bed and gazing out the window. "Ms. Aaliyah, is that you?" Ariana exclaimed, her voice tinged with shock and bewilderment, as she hurried over, lifting her skirt slightly, grasping her teacher's cold hand. Worry etched across her face, she inquired, "Teacher, what has happened to you? What on earth is going on? Allow me to explain." Chief Oscar interjected calmly as he entered the room. Ariana, taken aback, glanced between her teacher and Chief Oscar, her astute mind quickly deducing that something grave had transpired concerning her mentor. Aaliyah Anastasia's eyes shimmered with profound sorrow as she buried her face in her hands, weeping softly. At a loss for words, Ariana turned to the young chief, seeking an explanation. As she listened, a gasp escaped her lips, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in horror. "Oh my God, this is unfathomable. How could Rex do such a thing? It cannot be true. I recall that although he was somewhat mischievous and disinterested in his studies, he was fundamentally a kind-hearted child." I remember distinctly when a stray black cat roamed near my home. Rex, upon learning of it, secretly bought food to feed it. How could such a benevolent soul possibly stab his own mother? I refused to believe it. Elia Anastasia continued to weep, seemingly unwilling to let her student witness her grief. Chief Oscar nodded slightly, his expression serious. I share your sentiment. I too find it hard to believe. Chapter 7. The psychologist Ariana appeared momentarily taken aback. Oscar Soren's expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes fixated on Ariana like an eagle stalking its prey. Thus, I believe the primary suspect at present is Sean Victoria, who abruptly departed and inexplicably committed suicide by jumping into the sea. Clap. Ariana instinctively slapped her thigh and rose, disregarding the impropriety of her actions, which lacked the decorum befitting a lady. With a face flushed with indignation, she exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sean and Rex have grown up together. Their bond is stronger than that of blood brothers. How could he possibly harm Rex? Moreover, if what you just stated is true, then pray tell, Inspector, how did my Sean drive Rex to madness and compel him to harm his own mother? Do you truly believe a mere 17-year-old boy could achieve such a feat?" Ariana seemed utterly incensed, her hands trembling slightly with her fervent words. Completely oblivious to the fact that she herself had only just turned 22 and was hardly older than Sean. "Madam, please refrain from agitation. I harbor no ill intent. Merely suspicion." Oscar gestured calmly, his demeanor composed. "And as you are aware, I am a police officer. It is my duty to regard anyone involved in the case as a potential suspect, even if they are but a child." Ariana inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she turned to the now silent, yet sorrowful teacher, Elia Anastasia. "By the way, Ms. Elia, 2 days ago, I received your letter and visited you. You mentioned that you foresaw your own demise through divination and requested that I look after Rex in the future. At the time, I thought you were simply fatigued from work, but reflecting on it now, your demeanor was indeed rather unusual. Could this be connected to the current events? Divination? Foreseeing death? The situation?" Oscar Soren's voice seemed imbued with an enchanting quality, almost hypnotic. Elia Anastasia, her face contorted with pain, gradually relaxed until she slumped onto the hospital bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Oscar Soren gently covered Elia with a blanket and turned to face Ariana, who stood with her mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Before I became a police officer, I was a psychologist, versed in certain hypnotic techniques. By the way, I require you to fetch me the letter Elia gave you." Ariana, momentarily dazed, nodded and swiftly rose. "The letter is at home. I shall retrieve it immediately." "I shall accompany you," Oscar Soren replied, rising with a smile. Ariana paused, as if a realization dawned upon her. Casting a worried glance at the slumbering teacher, she silently made her way toward the ward's exit. Just as she reached the door, she hesitated and turned to Oscar Soren, who had followed her. "Inspector, you mentioned earlier that you were once a psychologist and knowledgeable in hypnosis. Is that correct?" Oscar Soren nodded affirmatively. "Then, might I request your assistance in providing psychological counsel to Sean? I am concerned that he may bear the psychological scars from such a harrowing experience." She spoke with a hint of embarrassment, adding, "Of course, I shall offer a remuneration that will satisfy you." Oscar Soren's gaze flickered momentarily, and a gentle smile graced his lips. "Beautiful, benevolent lady. I am more than willing to serve you." Sean gradually opened his eyes. The gas lamp in the ward had been extinguished by his departing aunt, leaving only the silvery moonlight streaming through the protruding window, casting a glimmer of light in the dim room. Ever since he suspected that he might be under covert observation by the police, he had been feigning sleep, meticulously analyzing his current predicament. Firstly, the fact that he had traversed into this enigmatic world was indisputable. Then there was the entity he would tentatively refer to as the Copper Mirror, through which he had encountered 3 individuals, though he could not yet ascertain whether they were human. From their entrusted dealings, it appeared that this mysterious realm possessed elusive recipes for unknown fruits. And what of Sequence 9? What could that signify? Moreover, there was the extraordinary leaf capable of banishing malevolent spirits. Could this enigmatic foliage be the extraordinary object mentioned by the keyholder? Additionally, the so-called sealing items and extraordinary beings seemed to be exchangeable for gold coins. Ideally, these should be ancient coins from the era of the Roman Empire, for they appeared to hold considerable value in the exchange rate. After several analyses of the current information, Sean discovered that his internal questions had not diminished, but rather multiplied. Nevertheless, he could distill his thoughts into 2 core points. First, this world was exceedingly perilous and required utmost caution. Second, Wealth in this mysterious realm was nearly omnipotent. Finally, the conditions triggering his entry into the mysterious room could be surmised as a necessity for an environment conducive to drowning. Although the principal eluded him, he was fortunate to have discerned the method, having obtained the key to the enigmatic chamber. However, one aspect he was keen to examine was the painful prickling sensation at his left chest, which occurred each time before entering the mysterious room. Yet, considering his current predicament, he reluctantly decided against it. Gurgling sounds emanated from his stomach as Sean touched his emaciated belly, listening to his digestive system's protests. This stirred a thought within him, prompting a preliminary plan. His most significant vulnerability lay in his memory loss and limited understanding of this world. Thus, as his stomach voiced its discontent, he could effortlessly engage in conversation with the hospital's nurse, extracting some fundamental knowledge. It was even conceivable that, akin to how he had inexplicably grasped information about the currency system of the Kingdom of Augustine, his interactions with the beings and objects in this world might accelerate the merging of the original memories with his own. This was the sole method he could conceive to aid in the restoration of his memory. With a determined resolve, he rose feebly from his bed and exited the ward, making his way down the corridor toward the distant duty room, illuminated by the bright glow of the gas lamp. Chapter 8. The Barlot Post. I'm so hungry, Sean muttered, devoid of any pretense, as he trudged into the duty room, where he spotted a young nurse engrossed in a magazine. The cover of the magazine featured a seductive woman clad in a lace gown. Her swaying figure, alluring physique, and captivating gaze drew Sean's attention, even as his mind was clouded by hunger. Hello, may I assist you? The young nurse, noticing Sean's entrance, hastily closed the magazine and tossed it beneath the table, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although Sean had just turned 17, his stature exceeded 175 centimeters, likely a result of consistent nutrition in his upbringing, rendering him quite the charming young gentleman in the eyes of the nurse. I'm hungry. After much contemplation, Sean managed to articulate these few words. It was not due to shyness or a lack of social skills, rather, he had sensed a faint yet unsettling gaze sweeping over him moments before. The young nurse, observing the pallor of Sean's complexion and his fatigue, harbored no doubts regarding his statement. She swiftly assisted him into a seated position and gently replied, "Sir, please take a moment to rest. I shall procure some food for you." Sean nodded. Feeling the emptiness of his pockets, he sheepishly admitted, "I'm sorry, I currently have no money." The nurse paused, glancing at the number on Sean's hospital gown, and smiled. "It's perfectly fine, sir. You can settle the bill upon your discharge." "All right. I thought you might graciously treat me to a meal," Sean murmured under his breath. At that moment, the young nurse appeared to have an epiphany. With her finger tapping her red lips, she mused, "Oh, I almost forgot. It's quite late now. The cafeteria is likely closed, and the restaurants outside may be as well. Where shall I go to find you something to eat?" "Oh, my home is nearby. I believe I still have some rye bread. I can fetch it for you." She then looked up at Sean with earnestness. "Sir, if you don't mind, I can quickly retrieve some rye bread from my house." Sean, placing a hand on his stomach, reverently made the sign of the cross, exclaiming, "Praise be to the God of light. You are truly a kind and beautiful lady." Since he suspected someone was watching him, he resolved to fully embody the persona of a devoted follower of the God of light. As for the malevolent gaze, regardless of its source or intent, surely it would hesitate before a believer. The young nurse seemed delighted by the compliment, especially coming from a young gentleman. With a cheerful demeanor, she responded, "Please wait a moment, I will go get it for you. Rest assured, this is food from my own home, and I shall offer you a satisfactory price." Sean silently watched the young nurse briskly depart, feeling an inexplicable sense that his previous words had contained a flaw. He ought to have described her as a kind, beautiful woman who possessed the ability to navigate life with grace. Indeed, he had no intention of implying that she was stingy, he mused to himself, idly picking up a copy of the Barlot Post from the table. As a coastal town in the Kingdom of Augustine, Barlot City was home to the largest newspaper, which was affiliated with the Royal Postal Union. Consequently, the Barlot Post, established by the local branch of the Postal Union, had effectively become the official newspaper of Barlot City. Whether it was the parish hospital, St. Paul's, various schools, administrative institutions, or even small vendors, all willingly embraced the Barlot Post as their trusted source of news. The moment Sean grasped the newspaper, information regarding the Barlot Post naturally surfaced in his mind. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he realized he had made an accurate assumption by actively engaging with this world. The memories belonging to the original owner would swiftly merge with his own. Perhaps within a year, no, if he accelerated his pace. In less than 2 months, he would likely integrate all of the original owner's memories, even the reasons behind their tragic decision to leap into the harbor. As Sean's wandering thoughts converged with the unfolding of the newspaper, his attention was immediately captured by a striking headline emblazoned across the front page. Shock. A patricide occurs in Tulip District. Victim identified as a renowned professor from Hog Academy. He was taken aback by the shocking title. This had an undeniable air of sensationalism. Could it be that the editor hailed from a region known for its floriculture? With a hint of sarcasm, Sean's gaze involuntarily descended to read the details of the news. In the early hours of November 3, 2019, a stabbing incident occurred within the Knowledge Garden community of Hog Academy, located in the Tulip District. The victim was the esteemed professor of history, Ms. Elia Anastasia, while the assailant was suspected to be her only son, Rex Anastasia, a graduate of St. Paul's School. According to the report from a neighbor who was awakened by the sound of screams, she witnessed Ms. Anastasia, bloodied and terrified, fleeing her home. We interviewed the community's security guard, who recounted that approximately an hour prior to the incident, he saw Rex Anastasia enter the premises with a young man possessing black hair and dark eyes. Shortly thereafter, this young man departed alone. Recent police investigations revealed that the suspect, Rex, has since taken his own life, while the black-haired youth, a classmate and childhood friend of Rex, has been cleared of any suspicion due to privacy concerns regarding his identity. The investigation is still ongoing. After the incident, we spoke with the victim, Ms. Elia Anastasia, who solemnly affirmed that her son's friend was a kind-hearted individual, having grown up alongside her son, and could not possibly be connected to the case. Initially, the original individual had visited his friend Rex Anastasia's home shortly before midnight, but the circumstances remain unclear. He departed alone and subsequently jumped into the sea at Felice Harbor to end his life, while Rex harbored a frenzied intent to murder his mother before succumbing to his own demise. Upon my arrival in this world, I found myself in the sea, suggesting that had it not been for my fortuitous crossing over, the original individual would have met the same fate as Rex. Alternatively, it is possible that the original individual has already perished, and my arrival has miraculously revived him. Simultaneously, Sean recalled the eerie sounds he heard after reaching the shore. The previous encounters with malevolent spirits, and the recently manifested, ominous gaze filled with malice. A chilling sensation surged within him, akin to an icy dagger piercing his heart, tightening his chest with a profound sense of dread, as if some terrifying entity had set its sights upon him. He could not help but reflect on the notion that humanity's greatest fear lies in the fear of the unknown. Chapter 9. The young nurse. For the first time since his transmigration, Sean felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. This apprehension stemmed not only from the unknown adversary lurking in the shadows, but also from his own vulnerability and impotence. He understood all too well that, whether he wished it or not, he had become ensnared in a perilous situation. The unseen enemy, intent on orchestrating the demise of the original host and Rex, had undoubtedly taken notice of his miraculous resurrection. Perhaps they were still oblivious to how he had evaded the clutches of death. Yet it was abundantly clear that both the malevolent spirit's assault and the recent sinister gaze directed at him indicated that the true perpetrator was present within the confines of the hospital, watching him from the shadows. From another perspective, the fact that this foe had not directly manifested to eliminate him might imply some reservations on their part. It could be that they were taken aback by his unexpected defeat of the malevolent spirit. Or perhaps they were wary because he was currently under covert surveillance by the police. Given his assessment, it seemed unlikely that an adversary capable of silently compelling him towards suicide would be deterred by the eradication of a single spirit. Sean silently uttered 2 words as he set down the newspaper, his pupils constricting. Police. This was a bold yet highly plausible conjecture. In a realm imbued with mysterious powers, could there not also exist a specialized division within the police force, possessing extraordinary capabilities? The possibility was tangible. What did this imply? A profound background? Perhaps. But considering the adversary's composed demeanor and Sheriff Mike's vaguely submissive attitude, Sean felt that mere connections could not account for it all. The answer was becoming evident: strength, or rather, power. Only those endowed with formidable capabilities could exude the confidence and composure that set them apart from the ordinary. Realizing this, Sean swiftly discerned the optimal solution to his current predicament. He needed to alert the authorities. Matters of expertise should naturally be entrusted to professionals. As he pondered how to safely contact the police, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the southern staircase of the corridor. He turned to see the young nurse from earlier, breathless and hurrying in her white low-heeled shoes. In her hands, she clutched a loaf of rye bread wrapped in newspaper. A mere glance informed him that there were 2 loaves within. Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of the bread or the jubilant stirrings of his stomach. But Sean's attention was instantly captivated by the 2 loaves concealed within the paper. "My apologies for the wait," she said. "Here are your 2 loaves, half a pound each. I've already submitted the bill on your behalf, charging only for half a pound. 1 silver coin could purchase 20 loaves of rye bread, with each loaf weighing half a pound, equating to 10 pounds for 1 silver coin. Thus, 1 pound of bread was worth 10 copper coins." Sean silently gaped, recalling that his previous visit for a simple bone realignment had cost him 95 copper coins, leaving him with a sense of unease. "I never wish to enter a hospital again," Sean lamented inwardly, uncertain about the amount of hospital fees my aunt has covered for me. "I resolve that I cannot remain hospitalized. By tomorrow morning, I must persuade her to allow my discharge." Sean was aware that his aunt was currently his guardian and the only family member who genuinely cared for him. The thought of the potential financial burden she might bear for his hospital stay solidified his determination to leave. Most importantly, he understood his own situation. He was not suffering from amnesia, but rather his memories had yet to fully integrate. There was no justification for squandering resources on this hospitalization. The young nurse, observing Sean's momentary distraction, intended to urge him to eat something when her gaze fell upon an open newspaper on the table. The stark, black-and-white sketch accompanying a shocking headline captivated her attention. Curiously, she picked up the newspaper and studied it for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! The patient in room 3 of the intensive care unit is none other than Professor Elia, author of The Rise and Fall of the Cardis Family." Startled, Sean bit into a slice of rye bread to appease his protesting stomach, then inquired, "Professor Elia?" The young nurse noticed the spark of curiosity in Sean's eyes and perked up. After glancing around cautiously, she whispered, "Yes, a few hours ago. The police brought in a woman with severe stab wounds. Our director personally performed the surgery, which was successful. However, they say she was merely an inch away from her heart. Otherwise, aside from the great light deity, no one could have saved her." Sean nodded in realization. "Do you know which room she is in?" A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps meeting Professor Elia would help rekindle some of his lost memories. The young nurse blinked and pointed toward the northern corridor. "That area is the intensive care unit. Professor Elia is in room 3. Instinctively, Sean followed her gesture and noticed both room 3 and his own room 2 within the intensive care unit. He paused, murmuring, "So? I am also in the intensive care unit. Please come in," a weak female voice called from within the room. Sean was taken aback that she had not yet rested at such a late hour, but considering she had just endured the agony of losing a child, it was no surprise she found it difficult to sleep. He sighed deeply and opened the door. The first thing that caught his eye was the silvery moonlight streaming through the convex window, and then, shifting his gaze to the left, he saw a silver-haired, blue-eyed woman sitting up in bed, gazing out the window. Chapter 10, The Book of the Black Goat. For a fleeting moment, Sean was overwhelmed by an impulse to flee. The malevolent spirit that had previously attacked him bore striking resemblance to the silver-haired, blue-eyed woman before him. In fact, he discerned an uncanny similarity between the apparition and this lady. "Sean, could you do me a favor? My mother has been quite distracted lately, and I am both worried and frightened. Do you think it could be due to my graduation results? Ever since she learned that I would not be accepted into St. Paul's College, her mood has soured significantly, leading to a fierce argument between us. Please, don't rush inside just yet. I've just realized something that might illuminate why my mother is so disheartened. It's actually because of you. Yes, because of you. Your father, being a priest at St. Paul's Church, sacrificed himself to save others, and as his orphan, you can gain admission to St. Paul's College regardless of your academic performance. This is utterly unjust. Why is it that you, having done nothing, can attend such a prestigious school while I cannot? Please, don't look at me that way, as if I am some despicable wretch. Even if I were a rogue, what does it matter? If you were gone, my mother would no longer be unhappy. So, please promise me, would you consider leaving this world?" Sean stared blankly at Elia Anastasia, who slowly turned her head, his memories settling like the calm after a storm. "Sean, I have heard from the police regarding your situation. I am deeply sorry to involve you in this matter." Elia Anastasia spoke, her voice soft and reminiscent of a kind neighbor, despite her frail body and tormented spirit. It was no wonder his aunt held such trust and respect for her. Professor Elia was indeed a remarkable woman. Sean's thoughts flitted through his mind as he took a seat by the bedside, filled with remorse. Professor Elia, I am truly sorry for what has transpired. I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Elia Anastasia shook her head bitterly. Sean, this is not your fault. It is all due to my own actions. Had I not sought divination, feeling disheartened by Rex's results, none of this would have come to pass. Divination? Sean instinctively paused, taken aback. Elia Anastasia seemed to perceive the question in his eyes, her gaze filled with anguish. To be precise, my method of divination is derived from a tome known as the Book of the Black Goat, from the era of the First Roman Empire. The author remains unknown. Yet the script within is not in the familiar Latin, but rather in an ancient Elvish tongue. You may not be well-versed in history, yet I wish to convey that within the realm of historical scholarship, it is an acknowledged fact that prior to the dawn of recorded humanity, during the enigmatic and vast Dark Ages, the true dominators of the continent were not humankind, but rather a world teeming with diverse races, such as elves, giants, and dragons. Evidence of this lies in the mysterious symbols transcribed by certain ancient human sages from various relics and inscriptions in the early Dawn era. After years of diligent study, we have ascertained that these symbols represent ancient Elvish, giant, and Draconic languages, among others. However, I digress. To summarize, my extensive research over the years into the tome known as the Book of the Black Goat has endowed me with considerable knowledge, including certain divination methods pertaining to fate. Initially, I was resolutely averse to engaging in such arcane matters, yet Rex spoke of them, and at this juncture, Alicia Anastasia paused. A solitary tear glistening at the corner of her eye as she spoke tremulously. I could not refrain from divining once, to glimpse Rex's future. That very night, I dreamt a harrowing vision where my poor Rex, in a fit of rage and madness, plunged a knife into my heart. Sean listened intently to Alicia Anastasia's account, his recollections intertwining with her narrative, allowing him to piece together the general outline of events. Rex's mother, Professor Alicia, was undoubtedly a woman of great pride. Yet upon discovering that her son could not advance to St. Paul Academy, her composure and elegance were irrevocably shaken, succumbing to a torrent of negative emotions. This manifested in frequent reprimands, outbursts of anger, and even peculiar behaviors, inevitably imposing substantial psychological pressure on the inherently introverted Rex. Moreover, Rex's fortunate acquisition of a direct admission to St. Paul Academy may have further exacerbated the negative sentiments harbored by both him and his mother. It is highly plausible that Professor Alicia, in her daily admonitions, utilized Rex as a tool for chastising her son, fostering feelings of jealousy and resentment within him. Ultimately, the increasingly irrational Professor Alicia, in a desperate bid for her son's future, disregarded certain taboos of the mystical realm and forcefully undertook divination, resulting in a foreboding vision of her own demise. As Sean contemplated the overarching circumstances, he nonetheless encountered several aspects that eluded explanation, verging on the bizarre. For instance, if it were indeed Rex's resentment that drove him to contemplate murder, how could he have willingly chosen to leap into the sea and end his own life? Furthermore, Professor Alicia, having foreseen her own death at the hands of her son through divination, found the outcome to be her son's suicide, while she fortuitously survived. How does one reconcile this? In pondering these complexities, Sean began to sense that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially perceived, particularly after having experienced the mysterious voice compelling him to plunge into the sea and the onslaught of malevolent spirits. He harbored an almost instinctual conviction that beneath the surface of this enigmatic affair lay a true perpetrator. At this thought, he turned his gaze towards Elia Anastasia, only to find her staring vacantly out the window. The moonlight that once graced the street outside had mysteriously vanished, replaced by an impenetrable shroud of darkness. This inky blackness seemed to seep into the protruding window, the walls, and the floor, ultimately consuming everything before Sean's terrified eyes. Chapter 11. Andy, no! Sean exclaimed, feeling the darkness before him dissipate in an instant as he abruptly sat up in his hospital bed. You all? Sean gazed blankly at Chief Oscar Soren, who was standing close by, and at his Aunt Ariana, who sat beside him, her expression fraught with anxiety. He muttered in bewilderment, was this all a dream? Oscar Soren smiled faintly and replied, one might say so. Sean paused, turning his gaze toward his anxious aunt. Ariana quickly interjected, Sean, Chief Oscar was once a psychologist. I was concerned that the incident might leave you with psychological scars, so I asked him to provide you with therapy. It is hypnosis. Oscar Soren seemed to perceive Sean's confusion and explained with a smile, psychological trauma is sometimes not immediately evident, but through effective hypnosis and guidance, we can gently unveil the hidden wounds buried deep within one's psyche. This way, We can employ specialized methods to heal these potentially life-altering dangers. He continued, for instance, I once treated a patient who was a quintessential lady from the kingdom of Augustine, gentle, kind, considerate, and devoted to her family. On all accounts, she deserved a fulfilling life. Indeed, she married a highly esteemed man in the capital city of Verna, who cherished her dearly, treating her like a precious gem. Unfortunately, due to her husband's health issues, she was unable to conceive. When she first came to see me, I presumed her psychological distress stemmed from her inability to bear children. However, as our sessions progressed, I uncovered a hidden fracture deep within her subconscious. You may not fully grasp this notion, but for psychologists, the fundamental therapeutic approach involves inducing the patient into an illusory space constructed by their subconscious, which we refer to as the realm of consciousness. It was there that I discovered the scars within that lady's psyche. Upon hearing this, Sean began to comprehend that what he had just experienced was merely a dream. While astonished, he felt a rising apprehension toward the young chief. How terrifying. When did he hypnotize me? I have no recollection or sensation of it at all. Sean pressed his lips together, which had grown dry from anxiety, and steadied himself. And what happened next? Did you manage to heal that lady? Not at all. Oscar Soren sighed wistfully. Upon realizing that the hidden scars lay within her subconscious, I guided her to have her husband undergo a medical examination. The results confirmed my suspicions. Her husband was in perfect health. The true cause of her infertility resided in psychological trauma that she herself was unaware of, buried deep within her psyche. Regrettably, ever since she learned that the issue stemmed from within herself, she has not returned for treatment. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the worried Ariana. His expression grave. Madam, though it pains me to say this, my preliminary diagnosis suggests that Sean may harbor unknown psychological traumas deep within his subconscious. For the sake of his mental and physical well-being, it is imperative that he undergoes more profound psychological treatment. Sean's complexion changed, and he was about to protest, insisting he was not ill, when his aunt, in a state of urgency, retrieved 2 silver coins from her pocket and offered them to him. Officer, please accept this money as a deposit. There's no need to rush. Oscar Soren smiled gently, halting Ariana's gesture, and turned to Sean, who appeared unwell. Let us discuss everything after Sean has recovered. Ariana's expression shifted to one of complete trust, and she pocketed the coins, praising, Mr. Oscar, you are indeed a trustworthy psychologist. No, a police chief. Oscar Soren smiled and turned to leave the ward. After watching him depart, Sean could no longer restrain himself and looked at Ariana. Aunt, I am not mentally ill. Please do not listen to his, Sean. Before he could finish, Ariana sat at the edge of the bed, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Will you consider following the doctor's advice and accept treatment? Although he had not been with her for long, his aunt's sincere and meticulous concern deeply moved him. His eyes glistened with moisture as he watched her arrange his bedding, and he felt compelled to clench his fists. Aunt, I will protect your future. He envisioned his aunt as a child, wearing a thin dress, adoringly cradling him in her arms, showering him with affection. He recalled her telling him the child-friendly myth of the War of the Gods as they lay together under the covers. He remembered her, eyes red from crying, holding him tightly in the pouring rain while some churchgoers, alongside his father, carried his mother's coffin into the cemetery. He saw her recounting stories to him every night, only leaving the room to study by candlelight after he had fallen into a deep slumber. He remembered the day when, with tear-streaked cheeks, she took his hand back to the cemetery, this time with an additional name etched on the gravestone, Sean Victoria. As countless memories of his aunt flooded his mind, he was unaware that his own eyes had turned red, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. Sean, what is the matter? Are you unwell? After arranging the bedding, Ariana sighed and rubbed her sore waist, only to see Sean, seated on the hospital bed, weeping profusely, looking utterly heartbroken. Startled, she rushed to his side. Aunt. Sean gazed at her delicate yet weary face, unable to contain the emotions surging from his bloodline. He embraced her tightly, exclaiming, from this day forth, I shall safeguard your life. In an instant, Sean's mind trembled once more. This time, he vaguely beheld a hazy image of a dark-haired, dark-eyed boy beckoning to him from the shadows. Amidst a faint, elusive smile, the boy softly uttered 2 words, thank you. Chapter 12. The Light-Bearer. A resounding thunderclap echoed in Sean's mind, as a torrent of memories and images surged forth like a flood. His body stiffened, instinctively tightening his embrace around his aunt. Ariana, in a reflexive motion, attempted to push Sean away, but in the next moment, upon feeling his fervent warmth and the robust essence of his masculinity, she softened, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Sniffling, she gently patted Sean's back. Her voice a blend of laughter and sorrow. Our Sean has grown up, a knight now who knows how to protect ladies. As she spoke, she discreetly wiped away the tears from her eyes, gently pushing Sean away, and with a serious demeanor, added, however, "Our little knight's most crucial task at present is to receive proper treatment." Sean gazed blankly at his aunt, whose eyes shimmered with tears, while he absorbed the vast memories of the original owner's life, experiencing a swift merging of body and soul. A long-lost smile finally graced his face. He understood that from this moment forth, he was truly Sean Victoria. By the silver-gray window, Sean waved goodbye to the departing carriage that carried his aunt until it vanished from his sight. Only then did he withdraw his smile and slowly turn, encountering the sudden presence of Inspector Oscar Solon seated before him. He was taken aback, inhaling deeply to compose himself. "Inspector, must you always appear in such a manner?" What truly captured Sean's attention was the small silver cross hanging around the inspector's neck, intricately engraved with arcane patterns, culminating in the shape of angelic wings. Could it be that I have surmised correctly? Is there indeed a special department within the police system endowed with mysterious powers? Instinctively, Sean recalled his earlier conjecture, contemplating the inspector's purpose for meeting him in this fashion. Let us reintroduce ourselves, the Lightbearer, Oscar Solon. The Lightbearer? Is that the name of a special department within the police system? Sean silently mused, his expression revealing his confusion. Lightbearer, what is that? Is it related to the primordial church? Now possessing nearly all of the original owner's memories, he had yet to fully digest them. But he retained a grasp of basic knowledge. In the Western continent, the very place where Sean currently resided, aside from the four great nations, Augustine Kingdom, New Roman Republic, Des Empire, and Neptune Kingdom, the true authority over the entire Western continent was held by the four Orthodox divine churches. They were the primordial church, which worshipped the god of light, the great mother church, devoted to the mother of life, the church of machinery and craftsmen, which revered the god of machinery, and the dark goddess church, dedicated to the goddess of darkness. Of these, aside from the church of machinery and craftsmen, which established parishes in all four nations, the primordial church and the great mother church only had parishes in the Augustine Kingdom and New Roman Republic, while the dark goddess church was present only in the Des Empire and Neptune Kingdom. Upon hearing the radiant term Lightbearer, Sean's mind instinctively wandered to the primordial church, the one with the largest congregation among the four major Orthodox churches. Indeed, he was the son of Father Xiaoyan. Like his father, he possessed keen intellect. Indeed, the Lightbearers are an organization of extraordinary individuals affiliated with the primordial church. A subtle smile graced Oscar Soren's lips, as if he awaited Sean's bewildered expression. Sean, taken aback for a moment, feigned confusion and inquired, "Extraordinary individuals? What does that entail?" Suddenly, he recalled that he had unknowingly entered a dream state, and a tremor of realization coursed through him. "Ah, it appears your father wishes for you to refrain from becoming an extraordinary individual. That is indeed a prudent choice. To become one would be to embark upon an irreversible path, a decision fitting for a father." Oscar Soren seemed convinced of Sean's genuine ignorance regarding extraordinary individuals. After musing to himself for a while, he straightened his gaze and earnestly addressed Sean. "What I am about to disclose pertains to the secrets of this world. You have two choices. One, to listen and subsequently join us. The other, to refuse. In which case I shall arrange for the complete erasure of your memories concerning this incident, allowing you to live your life free of worry, provided, of course, that you can continue to live." Sean stared blankly at the serious Oscar Soren, a faint bitter smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Inspector, are you truly offering me a choice?" Although the other party graciously presented him with two options, the implications of the second choice suggested a potential encounter with death. This thought inevitably led him to recall the terrifying assassin lurking in the shadows, and he dimly comprehended that he had indeed exhausted his avenues of retreat. The last time he had vanquished a malevolent spirit was due, without question, to his fortuitous circumstances, aided by a fortunate item. However, he could not guarantee that he would be so lucky again when faced with danger. Oscar Soren chuckled softly. "Sean, you are indeed astute. I shall not conceal the truth from you. Your case with Professor Elia is anything but straightforward. While we do not yet possess irrefutable evidence, certain clear clues have already ruled out the conclusions that either Rex or you could be the perpetrator. So, have you made your decision? Will you join us in our pursuit of the true culprit? Or will you choose to forget it all and gamble that the killer will not strike again?" He paused momentarily and seemingly absent-mindedly added, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that since both you and Professor Elia have passed the test, I met with her before coming here, and she has already agreed to join us. Wait, you mean Professor Elia has joined your ranks? And what test are you referring to? I was unaware of any such thing. As Sean was about to press further, he suddenly recalled his recent dream, exclaiming in astonishment. The dream I just had. Indeed. Oscar Solon chuckled softly, alluding pointedly. Ariana is a kind-hearted lady, deeply concerned for your well-being. To alleviate her unnecessary worries, I provided her with sufficient reasons to attend school with peace of mind. He could not help but sigh, resignedly adding, so, was everything you said about psychologists in front of my aunt merely a ruse? Did you already anticipate my inevitable choice to join? Oscar Solon blinked earnestly, stating, the psychologist is indeed genuine, and the tale is true, though it was conveyed to me by another. As for your choice, well, it seems you possess none. Sean sighed dramatically, casting his gaze skyward. After a moment of silence, Oscar Solon suddenly rose, extending his hand, a triumphant smile gracing his face. I discerned your decision from your expression. Welcome, Sean Victoria. Chapter 13. The Extraordinary One. After receiving a nod of consent from Sean, Oscar Soren vanished from his sight like a phantom. Sean understood that this was both a revelation of the world's complexity and a caution against any attempts at cleverness. Is this what it means to be thrust into an organization on my first day in this world? How utterly vexing. I am merely a student on the brink of university life. He sighed, reflecting on the police chief's lack of introduction to the organization he was now a part of, leaving him entirely unaware of its whereabouts. Lying on the hospital bed, Sean gazed silently at the ceiling above him, the weight of drowsiness enveloping him as he soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself transformed into a magnificent dragon, soaring freely across the skies and oceans. Suddenly, a beautiful angelic figure descended, perching atop him. Enraged, he attempted to dislodge her with a powerful sweep of his tail. Smack! Sean jolted awake, finding himself staring at a flustered nurse who stood before him with an outstretched hand. Rubbing his stinging left cheek, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Did you just hit me?" The nurse, the very same one from the duty room, responded indignantly, "If you hadn't been so hands-on with me, I would never have struck you. By the light. I kindly brought you bread last night, and this is how you repay my kindness?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Sean felt a pang of remorse. Hands-on. With you? Wait, she mentioned bringing me bread? Good heavens, didn't Chief Oscar call her insufferable? When did this dream begin? Realizing her distress, Sean quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I was dreaming, battling an, person in my dream. Truly, my sincerest apologies. He leapt from the bed and bowed deeply before the young nurse. Although he could not recall his exact actions, her expression suggested she had been wronged. He feared that failing to extinguish this misunderstanding might lead to divine judgment for insulting a follower of the light. The nurse, somewhat reassured by his earnestness, still questioned. A dream? What sort of dream necessitates biting people? Biting? Sean blushed, feeling embarrassed to admit he wished to bite the angel on his back. Instead, he cleared his throat and softly replied, I dreamed of my favorite dish, mashed potatoes with snake meat. The young nurse gasped, patting her chest in astonishment. You truly are peculiar, daring to eat snake meat. Soon, Sean found himself signing the bill with a heavy heart, parting with 10 copper coins. The nurse, beaming with joy, exited the room, leaving behind a remark that made Sean wish he could vanish into the earth. Mr. Sean, it seems I have misremembered. You did not bite anyone, but rather, you extended your hand with unseemly intentions. Sean paused momentarily, his face flushing as he covered it with his hands. Suddenly, he recalled a scene from his dream, wherein an angel rode atop him, refusing to be dislodged despite his efforts to shake it off or drive it away. In a fit of anger, he reached out to defile this insufferable angel, only for it to turn around and reveal a familiar visage. Oh, deity of light, am I losing my sanity? How could the angel from my dreams be this petty, greedy little nurse? Sean sighed deeply, an inexplicable feeling washing over him that perhaps he was still ensnared in a dream. For the first time, Sean beheld the daylight of this alternate world. The vibrant sun hung high in the sky, bestowing a gentle warmth upon this autumn day. He still possessed 2 silver coins left to him by his aunt, sufficient for his expenses over the next few days. Had he been in his previous state of mind, he would have refused such aid. However, now he was acutely aware that his father's sacrifice had granted him a substantial compensation of 500 gold coins. Thus, as he departed the hospital, he felt as though he walked with newfound lightness. Yet, before he could exit the hospital doors, he encountered Professor Elia, who was taking a stroll accompanied by a nurse. A smile graced Sean's face as he approached, greeting her. Good morning, Professor Elia. Clad in a blue hospital gown, the professor appeared much improved since the previous day. Upon seeing Sean approach, a faint smile blossomed on her face. Good morning, Sean. Have you had breakfast? Sean shook his head. I had rye bread a few hours ago. So I am not yet hungry. Late-night eating is not a good habit, Professor Elia remarked softly to the nurse beside her. The nurse cast a glance at Sean before turning to walk away, stopping at a distance, yet still casting furtive glances in their direction. Feeling a surge of concern, Sean assisted Professor Elia in sitting down on a nearby public bench before taking a seat himself. I heard from Inspector Oscar that you have agreed to join them. Professor Elia gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and replied with a smile. Did you not join as well? Sean was momentarily taken aback. Helplessly raising his hands, Professor, since you have joined the Lightbearers, you must be aware of certain circumstances. I had no choice, but you at a loss for words. He could only sigh and make the sign of the cross over his chest. May the deity of light forever protect Rex. Thank you. Professor Elia regarded Sean's still somewhat youthful countenance, reflecting on how close he had come to a fate as tragic as Rex's. She spoke earnestly. Sean, in honor of Rex, I have resolved to consume the secret fruit to become an extraordinary being. However, you are different. You are still young, and a bright future lies ahead of you. With the protection of the Lightbearers, you need not take risks. Simply becoming a support staff would suffice. Upon hearing about the secret fruit that grants extraordinary abilities, Sean's first thought was of the commission released by the Whirlpool. Contemplatively, he remarked, are you suggesting that individuals like Inspector Oscar are extraordinary beings? And that one must consume the secret fruit to achieve such status? Chapter 14. Parchment, are you unaware? Professor Elia momentarily paused, then seemed to recollect something, her expression shifting to one of regret. Oh dear, I assumed Inspector Oscar had already informed you. I sincerely apologize. Please disregard what I just said. Rising slowly, she waved to a nurse in the distance, suddenly recalling something else. She turned to Sean and said, by the way, please inform your Aunt Ariana that I cannot find the IOU from her last visit, so she need not repay it. Also, tell her not to worry about your school fees. I have already taken care of that. Sean stared blankly at Ariana's departing figure, muttering, isn't there a 500 gold coin compensation at home? Why doesn't my aunt? Nevertheless, Professor Elia was indeed a kind and beautiful woman. It was a tremendous stroke of fortune for his aunt to have such a teacher. After bowing deeply to Professor Elia, Sean lost all desire to linger and hurriedly made his way home, following the route etched in his memory. Although he possessed 2 silver coins, enough to cover the highest carriage fare of 25 copper coins within the city, he dared not squander this considerable sum. Fortunately, his home was located in the Tulip District, so the distance was not too far. After walking and jogging for a little over 10 minutes, he finally beheld his residence at 34 Garden Street. Externally, the dwelling was modest, 2 stories tall, impeccably clean, with a small garden boasting a few vegetable patches. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed like a lawyer stood at the gate, peering inside with a furtive demeanor. Sean's gaze sharpened. He glanced around, picked up a stone from a corner, and approached nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Good sir, whom do you seek? Sean inquired as he stood before the middle-aged lawyer, calculating the distance between their arms, and took a deep breath. Though uncertain of the man's identity and intentions, he was reminded of his aunt's pure and striking appearance, making it all too plausible that some unsavory characters might appear. Ariana, is it? The man seemed to recognize her name. Could he indeed be a hairdresser? A glint flashed in Sean's eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. Sir, I am a neighbor of Sister Ariana, residing next door. May I inquire what business you have with her? He resolved that if he could ascertain the man's ulterior motives, he would ensure he experienced the wrath of that fearsome chiropractor at the hospital. Sister? The middle-aged lawyer keenly caught this specific term, his wariness diminishing somewhat. He cleared his throat and explained, the matter is thus. I read in the newspaper about Ms. Ariana seeking a mortgage, and I came here according to the address. But I have yet to meet her. A mortgage? Sean's heart jolted, feigning surprise. Which newspaper did you find that in? I don't recall Sister Ariana mentioning it. Oh, by the way, what are the requirements for a mortgage? It seems my family could also use some funds for a temporary arrangement. Your family is in need of money as well? The middle-aged lawyer, having deftly filtered out the preceding words, skillfully retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Adjusting his tie, he stated with solemnity, allow me to introduce myself. I am Martin Oliver, a professional attorney. Sean, scrutinizing this Martin, accepted the card with one hand, reading aloud, legal advisor to the Red Real Estate Chamber. A professional smile adorned Martin Oliver's face, and he deliberately emphasized the word red, exuding an air of pride. Sean's eyes widened in surprise, for he indeed recalled the figure of Lord Hunt Red, the contemporary head of the Red family, a prominent philanthropist, banker, and real estate mogul in Ballot City. He was a well-known figure throughout the community. Thus, this man was not merely an annoyance sent by his aunt. He had genuinely sought him out through the newspaper. Pondering this, Sean discreetly tucked his hand, still holding the stone, into his pocket, allowing a trusting smile to grace his features. "Ah, so you represent the esteemed philanthropist, Mr. Hunt Red. How delightful. Rest assured, I shall certainly pass this card along to my parents." Martin Oliver's brow furrowed slightly but quickly relaxed as he responded with a smile. "I greatly appreciate your consideration. I shall return after some time." Sean waved goodbye with a smile, watching as the figure of the lawyer vanished from sight. Standing silently by the door for a moment, he collected his thoughts and, recalling a memory, found the key hidden beneath a flower pot. He opened the door and stepped inside. As he had remembered, the interior boasted a simple brown and white color scheme. White gas pipes traced the edges of the ceiling, while the black charcoal beneath the fireplace exuded a chill. The first floor contained a living room, a dining room, a washroom, and 2 bedrooms, while the second floor featured a modest triangular attic, filled with rows of bookshelves, a desk, chairs, and an oil lamp. Images of his aunt gently lulling him to sleep in the bedroom downstairs, only to ascend quietly to study, flooded his mind. Indeed, in her quest to save money, she had replaced the costly gas lamps with oil lamps. What on earth had transpired? What had become of his father's 500 gold coins in compensation? Had his aunt not received them? He then ventured into his aunt's bedroom, which mirrored the second floor's decor. Apart from a bed and a long copper mirror, the room was lined with shelves filled with neatly arranged books. A cursory glance revealed titles such as The History of the First Empire of Ancient Rome, The Mystery of the Fall of the Augustinian Empire, Legends of the Cadiz Family, and Ancient Languages of the Dark Ages, all of which were subjects that left him feeling overwhelmed. As Sean marveled at his aunt's diligence as a scholar, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an aged parchment resting upon the pillow of the bed. It was not merely his curiosity that piqued. Rather, it was the realization that his aunt, known for her meticulous nature, would never have left such a document on her pillow. Could it be that she had, in her haste to leave after hearing of his troubles last night, forgotten to tidy up? Sean pondered as he approached and picked up the parchment, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is this written in traditional characters?" Chapter 15, Travels in Ancient Rome. Sean could scarcely believe his eyes. In this extraordinary world inhabited by the extraordinary, he had discovered, inscribed upon a weathered piece of parchment, the intricate characters of his homeland, written in traditional Chinese script. What astonished him further was the peculiar style of writing, which flowed from right to left and from top to bottom in columns. Was it I who had lost my sanity, or was it this world that had gone mad? With a sense of wonder, Sean eagerly began to read. And there was the imminent arrival of a little one. Kachina wished for the child to inherit her extraordinary traits. How could that be possible? As a child of ancient Rome, if one could never ascend to the rank of a divine spirit, it would be better not to come into this world at all. Kachina is admirable in many ways, yet her heart is too soft. Every towering tree must endure the trials of wind and rain. Alas, reflecting on this now, that little one is indeed fortunate. I, their father, traversed a tumultuous path, unaware of how many detours I took before realizing that the secret fruit was not meant for digestion, but rather to be nurtured through joy, ultimately leading to the development of the nurturing method. Yet, this child, even before birth, is already reaping the rewards of my hard-earned wisdom. Perhaps, in the future, this little one's accomplishments will surpass mine. Speaking of which, for some inexplicable reason, I suddenly recalled that person from before I arrived in this world. He was so full of ideals, so vibrant, so wise. Perhaps he has already realized his aspirations? When Sean finished reading the parchment with utmost seriousness, the emotions swirling within him were beyond expression. Although his identity was not directly stated, he had confirmed a remarkable truth. The illustrious founder of the First Roman Empire, the first emperor in the annals of human history, was, like him, a traveler from another realm. Fortuitously, this predecessor of his was not just a fellow traveler, but also a compatriot, utilizing the same traditional script. Though he had not formally studied it, he could comprehend it, unlike someone from a different linguistic background. Otherwise, as a mediocre student of English, even if he had obtained this parchment, he would have been left lamenting its contents. Yet, the use of traditional characters and the unique writing style left him perplexed. Could it be that this individual was an ancient person? After all, even among those in regions using traditional characters, one would expect the writing style to follow the conventional left-to-right format. Sean shook his head, temporarily dismissing this query, and began to sift through the valuable information revealed by the parchment. From the term gods, it was evident that, at least during the era of ancient Rome, deities were indeed real and not singular. Then there was the title Holy Angel. From the word he, it was clear that this was a specific deity, though it remained uncertain to which church it belonged. The primitive church, perhaps? Inspector Oscar seemed to wear a pendant with a cross and angelic wings, which might lend credence to this possibility. And what of Kachina? Is this the same Kachina mentioned in the score released by the key? If it is indeed the same individual, it is no wonder that such a key would command such a substantial reward. As the consort of the first emperor of Rome, well, it remains uncertain whether she is his wife, but regardless, an individual of such stature is likely to harbor significant secrets. Ah, by the way, according to ancient Roman lore, his journey to the Isle of Enchantment in the Endless Sea was to capture a chaotic spirit turtle to assist Kakina in ascending to Sequence 2. Thus, Sequence represents the rank of the extraordinary beings. The lower the number, the higher the tier. That seems plausible. I recall that the commission released by the Whirlpool mentioned a recipe for the secret fruit of Sequence 9 rabble. And since the ancient Romans claimed he ascended to Sequence 1 to become a deity, does that imply the hierarchy of the extraordinary progresses from Sequence 9 to Sequence 1? Moreover, what does the path of the speaker signify? Why does ancient Rome assert that this path is the most promising and secure? As Sean pondered these thoughts, his questions did not diminish but rather multiplied. Nevertheless, his astuteness allowed him to retain the most crucial content from the parchment, the cultivation method. Although he currently does not comprehend the meaning behind the notion that the secret fruit is not to be digested but rather cultivated through delight, it is evident that the insights distilled by ancient Rome, who traversed many detours and ultimately became a deity, constitute a rare and invaluable treasure. Much like the notes of a top-performing student in a college entrance examination, they represent an exceptionally precious experience for any student aspiring to gain admission to a prestigious university. Chapter 16. The Victoria family. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Sean meticulously reviewed the contents of the parchment once more. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, he gently placed the parchment back on his aunt's pillow. He refrained from taking the parchment with him, not because he deemed it unimportant, but rather because he surmised from its material that it likely did not belong to the household. It was most probable that his aunt, a student of history, had borrowed this antiquity from elsewhere. Under such circumstances, taking it would surely cause her considerable trouble. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock resonated from the living room. Intrigued, he exited his aunt's bedroom and made his way to the living area, where he encountered his Aunt Ariana, whose expression bore a hint of anxiety. Upon seeing Sean, Ariana paused in surprise before hastening towards him, her voice laced with irritation. "Did I not instruct you to rest properly at the hospital? What are you doing here?" She hesitated, as if a thought struck her, and her face lit up with delight. "Have you remembered? Has your memory returned?" Receiving confirmation, she was overcome with joy, pressing her left hand to her chest. She exclaimed, "Thank the Mother Goddess. I knew she would bless you." Sean, inwardly bemused, thought it more appropriate to thank the great god of light, but merely wore a resigned expression. "However, my memory has not fully returned yet. I fear I will still need to trouble Inspector Sir for assistance." Ariana, having just dried her tears, paused at his words, puzzled. "What do you mean?" He imitated Professor Elia's nonchalant tone. Speaking softly, "Please inform your Aunt Ariana that I cannot find the IOU from last time, so she need not repay it. Also, tell her not to run around seeking funds for your education. I have already covered your tuition." After he spoke, he regarded Ariana with curiosity. "Aunt, doesn't the church provide us with a stipend? Why are you still borrowing money from Professor Elia?" Upon hearing the initial part of his statement, Ariana's eyes reddened, a glimmer of tears forming at the corners, and the latter part left her momentarily speechless, sinking into deep contemplation. Sean, not one to be oblivious, quickly discerned that there was more to the story. He gently guided his silent aunt to sit on the sofa while he took a seat opposite her, a manly smile gracing his face. "Aunt, I have promised that from now on, I shall safeguard your life." Ariana shivered slightly, lifting her lower gaze to meet Sean's youthful yet earnest countenance. A chuckle escaped her lips, and she murmured, "Our Sean is becoming quite the dependable knight." Sean immediately tilted his head at a dramatic angle, striking a pose akin to Popeye. Unfortunately, to Ariana, his slender frame appeared both adorable and comical. Unable to suppress a smile, she inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze upon Sean. "Very well, Sean, since you have graduated and are the sole man of our Victoria family, there are indeed matters I must share with you." Sean's heart raced as he earnestly regarded his aunt. Ariana fell silent for a moment before her gaze turned despondent. "Sean, you must find it strange, don't you? Why does your father bear the surname Victoria, while I too am called Victoria?" Sean paused, taken aback, and tentatively suggested, "By marriage?" The term for marriage by joining did not exist in Latin. Hence, Sean added a masculine qualifier before the word marriage to convey his meaning. Ariana was momentarily stunned, then stifled a laugh and cleared her throat. "Before my sister wed, her husband was a student of your grandfather, the most diligent, exceptionally gifted, and highly esteemed among them. However, due to his background, he could only marry my sister through, well, a form of joining by marriage. Nonetheless, your grandfather was quite understanding and preserved the name Sean from your father, hence you know him as Sean Victoria." Sean's heart stirred with surprise. "So I precisely. According to the customs of your father's homeland, your name is Sean N, but here, you are known as Sean Victoria." As she spoke, a complex expression crossed Ariana's face. "I share this with no ulterior motive. I merely wish to convey that half of the blood coursing through your veins belongs to the Victoria lineage." Sean nodded thoughtfully. "Aunt, I understand. That is good to hear." Ariana's expression softened with relief, her gaze growing serious. "Now, as the last heir of the Victoria family, are you prepared to accept all that comes with it, Sean Victoria?" Sean's heart raced. He inhaled deeply and nodded slowly. "Excellent." Ariana straightened her slender form, exuding an inexplicable strength, not one derived from her physique, but from the indelible pride rooted in her blood and soul. "Listen closely. In truth, I have already returned the 500 gold coins to settle a debt. Ah, aunt, rest assured, I will not disappoint the family." His spirit surged, and his expression turned grave as he braced himself to embrace his identity as the heir of an ancient, fallen aristocracy, only to suddenly realize what his aunt had just earnestly conveyed. Ariana blinked her beautiful eyes, observing Sean's bewildered demeanor, and burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling his hair. "Silly boy, I was just teasing you. Our family is quite ordinary. What fanciful thoughts are you entertaining?" She then made an exaggerated expression of disbelief. "Oh, dear goddess. You can't possibly think the Victorias are some fallen noble house, can you?" Sean's lips twitched, his expression flat as he replied, "Aunt, that is hardly humorous." All right. I was merely trying to lighten your mood," Ariana said, tousling Sean's hair again, her face displaying a mixture of exasperation and concern. "I just fear you might feel overwhelmed, especially considering that 500 gold coins represent a sum we can hardly fathom in our current situation." Sean then recalled the crux of the matter, no longer lamenting his lack of noble lineage, and instead furrowed his brow, saying, "Aunt, what you mentioned just now pertains to settling debts, correct?" Chapter 17. Debt and Loyalty. Ariana gently rubbed the corners of her eyes and exhaled softly. "My brother-in-law is a priest at St. Paul's Church, earning a decent salary that amounts to approximately 10 gold coins weekly, including bonuses. We could have led a respectable life. However, he is a kind-hearted and selfless man, deeply committed to his principles. Hailing from the lower district, he generously donates 8 gold coins to the poorhouse each week for the sake of the unfortunate souls. Thus, our family's finances are rather strained. After your birth, in order to provide you with a safe and stable environment, and at your sister's earnest request, your brother-in-law was compelled to borrow money from others. He left the lower district, where we had rented for many years, and moved to the middle street, now known as Tulip Avenue, purchasing this independent house for 400 gold coins." Sean, upon hearing this, began to comprehend the underlying implications and murmured to himself, "So, the church's compensation was entirely directed towards repaying debts? But that does not seem right. The church provided 500 gold coins in compensation. We should still have a considerable remainder, shouldn't we?" Ariana's eyes momentarily reflected a sense of helplessness. "The man in question is a Himtaga, a close friend of your father. For 16 years prior to your brother-in-law's sacrifice, expenses in our household had increased significantly with your arrival, and he was unwilling to reduce his donations to the poorhouse. Consequently, over these 16 years, your brother-in-law borrowed more than 100 gold coins from Mr. Ahim. Initially, this was not problematic, as Mr. Ahim never insisted on repayment, and everything was harmonious. However, shortly after your brother-in-law's sacrifice, Mr. Ahim unfortunately passed away due to illness, and his wife came to us demanding immediate repayment of the entire sum, over 500 gold coins, refusing to accept even a fraction less. I had no choice but to return all the compensation to her." She paused, her expression turning somber. Sean, you must not blame her. Mrs. Ahim is a full-time homemaker without an income, with 2 children still in their youth and an infant in her arms. She is facing considerable hardship. Sean found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Blame? How could he? From her perspective, it was entirely reasonable that a friend would lend such a substantial amount without interest or urging for repayment. Now, with the unfortunate passing of the lender, it was only just that the family sought to reclaim what was owed, even if the amount they relinquished was significant. Oh dear, I have been rambling on and completely lost track of what is important. At that moment, Ariana suddenly recalled something and exclaimed as she hurried towards the bedroom. Sure enough, before long, she emerged carefully holding a piece of parchment, exclaiming, I was terrified. Thankfully, this page of Emperor Qin's notes remained intact. Otherwise, how would I explain this to the teacher and Mr. Smith? Ancient Roman notes? So, in her eyes, this was merely a page of notes? In contemplation, Sean casually inquired, Aunt, are you referring to the first emperor of the Roman Empire? Ariana meticulously tucked the parchment into a thick volume, placing the book inside her handbag with a sigh of relief. She smiled at Sean and remarked, You possess a commendable grasp of history. Once school commences, have you considered transferring to the history department? With your intellect, you might even unravel the mysteries of these symbols and emerge as a distinguished linguist. Sean's countenance paled, and he vigorously shook his head, resembling a bobblehead doll. No, thank you. You know I've never been fond of reading. He mentally added, especially history books. Ariana paused, letting out a quiet sigh. In her eyes, Sean was intelligent, kind-hearted, and imbued with a strong sense of justice. However, his aversion to reading was a significant drawback. If not for her husband's sacrifice, Sean's academic performance would have likely barred him from admission to St. Paul Academy, let alone the prestigious Hogwarts Academy, renowned for its gathering of geniuses and aristocrats in Ballot City. Aunt, Sean interjected before Ariana could finish her thought, I consulted Chief Oscar before coming here. I do not require hospitalization, and my future treatments can be conducted at his residence. Ariana hesitated. Are you certain? What if something is amiss? Sean quickly repeated the gesture of Popeye the Sailor. Ariana couldn't help but laugh at Sean's antics, playfully scolding him. All right then, you're nearly an adult. You can make your own decisions. I must head to school now. I truly have to go. Sean was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he retorted, Chief, must you always make an entrance like this? He emphasized the words with intensity. Oscar Solar paid no heed to Sean's indignation, smiling as he replied, I've been here for a while. You simply didn't notice. Sean's thoughts drifted back to the time he was examining the parchment in his bedroom, prompting him to ask, When did you arrive? Oscar Solar fixed a penetrating gaze on Sean and replied softly, Do not misunderstand. I am not monitoring you. I merely needed to discuss certain matters with your aunt, so I followed her here. Oh, that is a relief, Sean exhaled, but then suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening with suspicion. What do you need to speak to my aunt about? Are you perhaps harboring ulterior motives? Oscar Solar nearly stumbled, rolling his eyes in exasperation. You are overthinking this. It is merely a work-related inquiry. Is it? Sean retorted skeptically. Typically, when a man seeks to approach a woman, he often employs work as a pretext. Oscar Soren, after a brief silence, realized he could not continue on this topic and shifted his focus, stating earnestly, Sean, I have something important to formally inform you. Your application to join the Lightbearers has been approved, but due to certain shortcomings in your qualifications, the authorities have provided you with 2 options. Shortcomings? Sean did not inquire about the 2 options, but instead expressed his dissatisfaction. I wish to first understand what these shortcomings are. It is utterly intolerable that a distinguished traveler such as myself is deemed to have flaws. Sean's indignation made his teeth clench as he emphasized the word 2. Oscar Soren was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly and replied calmly, It's quite simple. Your flaw lies in the fact that you possess too many shortcomings. Chapter 18. 2 choices. Sean felt somewhat dazed, his mind momentarily unable to grasp the situation. Is a flaw simply a flaw if there are too many? He wondered, incredulous. Oscar Soren's gaze flickered, and he calmly stated, Though my words may seem harsh, they reflect reality. In terms of intelligence, were it not for your father, you would hardly qualify for St. Paul's Academy. As for emotional intelligence, how could you have asked such a foolish question? Regarding your aptitude, well, it is true that extraordinary individuals do not necessarily require exceptional qualifications. Thus, in light of your rather average attributes, the assessment from above is slightly flawed. He added silently, Were it not for your father, in the incident from a year ago, your evaluation would likely be exceedingly mediocre. Sean, not a fool, recognized the subtlety in Oscar's choice of words, understanding that slightly flawed was likely a generous appraisal. It dawned upon him that the church had perhaps extended him a modicum of grace due to his father's influence. With a sigh, he forced a wry smile and asked, "Please, enlighten me about the two choices." Oscar Soren's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "First, you may join us as logistical support, assisting with various tasks and auxiliary work. This way, you would gain insight into some of the church's and the world's secrets while enjoying our protection, and of course, you would receive a substantial fixed salary. Secondly, he suddenly recalled that salaries in the Western continent were dispersed weekly and quickly amended his statement. Eager to secure an agreement, Sean had become acutely aware of his family's financial predicament, though he had yet to inquire directly. It was evident that the household's expenses were predominantly sustained by his aunt, who was still a student. How could she afford this? The only explanation was through part-time work, either on or off campus. This realization deepened his sense of guilt towards his aunt, making him feel even more pained. Thus, upon hearing the mention of a substantial fixed salary, he nearly leaped with joy. If the position is for logistical support, the pay might not be exceedingly high, yet it would still amount to 3 gold coins weekly, not accounting for bonuses earned after each operation. Sean gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. His memory had largely returned, and he recalled his aunt mentioning that Professor Elia, a renowned history professor at Hogwarts and a prominent scholar in the kingdom's historical circles, earned approximately 10 gold coins per week. The fact that a mere logistical staff member in the Lightbearer organization could receive 3 gold coins weekly, not including bonuses, was staggering. Moreover, with 6 or 7 more years of diligent effort, progressing in rank and receiving bonuses, entering the middle class was within reach. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His aunt had mentioned his father's weekly salary was also 10 gold coins, along with what Inspector Oscar had previously stated. Did this imply that his father, too, had been a light bearer of considerable rank? "Would you like to hear the second choice?" Oscar Soren inquired, observing Sean's barely concealed delight, silently acknowledging that a generous salary indeed enticed more than the allure of the hidden world. Sean immediately realized that Professor Elia, who had already joined the Lightbearers, would not have chosen to become a logistics staff member. Knowing the weekly salary of the logistics personnel, he found it hard to believe that Professor Elia would care about a mere 3 gold coins, especially since her primary goal was to uncover the truth and avenge her son. Indeed, Professor Elia possessed exceptional qualities and provided us with significant assistance. Thus, we offered her greater options. Oscar Soren did not elaborate on the specific choices available, yet Sean felt a wave of envy, as it was evident that the remuneration and benefits were far beyond what he could hope to attain. Well then, what is the second option? After a moment of envy, Sean gathered his thoughts and looked at Oscar Soren with eager anticipation. Since there were 2 choices, they should be of comparable conditions, right? A barely perceptible smile graced Oscar Soren's lips as he replied, "One operation, or rather, a venture of certain risks but immense value." After saying this, he simply gazed at the astonished Sean, refraining from further elaboration. After a brief pause, Sean, confirming that Oscar had indeed finished speaking, exclaimed in astonishment, "That's it?" "Indeed." Oscar Soren replied nonchalantly, "Due to the confidential nature of the operation, I cannot disclose anything unless you agree to participate." After a moment, he added in a tempting tone, "However, as a prospective colleague, I can reveal to you what you might potentially gain from this endeavor." Sean's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he pondered the implications of these enticing words. Firstly, it was clear that should he choose to join this operation, he would later have the option to become a logistics staff member without any additional conditions. It is essential to emphasize, however, that the chances of logistics personnel becoming extraordinary individuals are quite low. Sean's heart raced, but he remained silent. Furthermore, if he diligently executed the specific plans of the operation and made a substantial contribution, then congratulations would be in order, as he would have the opportunity to obtain a secret fruit and formula awarded by the church, granting him the status of a preparatory member of an extraordinary team. Do not underestimate the role of a preparatory member. Unlike the logistics staff who could have their contracts unilaterally terminated by the church, joining the extraordinary team of the Lightbearers, even as a preparatory member, would afford him an official position within the church. Simply put, as long as he adhered to the church's regulations. Note that I said church regulations, not the laws of the kingdom. The church would have no authority to terminate his contract, allowing him to enjoy this lucrative position until death. Moreover, If his contributions during the operation were substantial, he could freely choose any formula for the secret fruit of his choice, thereby becoming a full-fledged member of the extraordinary team. Of course, should the church lack the formula for that particular path, he could receive an equivalent value in gold coins, or the church could assist him in seeking and purchasing it, although the timing would be uncertain. Finally, there is the matter of remuneration and benefits for the members of the extraordinary team. As for formal members, let us not dwell on that. If you become a provisional member, holding the position of a junior priest within the church, your weekly salary, excluding bonuses, amounts to 6 gold coins. After a tenure of 30 years, you may opt for retirement, with your benefits remaining unchanged, enjoying the church's lifelong protection. With that, Oscar Soren gazed calmly at Sean. So, what is your choice? Chapter 19. A day's time. Sean pondered for a moment and softly inquired, "Is my father a member of the Lightbearers? If it is inconvenient, you need not respond." Oscar Soren furrowed his brow slightly but nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, your father is not only a formal member of the Lightbearers extraordinary team, but he also holds the esteemed title of High Priest. With a few more years of service, he could even retire as a junior deacon." After a moment of hesitation, Sean gritted his teeth and asked, "Was my father murdered?" Upon uttering the question, he fixed his gaze intently on Oscar Soren's eyes. Given that his father was an extraordinary member of the Lightbearers, it was clear that his demise could not merely be attributed to a simple act of heroism in the face of fire. After all, the sacrifices of operatives in covert departments are typically articulated in ways comprehensible to the public. He merely sought to ascertain whether his father's death was due to a duty-related incident, an accident, or foul play. "No," Oscar Soren replied, appearing to grasp Sean's concerns. "I swear by the God of Light, based on what I know, your father's sacrifice was indeed an accident, not an act of malice. As for the nature of the accident, if you become a member of the extraordinary team, you will have access to the records and can investigate for yourself." With a complex expression, Sean nodded and continued, "If I refuse to participate in this operation, will I still have the opportunity to become an extraordinary member in the future? Though I am still unclear about what constitutes an extraordinary member at this point. It is challenging, yet not impossible. As for the definition of an extraordinary member, once you make your choice and sign the contract, I shall disclose everything you are entitled to know." Oscar Soren did not specify the required contributions, but Sean suspected they would be substantial, especially considering that the commission from the Vortex for a recipe of a Sequence 9 mob secret fruit was valued at 300 gold coins, nearly equivalent to the price of a house. After a moment of silence, Sean posed his final question. "Lastly, I wish to inquire, if I choose to join this operation, what could be the worst possible outcome?" A slight smile crept onto Oscar Soren's lips, revealing a grin that sent a shiver down Sean's spine. "Death. Should fortune not favor you." Fortune, Sean thought, his heart sinking slightly as an inkling of resolve began to form. However, considering that he still lacked understanding of many aspects, he tentatively asked, "May I take some time to think it over?" "One day," Oscar Soren replied. "Remember, you have only one day to deliberate. Tomorrow at this time, you are to visit the Detective Exchange Association, find the front desk, and ask for a lawyer named Martin Oliver. He will escort you to me." "Martin Oliver!" Sean exclaimed, suddenly startled, recalling the lawyer he had encountered earlier. Could it be mere coincidence? Lawyer Martin Oliver's legal advisor, Sean, silently repeated the name a few times, his expression gradually turning peculiar. The hospital was not crowded at the moment, allowing him to swiftly complete his discharge procedures, paying a fee of 1 silver coin and 60 copper coins, primarily because he had stayed in a special care ward, which cost 1 silver coin and 50 copper coins per night. In contrast, a standard ward charges 50 copper coins per night without nursing fees. Additionally, he had to account for the pound of rye bread provided by a miserly nurse, leaving him with merely 1 silver coin and 40 copper coins, the extra silver coin being a deposit from his aunt at the time of admission. After enduring a moment of heartache, he gingerly tucked a silver coin emblazoned with the likeness of the late King Augustine II into the inner pocket of his garment, while the remaining 40 copper coins were carefully secured in a small cloth pouch, placed in the other side of his attire. Before long, he arrived at the special care ward, room 3, and was about to knock when a middle-aged man, dressed in a white shirt and a black tailcoat, adorned in scholarly attire, exited the room. Sean paused momentarily but politely nodded in acknowledgement. The middle-aged scholar, upon noticing Sean, also appeared taken aback, and upon realizing Sean intended to enter the same room, exclaimed in surprise, "Are you here to visit Professor Elia? Are you her student?" Sean hesitated, but cautiously replied, I am indeed here to see Professor Elia, but I am not her student. While his personal circumstances were not shrouded in secrecy, it was prudent to exercise caution with a stranger. The scholar seemed unfazed, smiled slightly, and nodded before departing, showing no inclination to inquire further. Sean glanced at the man's retreating figure and muttered to himself, It seems I was overly anxious, then shook his head and stepped inside. Professor Elia was still reclining on her hospital bed, but this time she was not gazing out the window. Instead, she was quietly engrossed in a book. As the book was held aloft, Sean clearly discerned its title, A Comprehensive Lexicon of Hebrew Vocabulary. Sean, you have arrived, Professor Elia remarked, having heard the door open. Upon recognizing him, she closed the book and set it aside, a faint smile gracing her somewhat pale visage. Thank you. She initially hesitated, then seemingly recollected something. Smiling as she added, It is nothing. Besides, we shall be colleagues from now on, and perhaps I may need your assistance in the future. Then please do not hesitate. Professor, Sean assured her promptly, his expression relaxing as he found a chair to sit in. How is your recovery progressing? You appear to be in much better spirits than yesterday. Thank you. I am feeling considerably better, Professor Elia replied, unable to suppress a note of gratitude. I must thank Captain Oscar. Had it not been for the doctor he summoned, my recovery would not have been so swift. Chapter 20. Hebrew as she spoke. She seemed to recall something and added, Captain Oscar is ostensibly the chief of the Guard Bureau, but in truth, he is the leader of the Luminaries, an extraordinary team. This is not exactly a secret. Even if you become part of the logistics team, you are entitled to know. Sean nodded in understanding, hesitating briefly before refraining from inquiring about the choice Captain Oscar had offered. Instead, he shifted the conversation to a more casual tone, expressing, Professor, I noticed upon entering that you were reading while recuperating, which fills me with a sense of shame. In that moment, he aptly displayed the look of admiration a mediocre student holds for an academic achiever. Professor Elia smiled slightly, glancing at the Hebrew vocabulary compendium placed beside her, and remarked, This book was created by Mr. Hebrew, one of humanity's sages from the early Dawn era, who studied various relic inscriptions from the Dark Ages. It is a language applicable to the realm of the mysterious, akin to ancient Elvish, Draconic, and Giant languages. I had long been skeptical of mysticism, but since joining the Luminaries, I have come to realize the significance of Hebrew. Thus, I enlisted Mr. Smith-Conkey's assistance to borrow a copy for review. Mr. Smith-Conkey? Sean's mind conjured the image of the middle-aged scholar he had encountered earlier at the door. Apologies, dear aunt. While I may have exaggerated slightly, I did not speak falsehoods. Sean silently expressed his regrets to his aunt. A part-time job at the library? Sean's gaze flickered as he finally understood the source of his aunt's finances. Though he masked his realization and said in an uncertain tone, It seems my aunt might have forgotten something. Oh, right. I recall she was very cautious with a piece of parchment. It's just a single piece of parchment. Why be so anxious about it? With that, he revealed a perfectly timed expression of bewilderment. Professor Elia shook her head in realization. Ah, so that was it. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. She nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting either nostalgia or astonishment. That parchment is a mysterious language created by the founder of the First Roman Empire, the first emperor of Rome. The academic community has yet to decipher it, but it is speculated to resemble a form of notes, hence it is often referred to as the Roman notes. Isn't it peculiar that its name sounds odd? This is quite normal, as many tend to overlook the fact that ancient Rome may not have been solely a creation of the Western continent. She shook her head, continuing, But I digress. Your aunt has long sought to unravel the contents of that notebook, which is why she entrusted me to borrow it from Mr. Smith on several occasions. However, I am aware that she is merely wasting her efforts. If it were so easily decipherable, humanity would not have classified it as one of the 7 unsolved mysteries. Although Sean was eager to delve deeper into the other unsolved mysteries to broaden his horizons, he suppressed his curiosity, returning to the matter at hand. Professor, you mentioned my aunt borrowed it several times. Does this mean there are many notes? Professor Elia smiled gently and remarked, Sean, while history may not seem particularly practical, it is undoubtedly beneficial for broadening one's perspective and nurturing character. Sean felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that Professor Elia was subtly reminding him to take his studies in history seriously to avoid asking overly ignorant questions in the future. The original manuscript of ancient Roman notes exists solely as a singular copy, and due to the passage of time, most of it has been scattered and lost. Some individuals may possess a few impression pages, yet they are exceedingly difficult to locate. as far as I am aware. The kingdom currently possesses only 6 pages of the original document, 4 of which are housed in the capital's museum. While the remaining 2 reside in the library of our Hogwarts Academy, your aunt has borrowed just one of those pages. Professor Elia patiently elaborated on this. Upon finishing, she seemed to discern Sean's curiosity and chuckled. Are you feeling particularly eager to glimpse what this mysterious language entails? However, that would prove quite challenging. You are not a student of Hogwarts, nor do you have a letter of recommendation from a mentor, thus borrowing it is out of the question. Professor Elia tapped her forehead with her finger, appearing somewhat weary. Sean felt a twinge of disappointment, but upon seeing Professor Elia's expression, he quickly said, Professor, there is no need to go through such trouble. I am merely curious, and whether I see it or not is of little consequence. Professor Elia shook her head slightly. Her face etched with regret as she replied, I am truly sorry, but your aunt has already utilized my letter of recommendation, and both pages have been borrowed this year. It cannot be loaned again. Otherwise, if your aunt had borrowed another page, you could have had a glance as well. Sean shook his head to indicate that it was of no concern, engaged in a brief chat with Professor Elia, and then rose to take his leave. Stepping out of the hospital, he gazed up at the sky, still feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. For others, the ancient Roman notes might merely serve as material for bards to weave mythological tales, but for him, they represented an invaluable source of information, especially in light of the knowledge that ancient Rome had eventually ascended to divinity. Contemplating this, he also reflected on the choices he would have to make the following day. Lost in thought as he set off in the direction of home. Chapter 21. Insufficient authority. By the time Sean returned home, half an hour had elapsed. On his way, he had purchased 4 pounds of rye bread, spending the remainder of his pocket change, 40 copper coins, which would serve as the staple for dinner that evening with his aunt. Ever since his last venture into the enigmatic room, where he had obtained the miraculous leaf capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits, thoughts of re-entering had occupied his mind. He sought to ascertain whether drowning indeed granted access to the mysterious chamber and was eager to determine the success of his previous transaction, as Captain Oscar's sudden appearances had thwarted his attempts. However, the situation dictated that he must make a final choice before the morrow, and he found himself temporarily unable to extract any further valuable insights from the ancient Roman notes. Thus, the only recourse available to him was to once again brave the unknown and test his fortune in the enigmatic room. Yet, prior to this experiment, there was one matter he needed to confirm. After a moment of hesitation, he shook off the dread, adjusted his trousers, and stood once more before the copper mirror of the wash basin. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of terror gripped him as he seemingly beheld a frightful presence within the mirror. Instinctively, he clutched his throat, crying out in panic, No, no, don't come closer, Captain. Save me. Help. As he shouted, his eyes began to roll back, and his body convulsed uncontrollably. Nevertheless, regardless of how pitiably he cried or how intensely he trembled, Oscar Soren did not materialize. With a sigh of relief, Sean's expression gradually softened, and he slowly released his grip from around his neck, murmuring to himself, It appears the captain is truly absent. With that, he hesitated no longer. He turned on the faucet, filling the basin with water, then took a deep breath and submerged his face into the cool depths. Given that his previous reactions had only occurred during moments of drowning, he did not hold his breath. Instead, he naturally parted his lips, allowing the tap water to cascade down his throat. Gurgle, gurgle 1 second, 2 seconds. The familiar, stinging sensation of choking soon enveloped him once more. Just as he felt on the brink of asphyxiation, a powerful heartbeat resonated in his ears. Suddenly, his vision twisted and blurred, revealing walls that shimmered with darkness and golden luminescence. He sprang up from the high-backed chair, surveying his surroundings. Once assured that all was well, he could not suppress the urge to clench his fists in excitement. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. As long as he was in a state of drowning, he could gain entry here. Overcome with exhilaration, he nearly leaped in place. At that moment, he glanced at the unchanged black pyramid and the silver box before making his way to the black copper mirror. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his left hand against the mirror's surface. In the next instant, a visage of a white, three-eyed face began to materialize. Welcome, esteemed Mr. Dual Pupil. As you have successfully completed your first commission as a substitute member, your authority has temporarily been elevated from that of a substitute to a full member. The permissions for entry and commission issuance are now temporarily activated. The validity of formal membership lasts for 1 week. After this period, if you are unable to ascend to the status of a Sequence 9 extraordinary being, you shall forfeit your candidacy. However, if you successfully elevate to Sequence 9, you will attain permanent membership. Presently, there are no candidates, while there are 4 formal members. Sean gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the bronze mirror, eventually breaking his silence with a mixture of surprise, joy, and concern. Formal member? The authority to issue commissions is temporarily activated? Does this mean I can now release commissions? He then recalled something and hastily added, and what is the time between? Although he is merely a formal member for a week, the mirror has already stipulated the conditions for permanent status. Thus, he need only strive to meet them, and pondering further would be futile. The expressionless three-eyed visage replied, "You are now a formal member, and once your authority is activated, you may issue commissions. The time between serves as a venue for communication among formal and higher members. Accessible once weekly on Sundays, which coincidentally is today in the Western continent." Sean nodded thoughtfully. Is attendance in the time between mandatory, or can one refrain from entering if they choose? Entering here on Sunday necessitates entry into the time between, replied the expressionless face. However, Sean comprehended the implication. If one wishes to avoid the time between, they should not enter on Sundays. Intrigued, Sean stroked his chin and continued to inquire, what exactly is this place? What are you? Is there danger within the time between? When you mentioned the 4 formal members, did you mean the vortex, the pentagram, the key, and myself, albeit temporarily? He further questioned. What cost must I incur to issue a commission? Insufficient authority. Insufficient authority, came the response. The time between prohibits any form of extraordinary power and mutual aggression, therefore. It is devoid of danger. Indeed, there is no cost, it continued. This implies that beyond formal members, there likely exist individuals with even higher authority. Sean pondered the term authority for a moment before asking, how can one elevate their authority? Insufficient authority. After a period of silence, Sean finally posed the most crucial question. So, if I ascend to Sequence 9 within this week, I can become a permanent formal member? Indeed, any Sequence 9 qualifies? Upon hearing this, Sean felt a surge of nervousness, his lips pressing together. From his exchanges with this enigmatic figure, it appeared to possess intelligence. It also resembled a program from a previous life, igniting within him a desire to explore its nature. If it were devoid of true intelligence and merely a programmatic entity, then mastering a specific response mechanism of the bronze mirror could potentially yield unexpected insights. Chapter 22. The path of the divine. The question he posed appeared deceptively simple, yet it concealed an inquiry awaiting validation. Firstly, he had surmised that the ranks of the extraordinary beings ranged from Sequence 9 to Sequence 1. And coupled with the notion of consuming the secret fruit to attain such a status, he boldly conjectured that the secret fruit itself was categorized in a similar sequential manner, likely paralleling the ranks of the extraordinary. Furthermore, Captain Oscar's mention of selectable secret fruits suggested the existence of various types. Otherwise, the term selectable would not have been employed. This prompted him to seek clarification from the young man. How many varieties of secret fruits or extraordinary beings truly existed? 13 paths, he inquired. And this question indeed made Sean's heart surge with excitement as he silently celebrated, plunging into contemplation. What does the path of the divine signify? According to the ancient text he had perused, the travels of ancient Rome, it was stated that in ancient Rome, one ascended to Sequence 1 to become a deity. Thus, did the path of the divine not imply the journey of extraordinary beings from Sequence 9 to Sequence 1, ultimately attaining divinity? As Sean analyzed and pondered, he began to grasp the intricate relationship between extraordinary beings and the secret fruits. Just as he was about to inquire about the nature of the 13 paths, he suddenly recalled that such inquiries would likely be met with insufficient authority. With a quick shift in thought, he asked, is the path of the Berserker one of the divine paths? He sought to ascertain whether the Sequence 9 Berserker mentioned in the Vortex Commission was indeed one of those divine pathways. Not at all. Sean was initially taken aback, but quickly realized he had fallen into a misunderstanding. The secret fruit formula sold in the Vortex Commission pertained to the Sequence 9 Berserker. Yet this did not imply that Berserker was the name of one of the paths. In fact, it was highly probable that Berserker referred to a designation within a particular pathway at Sequence 9. With this revelation, Sean felt a sudden clarity, enhancing his understanding of the extraordinary realm. Tentatively, he queried, which path does the Berserker belong to at Sequence 9? Insufficient authority. As anticipated, Sean was not taken aback by this response. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, a wave of fatigue washed over him, followed by dizziness. As the world around him began to distort and blur. With a start, Sean pulled his face from the sink, water splattering everywhere. How did I emerge? Wiping the droplets from his face, his expression was fraught with urgency and confusion. Yet in the next moment, an epiphany struck him, and he hurriedly dashed from the washroom to the living room, glancing at the clock. 5 minutes had elapsed since he entered the washroom. Was there a time constraint? But that did not seem right. He recalled feeling an overwhelming fatigue before his sudden exit. Sean grasped a fragment of understanding yet found himself hindered by a lack of information to substantiate it. Resolutely, he resolved to re-enter the washroom. Taking a deep breath, he submerged his face once again in the cold basin, the icy water rushing into his throat as he bore the discomfort, awaiting his return to the enigmatic realm. However, the familiar mysterious room did not materialize. Instead, a soul-piercing pain akin to being pierced by 1,000 needles enveloped him. He scarcely emitted a cry before darkness consumed him. Under the night-ash shroud, the garden street appeared somewhat desolate in the autumn breeze. Beneath the bright glow of the gas street lamp, a middle-aged man adorned with a black round hat and a matching trench coat was taking deliberate puffs from his cigarette, leaning slightly against the lamppost. His elongated shadow mingled with the gray smoke that swirled around him. He pressed down on his hat, nearly swept away by the night wind, and naturally cast his small eyes towards the residence at 34 Garden Street. Am I losing my mind? How could I accept such a nonsensical commission? Alas, I've lost out this time. I always said there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Damn it, he has been inside for ages. Am I to stand here waiting for him all night? No, I can't do this. My Connie is waiting for me at the bar. I haven't seen her in days. As the middle-aged man continued his mutterings, he suddenly froze. He then beheld his shadow elongating and twisting like elastic, a jagged fissure appearing in the dark region of its chin, slowly curling upwards into a grotesque grin. Panic seized his heart, yet the next moment, he saw his shadow flowing like water into his own body. After a slight tremor, he gradually straightened up, his eyes now filled with an inky blackness. After a somewhat stiff movement of his neck, he disdainfully discarded the half-burnt cigarette onto the ground and ambled towards the residence at 34. His pace was slow and laborious at first, lacking coordination, reminiscent of a malfunctioning robot. However, with each subsequent step, his stride grew steadier and quieter, until he resembled a battle-hardened soldier, each footfall precise and utterly silent. He soon arrived at the doorstep, gently tapping on the door while retrieving a revolver from the inner pocket of his trench coat. The night breeze seemed to pause, affected by the tense atmosphere. Noting the absence of a response, he squinted and slowly extended his other hand to press against the door. Then, his bone-white left hand extended a shadow resembling an arm, slithering like a serpent through the crack of the door. With a soft click, the door creaked open. In the next instant, the middle-aged man lowered his hat and casually gripped the revolver as he stepped inside. The door closed silently behind him as he surveyed the dimly lit living room, his gaze settling on the quiet bathroom. In the next heartbeat, he stealthily approached the bathroom door and pushed it open, only to find Sean lying motionless on the floor. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, yet he did not hesitate for long. Instead, he raised his revolver and unflinchingly aimed it at Sean's head, pulling the trigger without a moment's pause. Bang, 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 bang. He swiftly emptied the 6 chambers of the revolver. As he gazed at Sean, whose head was now a grotesque mess of blood and flesh, a cruel and satisfied smile crept across his face. However, in the next instant, his body stiffened. A gaping wound suddenly appeared at his right temple, which then pulsated 5 times before the gash exploded, obliterating half of his skull. Chapter 23, And God Spoke. The brilliance in his gaze momentarily faded, revealing the whites of his eyes, as his body fell heavily into a pool of blood. From within him, a shadowy apparition slinked away like a rat, hastily darting along the corner of the wall. At that moment, a deep, indifferent voice resonated. God created the heavens and the earth. God declared, "Let there be light," and thus light graced the world. God proclaimed, "Light embodies righteousness. While darkness represents malevolence, darkness shall be cast into the abyss." God asserted, "Light is the sun." God affirmed, "The sun is the sovereign of the stars, the holy deity, the source of all things, the beginning of all beginnings." God warned, "There is no escape for you." As the final phrase, imbued with sacred essence, fell, the dim world shattered like a mirror. The black shadow did not merely traverse the wall, it circled restlessly upon the silent pavement. Beside it lay a corpse with a shattered skull, its right hand still poised as if to pull the trigger against its own temple. In the distance, a white-haired elder clad in a white clerical robe slowly approached the shadow. In one hand, he held an ancient, weighty tome. while the other raised a silver cross adorned with angelic wings, reverently reciting the sacred text of the primordial church. God spoke. With each utterance, a faint halo emerged above his head, culminating in a resplendent golden sun as he proclaimed, "There is no escape for you." This radiant orb outshone the stars, illuminating the darkened street. The black shadow seemed to grasp something profound, halting abruptly before gradually extending upwards, standing upright like a paper figure. Simultaneously, it turned away from the white-robed priest, casting its gaze to the rear, where a young man clad in a black trench coat and matching hat stood. It was none other than Oscar Soren, the captain of the Primordial Church's extraordinary squad. "Indeed, it is you, the true illusionist, Oscar Soren." A somewhat high-pitched voice echoed through the air. Oscar Soren paused, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, "Your ability to manipulate shadows is remarkable. You are a seeker of the Seventh Order, from the Church of the Dark Goddess, are you not?" "Huh, do you truly believe I would divulge such information?" The dark shadow let out a sharp laugh, then turned its gaze toward the distant residence number 34, ominously declaring, "He has taken what does not belong to him. No one can protect him, not even you." No sooner had the words left its lips than the black shadow began to roam, yet it seemed ensnared in a labyrinth, ceaselessly spinning about. The white-robed priest, standing motionless, appeared to sense something amiss. A flicker of golden light flashed in his gray eyes as he intoned, "God spoke, destruction is your destiny." In an instant, the golden sun above his head erupted in a blinding explosion, transforming into golden threads that pierced through everything around. The black shadow, too, was not spared. It let out a chilling scream before vanishing without a trace, leaving nothing behind. Oscar Soren's countenance darkened. No extraordinary traits remain. He is not dead? How did he escape? No, he is dead. At this moment, the priest clad in white approached the spot where the shadow had vanished, observing it for a while before closing the heavy tome and reattaching his silver cross. With a grave expression, he remarked, "The spiritual barrier you established has been reinforced by my prayers. It is impossible for him to escape. Thus, the only explanation is that he is a puppet or a projection of some sort. Can one manipulate a shadow's projection or puppet?" Oscar Soren's demeanor grew somber as he murmured, "Could it be a sorcerer of Sequence 7? That is indeed a possibility." The priest's aged face bore a look of admiration as he gazed at Oscar Soren. "Oscar, your judgment this time is correct. Although the specifics remain unclear, it is evident that both Sean and Professor Elia are significantly important. This has been substantiated by their attempted assassination, particularly regarding Sean Victoria." Oscar Soren nodded slightly. "This is precisely why I invited both individuals to join the Lightbearers, especially that lad Sean. He heard a voice brimming with magic that night. If my assumptions are accurate, it must have been hers. Yet, I still do not comprehend why she insists on Sean's demise. Furthermore, Sean is merely an ordinary person, logically. He should not have survived under the opponent's control, yet he has miraculously lived." The white-robed priest inclined his head slightly. "Now that your assessment has been validated, as per the bishop's instructions, you shall take full responsibility for this matter, while I remain here to safeguard the chapel against unforeseen incidents." With that, he turned and walked away, gradually disappearing through a transparent, colorless barrier. Oscar Soren silently observed the priest's figure fade from view, his spiritual energy shifting as he dismantled the surrounding spiritual barrier. The environment remained unchanged, save for a brief lull in the night breeze. What a pitiable fellow! Oscar Soren glanced at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, shaking his head slightly as he proceeded directly to Sean's home. Soon, he arrived at the washroom, where he encountered puddles of water and Sean still lying unconscious on the floor. Still not awake? Oscar Soren paused momentarily, then as if struck by a thought. A smirk crept upon his lips as he muttered, "It seems I must resort to the stimulant that Locke provided. I just wonder if this lad's body can withstand it." Locke mentioned that someone once suffered from incontinence for half a month after using this potion. What if this lad suddenly... Sean's body trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Oscar Soren standing nearby, he was taken aback, then astonishedly scrambled to his feet. Oscar Soren's gaze flickered, a strange smile gracing his lips as he said, "By the light, if you do not wake soon, I was prepared to administer the stimulant myself." "The stimulant?" Sean recalled the captain's mutterings while he feigned unconsciousness, his body involuntarily shivering twice. "Apologies, Captain, for causing you concern." A vow silently formed in his heart. "The stimulant, yes? I will remember this. I shall never use it." "Not ever." Oscar Soren chuckled lightly, choosing not to expose Sean's earlier pretense of fainting. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, What transpired earlier? When I arrived this afternoon, I found you unconscious here. Sean found himself momentarily at a loss for words. But fortunately, he was quick to respond with feigned bewilderment. I'm not quite sure. I only recall hearing a rather peculiar sound, and then everything went black. He certainly could not reveal the truth about his experimental mishap that had rendered him unconscious. Therefore, he deflected all blame onto that mysterious sound, as its source harbored ill intentions towards him, making it a fitting scapegoat. Chapter 24, I am wealthy Sean, in a daze. Received the revolver and ammunition box, still exuding the scent of blood, as if a realization had dawned upon him. He murmured, the captain is leaving. Oscar Soren's recently ethereal figure paused momentarily, casting a glance at Sean before vanishing completely. As he spent more time in the captain's presence, he gradually began to understand the captain's approach to matters. Although it had only been a coincidence earlier, it clearly indicated that the captain's elusive nature was not directed at him, but rather inherent to his character, or perhaps a subconscious habit. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Could it be my aunt? Ariana, observing Sean emerging from the room, his clothes slightly wrinkled from drying, furrowed her brow and inquired, what have you been up to? Sean chuckled awkwardly and coughed lightly, explaining it was Captain Oscar. He personally came to administer my second treatment. I lay on the sofa for quite a while, hence my clothes became wrinkled. Ah, I see, Ariana replied, deftly changing into her slippers and placing her handbag aside as she tied on her apron and made her way to the kitchen. Captain Oscar is truly a considerate gentleman. I must bring him a gift on my next visit. By the way, how did your treatment go today? Do you feel any better? And you must be starving, right? Just a moment, I will prepare your favorite mashed potatoes with beef tonight, and perhaps add a touch of your beloved pepper. Wait. Sean interjected as he noticed his aunt had entered the kitchen and began moving around the stove. I've already eaten. You needn't make anything more. This was partly due to the affordable meals at the school cafeteria, and also because his aunt, a devout follower of the great mother goddess, abstained from meat, while he was at an age where he needed nourishment. You've eaten? Ariana, momentarily taken aback, relaxed her grip on the stove and asked in confusion. How did you manage that? Fearing his aunt would worry, Sean quickly replied, I bought a few pounds of bread, intending to stew some meat myself. But when Captain Oscar arrived, he brought delicious sandwiches, fruit salad, and some delightful pies. Had his aunt known, he had merely consumed bread and water, she would undoubtedly insist on preparing her laborious mashed potatoes with beef for him, though the taste lingered in his memory as particularly enticing. The thought of his aunt's efforts filled him with bitterness. He did not wish for her to tire herself unduly. Ariana, momentarily speechless, gazed at him with surprise before pressing her left hand against her chest and earnestly proclaiming, May the mother goddess bless him. As if struck by a sudden thought, she removed her apron and pulled 2 silver coins from her inner pocket, offering them to Sean. Tears glimmered in Sean's eyes as he nearly blurted out, Auntie, keep the money. I have good news. Captain Oscar has invited me to join them. The weekly pay is at least 3 gold coins. Ultimately, he restrained this impulse, fully aware that such a claim would seem more preposterous than his admission to St. Paul's Academy. His aunt would not only be displeased but would also become anxious. Fearing he had lost his senses, he silently accepted the 2 silver coins, which were undeniably light, yet felt extraordinarily heavy in his hand. Looking down at the portrait of Augustus II on the coins, he inquired, Aunt, where did you acquire this money? His aunt gently brushed her hair and replied with a smile, From the library, specifically our school's library. I merely assist Mr. Smith in organizing books during my leisure hours and tend to the library's cleanliness. In return, Mr. Smith compensates me with 5 silver coins each week. After deducting my meal expenses, I still have ample remaining, so you need not worry, I have money. At her final words, despite her slender frame, she seemed to embody the spirit of a prosperous merchant, which stirred a pang of sorrow within Sean. Though his aunt spoke with ease and simplicity, he, as a traveler from another world, understood perfectly the demanding and monotonous nature of her daily labor in the library. Coupled with her academic responsibilities and the need to care for him, a voracious eater, he finally grasped why she often burned the midnight oil. Not solely out of interest, but, more importantly, because much of her time at school was devoted to earning money to support him. In that moment, he resolved within himself. After a short while, as if recollecting something, his expression shifted, and he anxiously exclaimed, Oh no, today is Sunday. I have entered the mysterious realm. If I do not return in time, although he did not articulate the consequences, an instinct deep within him warned that it would not bode well. Thus, with a slight grimace, he bent over, clutching his stomach, and opened the door to step outside, encountering his aunt, who was relaxing on the sofa with her feet in warm water. Seeing Sean's demeanor, Ariana questioned, "What is the matter? Is your stomach hurting?" Sean nodded painfully, making his way toward the washroom while sheepishly admitting, I ate too much." Ariana paused, shaking her head in resignation, murmuring to herself, "Perhaps next time. I should have inquire with her family as chef about how to prepare sandwiches and pastries. Sean cannot keep eating out. What if he falls ill due to unsanitary food?" Finally managing to enter the washroom, Sean locked the door behind him and let out a sigh of relief. He then proceeded to fill the sink with water. When the basin was full, he feigned distress, producing a sound unmistakable to anyone, took a deep breath, and submerged his face into the water. Chapter 25, the home of the stranger. This time, he did not succumb to the excruciating pain that had previously rendered him unconscious. As the familiar rhythm of his heartbeat resonated, his vision twisted and blurred, once again transporting him to the enigmatic chamber. He exhaled in relief and swiftly approached the copper mirror, pressing his left hand against its surface. In the next moment, a face with 3 white eyes gradually materialized. "Welcome, esteemed Mr. Double Pupil. May I inquire if you wish to enter the realm of time? Should you decline, please do so before the conclusion of Sunday, or you shall face repercussions." Sean intended to proceed directly but was suddenly struck by curiosity, prompting him to ask, "What repercussions?" "Insufficient permissions." Sean's lips twitched in frustration, wishing to deliver a sharp retort. However, the thought of that formidable tongue restrained him, and he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. "I will enter the realm of time. Your will shall be obeyed." As the 3-eyed visage faded, the mirror's surface warped, revealing a swirling vortex of white. Hesitating for a brief moment, Sean extended his hand into the void. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming pull, and his entire being was drawn into the copper mirror. As the world spun around him, he found himself enveloped in a realm shrouded in dense white mist. Aside from a blue vortex to his left, a pentagram ahead, and a silver key to his right, all he could perceive was the thick fog. Before he could contemplate his surroundings, a surge of panic overcame him as he realized he felt as though he had transformed into a heavy statue, utterly immobile, with no sensation of solid ground beneath his feet, as if he were suspended in midair. "Welcome, Double Pupil." At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the misty expanse. Although Sean could not discern the speaker, his mind informed him that it was the pentagram that had spoken. Is this the realm of time? Once his thoughts settled, Sean gradually regained his composure. After a few moments of contemplation, he softly uttered, "Hello, everyone." A profound silence enveloped him, seizing the opportunity to observe his current state. He found it peculiar. He felt both present and absent, yet when he concentrated, an image of his floating double pupil appeared in his mind. He realized that this was his representation within the realm of time, akin to an avatar in a chat application from his previous life, a symbol of his identity. "Now that we have a new member among us, it is my turn to speak." Suddenly, a rough, resonant voice interrupted, and Sean instinctively recognized it as that of the vortex. "So, this is the essence of the realm of time? Whenever someone speaks, all present can immediately discern the speaker's identity?" Reflecting on this, Sean naturally adopted a demeanor befitting a newcomer, remaining silent as he attentively observed and listened. However, before the vortex could continue, the pentagram interjected, "Mr. Double Pupil, congratulations on becoming an extraordinary being, advancing from a candidate member to a formal member. While I anticipated your swift ascension, I had not expected it to occur within just a day." Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding gripped Sean's heart. 3. The extraordinary individuals possess a unique spirituality, whereas ordinary people, despite having a semblance of this spirituality, remain oblivious to its existence. 4. They seem unaware of the existence of a limited-time official membership. Sean gradually comprehended the situation and, without further hesitation, calmly stated, "You have misunderstood. I ingested the secret fruit prior to acknowledging my master. However, my proficiency in utilizing this spirituality is still lacking, which does not qualify me as a true extraordinary being." Upon hearing this, the pentagram appeared to accept Sean's explanation, and the others ceased their inquiries. Vortex cleared his throat and addressed him earnestly, "Mr. Dual Pupils, since you have managed to enter this realm, you are one of us. There are certain rules I must elucidate for you. I refer to myself, the pentagram, and the first individual to arrive here, known as the key. We 3 have conferred and established these rules, which are not inherent to this location itself. In truth, it is quite simple. This place, which we have meticulously verified, can be identified as a constant space-time continuum. I wonder if you can grasp the essence of this statement. To put it plainly, Regardless of where or when we enter from the outside world, we arrive simultaneously. For instance, if we are all situated on the Western continent, and you enter this space on a Sunday morning while I arrive in the evening, our perceptions here will align as though we appeared at the same moment. Sean suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. I see now. This can be interpreted as an independent space-time, detached from the external world. Precisely, Vortex affirmed. Thus, based on this characteristic of our realm, we have agreed that, barring exceptional circumstances, we must enter at our designated times. This is for the purpose of exchanging information and conducting transactions, of course, utilizing the commission-based trading system available here. As Vortex spoke, a hint of excitement tinged his tone. Naturally, as a clandestine exchange platform, unbeknownst to the authorities, we have chosen a rather intriguing name for ourselves. Sean's curiosity was piqued. What is it? The home of strangers, Vortex replied with a light chuckle. Upon entering here, each of us is akin to a foreigner. Sean fell into a contemplative silence, eventually exclaiming, a most fitting name. He indeed found it apt, especially when considering the stark contrast between his appearance and that of the inhabitants of the Western continent, which further amplified his feeling of being in a foreign land. The home of strangers, he mused, finding it quite amusing. Are there any additional rules? None beyond that, Vortex replied. Aside from the secret fruit formula for Sequence 9's rabble-rousers we discussed previously, I have now commissioned the formula for Sequence 9's Night Seers, which is priced slightly higher at 380 gold coins. However, if you can procure it within a week, the price will be reduced to 350 gold coins, or 200 ancient gold coins. Chapter 26. The first communication meeting. Sean silently committed the phrase Sequence 9 Night Watcher to memory, remaining silent. The Star of Five pointedly chuckled, casually remarking, recently, I encountered an ancient inscription from the Dark Ages in a relic site. I have made a rubbing of it, should anyone desire it. I am willing to exchange it for any sea-level extraordinary item or sealed object, on the condition that it must not be resold to anyone. Sean was taken aback, internally shaking his head at the Star of Five's audacity. Although relics from the Dark Ages are exceptionally precious, particularly inscriptions, murals, and antiquities, to barter such an uncertain inscription for rare sealed objects and extraordinary items seemed a blatant trap for the unwary. As expected, following the Star of Five's proposition, silence enveloped the gathering. Clearly, none of those present, including Sean, expressed any interest. The Star of Five appeared unfazed, merely smiling and falling silent. Next, it was the turn of Miss Key. From her initial words, Sean discerned that she was a lady, prompting him to shift his gaze in her direction. However, Miss Key spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, stating, the long-standing commission remains unchanged. If any of you can locate the sheet music or clues pertaining to China, I am open to trade at any time. Another silence ensued. Sean, having gleaned some information about China from a journey through ancient Rome, found himself at a loss regarding the sheet music, and thus shook his head in resignation. At that moment, Vortex suddenly interjected with a laugh. All right. The three of us have spoken, Mr. Dual Eyes. It is your turn. Sean pondered earnestly for a moment before shaking his head, responding, I apologize, but I currently have nothing to trade. He added silently in his mind, I would like to trade, especially for that secret fruit recipe you were selling. But the issue is that I lack funds. Vortex chuckled heartily. I understand. No need to be so tense. Mr. Star of Five was even more cautious when he first entered, fearing that too much discourse might reveal his true identity, and now look at him, completely at ease. I am not nervous. I simply lack money. Sean could only mask his financial predicament with laughter. At this juncture, Miss Key, who had been relatively quiet, spoke again, unabashedly revealing her quest. Sean felt a stirring within. Contemplating, it seems Miss Key is quite determined to find China's sheet music. Is there truly some secret concealed within it? Vortex appeared unperturbed by Miss Key's relentless inquiry and, without jest, continued the conversation. I have been wandering the seas due to materials for advancement. Should I come across any news, I will certainly share it. He paused momentarily, his tone adopting an odd inflection as he added, however, there is something quite peculiar. I was chatting with a drunken pirate the other day, initially skeptical of his tales. Yet upon further inquiry, I discovered them to be true. Is it related to ancient tombs or relics? Miss Key pressed on with her questioning. The Vortex fell into a noticeable silence, offering a bitter smile as he said, no, it concerns the events at Felice Port. As you know, I often drift across the seas, traversing various nations, which has fostered in me a habit of gathering diverse intelligence. Oh, The key displayed a clear lack of interest, prompting no further commentary. However, his silence did not deter the loquacious Vortex, who continued unabashedly, "In truth, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Yet it is undeniable that on the night of November 1st, a fierce battle erupted among the extraordinary beings at Feliceport, a battle of terrifying magnitude, reportedly involving a bishop from the primordial church." Pentagram interjected, "Based on your previous statements, a bishop from the primordial church must be at least a sequence 5 powerhouse, correct?" "Indeed," the Vortex replied, his tone inexplicably grave. "But this time is different, following the shocking incident that rattled the Western continent a year ago. The new bishop of the St. Paul Cathedral in Ballot City was reassigned from the Sophia Cathedral, a demigod known as the Holy Apostle, Inst Campbell." "A demigod?" Pentagram was clearly taken aback. Exhaling deeply, the key remained aloof in silence. Although Sean did not fully comprehend the true extent of a demigod's power, he could surmise that any entity with such a divine title was undoubtedly beyond his reckoning. Nevertheless, his concern did not lie primarily with this demigod bishop, for such formidable beings felt a world apart from him. Instead, he was far more intrigued by the mention of the devastating incident that had transpired a year prior, which had left the entire Western continent in shock. His father, a senior priest of the primordial church and a member of an extraordinary team, had tragically passed away in an accident a year ago. Was there a connection? As Sean pondered this, he recognized the necessity of not posing such a direct inquiry. Otherwise, his ignorance regarding this infamous calamity would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he casually remarked, "Speaking of that incident from a year ago, it truly is astonishing. Who would have imagined that such a powerful institution as the primordial church could find itself embroiled in such turmoil?" By alluding to the new bishop transferred from the primordial church, it was evident that the calamity was indeed linked to them. His vague statements would likely pique the Vortex's curiosity, prompting him to divulge the details Sean yearned to uncover. Indeed, the Vortex readily seized the opportunity to elaborate, a hint of temptation lacing his words. "However, as far as I know, the truth is far from what the primordial church describes as an accident." He abruptly paused, chuckling. "Mr. Schwangtong, would you like to know my version of the story? If so, it will cost you 300 gold coins, and I will share it with you alone." Sean rolled his eyes, muttering sarcastically, "Why not just steal it?" He was curt, regardless of whether the Vortex could discern his expression. "Apologies, but I have no interest in gossip." Although he was indeed quite curious about the tragic event referenced by the other party, he found the prospect of paying 300 gold coins rather unappealing. He decided it would be more prudent to wait until he joined the Lightbearers to seize an opportunity to inquire with the captain. With this thought in mind, he fell silent, mentally assigning a cunning label to the loquacious character known as Vortex. Sensing that Sean was not falling for his bait, Vortex chuckled awkwardly and said, "All right, I was merely jesting. Since no one has anything to contribute, let us convene again another time." The key amidst the white mist was the first to vanish. The pentagram smiled faintly before disappearing as well. Following suit was the chuckling Vortex. Finally, as Sean remained lost in contemplation on how to depart, the white mist before him quivered, causing his vision to blur. Chapter 27. The lower district. When Sean awoke, sunlight had already streamed through the convex window, casting its glow upon the edge of his bed. He rubbed his still drowsy eyes, his mind lingering in the enchanting reverie of the previous night. In that dream, he had amassed a fortune, providing his aunt with an estate grander than any palace, complete with maids, a housekeeper, a gardener, and even valiant female knights to protect them. They were destined to lead an untroubled, blissful life together. Alas, an angel with wings descended from the heavens and rudely awakened him. That face, though blurred, seemed vaguely familiar. Let me think. Damn it, it was that insufferable, miserly nurse again. The mere thought of his beautiful dream being shattered by that wretched nurse ignited a surge of frustration within him. After a time, he managed to calm his tumultuous thoughts, donned his clothes, and stepped out of his bedroom, somewhat despondent. The hall was immaculate, evidently having been tidied, with a table laid out with steaming pea porridge, fruit salad, and neatly sliced bread, even the forks and spoons arranged with precision. A warmth enveloped Sean as he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 8:33 in the morning. Without a doubt, his aunt had already departed for school. After a quick wash and breakfast, he cleared the table, adjusted his attire, checked the 3 silver coins in his pocket, secured his polished revolver and ammunition, and stepped out of the house with renewed vigor. Captain Oscar's Detective Exchange Association was not located in the respectable and relatively safe Tulip district, but rather in the lower district, where they had resided long ago. The lower district was the most chaotic area of Ballot City, akin to the shadowy corners of a house, rife with thieves, robbers, gangsters. Everything sordid and hidden from the light was concentrated here. It is said that the ethos of a city reflects the spiritual demeanor of its inhabitants. And this assertion holds true. Though it had been quite some time since he last ventured here, entering the stifling and oppressive lower district evoked an inexplicable tension within Sean. He refrained from deliberately clutching his inner pocket, wary of attracting the attention of the callous, vigilant, and malevolent individuals surrounding him. Instead, he resolutely thrust his right hand into his pocket, gripping the revolver that bestowed upon him an unyielding sense of security, deliberately creating a bulge in his pocket with its barrel. He believed that any seasoned ne'er-do-well would recognize the reassuring weapon concealed within. In this perilous and dilapidated lower district, even horse-drawn carriages were reluctant to venture unless one was willing to pay double or even more, should one choose to do so. Taking a carriage through this area would make one akin to a sheep with a sign proclaiming, "I am an easy target." The best outcome might be awakening early in the morning to find oneself stripped bare on the street. Of course, if fortune were to frown upon you. One might even imagine waking to find a kidney missing. Sean remained vigilant, even as tattered children approached begging along the roadside. He shook his head and sidestepped them, maintaining a measured pace. He was acutely aware that although these beggar children evoked pity, they were often backed by ruthless gangsters. The moment he displayed even a hint of compassion and parted with his money, he would inevitably find himself targeted. Thus, Sean continued his journey, traversing rows of dilapidated, filthy houses adorned with various graffiti, all the while inhaling the unmistakable stench of urine, decay, and sweat. At last, he discovered the building of the Detective Exchange Association nestled in a secluded corner, in stark contrast to the surrounding decrepit and squalid structures. This two-story edifice stood out like a white lotus in muddy waters, appearing somewhat out of place. There were no beggars or homeless individuals nearby, nor any gang members. The area felt markedly desolate. Most importantly, he finally spotted 3 policemen patrolling with dogs and batons. Startled, Sean instinctively withdrew his hand from his pocket and walked purposefully towards the entrance of the Detective Exchange Association, avoiding any direct eye contact. Perhaps due to his relatively decent and clean attire, the 3 officers merely cast a fleeting glance his way before redirecting their watchful gaze towards the path from which he had come. Sean paid little heed to the policemen and, with a mixture of apprehension and relief, passed through the security inquiry and entered the lobby. The lobby was spacious. Aside from the front desk directly ahead, there were racks displaying various commissions and a busy bartender at the side. The rest of the hall was furnished with reasonably respectable seating, where gentlemen and ladies clad in detective attire either sipped coffee or beer while reading newspapers, or stood before the racks scrutinizing various commissions. Sean's arrival elicited little attention. After all, the clientele consisted of conspicuously dressed detectives and various patrons seeking to place commissions. So aside from a few detectives who glanced his way, he remained largely unnoticed. Unfazed, he approached the front desk and addressed the smiling attendant. "I am looking for lawyer Martin Oliver." The attendant paused briefly, then smiled and replied, "Sir, please hold on a moment." She then approached the bartender, who was diligently working, and whispered something in his ear. The bartender glanced at Sean, then pushed a glass of a vibrant blue and red concoction, bubbling with white foam, towards him. Blue flame rose, 1 silver coin. For a moment, Sean was taken aback, slowly realizing that the bartender expected him to purchase a drink. His expression soured as he replied, "I apologize, but I am here to see lawyer Martin Oliver, not for a drink." The bartender remained unfazed, calmly stating, "It is Mr. Oliver's rule that anyone wishing to see him must partake of a blue flame rose." Sean furrowed his brow, uncertain whether he was being led astray or if this peculiar rule truly belonged to lawyer Martin. He scrutinized the bartender with a penetrating gaze, said nothing, and turned to leave. Regardless of the drink's price, even if it were complimentary, he had no intention of partaking. At this very moment, in a corner of the hall, Martin Oliver cast a wry smile at Oscar Soren, who sat before him. "Martin, a wager is a wager. Hand it over." Oscar Soren replied, still clad in a black trench coat, topped with a matching round hat, his collar turned up high, shrouding his entire visage in shadow. Hearing these words, Martin Oliver felt a deeper bitterness in his gaze, yet he reluctantly produced a coin, adorned with a purple gem at its center, and offered it with a pained expression. "Captain, may I substitute this ancient coin with 3 gold coins?" Chapter 28. The Violet Flame, Rose No. Oscar Soren exclaimed as he snatched the ancient gold coin from Martin Oliver's hand, directing his gaze towards Sean, who was making his way towards the exit. Shall we wager once more, betting on whether Sean will discover our presence? Martin Oliver's eyes lit up with intrigue as he quickly responded, I wager he will not. And I shall stake the ancient coin I just possessed. No, I shall wager too. As he uttered the final words, a fervent intensity ignited in his gaze. A palpable determination lacing his tone. He could hardly believe that a mere ordinary person like Sean could possibly perceive the spiritual barriers set by the captain. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting an urgent addendum. Captain, you must not play unfairly by removing the spiritual barrier, nor resort to illusions. A subtle smirk danced on Oscar Soren's lips as he placed his round hat upon the table, revealing a face that bore a cool, yet faintly amused expression. No problem. Meanwhile, Sean ambled towards the door, his mind swirling with thoughts regarding the events that had just unfolded. Logically, since the captain had summoned him to seek out Lawyer Martin. This must be a customary procedure for recruiting new members into the Order of the Sacred Light. Even if it were not so, it was highly probable that the captain had made prior arrangements with the other party. Thus, why would they choose to complicate matters for him? Or was it that he was simply ignorant of the protocols, a token of respect from a newcomer to an elder? Contemplating this, he halted momentarily, steeling himself before resolutely advancing toward the bar. Although parting with the silver coin pained him, for the sake of his aunt and the lucrative employment opportunity, he deemed the cost bearable. It's merely a drink, he lamented inwardly, his heart heavy as he approached the bartender with a stoic expression. With a slight twitch of his lips, Sean reluctantly extracted a silver coin from his pocket, placing it upon the counter before the smiling bartender, and spoke in a low voice, "Take me to see Lawyer Martin." The bartender unceremoniously accepted the coin, gesturing towards the violet flame rose on the table. "Sir, please indulge." Sean's facial muscles twitched, yet he remained silent, lifting the glass and downing its contents in one swift motion. The fiery liquid surged through him like molten lava, infused with a hint of fragrant zest, overwhelming his senses. His mind went blank, his throat ablaze, and he gasped for breath, his face reddening to a shade reminiscent of a drunken shrimp submerged in hot oil. "Lead the way." Sean strained to speak through the tumultuous effects of the alcohol coursing through him. The bartender regarded him with admiration, nodding. "Table 16 in the northeast corner." After a brief pause, he added, "You need not finish it. Why did you not say so earlier?" Sean glared at the bartender, his frustration mounting as he observed the bartender's innocent shrug. However, he had neither the time nor the inclination to argue with the bartender. All his fury was now directed at the loathsome Lawyer Martin, the architect of this predicament. Thus, harnessing the fleeting effects of the alcohol, he staggered towards table 16 in the northeast corner, his resolve unwavering despite his unsteady gait. Along the way, the detectives gazed at him with expressions of surprise or peculiarity. Yet he was too preoccupied to ponder their reactions. The fiery intoxication had blurred his vision, causing double images to dance before his eyes. Strangely, even though table 16 was still unoccupied, he perceived the smiling visage of the captain. Oh, divine light above. And there was that insufferable Martin Oliver, staring blankly at the swaying Sean. Particularly when he noticed Sean glaring at him fiercely, disbelief washed over him. It was impossible. Sean was merely an ordinary man, devoid of any spiritual awareness. At that moment, a thought struck him. For certain ordinary individuals with an innate higher spirituality, intoxication could indeed awaken their senses, allowing them to perceive things beyond the ordinary, such as spiritual barriers. "Martin, you've lost again. Hand it over," Oscar Soren remarked with a slight smile, extending his palm. He muttered to himself as he watched Sean approach. 1, 2, 3, down. Bang. Just as Sean reached his seat, he could no longer withstand the surging tide of alcohol within him. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Fortunately, Martin Oliver, quick-witted and agile, caught him. Otherwise, a rather intimate encounter with the floor would have been inevitable. To the surrounding onlookers, Sean, who had appeared on the verge of toppling, suddenly straightened with newfound vigor and sat down in the empty chair, engrossed in a newspaper. Oscar Soren's spiritual aura retracted, and he chuckled softly. All done. Martin Oliver glanced at the motionless detectives around them, realizing that the captain had once again employed his formidable illusions. With a bitter sigh, he retrieved 2 ancient coins from his pocket and handed them over, saying, "Captain, you've deceived me. You know full well the effects of strong liquor on those with heightened spirituality." Oscar Soren chuckled lightly. "Martin, you simply forgot." Martin Oliver was left speechless. As if a lump of phlegm had lodged in his throat, his face reddening. After a considerable pause, he sighed deeply and lamented, "O divine light above! Should I ever wager against the captain again, I shall wash the uniforms of my entire team for a month." He ultimately lacked the courage to voice any more dreadful punishments, perhaps reflecting his own uncertainty regarding his gambling tendencies. "Well then, Martin, do you still harbor any grievances against him?" At this juncture, Oscar Soren adjusted his round hat, concealing his face once more within the shadows of his collar. Martin Oliver hesitated, glancing at the inebriated Sean, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "I previously sought to test him, under the guise of a legal consultant for the Red Real Estate Consortium, though I am reluctant to admit it. I must concede that this young man possesses a maturity that far exceeds his years. He has indeed grown considerably." Oscar Soren furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you still not trust him? Remember, I've entered his dreams and found no issues." Martin Oliver fell silent for a moment before replying in a subdued tone, "Captain, I apologize. Perhaps I am overly sensitive." Oscar Soren seemed to grasp something profound as he gently patted his shoulder and whispered, "Martin, I understand you. But the departed are no more. Those who remain must strive to live on." With that, his figure gradually faded away. Striving to live on? Martin Oliver gazed at the empty tables and chairs, his eyes wandering, murmuring to himself, "Brother, what do you think?" Chapter 29. Attorney Martin when Sean awoke. He felt as though his head might explode. He rubbed his temples vigorously until his vision gradually cleared, only to discover that he was reclining on a sofa of unknown leather. Opposite him stood a white wall adorned with a large oil painting depicting two men who bore an almost identical resemblance. One was attired as a lawyer, while the other donned the garb of an educator. Sean instantly recognized the lawyer as the detestable Martin Oliver, which jolted him into full consciousness. He abruptly sat up and noticed Martin Oliver seated beside a table, leisurely perusing a newspaper. "You're awake," Martin Oliver remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sean as he set the newspaper down. Sean's keen eyes quickly discerned the name of the publication, Red News Weekly, alongside a prominent headline on the reverse that read, "After a decade, philanthropist Lord Hunt Red invests heavily in the upcoming Red Botanical and Zoological Park." The Red Botanical and Zoological Park? This philanthropist certainly has a unique interest, Sean mused, massaging his throbbing head. He then positioned himself across from Martin Oliver, his expression stern. "Attorney Martin, I have a question." "I am aware. I have disregarded the protocol intentionally," Martin Oliver replied with unexpected candor, leaving Sean momentarily speechless. Martin Oliver offered a slight smile and rose to prepare a cup of coffee for Sean. "Here, taste this. It is the Musang coffee beloved by Lord Red, sourced from the coffee plantations of the Global Peninsula in the Kingdom's colonies. It is rare in circulation, primarily reserved for the aristocracy." Sean, however, was not in the mood for coffee. He maintained a serious demeanor and asked, "Why?" Martin Oliver, unfazed, lifted his coffee cup to his lips, savoring the rich flavor. "Indeed, it is worthy of its noble reputation. The taste remains as robust and exquisite as ever. It is a pity you choose not to partake." Observing Sean's continued disinterest, he shook his head. "You are a rather dull fellow. Nonetheless, I shall divulge this. It is simply that I do not trust you and wish to assess your character." "Assess?" Sean's brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. "Was your last visit to my home also an assessment?" "Yes, I did see the news in the paper about your aunt wishing to mortgage the property, and that was indeed part of my inquiry," Martin Oliver replied, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. "As a member of the sanctified ones, even with the captain's assurance, I am entitled to express my doubts and seek verification." "Now I understand. But how does your drinking equate to verification?" Sean pondered internally, though his tone softened. "So, have you reached a conclusion from your assessment?" "Not yet," Martin Oliver stated plainly, fixing his gaze on Sean. "Thus, I still do not trust you." Sean felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. He had not even commenced his duties, yet found himself facing hostility from an older colleague who employed such peculiar methods to test him. It was impossible for him not to feel unsettled. At this moment, Martin Oliver, with his hands clasped under his chin, gazed curiously and inquired, "Now, let us discuss serious matters. The captain has asked me to ask you. What is your choice?" Sean raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't it be the captain asking me?" Martin Oliver replied nonchalantly, "The captain said that if you choose the first option, there is no need to meet him. You will henceforth be under my responsibility. However, if you choose the second, I shall take you to see him immediately." Sean was momentarily taken aback, then, as if understanding something profound, surveyed the entire room and pondered, This cannot be the headquarters of the Illuminators, can it? You are quite perceptive, Martin Oliver remarked, his eyes glinting. Internally, he added, this is also the reason I find it difficult to trust you. After all, the Sean Victoria I know is not like this. Is that truly the case? Do logistics personnel not even have the right to know where formal personnel work? Or is it merely me? Taking a deep breath, Sean slowly exhaled the decision he had made the previous night. I choose the second. Standing before a grand oil painting in the room, he looked at Martin Oliver, perplexed. Weren't you supposed to take me to see the captain? Why are we now admiring your artwork? Is this not a bit narcissistic? Seemingly perceiving Sean's disdainful gaze, Martin Oliver chuckled softly, carefully removing the oil painting to reveal a wide stone staircase descending below. On either side of the staircase, vintage oil lamps hung on the walls, their enduring glow dispelling tension and ushering in tranquility. Setting the painting aside, Martin Oliver took a lamp from the right wall and stepped forward, saying, Since you have chosen the second option, I trust you will soon become my teammate, and thus I shall no longer conceal certain matters from you. Sean silently followed behind, keeping his eyes on the ground to avoid missteps. This is my permanent office at the Detective Exchange Association. As I understand the profession, I am a lawyer frequently engaged in various assignments. Furthermore, I occasionally receive lucrative commissions here, which you will come to understand in time. Although our remuneration is not insignificant, it pales in comparison to our expenses. At this point, Martin Oliver wore a pained expression, as if reluctant to continue. Sean's heart sank, and he hastily interjected. Are the expenses substantial? What do you specifically mean? Indeed, I have always detested enigmatic individuals. Sean suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and asked, Was this passage secretly constructed by the church? You could say that, came the reply. Sean sighed in exasperation, but suddenly noticed that they had descended the curved staircase and arrived at an underground space reminiscent of a bomb shelter from a previous era. The pair found themselves in a circular hall, paved with stone slabs. At the center of the hall's floor lay a golden sun, intricately carved and inlaid with gold, surrounded by a constellation of gemstones. Beneath the celestial bodies knelt a six-winged angel, its hands raised in reverence to both the stars and the sun. This is the sacred emblem of the primordial church, symbolizing that the sun, which represents illumination, is the sovereign of the stars, the source of all existence, and the origin of all beginnings. The hall is flanked by passages on all sides, with the exception of the one from which they have just descended. Adorning the walls of the three passages from left to right are intricate engravings. The wall of the leftmost passage is adorned with a pentagram. The middle passage displays the image of a sacred sword with its blade pointed downward. The wall of the rightmost passage features the depiction of a devotee kneeling on one knee, hands raised heavenward in a gesture of supplication. Martin Oliver glanced at the somewhat bewildered Sean, a glint of mischief in his eyes, and said with a smile, Sean, how about a wager on which passage we shall traverse next? Chapter 30. The wager, a wager? Upon hearing this word, Sean instinctively felt a surge of wariness. However, rather than outright declining, he cautiously inquired, What shall we wager? Martin Oliver, stroking his chin in contemplation, cast a sidelong glance at Sean and replied nonchalantly, I am aware of your circumstances. At present, you lack funds. How about we wager your salary for the upcoming week? No sooner had he spoken than Sean resolutely and firmly declined, stating, I'm afraid not. I have no inclination towards gambling. After all, a week's wages comprise several gold coins. Is it truly appropriate to ensnare your new colleague in such a manner? Although Sean harbored a hint of discontent, he refrained from voicing it, merely expressing his refusal to partake. Martin Oliver's lips twitched slightly as he raised his voice a notch. Are you frightened? Yes, I am indeed frightened, Sean replied earnestly, unaffected by the provocation. With a regretful shake of his head, Martin Oliver remarked, You are quite the dull individual. Even more so than the captain. Intrigued, Sean inquired, Does the captain enjoy gambling? No, Martin Oliver replied, his expression darkening. The captain harbors no particular fondness or aversion towards anything. He simply delights in victory. At this juncture, Martin recalled the numerous occasions over the years when he had never bested the captain in a wager, having lost a considerable sum of gold coins, which left him with a feeling akin to a wound. Sean nodded thoughtfully, gaining a preliminary understanding of the elusive captain. Furthermore, the most significant revelation was that, from Martin's demeanor, he surmised a highly probable scenario. Martin had likely lost an abundance of wagers against the captain, perhaps never having triumphed even once. This led to a conclusion. When the captain proposes a wager, one must resolutely refuse, whereas, if he wagers against others, one should staunchly support the captain. If Martin, the lawyer, had lost so many times, it raised questions about his intellect. Perhaps it would be worth testing the waters with a wager against him? As this thought flickered in Sean's mind, he promptly suppressed it. Ultimately, he lacked any discernment regarding the three paths before him. To gamble would be to invite an exceedingly low probability of success, akin to gifting money to the opponent. Martin Oliver paused momentarily, then nodded and stepped to the left. At that moment, Sean suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I've just reconsidered. We shall be colleagues henceforth, and a wager isn't so grave an affair," he said, casting a somewhat sheepish glance towards the left passage. "I think I shall give it a try." A hint of excitement crept into Martin Oliver's smile as he replied. "Very well. Which passage do you wager on?" Sean scrutinized the three passages before him, hesitating briefly before he pointed to the left. "I wager on the left." Before he could finish his thought, he abruptly shifted his finger to the right. "No, I believe it's the right." He paused once more, and finally, under the somewhat rigid expression of Martin Oliver, he pointed towards the central passage. "All right, I have made my decision. I wager on the central passage." With that, he beamed at Martin Oliver, who was met with an enveloping silence around them. Earlier, he had almost abandoned the wager. But upon noticing his opponent instinctively stepping to the left, a flicker of suspicion ignited within him. However, his cautious nature compelled him to refrain from immediately opting for the left side. Instead, he deliberately chose an alternative path to gauge his opponent's reaction. As anticipated, when he mentioned both the left and right sides, despite his opponent's efforts to mask his facial expressions and bodily movements, the right hand he held subconsciously relaxed. What did this signify? It indicated a certain ease with which his opponent regarded the choices presented. In essence, whether he selected the left or right, his opponent would be content. Thus, the answer became self-evident. At this moment, Martin Oliver's right hand, which he had placed behind his back, began to tremble ever so slightly. Yet he managed to muster a smile that was more painful than a frown, saying, "Sean, you must think carefully. We are wagering a week's pay." Sean blinked and replied earnestly, "I understand. If I lose, I will give you a week's salary. If you lose, you will give me yours." Martin Oliver pressed his parched lips together and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" "No, I am certain," Sean thought, stifling the urge to laugh. Martin Oliver took a deep breath, his demeanor resembling one who had endured 3 days and nights of hardship, and weakly conceded, "You have won." Sean felt no apprehension about his opponent reneging on the agreement and joyfully followed. Although the captain had never disclosed the weekly salary for formal members, based on the preparatory members' remuneration of 6 gold coins, it could only be inferred that Martin Oliver's earnings were even greater. In other words, had he just secured, already obtained at least 6 gold coins? As Sean walked along the singular path devoid of branches, he observed the slightly stooped figure of Martin Oliver ahead, and for the first time, found him less disagreeable. Just then, a thought struck him, and he quickened his pace to jog alongside Martin Oliver, inquiring, "Lawyer Martin, may I ask about the other 2 paths?" Sean encountered yet another unfamiliar term. But seeing Martin Oliver's lack of willingness to explain, he suppressed his growing curiosity and began to worry about the gold coins yet to be claimed. Could this lawyer truly be someone who could not handle a loss? A wave of unease washed over Sean. After all, if his opponent truly chose to renege, he would find himself at an impasse. Lost in thought, their gaze fell upon a circular door, black and engraved with the emblem of the original church, where a shifting silhouette flickered in its reflection. Was this the sacred gate? Upon witnessing this scene, a chill coursed through Sean, as if a pair of cold eyes from the shadows were fixed upon him. At that moment, Martin Oliver had regained his composure and stepped forward, stating, "He is Sean Victoria, the provisional new member selected by the captain." Chapter 31. Sequence 7. Sean once again sensed a scrutinizing gaze from the shadows, causing a wave of tension to wash over him, tightening his entire body and raising the hairs on his neck. Suddenly, that chilling stare vanished, and the circular sanctum door slowly opened, revealing a straight passageway. "Enter. At the end of this path lies the headquarters of our luminaries," Martin Oliver remarked, seemingly discerning something from Sean's taut expression. He continued with a light chuckle, "Though these corridors are well concealed, the church must certainly have personnel assigned to guard them. These individuals are also formal members of the luminaries, yet they do not belong to the extraordinary team. Rather, they are members of the secret chamber. Their primary duty is to safeguard the passage and the chamber itself unless significant matters arise." "The secret chamber?" Sean inquired, intrigued. "Ah, yes. It is a repository for various ancient texts and even sealed artifacts, Martin Oliver briefly elaborated. Sean refrained from further questioning, understanding that he was not yet an official member and appreciating the information shared with him. Nevertheless, he etched the name of the secret chamber into his memory, resolving that should an opportunity arise, he would explore it, perhaps uncovering fragments of the travelogue of ancient Rome. As their conversation drew to a close, Martin Oliver turned to depart, leaving Sean to take a deep breath before stepping through the sanctum door. True to Martin's words, the passage was unobstructed. Illuminated by the flickering kerosene lamps, he soon beheld a spiraling staircase. The ascent was brief. After traversing 100 steps, he arrived at an exit, a pair of grand doors adorned with the emblem of the primordial church. He hesitated momentarily but opted not to push them open. Instead, he gently rapped on the surface. "Captain," Sean greeted as Oscar Soren appeared, a mixture of surprise and inevitability washing over him. "Sean, I knew you would make the right choice," Oscar Soren replied, evidently pleased with Sean's arrival, as he smiled and stepped aside to allow Sean entry. As Sean emerged, the bookshelf emitted a mechanical whir, slowly closing, along with the grand doors marked with the sacred emblem, leaving no visible seam. "The craftsman who constructed this bookshelf must be exceptionally skilled," Sean remarked in genuine admiration. He surveyed the room, noting the presence of shelves, a desk, an office chair, and a sofa, particularly drawn to the brown wooden desk, which stood out due to the brand-new mechanical typewriter perched atop it amidst various documents and office supplies. "This must be the captain's office," Sean deduced, his gaze landing on several freshly typed documents beside the typewriter. "Ah, these are 3 contracts, pertaining to logistical personnel, preparatory members, and full members. After this operation concludes, your contribution will determine your role," Oscar Soren explained, pausing momentarily before a peculiar smile crept onto his face. "Of course, you will still retain the option to choose to become logistical personnel afterward." The air fell into a brief silence. Sean nodded slightly and earnestly inquired, "Captain, may I now be informed of the specifics of our mission?" A sudden jolt of fear gripped Sean's heart. But he quickly realized that the other party had not discovered his activities in the washroom. He relaxed and, with a hint of confusion, replied, "Yes. I was lured by that mysterious voice and nearly took my own life." "Indeed, but not entirely correct." Oscar Soren's eyes glimmered with an odd expression. "That was merely one part of it. In fact, last night, you were almost shot in the head." "What?" Sean was genuinely startled, as if struck by a revelation. He trembled while retrieving a revolver from his pocket. "Captain, this revolver couldn't possibly be." A faint flicker of astonishment and anger appeared in Sean's eyes. Though he had awakened just moments before the captain entered, he had not fathomed that he had been teetering on the brink of a precipice. Most importantly, why had the captain given him the killer's firearm? Gazing at the captain's calm demeanor, Sean felt an inexplicable sense that this operation was far from simple. Indeed, this revolver belongs to the assailant. Rather, it is a tool of a wretched soul manipulated by the killer, Oscar Soren mused, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Douglas Andre, a member of the Detective Exchange Association, a somewhat renowned detective, he is that unfortunate soul. Sean inhaled deeply, his expression grave. And the true culprit? Uncertain. Oscar Soren shook his head. "We can only speculate that he may be a sorcerer of Sequence 7. Sean silently repeated Sequence 7 several times, not rushing to have the captain elucidate its meaning. Instead, he countered, "Has the true murderer been dealt with?" "No, he escaped." Pausing, a serious glint flickered in Oscar Soren's eyes. "Or rather, it is more likely that what approached was merely a projection or puppet. The true entity never manifested." After speaking, Oscar Soren seemed to have a sudden realization and looked at Sean with surprise. "Your composure is quite unexpected." Sean felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained his demeanor. "Captain, I owe you my gratitude. Your frequent appearances and disappearances have seemingly enhanced my capacity to accept such mysteries." Oscar Soren nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. And you have reminded me that this method of mine might indeed serve as an effective means of selecting new team members." Sean could only roll his eyes internally, silently mourning the prospects of potential new colleagues. Well, that encapsulates the events of last night. Though it may sound simple in recounting, it was, in truth, exceedingly perilous. Had Martin not preemptively discovered the commission investigating you and noted the involvement of Douglas, I fear I would not have been able to make timely arrangements. Yet, even so, this cautious individual managed to escape. Chapter 32. The Extraordinary Organization. At this juncture, Oscar Soren's gaze grew inexplicably grave. "Sean," he began, The following discourse shall delve into the clandestine matters concerning the extraordinary beings. Ordinarily, I am not permitted to divulge such information ahead of time. However, for the sake of this operation, I am willing to share it with you, on the condition that you swear an oath. Regardless of the choices you make post-mission, you must guarantee that you will not disclose what I am about to reveal to any sentient being. Sentient beings? Upon hearing the initial part, Sean instinctively tensed. But the latter part left him with a bemused expression. Oscar Soren seemed to discern Sean's thoughts and remarked nonchalantly in the past. A significant breach of confidentiality occurred within the Mechanica and Industrial Church, instigated by an extraordinary being who swore to keep secrets from all. Ultimately, he revealed the confidential information to a cat. Sean felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, yet faced with the captain's serious demeanor, he solemnly crossed himself, placing a hand over his heart. By the light, I, Sean Victoria, if I were to disclose any confidential matters shared by the captain to any sentient being, I shall descend into eternal darkness, never to find redemption. After all, the Orthodox Church includes the Dark Goddess Church. In dire circumstances, he could always seek refuge in her embrace, Sean silently added. While he couldn't claim to be a man of unyielding word, he certainly aspired to maintain his integrity. Nevertheless, in the realm of absolutes, he had left himself an avenue of escape should the need arise. Oscar Soren nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Before I begin, you may pose a few inquiries, any questions at all. This will facilitate your comprehension of my subsequent narration. Sean pondered briefly before inquiring. What precisely is the role of the illuminated? What are the extraordinary beings? And what does the term hierarchy signify? He had his suspicions regarding these three queries, yet they remained superficial. He now sought unequivocal answers to navigate this enigmatic world more adeptly. Indeed, survival was paramount. The realization that he, a distinguished traveler from another realm, had spent several days in this foreign world with no means of self-preservation evoked a sense of despair within him. Was he to be deemed the most woeful protagonist in history? Naturally, this endeavor could not rely solely on our church. Each of the four principal Orthodox churches possesses its own extraordinary organization. For instance, the Mechanica and Industrial Church has the heart of machinery, the Matron Goddess Church the children, and the Dark Goddess Church the nobility of night. As he reached the end of this explanation, Sean discerned a subtle shift in Oscar Soren's tone, hinting at a less than amiable sentiment. Reflecting on his own church's tenets, he nodded thoughtfully. It was clear that the Primordial Church and the Dark Goddess Church were not on friendly terms. After all, one represented light while the other embodied darkness. It was hardly surprising that camaraderie between the two was a rare occurrence. Sean's thoughts meandered, a faint expression of contemplation gracing his features. Oscar Soren paused for a moment, allowing Sean sufficient time to digest the information, and continued, "Now, let us discuss the Exalted Ones. This topic is rather extensive, so before we begin, I would like to pose a question. How proficient are you in history?" The captain was clearly being intentional with his words, wasn't he? Sean, at a loss for words, replied somewhat sullenly, "Not too great, just average. Really, I only know a little bit." How vexing. The original host of this body seemed to have ingested a history book, for he possessed virtually no knowledge in this area. "Ah, I see." Oscar Soren regarded him with a look of understanding, seemingly unfazed by Sean's reddening face, and softly stated, "In the midst of chaos, the Creator fell into slumber. The universe was born from his breath. The stars and the earth gradually took shape under his will, leaving only an avatar rooted between heaven and earth. His incarnation radiated a golden light, nurturing the deity of light. His roots were deeply intertwined with the earth, giving rise to the goddess of darkness. His form nourished all living things, birthing the mother goddess of life." Upon hearing this, Sean's gaze widened in astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, "The Creator's incarnation is a tree?" "Indeed," Oscar Soren nodded earnestly. "This has been confirmed through the records of the ancient sages of humanity. The Creator's incarnation is a sacred tree, emanating golden light, upon which sacred fruits grew, eventually leading to the emergence of the various races of the Dark Age, those mythological beings such as the half-orcs, dwarves, dragons, undead, vampires, elves, giants, sea monsters, demons, and we, the humans." At this juncture, Oscar Soren spoke with a tone of reflection. The Dark Age, prior to the Age of Dawn, is also known as the Age of Gods. During that era, humanity was not the protagonist of the world. The deities of various races frequently manifested their miracles. However, for reasons unknown, a great war ensued, leading to the downfall of many races and the demise of their gods. Only humanity, under the guidance and protection of the deity of light, the mother goddess of life, and the goddess of darkness, survived and ultimately became the masters of the world. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sean inquired, "What about the mechanists and the industrial church? Who do they worship?" Oscar Soren cast a glance at him and replied calmly, "The god of machinery ascended to divinity in the early age of dawn. Although he was not born from the Creator's incarnation, he completely ushered in the extraordinary era for humanity. Consequently, the god of machinery received recognition from the three principal deities, becoming the fourth orthodox deity of humankind." Sean seemed to grasp something, his astonishment evident as he exclaimed, "So, the god of machinery is a deity of humanity? I suddenly recall ancient Rome. If the records in the travels of ancient Rome are accurate, then it is certain that the god of machinery must have attained the status of sequence 1 through some means." "Indeed," Oscar Soren affirmed, shaking his head. "His name and history have long since faded from the annals of time. Even if some remember his name, none dare to speak it." With that, he paused, looking at Sean with a grave expression. "Remember this. Deities should not be gazed upon directly. Their names should not be uttered lightly, nor should they be defied." A sense of unease gripped Sean's heart as he quickly made the sign of the cross over his chest, his expression serious as he declared, "As long as there is light, my heart shall remain steadfast." Oscar Soren observed Sean's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. "There's no need to be so formal. This is not a court of judgment." With that, he lifted the coffee from the table and took a sip, smiling as he continued, "Now, if you wish to delve deeper into the secrets of the Dark Ages, once you become a formal member, you may seek Jessica in the Hall of Mysteries to request access to the tomes. However, what follows is the crux of my discussion." Chapter 33. Theory and Knowledge. Sean instinctively straightened his posture, adopting the demeanor of a humble student eager to absorb knowledge. Oscar Soren smiled faintly and remarked, "When discussing the extraordinary, it is imperative to introduce a significant theory, the theory of spirituality. This transcends the mere intelligence spoken of by the average person and is encapsulated in the three spiritual laws discovered and articulated by one of humanity's great sages, Bruce Daling. Firstly, every form of life possesses spirituality from the moment of its inception, albeit to varying degrees. Secondly, the essence of the world is a confluence of the spiritual and the material realms, with spirituality serving as a vital bridge between them. Thirdly, only spirituality can govern extraordinary attributes, and when both realms converge to a certain extent, a profound metamorphosis in the level of existence occurs." Upon hearing this, Sean thoughtfully stroked his chin and pondered, "So, an extraordinary individual essentially enhances their inherent spirituality to control these so-called extraordinary attributes, ultimately catalyzing a leap in their entire level of existence, thus becoming divine?" For the first time, Oscar Soren gazed at Sean with astonishment. "You are far more astute than I had anticipated." Sean smiled awkwardly. "It is merely because, Captain, your explanations are exceedingly clear, making comprehension quite straightforward. Understanding this point is crucial. The rest will follow," Oscar Soren acknowledged with a smile. He continued, "Firstly, there indeed exist individuals with an innate high level of spirituality. These individuals sometimes perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary people or hear sounds that elude the common ear. While this is quite normal, it also carries inherent dangers." With that, Oscar Soren's expression turned serious once more. "What I must convey pertains to the most enigmatic phenomenon of this world, extraordinary attributes. The origins of this phenomenon are widely debated. Some claim it arises from a fragment of the Creator, others assert it emerges naturally, while some attribute it to malevolent deities. Regardless of its source, one certainty remains: it will never vanish, only shift between various vessels. Based on this characteristic of extraordinary attributes, the great sages of humanity, through the remnants, inscriptions, and trials of the Dark Ages, have distilled a secret fruit system imbued with extraordinary qualities, suitable for human consumption. For the majority of ordinary individuals lacking high innate spirituality, consuming these extraordinary fruits is the sole means of perceiving spirituality. Moreover, when you begin to adeptly control the extraordinary attributes within these fruits through the application of your spirituality, congratulations, for from that moment forth, you shall be recognized as a Sequence 9 extraordinary individual. According to Mr. Kleinster, one of humanity's sages, in his treatise An Overview of Extraordinary Attributes, these attributes are not singular, but rather diverse. In other words, extraordinary attributes are akin to a group of alluring bunnies on the roadside, although they may appear similarly adorned. Their intrinsic essence remains distinct. As Oscar Solon disregarded Sean's peculiar gaze, he continued with conviction. Thus, following the lifetime summaries of numerous human sages such as Bruce Daling, Hebrew, and Kleinster, humanity has discerned 10 distinct types of extraordinary traits. Furthermore, upon integrating the secret fruit system, humans have identified that the consumption of different secret fruits can enhance various types of extraordinary traits, ultimately discovering 10 correct pathways, commonly referred to as the 10 extraordinary pathways. At this juncture, Oscar Solon began to sip his coffee silently, granting Sean ample time to digest and comprehend the information. Sean, however, found himself ensnared in contemplation. Not in the act of digesting or understanding, but pondering a singular question. Why did the pretty boy mention 13 divine pathways, while the captain spoke of only 10 extraordinary pathways? While the concepts of divine pathways and extraordinary pathways were not difficult to grasp, likely mere terminological differences, they diverged significantly in quantity. One was 13, the other 10, a disparity of 3 pathways. Could it be that the captain was deliberately concealing something? Sean considered this possibility but wisely refrained from voicing it, instead feeling a profound sense of relief from the captain's narration. He had at least corroborated much of his prior speculation and gained a foundational understanding of this enigmatic world, preventing him from stumbling blindly in ignorance. With this thought, he raised his gaze to Oscar Solon and inquired, "Captain, which pathway do you follow? And what is your sequence as an extraordinary being?" Oscar Solon paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "It is no trouble to reveal. I am of the Night Watcher pathway, currently classified as a Sequence 7 illusionist." "Ah, I forgot to mention, the names of each pathway are designated by the 4 great churches based on their initial Sequence 9 titles. For instance, my pathway Sequence 9 is Night Watcher, and the Sequence 7 Enchanter, which was previously mentioned as a potential culprit, corresponds to the Patient pathway." "What? Sequence 9 Patient? What on earth is that?" Sean thought he must have misheard, staring at Oscar Solon in astonishment. Oscar Solon shook his head in resignation. "Do not look at me like that. These names were bestowed by humanity's sages, and I do not fully comprehend them either." "Then you have some understanding," Sean remarked. Noticing Oscar Solon's reluctance to delve deeper into this matter, he shifted the conversation, asking, "What are the 10 extraordinary pathways?" Enlightenment dawned on Sean, and with a hint of frustration, he added, "So, with my current qualifications, is this all I am permitted to know?" "It is indeed a pity that your intellect has not been applied to learning," sighed Oscar Solon, adopting a serious tone. "For now, you need only grasp this much. The rest will become clear if you have the opportunity to become an extraordinary being after this operation." Sean nodded silently but could not suppress a long-held question. "Captain, why did you give me the killer's gun?" Oscar Solon smiled slightly. "Excellent. Your keen observation of this detail instills even greater confidence in me regarding your upcoming endeavor." Sean's heart instinctively tightened. Oscar Solon spoke to himself. "It's quite simple. We have been searching for an individual whose movements are shrouded in mystery, and we have been unable to pinpoint her exact location. Thus, I hope you can assist us in drawing her out." "She? The owner of that enigmatic voice?" Sean was taken aback, and after a long pause, he finally said with a rather grim expression, "Why must it be me?" Chapter 34. The Hunter's Guild. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a foreboding sensation lingered in his heart. Oscar Solon offered a peculiar smile. "Do you recall the mysterious voice he mentioned? Unfortunately, after our assessment, it appears she is indeed the individual we seek. While the rationale behind her insistence on your demise remains unclear, it is evident that you hold great significance. Thus, utilizing you as bait may offer a viable opportunity to draw her out." Sean's gaze sharpened, and the enchanting, soft female voice he had heard that fateful night echoed in his mind. "Go to Felix Harbor. Go forth, young man. Bravely leap into the depths. Your family awaits you in the sea." His complexion darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Who is she?" Oscar Solon's expression grew solemn. "A formidable and perilous adversary. As for the extent of her danger, I can only tell you that should I encounter her, I doubt I would even have the chance to flee." Sean's face paled gradually, and he managed to force out a smile more grotesque than tears. "Captain, this jest is rather ill-timed." "I'm not jesting," Oscar Solon replied earnestly. "While I may be doomed upon meeting her, your circumstances differ. From your previous encounters, it seems she has some reason for not wishing to personally end your life, making you the most suitable bait." At this juncture, he abruptly recalled something, and before Sean could respond, he continued, "By the way, you will not be the sole participant in this bait operation. Professor Elia will also serve as bait. After all, She too was a victim in the Rex case and subsequently faced an assassination attempt, much like yourself. Ah, Sean gasped in surprise, hastily inquiring, is Professor Elia unharmed? Oscar Soren smiled slightly. Are you quite close with Professor Elia? Sean raised an eyebrow and rolled his eyes. Captain, you are merely feigning ignorance. He did not trust that the luminary could not uncover the history between Professor Elia and his aunt. Oscar Soren, true to form, did not pursue the topic further, but instead remarked with a smile, Professor Elia is indeed unharmed. Not only that, but she ingested the secret fruit I provided last night, ascending to the rank of a Sequence 9 Night Seer. Alas, she ultimately chose to join the Arcane Order instead of the Extraordinary Squad. He paused briefly before adding, of course, as a party involved in the Rex case, she is both obliged and willing to participate in this operation as bait. The underlying implication of this statement was clear. Sean should not entertain thoughts of refusal. Agreeing to be bait was his only option. Though no gun was pointed at his forehead, Sean felt the sting of submission and clenched his teeth. What must I do? Moreover, what does this have to do with the revolver you provided me? Do you truly believe I can use this revolver to kill her? No. Oscar Soren interjected, waving his hand, a chilling smile creeping across his face. That revolver is not intended for you to kill her, but rather to prove that you are the true culprit behind the murder of the esteemed Detective Douglas Andre. Sean stood there, dumbfounded, rendered speechless for an eternity. Do not be astonished. Though Douglas may appear to us as an ordinary individual, within the realm of detectives, he holds a modest yet notable reputation. This raises the question, why would such a person accept a clearly dubious commission? At this point, Oscar Soren paused, an odd expression crossing his face, confirming the visual observation of Sean Victoria exiting 43 Garden Street alive before November 4th, remuneration of 200 gold coins. In the Tulip District, on Free Street, Sean gazed at the prominent inscription of the Hunters Guild on the sign above. A sense of bewilderment washed over him, yet simultaneously, everything felt oddly natural. He had envisioned numerous possibilities for the Lightbearers to conceal their identities, bars, merchant associations, even mercenary squads, but he had never anticipated the existence of the Hunters Guild, an unofficial organization. The Hunters Guild traces its origins back to the era of the First Roman Empire, when remnants of magical beasts and terrifying half-orcs lingered on the western continent. In the interest of human safety and survival, certain heroic figures, celebrated by bards, united to establish the guild, calling upon warriors from every empire to become noble demon hunters, fighting for humanity. It is said that during this time, the identity of a demon hunter was held in higher esteem than that of an imperial soldier. Even the great emperor of Rome was a powerful demon hunter at the pinnacle of his strength. As time progressed and history evolved, this venerable organization did not fade into obscurity but rather persevered through the ages. Nevertheless, this grassroots organization became subject to stringent regulation by various governments, transforming demon hunters from devoted warriors of faith into bounty hunters who operated on a remuneration basis. Official organizations such as the Lightbearers, the Heart of Mechanism, the Children, and the Nobles of Night are all registered as bounty hunter squads within the Hunters Guild. However, according to Sean's deductions, it is likely that these official organizations also maintain covert oversight over the guild, as every registered bounty hunter squad or individual hunter possesses a legitimate firearm permit. As he touched the revolver in his pocket, a bitter sensation crept across Sean's lips. Although he had previously surmised that this undertaking would not be straightforward, he had never expected the captain to designate him as bait. Furthermore, he would be arrested by the police under the suspicion of having murdered the esteemed Detective Douglas Andresi. Reflecting on this, the conversation he had just before departing with the captain resurfaced in his mind. Captain, I can serve as bait, but what about my aunt? How will she cope? She surely cannot accept this situation. Rest assured, your aunt has recently been unable to meet you. The kingdom's navy has discovered an ancient tomb belonging to the Caddis family in a deep-sea trench in Lusubi. Numerous artifacts and documents have been unearthed, and in pursuit of unraveling its mysteries, the kingdom has discreetly relocated these items to the Hogwarts Academy where your aunt is situated. Do not be surprised. Professor Elia is the sole scholar in the kingdom with profound expertise in the Caddis family. In her absence, your aunt, as her capable student and equally knowledgeable about the Caddis family, will be the only choice for Hogwarts. But what about Professor Elia? Did you not mention that she is also a decoy? Should I not engage with her? There is no need. Your mission differs from hers. What you must do is simply respond as you would when wronged. Sean silently repeated this phrase several times, gradually grasping the essence of this task. It is a performance. Yes, One must portray oneself authentically. With this realization, he took a deep breath and turned towards home. Chapter 35. Your aim is abysmal. As Sean walked along the concrete path of Liberty Street, his spirits began to lift with the gentle autumn breeze that accompanied Shui. He absent-mindedly caressed the 2 silver coins nestled in the inner pocket of his coat, casting a wistful glance at the tantalizing array of food stalls that lined the street. Particularly, when passing a haberdashery selling gentlemen's hats, attire, leather boots, and canes, he could not suppress an expression of profound envy. Yet, ultimately, the emptiness of his pockets compelled him to shake his head and move on. These luxuries were far beyond the reach of someone yet to receive compensation for his efforts. That familiar silver hair and those blue, diamond-shaped eyes. Yet it felt as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown over him on a sweltering summer day, leaving him chilled to the bone. Rex? Could it truly be him? Was he not already dead? Or was he, as before, merely a manifestation of some malevolent spirit? As Sean's heart trembled with conflicting emotions, the silver-haired youth in the distance flashed him a peculiar smile before vanishing into a nearby alley. After a moment of quiet contemplation on the sofa, Sean casually nibbled on some rye bread, preparing to re-enter the washroom. Although he had agreed to serve as bait for the captain, this did not mean he was resigned to inaction. He still wished to check if any of the official members had new assignments, perhaps leading to something he could utilize, akin to his previous experience. However, just as he rose to his feet, an instinctual shiver raced down his spine, with every hair on the back of his neck standing on end. It felt as though an unseen presence was softly exhaling a cool breath against the nape of his neck. After stretching his stiff limbs, he chose not to head toward the washroom but instead turned his steps toward the second floor. Upon reaching the staircase's corner, as he pivoted his body, his peripheral vision naturally caught a glimpse of the living room, where Rex stood behind the sofa, smiling enigmatically at him. Bang! Instinctively, Sean drew his revolver and aimed it at Rex, disengaging the safety. Who are you? He demanded, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he cautiously descended the stairs, narrowing the distance between them. It was not confidence that drove him. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own ineptitude with firearms, convinced that at a distance, he would be unable to hit his target. Rex maintained his odd smile. And only when Sean closed to within 2 meters did he emit a rather high-pitched voice. Sean Victoria. Sean's pupils dilated at the unmistakably alien tone emanating from Rex, his anxiety palpable. Who exactly are you? Heh. Rex leaned lightly against the edge of the sofa, his demeanor turning sinister. That is of little consequence. What matters is that you have taken something that does not belong to you, and for that, you shall pay. Something that does not belong to me. At this realization, Sean's gaze solidified, understanding he had no other recourse. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he fired 3 shots in rapid succession. 2 missed due to recoil, striking the sofa instead, while one found its mark in Rex's chest. Blood instantly stained the fabric, and Rex doubled over. Yet eerily, he seemed unfazed as he slowly rose, his voice piercing through the air. Sean Victoria, your time is nigh. Bang. Rex's body stiffened, his gaze dimmed, and he toppled heavily onto the sofa. Captain. Sean's anxious heart finally relaxed, but the next moment, upon noticing the nearly ruined sofa, he let out a wail. Oh no, my sofa. How am I going to explain this to my aunt? A sharp pain seized Sean's heart. Oscar Solon shook his head slightly, crouched down to examine Rex's corpse, and nodded. Last time it was the living Douglas, and this time it's the deceased Rex. We can reasonably conclude that the opponent is a level 7 enchanter. Sean was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, his eyes wide. This is Rex's body? Indeed, Oscar Solon replied, standing up and removing his gloves with a calm demeanor. Half an hour ago, colleagues from the security office reported that Rex's corpse had mysteriously disappeared from the parking area. Upon receiving the report, I rushed over here, and indeed, the target was you. Pausing, he glanced at the still-dazed Sean and furrowed his brow. What have you taken that does not belong to you? Sean's heart tightened, bewildered. I don't know. I don't even know him. Perhaps you simply forgot. Oscar Solon said, looking deeply into Sean's eyes. Well, the opponent has failed to kill you twice now, so it is unlikely they will recklessly attempt it again in the near future. As he spoke, he glanced at the corpse on the sofa and pulled an iron box from his pocket, tossing it over to Sean. Instinctively, Sean caught it, puzzled. What is this? Spirit-infused bullets, Oscar Solon replied, maintaining his unflappable demeanor. Since this enchanter has set their sights on you, it would be prudent for you to possess some means of self-defense. Sean's eyes widened in realization, yet he remained anxious. Captain, The opponent is also a level 7 extraordinary being. These bullets. He hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing the words, "Are they even useful?" "As long as they do not come personally to kill you, they are indeed useful," Oscar Solon stated, slowly vanishing from Sean's sight. "And do practice your marksmanship at the Hunters Guild. Your shooting skills are woefully inadequate." After a considerable time, Sean left his home with a glum expression, heading toward the Hunters Guild. As for the mess left behind at home, he trusted that the captain would arrange for someone to handle it, so he need not worry. He pondered whether the captain would expect him to cover the costs of the cleanup. As his thoughts wandered, he instinctively felt the 2 silver coins in his pocket, silently resolving to spend that money quickly. Thus, it wasn't long before, as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, he once again beheld the sign of the Hunters Guild. Chapter 36. The shooting range. Upon entering the Hunters Guild, he did not hastily approach the front desk to inquire about the shooting range's location. Instead, he veered into the public restroom. Skillfully locking the door behind him and filling the sink with water, he took a deep breath and submerged his face in the cool liquid. The familiar sensation of a sharp sting in his throat surged forth once more, accompanied by the rapid beating of his heart, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the enigmatic chamber again. This time, he did not delay. He swiftly pressed his left palm against the copper mirror and, without waiting for the pale-faced figure to speak, declared, "Check the commissions." "As you wish, Mr. Dual Eyes," came the emotionless reply from the pale-faced figure, who quickly faded from the surface of the mirror, while a series of commissions inscribed with ancient Roman words began to materialize upon it. The first was a commission concerning a vortex, echoing the discussions from the recent intertemporal conference, in addition to a recipe for a secret fruit of Sequence 9's rabble. There was now also a recipe for a secret fruit of the Sequence 9 night visioners. The commission remained unclaimed, clearly indicating that none among the members of the Outsider S house had chosen to purchase it. Next came a new commission from the Pentagram regarding the ancient inscriptions of the Dark Ages, which could be exchanged for any C-grade extraordinary item or seal. Sean promptly disregarded this, allowing his gaze to settle on the final commission from Miss Key. Regrettably, she too had no new offerings. As Sean dabbed at the water on his face with a corner of his clothing while gazing into the mirror, he could not help but furrow his brow. He was no longer the naive youth he had once been upon his arrival, having uncovered a wealth of hidden information and compared it with his own experiences. He was almost certain that 2 adversaries were now tracking him. The first was the mysterious woman's voice, the instigator of the original host's tragic plunge into the sea. And it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Rex's malevolent spirit was also under her influence. The weight of this realization bore heavily upon Sean's heart, as he understood that his current predicament was exceedingly perilous. Not only was there an unknown enemy who could easily outmatch even the captain, but there also loomed an irreconcilable curse wielder. It appeared that the path before him was singular. He must swiftly acquire secret fruits to become an extraordinary being. Sean promptly recognized that his only avenue to salvation lay in the successful completion of this mission. Understanding that a recipe for a secret fruit would cost at least 200 gold coins, not to mention the uncertainty surrounding its consumption method, he knew he had to excel in this endeavor to earn the opportunity to transcend to extraordinary status. With this clarity in mind, Sean felt no hesitation. After straightening his attire, he exited the restroom, only to collide with a flamboyantly dressed red-haired woman. This lady, seemingly inebriated, cast a fleeting glance at Sean before pushing him aside, murmuring, "Little brother, what I fancy are rugged older men, not tender lambs like you." Sean frowned, but chose not to engage with her further, instead making his way directly to the guild's front desk. "Good day, Mr. Sean. How may I assist you today?" The voice belonged to a gentle and sweet-natured blonde woman, reminiscent of many receptionists before her. Sean, taken aback by her remarkable memory, nodded slightly and replied, "I wish to proceed to the shooting practice range." "Very well, please follow me," the blonde lady said with a smile, guiding Sean as they ascended the staircase to a vast underground shooting range. "Sir, since you are a registered hunter, the range is available for your complimentary use. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon our attendants." The blonde lady, evidently trained in her profession, maintained a constant smile and spoke with poise, swiftly providing Sean with an overview of the facility. As she departed, Sean was directed by an attendant to an available shooting lane, number 3. With a decisive gesture, he dismissed the attendant and opened the revolver, methodically loading the pre-prepared bullets into the cylinder. He resolved to save the additional enchanted bullets provided by the captain until he had honed his marksmanship. Having never undergone formal shooting training, Sean hesitated briefly before snapping the revolver closed. Drawing upon his memories of shooting games, he steadied the weapon with both hands, aiming at the target positioned at a distance. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. His arm jolted, and his body leaned back slightly, causing the bullet to veer far from the intended target. He tilted his head in disappointment, muttering to himself, "I knew I couldn't hit anything from this far." However, he had no alternative. The 5-meter target was the shortest distance available at the range, and he could only explore and master the technique on his own. Bang! 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 The sharp report of gunfire soon echoed throughout the range. Within mere minutes, Sean lost count of how many shots he had fired, only realizing that when he finally managed to hit the target, his arms felt sore and swollen, with his right hand showing signs of redness and swelling. Reluctantly, he took a brief respite, waiting for the pain in his arm and hand to subside before resuming his practice. Chapter 37. The mission begins. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the shooting range once more. This time, Sean's accuracy improved significantly as he continued to shoot. He found that he was hitting the target more frequently. Eventually, he managed to strike the target with 1 out of every 3 shots, occasionally even landing in the 8 or 9 rings. His rapid progress led him to ponder whether he possessed a natural talent for marksmanship. After several rounds of practice, his entire arm ached to the point where he could scarcely lift it, yet a joyful smile illuminated his face at last. Excellent! Although it felt somewhat like a last-minute effort, he could at least ensure that 2 out of his shots would hit the target within 5 meters. Enduring the pain, Sean tucked his revolver into his pocket and was about to take a break when 2 police officers approached from a distance. His heart raced at the realization that the mission had commenced, and he feigned composure as he poured himself a glass of beer and took a sip. Turning to the officers who had now reached him, he smiled and inquired, "Good officers, may I ask what brings you here?" Taking a deep breath, Sean nodded and affirmed, "Yes, I am." Suddenly, the 2 officers drew their sidearms, and, amidst the terrified gaze of the waitress, they commanded, "Immediately place your hands on your head and turn away." Although Sean had anticipated such an occurrence, the reality of the situation still left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, recalling his role, he complied and turned away, hands on his head. Thud! One of the officers swiftly stepped forward, pressing against Sean's back, causing him to emit a muffled grunt as he was forced down to the ground. With the officer's knee pressing against his neck, the other officer hastily confiscated the weapons and ammunition from Sean's pocket, handcuffing him as he felt cold sweat bead on his brow from the pain. "Shut your mouth." The officer kneeling on Sean's neck glared fiercely at him. Once he confirmed that his partner had secured all items from Sean's pockets, he coldly pulled Sean to his feet and stated, "Sean Victoria, you are under arrest for the alleged murder of Mr. Douglas Andrek and Miss Connie Ream. In accordance with the laws of the kingdom, we are taking you into custody. You have the right to remain silent, and anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to consult an attorney before being questioned by the police. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you at no cost by your faith-associated church." At that moment, as Sean expertly portrayed a mixture of shock and panic, he froze upon hearing the name Connie Ream. His mind blanked, and instinctively he exclaimed, "No, I did not kill anyone. I am innocent." However, the officers paid no heed to Sean's protests. After reciting the Miranda rights, they escorted the bewildered Sean out of the underground shooting range. The Miranda rights stem from a notorious serial murder case in the kingdom decades ago, stipulating that when interrogating a detained or soon-to-be detained suspect, the police must inform them of their right to remain silent and their right to legal counsel. Failure to adhere to this obligation renders any obtained confession inadmissible. Sean, with a bewildered expression, was escorted into the hall by 2 police officers. It was only upon seeing a red-haired woman, draped in a white cloth, being carried out on a stretcher that he jolted back to reality. His heart raced at the realization that it was indeed the same woman. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the hall noticed Sean's presence and began to murmur and point. Particularly, the blonde woman who had earlier guided Sean to the underground shooting range gasped in horror, covering her mouth as she whispered, "Oh, dear son God. Did I just come into close contact with a murderer?" In the northern outskirts of the Dow Street district lay the Brady Cemetery. After a solemn eulogy delivered by a priest from the original church, Oscar Soren, Martin Oliver, and a blonde woman each bowed their heads in prayer, watching as the solemnly attired officers carefully lowered the coffin into the grave. The sound of dirt being shoveled in followed, gradually obscuring the black coffin beneath the sorrowful gaze of Professor Elia. Beside her, Smith Conchi, dressed in scholarly attire, made the sign of the cross and murmured, "May Rex rest in the kingdom of the God of light." Turning to Professor Elia, he added, Ariana has been requisitioned by the Academy's higher-ups. She entrusted me to express her condolences and apologies. After a brief pause, he continued, please do not hold it against her. She is a girl of deep loyalty. But as you know, in all the kingdom, aside from you, she is perhaps the only one devoted to the study of the Caddis family. Professor Elia shook her head slightly and replied softly, Mr. Smith, I understand Ariana better than I understand myself. At that moment, the stone slab was placed, and the grave was filled. The epitaph on Rex's tombstone read simply, the beautiful, kind, and wise mother was my lifelong faith. This phrase originated from a solitary thought pinned on the first page of Rex's diary and was suggested by Oscar Soren to serve as the epitaph. The atmosphere of mourning gradually succumbed to silence, punctuated only by the sound of orderly gunfire. One by one, the officers departed, with Smith Conchi, Martin Oliver, and others expressing their condolences to Professor Elia before leaving. Soon, only the tearful Professor Elia and the solemn Oscar Soren remained. After a brief silence, Oscar placed a white flower at the base of the tombstone and approached Professor Elia, speaking softly, Professor, I apologize for bringing this up at such a moment. But you know, Professor Elia managed a strained smile, her voice laden with sorrow. In truth, even without this incident, I wish to spend one last night with Rex. Oscar nodded slightly, replying, that is good. Please remember my words. Should anything unusual occur during this time, immediately use the Holy Light incantation, invoking the Hebrew word for holy light. Professor Elia continued to gaze dreamily at the tombstone, murmuring, Captain, do you think the woman who caused Rex's death will appear? Oscar Soren remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know. Chapter 38, The Dark Room in the Roman District. Within the confines of the police headquarters, an interrogation room. Martin Oliver cleared his throat softly. Casting a glance towards the door, leaning forward slightly, Connie Lem was ostensibly the mistress of Douglas Enright, but in truth, she was an informant placed by the police within the Detective Exchange Association. Coughing, he added, do not regard me with such an expression. I have only just learned of it myself. Sean inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. Her role as an informant is irrelevant to me. My inquiry pertains to how her death affects me. I do not know her. How could I possibly kill her? I am aware, Martin Oliver interjected, lowering his voice. The captain is also aware, yet the current situation is that this woman was sent by a police superintendent to investigate Douglas's affairs within the Hunters Guild. It was only by sheer misfortune that she encountered you at the restroom entrance, resulting in her poisoning. Furthermore, the police discovered remnants of a toxic syringe in your pocket. What? Sean involuntarily raised his voice, filled with shock and indignation. That is impossible. This is clearly an orchestrated frame-up. I understand, Martin Oliver rolled his eyes. Both the captain and I believe you would not engage in such absurd behavior. Thus, the captain's directive is for you to play along. To unveil the identity of the individual lurking behind the scenes and their ulterior motives. Sean's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. After a prolonged silence, he muttered, is this an enhancement of the operational difficulty? Indeed, Martin Oliver blinked and grinned. The previous plan was for you to assume the role of an unjustly accused suspect. However, you now find yourself as an actual suspect. Oh, by the way, Martin Oliver suddenly recalled something, a smirk gracing his lips. As your current attorney, and in light of our camaraderie, I shall offer you a 50% discount on legal fees, merely 10 gold coins. Sean was taken aback, staring blankly at Martin Oliver, stammering. You mean, I owe you 8 gold coins from our last wager, right? Subtracting that, you owe me 2 gold coins. Rising. Martin Oliver patted Sean on the shoulder, a mischievous smile playing on his face. What do they call that? Ah, yes, it comes to mind, sunshine always follows the storm. Believe in the rainbow. Indeed, Emperor Qin of ancient Rome spoke wisely, having reluctantly acquiesced to Martin Oliver's financial dealings. Sean sadly realized that he had not yet truly joined the Illuminated Ones, yet he was already burdened with considerable debt. A total of 2 gold coins might not seem substantial, but for Sean, it was akin to adding insult to injury. He glared at the self-satisfied retreat of Martin, inwardly reassuring himself, Sean, fret not. This is but a passing storm. Your sunshine shall soon arrive. Before long, 2 policemen entered to commence the actual questioning. Following Martin Oliver's advice, Sean adhered to the principles of ignorance, denial, and injustice, proclaiming his innocence at every turn, successfully incensing the 2 officers to the point of storming out in frustration. After Martin's explanation, Sean felt a surprising sense of relief, no longer fearing that he would be wrongly accused of murder. After all, The Light-Bearers were an extraordinary organization of the primordial church. If they could not resolve this matter, it would indeed be a disservice to the very essence of the extraordinary. Soon, he found himself escorted into a small, dimly lit room by two police officers. The space contained merely a window, a set of furniture, a bed, and a collection of bedding. Clearly, this was to be his resting place for the night. Sighing, Sean lay on his side, feeling somewhat gloomy as he gazed at the damp walls before him, contemplating how he might defend himself should someone attempt to take his life. The death of Connie Rim filled him with an ominous premonition, compounded by the fact that she was an informant for the Guard Bureau, leading him to suspect that those who wished him harm might very well be within the Bureau itself. Who could it be lurking in the shadows? The mysterious woman who had lured him to the sea, or the sorcerer who had attempted to kill him on 2 occasions? As Sean pondered these questions, a sudden thud resounded from the iron door, causing his heart to race. Instinctively, he sat upright, only to see a police officer in his 30s entering. The officer wore a white coat, sported gold-rimmed glasses, and carried a medical kit. A forensic expert? And a lower-ranking inspector, much like the captain? Sean thought to himself. He possessed a basic understanding of forensic science. In the kingdom of Augustine, forensic experts held a high and respected social status. They were not part of the kingdom's judicial system but belonged to various university medical departments, only being employed at high salaries when the judicial system required their expertise. Sean Victoria, he introduced himself. I am the Guard Bureau's appointed forensic expert, Franklin Jones, and also a professor in the medical department at Hogsworth College. I am here to conduct a blood test and hope for your cooperation. The man, identifying himself as Franklin Jones, spoke with a calm yet unmistakably proud tone, exuding a confidence that suggested noble lineage, likely stemming from a family with a distinguished history. Taking a deep breath, Sean glanced at the medical kit being slowly opened on the table and replied, Mr. Franklin, may I inquire why you need to draw my blood for testing? I am not poisoned. This is a necessary procedure, Franklin Jones replied, methodically retrieving a syringe and a vial from his kit. Approaching Sean, he added, the police need to ascertain whether you committed the act of murder in a normal state or an altered one. Pausing for effect, he suggested, since you are aware of how to extract and utilize the poison of the poison dart frog for killing, it may not be far-fetched to consider that you could have been long-term using and refining coca leaves as well. Coca leaves? What are those? Sean asked, bewildered, before quickly pressing, did you just say the poison of the poison dart frog? Was Lady Connie killed by such venom? Franklin Jones paused momentarily, holding the syringe, and gazed at Sean, saying, the poison dart frog primarily inhabits the tropical forests of the overseas colonies of the kingdom. Although I am uncertain as to how you acquired this venom, as a police officer, I urge you to willingly disclose the circumstances in hopes of receiving leniency from the judge during your trial. Sean remained silent for a brief moment, offering a wry smile as he watched the other man insert the syringe into his own arm to draw blood. Inspector, I assure you, I did not commit murder. Nor do I possess any knowledge of poison dart frogs. What do you expect me to confess? With that, his figure vanished from sight, leaving Sean alone, staring blankly at the gently swaying iron gate. Chapter 39. The pitiful creature. With a sudden jolt, Sean awoke from his slumber, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon Captain Oscar Soren, who stood at the bedside clad in a black trench coat, a matching round hat perched atop his head. Snapping his fingers, Captain, what brings you here? Sean queried, his senses sharpening as he scanned the room. Noticing that the pendant lamp above seemed suspended in a state of stasis, frozen at the apex of its arc, it dawned on him that yet again, it was the captain's formidable illusion at play. Oscar Soren's dark brown eyes betrayed no emotion as he spoke in a calm tone. There has been a summoning of a demon via a secretive ritual in the guardhouse. For the time being, my comrades and I are unable to ensure your safety. A summoning ritual? A demon? Sean's heart raced, realizing there was no time for further inquiries. What about me? In order to prevent unnecessary casualties, we have temporarily bound the demon with a sealing spell, but this will not hold for long. Shortly, I will employ an illusion to distract the guards in the guardhouse. You must seize the opportunity to escape. Remember, upon exiting, turn left, then left again, in the drawer to the right of the desk in the registration room. You will find your revolver and spiritual bullets. Retrieve them and survive. As soon as the words left his lips, Oscar Soren's form shattered like glass, vanishing into thin air, while the once motionless pendant lamp began to sway. Sean inhaled deeply, mustering his courage to leap from the bed, swiftly approaching the iron door. He cautiously peered outside, testing the door, which opened effortlessly to reveal a narrow gap. It was evident that the captain had indeed prepared for this eventuality, providing Sean with a sense of reassurance. Rather than hastening his exit, he chose to remain by the door, silently awaiting the chaos the captain had foretold. Thud, thud, thud. The oppressive silence of the darkened room was palpable, and Sean's heart raced, contracting and expanding in rapid succession, leaving him breathless. Just as he steeled himself to open the door, it was thrust open with a resounding bang by a young officer, who, panic-stricken, uttered a hasty warning. Run. There's a bomb. Before vanishing without a trace. Sean stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds, then realized that the captain's illusion had indeed taken effect. However, he refrained from rushing out, instead straining to listen to the sounds beyond. It was only when he confirmed the absence of footsteps that he followed the captain's earlier instructions, turning left upon exiting, then left again at the first intersection. Finally entering the registration room near the entrance, he opened the drawer to the right of the desk and found his familiar revolver and a box of spiritual bullets resting securely within. Elation surged through him as he swiftly retrieved the handgun, spinning the cylinder and expertly loading the silver bullets inscribed with peculiar runes into their chambers, sealing it with a decisive click. With a long exhale, Sean felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him, his tense demeanor softening considerably. The adage "a gun in hand brings calm to the heart" resonated deeply within him. At that moment, he surveyed the registration room and the adjoining hall, noting the absence of even a single officer, prompting an involuntary sigh. He shook his head, preparing to depart. Yet, as he took a step forward, he suddenly froze, a flicker of hesitation glimmering in his eyes. He suddenly recalled an important matter: whether he could become an extraordinary being hinged upon his contributions. In other words, if he were to flee from the security bureau at this moment, although his safety would be assured, his chances of becoming an extraordinary being would simultaneously vanish. Furthermore, there was the formal membership of the mysterious Copper Mirror to consider. If he failed to become an extraordinary being within a week, Sean's mind raced, and the hesitation on his face quickly dissipated, his gaze gradually solidifying. Gritting his teeth, he murmured to himself, "I must give it my all. Regardless, I possess a handgun and spiritual bullets. With the captain and the others leading the charge, I should be fine as merely a support." As he spoke, he seemed to be rallying his spirits, vigorously swinging his arm before raising the handgun and stepping out of the registration room. He cast a lingering glance towards the entrance. Then, gritting his teeth, he re-entered the corridor, advancing toward the dark area at its end. Although uncertain of the captain's whereabouts, the oppressive and fearful aura emanating from the darkness had already revealed the answer to him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as he was but a step away from the dark area, his pupils constricted sharply. With a low growl, he lunged forward, instinctively preparing for a sweeping blind shot. In the blink of an eye, as he squeezed the trigger, a pair of cold, powerful hands seized his arm, twisting it to snatch away his handgun. Shocked, Sean barely had time to scream when a familiar voice echoed, "Congratulations, Sean." Huh? Sean's mind went blank. In the next moment, the darkness dissipated like a bubble, revealing Captain Oscar Soren, clad in a black trench coat and wearing a matching round hat, twirling the handgun with his index finger while smiling at him. "Congratulations, Sean Victoria. You have conquered your fear and successfully passed the final test," Oscar Soren declared with a smile. "Test? Conquered fear?" Sean snapped back to reality, his expression darkening. "So, this so-called operation was a sham? It was merely a test for me?" "Indeed." Oscar Soren's demeanor turned unusually serious. "Sean, while the idea of being an extraordinary being may seem appealing, we are, in fact, a group of pitiful souls treading a path of no return. Loss of control, death, degradation, madness, slaughter, collapse, these crises, which many may never encounter throughout their lives, are as commonplace to us as rye bread. For us, the greatest danger does not stem from malevolent unknowns or perilous foes, but rather from fear that arises from the depths of our own hearts. If tonight you choose to succumb to the fear of death and flee, I regret to inform you that you are unfit to become an extraordinary being." Oscar Soren smiled slightly, adding, "The inspector who issued the covert orders is none other than me." Sean felt an inexplicable sense of relief, stammering, "So? She isn't dead at all? You all, including those officers, were merely acting?" Sean could only helplessly raise his thumb in admiration. Yet, in the next moment, a thought struck him, and he indignantly remarked, "Captain, even if this is merely an act, there is no need to have the coroner draw blood, is there? Although it is not much, it still hurts quite a bit." "Draw blood?" Oscar Soren replied, slightly taken aback. "I did not arrange that." Chapter 40. A perilous moment. Sean was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if a realization struck him, he inhaled sharply and trembled as he uttered, "Franklin Jones. The forensic expert from the Security Bureau. Is he not the one you arranged to draw my blood?" Oscar Soren's expression shifted dramatically, and with a sense of foreboding. He hastily tossed his firearm to Sean before turning and sprinting toward the small building behind the Security Bureau's main hall, the site of the Criminal Identification Center, where forensic experts and evidence analysts worked. Damn it, why in the world would that bastard forensics expert want to draw my blood? Sean's face mirrored the gravity of the situation, and after a moment's hesitation, he clenched his jaw and followed in the direction of Captain Oscar Soren. This was the first time he witnessed the captain not departing with his usual flair of illusion, indicating the severity of the matter at hand. Soon, he found himself outside the small building where he saw Captain Oscar Soren standing motionless. "Captain, what is the matter?" Sean inquired, observing the captain's grave expression, which inexplicably heightened his own anxiety. Oscar Soren remained silent for a few seconds before responding in a low voice. "The air inside is thick with potent spiritual fluctuations and the stench of blood. I fear the individuals within have trailed off." But Sean understood the implication and gasped in horror. "Is it Franklin? Why would he do this? And why would he want my blood?" Just as he uttered those words, a sudden tightness gripped his heart, as if an unseen force had seized it, causing him to gasp in pain and collapse to the ground, pallor washing over his face. Oscar Soren's pupils dilated as he ripped open Sean's shirt, revealing a grotesque mass writhing beneath his skin. His Oscar Soren inhaled sharply and said coldly, "Sean, I believe I understand why Franklin sought to draw your blood. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much." Sean's heart raced erratically beneath the undulating mass, each beat sending waves of excruciating agony through him, rendering him unable to hear Oscar Soren's words, only able to scream in torment. Oscar Soren shook his head slightly. Retrieving a parchment scroll from his pocket, he intoned the word for purification in Hebrew and then forcefully pressed it against the writhing mass on Sean's chest. A burst of radiant light erupted instantaneously, accompanied by a crackling sound in the air, as the grotesque mass vanished, and Sean's pain swiftly diminished. Gasping for breath, Sean, with a pale visage, weakly turned his gaze to Oscar Soren and murmured, "Thank you, Captain." "No need for thanks," Oscar Soren replied, assisting Sean to his feet as he gazed towards the small building with a serious demeanor. "You have been ensnared by a blood curse, sown by a sorcerer using your blood as a catalyst. Though I have suppressed it with the purification charm, this is merely temporary. Unless the sorcerer is slain, the blood curse cannot be lifted." "Wait, you mentioned a sorcerer?" Sean felt a surge of dread as he sensed his blood beginning to boil within him, exclaiming in horror, "Could Franklin be indeed? It must be him." Oscar Soren spoke, his gaze gradually turning frigid. "It was my oversight. In the pursuit of realism, I administered a sedative concocted by Locke Takani, who, as a corpse, is to be temporarily housed in the identification center until her family consents to an autopsy." Sean was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, "Does that mean that Ms. Connie is now?" Oscar Soren ceased his words, instead taking deliberate strides toward the small building, articulating as he walked, "Remember, from this moment forth, you must not move an inch. Maintain your composure. This way, your blood flow will slow, and the demonic blood curse will not erupt so swiftly. Otherwise." His voice faded into silence as he disappeared into the small building. Sean's eyes flickered with understanding of the captain's intentions. Before the curse within him erupted, he needed to swiftly eliminate this formidable sorcerer. Sean pressed his lips together, feeling an anxiety that only grew more intense. Yet he found himself frozen, just as the captain had instructed, with each fluctuation of his emotions. He could distinctly sense something malevolent coalescing within the boiling blood coursing through his veins. What should he do? What course of action was left? Sean was frantic, his gaze darting around until it landed upon a fountain not far from the small building. Water? For a moment, he was taken aback, then elation surged within him, only to be swiftly followed by hesitation. He was approximately 50 meters from the fountain, while not an insurmountable distance, given his current state. He could not guarantee he could reach it before the curse manifested again. Moreover, even if he managed to enter the enigmatic room, all he could do was issue and accept commissions, both of which remained uncertain. The trio of vortex, pentagram, and key were undeniably mysterious. Yet he had little understanding of any of them, and thus lacked confidence in their ability to break or suppress the curse. Most importantly, he had no funds, nor any extraordinary items or seals. How could he issue or accept a commission? Perhaps he could first attempt to post a delayed payment commission and later borrow from the captain to settle the amount? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The captain had mentioned that the Royal Navy discovered an ancient tomb belonging to the Cardis family in a deep-sea trench near Lasubi. If the captain was not jesting, could this be considered valuable intelligence? Furthermore, it was crucial to note that the affluent Miss Key seemed particularly interested in hidden ancient tombs and relics in her quest for the scores of Kachina. With this thought, he felt a surge of resolve. He raised his gaze toward the foreboding small building, prepared to stride toward the distant fountain when a horrifying scream erupted from within. The sound was akin to a fruit knife scraping against glass, both piercing and shrill, sending chills down his spine. No longer daring to delay, he bolted toward the fountain. He was unaware of the monstrous entity that emitted that terrifying howl, yet it was evident that the situation within had plunged into a perilous and tense state. He could no longer afford to hesitate. At that moment, as he sprinted forward, the blood coursing through his veins ignited like oil aflame, boiling to an extreme. A grotesque mass swiftly manifested upon his skin, beginning its relentless journey toward the region of his heart, nestled within the left side of his chest. Chapter 41. Special Communication Channel. A sharp pain surged into Sean's mind, akin to 100 silver needles piercing his skull, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself. As the agony struck, he bit down on his tongue, drawing upon a fleeting clarity to propel himself towards the fountain with fervor. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. As the fountain loomed closer, a suffocating grip tightened around his heart, and the world around him seemed to be drenched in a thick, inky darkness. No, Sean shouted internally, instinctively launching himself forward with a forceful leap. Splash. The frigid water enveloped him entirely. A wave of relief washed over him. And in the next moment, the familiar sensation of spinning overcame him, erasing all pain, allowing him to behold the well-known black pyramid, the copper mirror, and the silver box on the ground once more. Sean leaned back against the high-backed chair for a moment, gathering himself before approaching the copper mirror. May fortune smile upon me once more. He gazed intently into the dark surface of the mirror, inhaled deeply, and placed his left hand upon it with practiced ease. In an instant, a pale visage began to materialize. "Welcome, esteemed dual-eye sir." Sean wasted no time and got straight to the point. "View the commission. Your wish is my command." "Dual-eye sir." The pale face remained impassive as it swiftly vanished from the mirror, giving way to a series of commissions inscribed in ancient Roman script. Sean quickly scanned the content. Despite his prior suspicions, he couldn't suppress a sigh upon realizing it was the same material he had encountered before. He addressed the mirror. "What if I wish to accept a commission but find the offered reward unsatisfactory?" After speaking, he anxiously awaited a response. The pale face reappeared, delivering its reply in a dispassionate tone. "You may communicate with other members through a special communication channel." Sean's heart leaped with joy. What must I do? According to the commission trading rules, you need only expend spiritual energy. Sean immediately discerned the crucial implication hidden within the pale face's words and cautiously inquired, "If my spiritual energy is depleted, will I be automatically removed from here?" Indeed. As he confirmed his suspicions, Sean nodded slightly. "How long can I maintain a communication channel with my current spiritual energy?" "Less than 5 seconds. That hardly suffices for any meaningful exchange." Sean nearly uttered a curse. The pale face remained expressionless, suspended motionless upon the surface of the copper mirror. Sean, in distress, scratched his head, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Is it true that only formal members can activate the special communication channel?" "Indeed," came the response. A sense of relief washed over Sean as he earnestly inquired, "If I say a phrase, can you close the communication channel within 2 seconds?" "Certainly." "Good." Taking a deep breath, Sean's demeanor turned serious as he declared, "I wish to communicate with Miss Key." "As you wish." In accordance with the rules of the transaction mandate, you are required to recite the following prayer in Hebrew. "O Lord, transcendent of time and space, you are the God of illusions, detached from the realm of shadows. You are the sovereign of dreams, the king of phantoms. Your faithful servant implores your gaze. I beseech you to accept my offering. I entreat you to open the gateway of time and space." For a moment, Sean was taken aback. What was the purpose of this? Why must he recite a prayer to establish a communication channel, especially to an entirely unfamiliar deity? "O Lord, transcendent of time and space." He was no fool, nor was he an innocent child. Having uncovered some of the mysteries of this enigmatic world, he understood all too well that the captain's warnings about deities being unapproachable, irreverent, and beyond reproach were no jest. Moreover, this so-called God of illusions and king of dreams, whose very name suggested malevolence. How could he dare to pray to such an unknown entity? The pale-faced figure appeared to be nothing more than a robotic messenger of the rules, gazing at Sean indifferently. Waiting for his decision, Sean found himself engulfed in turmoil. Outside, he was already teetering on the precipice of hell. If he could not discover a solution to the cursed blood incantation, only death awaited him. Yet, the thought of praying to an unknown deity filled him with dread. After a moment of hesitation, Sean gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. What is meant to happen will happen, if it is misfortune. I cannot evade it. After all, death is inevitable, so there is no reason to hesitate. With determination solidified in his heart, Sean wasted no time and solemnly recited, O Lord, transcendent of time and space, you are the God of illusions, detached from the realm of shadows. You are the sovereign of dreams, the king of phantoms. Your faithful servant implores your gaze. I beseech you to accept my offering. I entreat you to open the gateway of time and space. As Sean's conflicted prayer resonated, the pale-faced figure gradually dissolved into the copper mirror, which rippled like water. Faintly, a starkly contrasting altar emerged, adorned with a design of black and white wings. Atop which stood a candle burning with white flames. If anyone were to observe from nearby, they would see that a similar white flame silently ignited above Sean's head. As if he had transformed into a human candle, ablaze. The moment the prayer concluded, Sean distinctly felt an intangible essence within him being drawn away. Before he could react, a tremendous force emanated from the copper mirror, and he felt as though he had been drawn into a temporal wormhole, traversing through a dense mist before abruptly emerging in an unfamiliar setting. It appeared to be a deserted island, where the brisk sea breeze lashed against the jagged rocks along the shore, creating a rhythmic sound. A woman, clad only in a white corset, stepped onto the beach, her fair and delicate skin glistening with droplets of water. She appeared to be around 20 years old, her ice-blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean, and beneath her luxurious silver-blue hair lay a face that exuded regal elegance. However, what captivated Sean the most was the woman's flawlessly sculpted physique, resembling a divine goddess carved with exquisite precision. Is this the Chemis? As the thought flickered through Sean's mind, a voice devoid of any emotional inflection echoed in his head. The countdown begins. 1. Sean's heart raced, and he quickly called out to the Chemis, who was gazing intently. Seagrave, communication channel, urgent. 2. The countdown concludes. Chapter 42, Miss Key, Caribbean Sea, an unnamed isle, by the shore. Aurora M. Lovecraft gently flicked her silver-blue hair, droplets of water cascading from her strands like scattered raindrops. She then elegantly stretched her alluring form and donned the pure white naval uniform resting on a nearby rock, gazing in the direction Sean had departed. Murmuring to herself, Sea Tomb, communication channel, urgent? As the words left her lips, she thoughtfully stroked her alluring chin. This dual-eyed gentleman seems utterly inexperienced. Does he not realize that opening a communication channel equates to revealing one's own information to the other party? With that thought, a sense of resolve washed over her as she embraced the vast sky with closed eyes. Sean paced anxiously in the mysterious chamber, acutely aware that he could not linger indefinitely, uncertain of how long his essence would endure. Was my explanation too simplistic for Miss Key to comprehend? Doubt gnawed at him as he hesitated, contemplating whether to pray for the channel to open once more. Suddenly, a ripple danced across the copper mirror, and an ethereal silhouette materialized. Sean was initially startled, but his expression quickly transformed into one of joy. For the woman clad in the pristine naval uniform before him was none other than Miss Key, whom he had encountered previously. Greetings, Miss Key, Sean exclaimed, hastily offering a salutation while discreetly assessing her attire. Unlike the familiar sword and shield emblem of the Augustinian kingdom's military, the insignia on her uniform's left breast depicted a spiraling dragon, a creature not characterized by wings, but rather a wingless divine dragon unique to the land of Huajia in Sean's recollection. Which nation does this emblem represent? Although Sean found the design somewhat familiar, his lack of historical knowledge prevented him from discerning its origin. Mr. Dual-eyed, while essence may be replenished, should this matter lack significance, we may find it unnecessary to communicate further, Aurora M. Lovecraft remarked, surveying her surroundings. Upon noticing the non-glossy black pyramid at the center of the room, she momentarily paused, but quickly regained her composure. Sean, consumed by his anxiety, paid little heed to these details and hurriedly explained, Miss Key, the situation is as follows. I fortuitously uncovered intelligence regarding a sea tomb, specifically pertaining to the Caddis family. Before he could finish, Aurora M. Lovecraft's pupils dilated. Her urgency interrupting. The Caddis family? The same Caddis family of the first Marquis of ancient Rome, Cologne Caddis? Ah, an astute inquiry. I too am eager to discern the truth, Sean thought to himself, though he refrained from articulating his innermost thoughts. Instead, he nodded earnestly. Indeed. The sea tomb was discovered by the kingdom's navy, containing numerous treasures, and it is said to harbor some secrets of the first imperial royal family of ancient Rome. He was, of course, unaware of the specific artifacts unearthed by the navy within the sea tomb, but in a bid to captivate her interest, he boldly steered the conversation toward the imperial family, hoping to ignite her imagination regarding the potential existence of the legendary catch-all scores. After all, since the other party has been in pursuit of the sheet music of Katrina, they must be aware that Katrina was a woman of ancient Rome, correct? As expected, after Sean spoke, he distinctly heard the other person's slightly hurried breath. After a brief moment of composure, Aurora M. Lovecraft fixed her gaze upon Sean and said, "While I cannot ascertain the connection between what you have mentioned and the sheet music of Katrina, I am indeed very intrigued by the sea tomb of the Caddis family. Speak, what is it that you truly desire?" She now comprehended why the young gentleman with dual pupils sought to converse with her privately. It was evident that he did not covet the 100 ancient gold coins. Sean felt a sense of relief wash over him, hesitated slightly, and sighed. "The matter is this. A friend of mine has been afflicted by the blood curse." "Oh, you are familiar with the blood curse, are you not?" Upon uttering this, Sean suddenly deemed it prudent to gauge the other party's awareness. For if they were oblivious to the nature of the blood curse, he would have no reason to continue his explanation. "Yes, I am aware. It is one of the arcane curses of the 7th-tier curse master from the patient pathway. As long as the curse master obtains the blood of any individual, they can employ it to invoke their curse. Should the afflicted fail to slay the curse master within a brief period, their blood will congeal into a mysterious blood heartworm, the origins of which are unknown. It thrives in heated blood and is particularly fond of hearts. If your friend has indeed fallen victim to this curse, the only recourse is to swiftly eliminate the curse master." Aurora M. Lovecraft pondered briefly and deduced that the gentleman with dual pupils had likely succumbed to the blood curse and was in a critical state. However, she refrained from exposing Sean's clumsy deception to prevent any unforeseen mishaps that might sever their connection. She interjected before Sean could finish. "Although the blood curse cannot be eradicated by other means, it can be temporarily suppressed. I possess a freezing talisman that can be activated with the Hebrew word for freeze. If you agree, I shall immediately issue a commission to trade it to you." A surge of joy coursed through Sean, yet he remained cautious and inquired, "How long can it seal?" Aurora M. Lovecraft hesitated slightly and replied with a hint of awkwardness, "Approximately 50 seconds." In an effort to underscore the value of her freezing talisman, she added, "Mr. Dual Pupils, you understand how challenging it is to create such a talisman. It requires a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, and even the parchment alone is not inexpensive. Moreover, my talisman is of the sealing variety, making its creation even more arduous. Its worth is undoubtedly over 100 ancient gold coins." "That sounds convincing, but I am not well versed in market prices," Sean mused inwardly, feeling ambivalent about her assertions. Nevertheless, time was of the essence, and he urged, "Then I ask you, Miss Key, to expedite the issuance of the commission." "Very well." Aurora M. Lovecraft succinctly uttered a single word, and her ethereal form vanished in an instant. Sean, filled with anxiety, hurriedly called out to the fair-faced attendant to open the commission interface, silently awaiting a refresh. Before long, the surface of the bronze mirror shimmered, and soon a second commission appeared under the column designated for Miss Key. It required information regarding the sea tomb of the Caddis family, with a reward of a precious frozen charm. This commission was valid for 1 minute. Taking a deep breath, Sean solemnly declared, "I accept the commission." Chapter 43. The True Illusionist. The Criminal Identification Center of the Guard Hall is a modest yet spacious single-story building. Its bulging windows tightly shut. Occasionally, the night breeze rattles against the panes, producing a series of sharp sounds. Standing at the corridor's intersection within the building, Oscar's orange trench coat billows as if caught in an unseen wind, his gaze as frigid as ice, unblinking as it fixates upon a grotesque entity before him. To be precise, it is a monstrous mass with 2 heads. This fleshy orb towers to an adult's height, resembling the very essence of all that is twisted, deformed, and unclean. The pale gray mass pulsates incessantly, its 2 heads, green with black spots, standing side by side, revealing yellowed teeth that exude a foul stench. At that moment, the horrific mass appears to be ensnared by some illusion. The heads howl incessantly, while the body spins wildly, ejecting a viscous, corrosive green liquid that splatters indiscriminately. Apologies. Oscar Soren's gaze deepens as he regards the pained and contorted visage of Connie Rem. After a moment's silence, he surveys the surrounding open doors. His voice cold and detached. Franklin, is this how you greet an old friend? The stillness remains unbroken. Oscar's eyes lower slightly, his tone somber. Franklin. Is it because of Bettina? Shut up. A sudden, sharp scream filled with rage pierces the empty corridor. In the next instant, a man clad in a white lab coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, emerges from the shadows. His eyes, a half-white, half-green hue, are riddled with spiderweb-like green spots, resembling a creature teetering on the brink of madness. It is none other than Franklin Jones, who had previously drawn blood from Sean. Oscar Soren inhales sharply, noting the matching green spots on Franklin's palm, and speaks in a grave tone. So it is true. You have summoned this monster through a vile pact. Have you lost your mind? That is an eldritch deity. Franklin Jones grins slightly, his predatory gaze fixed upon Oscar Soren. Silence, repugnant wretch. You are unworthy to utter Bettina's name. Pausing momentarily, a sardonic smirk graces his lips as he coldly retorts, the true illusionist? Huh. I believe the title of hypocritical betrayer suits you far better. Oscar Soren remains silent, eventually drawing his pistol from his waist, allowing it to dangle naturally at his side, murmuring to himself, I was mistaken. I should have sent you to a mental institution for treatment long ago. I am not insane. Oscar's words seem to provoke Franklin, whose pupils dilate and expression becomes increasingly grotesque. Damn you all, you hypocritical fiends. If it weren't for you, Bettina would still be alive. As his words fade, his demeanor shifts to an icy indifference, akin to a steam locomotive screeching to a halt, the drastic change in his expression dropping the corridor's temperature several degrees. In the next moment, his body darkens as if soaked in ink, flattening, becoming ethereal, and ultimately merging into the shadow of the monstrous entity. Boom. The plump creature abruptly halted its erratic movements. Then, like a heavy hammer, it crashed to the ground, producing a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, the two grotesque heads atop the creature seemed to receive an unspoken cue, lifting suddenly to fixate on Oscar Soren, whose expression bore a weight of seriousness. Oscar, do you genuinely believe you can eliminate me in such a short span and subsequently save that despicable, wretched thief? Oh, how could I forget? You are nothing but a hypocrite. A year ago, you were well aware that saving Bettina was futile, yet you wore that insincere facade. Oscar Soren regarded Franklin Jones with indifference, seemingly unfazed by his words, and calmly replied, Stand down, there is still time. Ha. The plump creature appeared to resonate with Franklin's maniacal laughter, splattering more viscous fluid that corroded the walls, leaving behind mottled, decaying craters. What a repugnant being. You haven't forgotten that I am a police officer, have you? The consequences of surrendering. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire abruptly silenced Franklin Jones's voice. In the next instant, the apparition of Oscar Soren vanished like a bubble, and unbeknownst to him, Oscar had already positioned himself at Franklin's side, unleashing 4 shots towards the protruding heads. Due to the close proximity, the silver bullets penetrated the 2 heads without warning, creating gaping holes. The heads fell limp, their colorful contents spilling onto the ground without a single cry of anguish. Yet, Oscar Soren seemed to sense something amiss. His pupils constricted, and he vanished again, only to re-emerge with a multitude of identical figures surrounding him. As for the 2 heads atop the creature, they regrew intact. An extraordinary regenerative ability? Oscar Soren pursed his lips. Indeed, you are a true illusionist, and with such mastery over illusions, even a sequence 6 extraordinary being would find you troublesome. The shadow of the creature writhed upon the ground, twisting without making any move. For Franklin understood that a true illusionist earns that title precisely because Oscar Soren has blurred the boundaries between reality and illusion to an extreme degree. Even now, he could not ascertain which of the figures was real, or if they were all mere phantoms. Moreover, the Sequence 7 illusionist's predecessor is the Sequence 8 nightmare. He could not even be certain whether he had unknowingly slipped into a dream. Oscar Soren furrowed his brow, fixating on the motionless creature in the distance, feeling a sense of helplessness. As an extraordinary being traversing the path of the Night Seer, his abilities revolved around illusions and nightmares, both of which necessitated the opponent's actions. Only through the fluctuations of movement could he weave dreams or conjure illusions. In a certain sense, His offensive capability relied heavily on his handgun loaded with spiritual bullets and the few remaining talismans in his pocket. The predicament now lies in the fact that Franklin, once an ardent admirer of Bettina, possesses an acute self-awareness. Moreover, judging by her current demeanor, she is equally cognizant of his shortcomings, placing him in a rather precarious position. Under normal circumstances, he would remain untroubled. However, the pressing issue at hand is that Sean has succumbed to the blood curse, rendering the situation critical and demanding immediate action. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Franklin's anxiety escalates, yet he maintains a facade of serene composure. This calmness, however, leaves him somewhat disheartened as he perceives the disappointment in Bettina, who has been keenly observing the subtle shifts in his expression. Chapter 44. The condensed essence of the extraordinary. By the way, allow me to offer you a friendly reminder. In order to summon this twin demon, I sacrificed all my colleagues within this small building, 15 in total, if my memory serves me right. TSK. And this does not even account for the 2 primary sacrifices you personally delivered. Are you not astonished? Do you not find it peculiar why I would undertake such actions? Haha, do you truly believe that I, Franklin, am deranged? Let me be candid with you. Whether it was the first time I manipulated Douglas, that fool, into slaying Sean, or the second time I lured you into delivering Connie, that foolish woman, my intent has remained singular, to gather all primary sacrifices here. Within this modest structure, to beseech the great twin demon king and summon the slumbering twin demon from the abyss. Only the twin demon, only such a formidable entity, can contend with you, can delay your holy light, and afford me the opportunity to eliminate Sean. Oscar Soren's gaze flickered, a hint of surprise evident as he remarked, twice? Franklin Jones seemed momentarily taken aback, responding in a grave tone. What? Is there an issue? Oh, not at all. Oscar Soren abruptly appeared to concede, dispelling the illusions in the arena to reveal his true form, sighing, You have triumphed. With this creature's remarkable regenerative abilities, I cannot eliminate you in the short term. The air fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Franklin Jones spoke in a somber tone. Oscar, do not attempt any tricks. Others may be oblivious, but he, who had harbored deep-seated animosity toward Oscar Soren, understood all too well. Although Oscar was hypocritical, he was undeniably a ruthless individual who would never concede. Such a person surrender? Impossible. Reflecting on this, Franklin instinctively scrutinized Oscar Soren's expression, noticing a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth. While his peripheral vision kept glancing toward the room on the right, a sudden jolt ran through him. He instinctively glanced over to find a familiar figure, a white-haired elder clad in a white robe, just having removed a silver cross from around his neck. Simultaneously, the voice he both feared and detested echoed in his ears. God created the heavens and the earth. God said, Let there be light, and thus light came into existence. God proclaimed, Light is justice, darkness is evil, and cast darkness into the abyss. God declared, Light is the sun. God stated, The sun is the sovereign of the stars, the holy deity, the source of all things, the beginning of all beginnings. God said, There is nowhere for you to flee. Dread washed over Franklin Jones. When had this wretched old man arrived? He was seized by terror and dared not continue using the shadow spell that was countered by the Elder's divine magic, shifting quickly to reveal his form once more. Just at that critical moment, Oscar Soren suddenly raised his handgun, pulling the trigger towards the air on his right side. Instinctively, Franklin tilted his head to the other side. Yet a question arose in his mind. Why is he not aiming at me? Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire echoed. Yet it did not emanate from the figure of Oscar Soren before him. Oscar's finger lingered on the trigger but did not press down. Instead, amidst his bewildered gaze, the adversary gradually holstered his pistol and gestured a thumbs up. What is he doing? Is he mocking my instinctive reaction? Infuriating. But where is that old man? Why has he vanished? A figment of my imagination? Upon realizing that the elderly figure in the white robe had disappeared like a phantom, a sharp pain pierced through his chest and head. Almost instinctively, he looked down to find his torso drenched in blood. What is this flowing into my mouth? It tastes so much like blood. Boom. His thoughts abruptly halted as he collapsed heavily to the ground, blood swiftly oozing from his lifeless body. Simultaneously, the nearby mass seemed to lose its source of existence, bursting apart and transforming into a pool of green viscous fluid. At that moment, the once quiet corridor behind Franklin Jones rippled with disturbance, and then, panting and armed with a pistol, Sean appeared within Oscar Soren's sight. Is he dead? Sean felt the pain in his chest dissipate, and a profound joy flickered in his eyes. Then, Sean witnessed a scene that left him dumbfounded. The previously motionless body of Franklin suddenly began to dissolve as if subjected to a melting agent. Both the rigid skeleton and the sinewy flesh rapidly liquefied. Soon, amidst a sea of crimson blood, a mass glowing with an eerie green light manifested before him. What is this? Sean suppressed his nausea and voiced his bewilderment. At a loss for words, Sean found himself momentarily speechless. Just then, Oscar Soren rose and turned his gaze toward Sean, his eyes peculiar. Now, it's your turn to speak. Did you not fall victim to the blood curse? How is it that you still live to stand here? With that, his eyes locked onto Sean like a hawk, seemingly capable of discerning any falsehood in Sean's words. Sean's heart raced, yet he recited the prepared explanation. A woman, a very beautiful woman. I do not know her. She gave me something called the frozen charm and instructed me to use the Hebrew word frozen to activate it. After a brief pause, he continued, I tried it, and it truly worked, so I hurried here to assist you. Oscar Soren initially appeared taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. From Sean's eyes and the shifts in his expression, he discerned that the man was not lying. It became evident that a woman had indeed granted Sean a charm capable of temporarily suppressing the blood curse for some reason. The only woman he could think of was that very individual. Yet the question lingered. What were her intentions? Initially, she had compelled Sean to leap into the sea to drown, then attempted to orchestrate his demise through suffocation. Yet now, she was aiding him in suppressing the blood curse. It was all quite illogical. Wait, could it be that the woman, for some reason, could only compel Sean to take his own life? And only upon discovering tonight that Sean might be killed by him, did she feel compelled to intervene and offer her assistance? Chapter 45. The origin of events. Sean gazed at the contemplative captain, feeling an unexpected sense of reassurance. For every word spoken was the truth, albeit not the complete truth. The captain must be considering that mysterious woman, Sean pondered, noticing the captain's gaze shift towards him. He feigned confusion, asking, Captain, who is that woman? Is she a member of our Radiant Order? Oscar Soren paused momentarily, then replied with an odd expression. No. She is likely the one who compelled you to leap into the sea. Sean's pupils naturally dilated in shock, exclaiming, how is that possible? Yet internally, he reassured himself, thinking, Captain, your suspicions bring me comfort. Oscar Soren shook his head slightly, stating, you have already passed the test, and with your recent contributions, you are now qualified to become a full member. Therefore, there are certain matters I need not conceal from you. Sean's heart skipped a beat as he regarded the captain with newfound intensity. After a moment's contemplation, Oscar Soren spoke earnestly. You should recall that I mentioned your father was also a member of the extraordinary team during his lifetime. Sean's pupils constricted sharply, his voice urgent. Does this relate to my father's death? Oscar Soren sighed softly, shaking his head. A year ago, the headquarters of the Radiant Order in Ballot City was besieged by a demigod from the Gate of Hell and several extraordinary beings, resulting in the demise of all members, including your father. He paused, disregarding Sean's astonished expression, and continued. In the aftermath, the church's higher-ups were incensed. They summoned the so-called divine apostle, bishop, and star, along with High Deacon Debo and Genta and several extraordinary beings. What transpired next? Noticing the sudden silence from the captain, Sean could not help but inquire further. Oscar Soren's expression grew complex, tinged with confusion. No one anticipated that Debo and Genta, a high deacon of the church and a devout follower of the God of Light, would betray us. Furthermore, he colluded with a mysterious woman to slay all his companions guarding the Sanctuary of Secrets and absconded with all the sealed artifacts within. He turned to the astonished Sean, his expression grave. Debo and Genta, male, 45 years old, former high deacon of the Sophia Church, guardian of the sealed artifact S023. The mysterious woman, female, age unknown, appearance unknown, strength unknown, relationship with Debo and Genta unknown. This is the information conveyed to us by the church's higher-ups, though it is scant. The bishop's warning suggests that should I encounter Debo and Genta, let alone the mysterious woman, my fate would be sealed. Originally, he had prepared to confront Franklin fiercely. Yet upon sensing Sean's unexpected arrival, he instantly altered his strategy. Although he was initially oblivious to how Sean had managed to suppress the blood curse, he astutely seized the opportune moment at hand. He conjured an illusion of Butler Arthur to deceive Franklin while expending all his remaining spiritual energy to create a phantasm that concealed Sean's presence. To further enhance Sean's chances of hitting his target, he even feigned a misfire, thereby crafting the most favorable angle for Sean's shot. The outcome was undoubtedly successful. Despite Sean's mediocre marksmanship, he managed to land 2 shots on Franklin's true form, one of which struck him in the head. Such specially crafted bullets infused with spiritual energy are lethal, with the sole exception of certain extraordinary beings. Even Franklin, a Sequence 7 sorcerer, was not exempt. However, Franklin's words were rather peculiar. If he was not lying, then it was not he who had controlled Rex's corpse to attempt to assassinate Sean. Who could it be? That woman, perhaps? Oscar Soren couldn't help but furrow his brow. At that moment, Sean was indeed taken aback. He had already heard from the Vortex about the shocking incident that had rocked the Western continent a year prior. But he had not anticipated the truth to be so convoluted. Moreover, according to the captain, his father had actually perished during the assault on the gates of hell, with the official narrative masking his sacrifice as a result of a fire while attempting to save others. Sean, do you now comprehend your uniqueness? Oscar Soren gazed at Sean with an unusual expression. The reason we have been in search of that enigmatic woman is to trace the whereabouts of the traitor, Debo Injinta. Regrettably, since his betrayal, he has not made a single appearance, and hence we have placed our hopes on the mysterious woman who appeared that night. That night? Sean felt a flicker of realization. Oscar Soren's gaze intensified. Indeed, it was the night of November 1st, the evening before your alleged suicide by jumping into the sea. We had received intelligence through clandestine channels that the gates of hell would manifest at Phillisport that night, and fortuitously, we encountered that mysterious woman. Sean paused, pondering. She escaped? Yes, Oscar Soren replied, his tone tinged with confusion. That night, Debo and Jenna still did not show. But what was even more perplexing was that the followers of the gates of hell were attacking that mysterious woman. What? Sean's mind became a whirlwind of thoughts. Unable to contain himself, he asked, internal strife? It remains unclear. Oscar Soren slightly shook his head. What is pivotal is that she successfully utilized our conflict with the gates of hell to evade capture. And we have been unable to uncover even a trace of her whereabouts. He paused, casting a glance at Sean, the unspoken words lingering in the air. Sean suddenly realized and muttered to himself, so it is indeed peculiar that I, an utterly ordinary individual, have drawn the attention of that enigmatic woman. You find this strange and wish to uncover the reason behind it, even considering using me as bait to capture her, and subsequently, the elusive Darbo Injinta? Oscar Soren smiled gently. Yet after the preceding trials and your recent contributions, I believe you should not merely serve as bait. Your intellect and bravery are sufficient to elevate you to the status of a distinguished luminary. Distinguished? I would argue it is more akin to tragedy. Sean silently scoffed. Then inquired, by the way, Captain, you mentioned a ceiling object. What exactly is that? Oscar Soren pondered for a moment before explaining. In simple terms, it refers to items possessing extraordinary characteristics. According to the law of extraordinary characteristics, which states that extraordinary traits never vanish, but merely transfer between vessels, certain objects, having absorbed these traits, acquire mysterious and formidable powers. These powers can be either active or passive, yet regardless of their nature, they pose significant dangers and necessitate special methods of sealing. Otherwise, they could wreak catastrophic consequences upon the extraordinary. Chapter 46. The cat feeder. Sean nodded thoughtfully. Extraordinary equipment with formidable side effects? One might interpret it that way. Oscar Soren regarded Sean with appreciation and softly remarked, many years ago, several major churches classified sealed objects into 4 tiers based on their capabilities, characteristics, and potential threats. Among them, the S tier represents extreme danger, warranting the utmost attention and confidentiality. It must not be inquired about, disclosed, described, or scrutinized. The A tier denotes high danger, permitting limited use, with a confidentiality level accessible only to bishops and church officials of higher rank. Central churches may retain 1 or 2 items of this tier. The C tier, on the other hand, signifies low danger, requiring cautious use and necessitating a minimum of 3 individuals to apply for action, with confidentiality restricted to formal squad members. As for the subsequent numbers, they bear no special significance and certainly do not denote a hierarchy of power. They are merely numerical labels for the sake of record-keeping. At this point, Oscar Soren glanced at the gradually darkening blood on the ground and the repulsive, nauseating green liquid nearby, frowning as he continued. Well, I have divulged all I needed to. Should you have further inquiries, once you officially join the Lightbearers, you may seek out Jessica in the secret study hall at any time. She is not an ordinary member of the Lightbearers. Her departure from the extraordinary squad to join the secret study hall was due to particular circumstances. Understood, Captain. Sean observed as the captain adjusted his tilted round hat and surveyed the disheveled surroundings, hesitating before saying, Then shall we leave? Specialized logistics personnel will arrive to manage this. As Oscar Soren turned to exit, he muttered to himself, "By the way, I forgot to mention, based on Franklin's earlier words, it seems that the one who controlled Rex's corpse to attack you at your home was not him." Sean stood frozen in place. The morning sunlight cascaded over the edge of the bed as Sean, weary, stretched languidly and opened his bleary eyes. The events of the previous night marked the closest he had ever come to death since his arrival in this world. He felt both exhausted and drowsy. Yet a significant weight had lifted from his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, one enemy lurking in the shadows had been dealt with. The secret of his golden finger remained safeguarded, and he had gained the captain's recognition for his contributions, securing his place in the extraordinary squad. Once he received approval from higher authorities, he could select a secret fruit to become a true extraordinary being. The mere thought filled him with uncontainable excitement, fully awakening him. However, his thoughts turned to the detestable lawyer Martin, who, fully aware that the ordeal was merely a trial, had shamelessly seized his gold coins. Anger bubbled within him. How infuriating. I clearly won the gamble, and yet, I now find myself in debt. No way. He shall not take a single coin from my pocket. With this resolve, he lost all desire to linger in bed. After hastily washing up and tidying his bed, he completed his morning routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face. Then grabbed a piece of bread and stepped out of his home. As the door closed gently behind him, he inhaled the fresh morning air and could not help but exclaim with genuine delight, "Praise be to the God of light. Today is truly a splendid beginning." In the Tulip District, within the Hunters Guild, Sean ascended to the second floor, guided by the trembling voice of a blonde receptionist, and discovered the office of the Lightbringers. Marked by a resplendent sign, the office was partitioned by a formidable iron door, shared with other bounty hunter teams. Thud, thud, thud. The sound quickly subsided, replaced by the rapid patter of footsteps from within the door, which was soon opened by a short brown-haired girl, her expression one of confusion. "Oh, you must be Sean, Victoria?" Initially perplexed, her eyes sparkled upon recognizing Sean's face, as she circled him with the wide-eyed curiosity of a visitor to a zoo. Sean's lips twitched slightly as he looked down at her, his expression impassive. "Madam, I am Sean Victoria, here to see Captain Oscar Soren." Despite her diminutive stature, barely reaching 1.5 meters, the maturity reflected in her eyes suggested she was considerably older than him. I know, the brown-haired girl exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new world. She touched Sean's arm, then his chest, and murmured to herself, "How peculiar. You don't appear particularly strong. Yet how can you defeat such ferocious villains?" "Ferocious villains? What are you talking about?" Sean's mind was filled with questions, but before he could inquire further, the girl seemed to have a revelation. She eagerly pulled Sean into the office, shutting the door with a decisive thud, and patted her chest in relief, saying, "Thank goodness I remembered. If the captain saw me chatting outside the office, I would surely have my pay docked." With that, she pointed towards the room at the end of the corridor on the left. "There, that is the captain's office. You can go in by yourself. I must return to my duties." She gestured towards an adjacent office, where a pristine desk held a fashion magazine and a steaming cup of coffee, while a pure white short-haired cat quietly gripped the handle of the coffee cup with its tiny paw. Noticing Sean's peculiar expression, the brown-haired girl quickly added, "You can call her Miss Lucy. She is 2 years old." Sean nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "She is quite beautiful. Internally," he added, "and very clever." "Indeed. Just look at who her owner is." The girl puffed out her chest proudly, declaring, "I, Kelly Marcel, am the finest cat feeder in Ballot City." She then whispered inaudibly, "Apprentice, Sean, I encountered a marvelous cat feeder today, an old man with a white beard. Oh, the Lightbringer. You should have seen it. The stray cats of all sizes on the street anxiously await his arrival every night by the path of the Brady Cemetery. It's truly remarkable. By the way, do you remember Tom? I encountered once more that black cat, which had nearly starved to death." It appeared to recognize the old man, incessantly rubbing against his legs while mewing softly, as if engaged in conversation with him. Chapter 47. The Communicator. Moreover, the Lady Kelly before him appeared to be a genuine cat feeder. "Ahem, the captain is still waiting for you. You should hurry along." Sean, somewhat at a loss for words, shook his head and proceeded toward the end of the corridor. As he observed his surroundings, he noted that including Kelly's duty room, there were a total of 6 doors tightly shut along the corridor. 6 rooms. Did that imply that the extraordinary squad comprised 6 members? Lost in contemplation, Sean arrived at the captain's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." The familiar voice of the captain echoed within. Sean felt an inexplicable sense of relief and pushed the door open. The room resembled the familiar layout from his previous visit. His gaze lingered momentarily on the bookshelf that could be opened from either side. Sean, you've arrived. Oscar Soren was not clad in his usual trench coat, but wore a black jacket over a white shirt, complemented by the newspaper on the desk. Exuding an unusual aristocratic aura, Sean offered a slight bow before taking a seat opposite the captain, smiling as he said, "Captain, I can hardly contain my excitement. Patience. Haste makes waste. Ah, that essay saying from ancient Rome." Oscar Soren chuckled, disregarding Sean's peculiar expression. As he extracted a pair of identical contracts from the drawer and slid them across the table towards Sean. "This is the formal membership contract. Take a look. If everything is in order, you may sign." Sean muttered a few thoughts to himself, glanced at the contract for a moment, and a profound joy illuminated his eyes. It was as he had surmised. As a formal member of the extraordinary squad, his ecclesiastical rank elevated to that of a mid-level priest, excluding bonuses. The weekly salary stood at 8 gold coins, and after 30 years of service, he could opt for retirement with benefits intact, enjoying lifelong protection from the church. I recall my aunt mentioning that my father's weekly remuneration, including bonuses, was around 10 gold coins. It seems he too is merely a formal member, Sean pondered, continuing to peruse the confidentiality clauses at the back of the contract. There were numerous stipulations, but they essentially conveyed a singular message. One must keep all secrets regarding the illuminated ones and the church under wraps, or face immediate judgment by the arbiter. The contract bore no expiration. However, one clause stipulated that based on the signatory's future abilities and performance, the church would adjust the contract according to a stringent remuneration system. In simpler terms, should Sean grow stronger or earn the trust of the church as higher echelons, promotions and raises would not be mere dreams. This elucidated why his father was only a formal member yet held the rank of a senior priest. Had he not sacrificed himself, he would likely have advanced to the position of a junior deacon. The church evidently held a high degree of trust in his father. Having grasped this insight, Sean inhaled deeply and swiftly inscribed his name, Sean Victoria, at the end of both contracts. He then slid them back across the table to the captain. Smiling as he proclaimed, "Captain, allow me to reintroduce myself, the illuminated one, Sean Victoria." With a sense of déjà vu, the two exchanged knowing smiles. And everything was understood without the need for further words. Sean's breath caught, and he asked urgently, "Which 3? Oscar Soren chuckled softly and replied, "Do not rush. Before I enlighten you, I must offer a friendly reminder. You should recall the 10 extraordinary pathways I mentioned earlier, correct?" Sean paused, nodding, "I remember. But I was TA member at the time, so you didn't elaborate, Captain." "Now, you may proceed." Oscar Soren's demeanor grew serious. In truth, the primary reason the 4 great churches are regarded as the orthodox churches of the entire continent is that each of them possesses a complete, extraordinary pathway. What? Sean's mind jolted, astonished. "Does that mean exactly?" Oscar Soren interjected knowingly. "For instance, the pathway possessed by our original church is the believer pathway. As long as you possess the ability to advance and sufficient loyalty to the church, you stand a chance of acquiring any sequence of the secret fruit formulas along this pathway." "And what about the other churches?" Sean couldn't help but inquire. Oscar Soren replied in a calm tone, "The Church of the Dark Goddess wields the healer pathway, the mechanic and craftsman church governs the child laborer pathway, and the Great Mother Goddess Church controls the noble pathway. As for other extraordinary pathways, they are either held by various royal families or manipulated by clandestine organizations, making it exceedingly difficult for even the 4 great churches to obtain specific information." At this, he regarded the contemplative Sean and asked, "So, do you understand my point? Among the light bearers, only the believer pathway is the most complete." Sean, deep in thought, nodded slowly. "Captain, you and Professor Aaliyah seem to be aligned with the Nightseer pathway. Why did you not opt for the believer pathway instead?" This was a perplexing matter for him. If Professor Aaliyah was merely following the captain's lead, what about the captain himself? Why choose a more arduous path? Oscar Soren fell silent for a moment before responding in a somber tone, "I had no choice." "No choice?" Sean probed, curious about whether it was solely the secret fruit formula of the Nightseer pathway. Sensing Oscar Soren's melancholic mood, he tactfully shifted the conversation. "Captain, I still wish to hear what choices there are." "Very well." Oscar Soren's expression returned to calmness as he stated, "Believer, Speaker, and Nightseer." "Speaker." Sean's mind raced, recalling a passage from a journey through ancient Rome, reflecting that, at present, the Speaker pathway appeared to be the most promising and secure. Should he trust ancient Rome? Sean fell into contemplation. Oscar Soren seemed to grant Sean the time to ponder, sipping his tea without any inclination to rush him. After a while, Sean reached a decision. His expression resolute. I have made up my mind. I choose the speaker pathway. Chapter 48. The Secret Study. Sean was acutely aware that, given the ancient Roman experience of becoming a deity, there was undoubtedly no error in the path he contemplated. From the descriptions and travelogues of ancient Rome, it was evident that ancient Rome had hoped for his son to pursue the path of the speaker. Surely, Rome would not deceive its own offspring. Even the fiercest of tigers do not consume their young. Was this certainty? Upon hearing Sean's decision, Oscar Soren exhibited a look of surprise. In his assessment, Sean was inherently a cautious individual. Even if he were to reject the path of the devotee that Oscar had recommended, it was likely he would opt for the same path as Oscar, the seer, especially with a mentor of sequence 7 guiding him. Curiosity? Or perhaps the youthful desire for novelty? Certainly. Oscar Soren paused momentarily before softly stating, very well. But I must inform you that the formula for the secret fruit associated with the speaker's path is the least understood within the church. To this day, I am unaware of what sequence 7 entails for this path. Of course, it may be due to my own lower sequence and limited knowledge. Sean felt a twinge of anxiety, not concerning his own future, for he was backed by the enigmatic organization known as the House of Strangers, which held boundless potential. Rather, he was apprehensive that his choice might raise suspicions in the captain. Thus, he feigned a sheepish demeanor, scratching his head as he said, Captain, you know I possess a rather insatiable curiosity, and I am eager to discover what this unfamiliar path of the speaker entails. Oscar Soren scrutinized Sean for a prolonged moment, until Sean felt a shiver under his gaze, before the captain finally stood and nodded. Come, follow me to the secret study. The secret study? Sean was momentarily taken aback, but as if a thought struck him, he hurried to catch up with the captain, who was donning his trench coat and round hat. Captain, when Lawyer Martin brought me here last time, I noticed 3 passages underground. One led here. What about the other 2? As Oscar Soren adjusted his attire, he explained. The pentagram design signifies the secret study, where various tomes and sealed items are stored. Colleagues from the secret study typically oversee it. As for the other passage marked by the image of a devotee kneeling on one knee, arms raised skyward in a gesture of supplication, that is the sanctuary. It used to be where we consumed the secret fruit and became acquainted with our abilities, but that space has been temporarily requisitioned. Without the bishop's explicit permission, no one is allowed to approach. Requisitioned? Sean nodded silently, refraining from further inquiry. He was not a fool. He discerned the subtle warning in the captain's tone. At that moment, Oscar Soren activated the mechanism of the bookshelf, reopening the passage to the underground. Let us proceed. As Oscar Soren stepped in first, Sean gathered his composure and swiftly followed. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly on the narrow stairs, the rhythmic tap, tap, tap resonating until the great door behind them closed of its own accord. Although he had traversed this path once before, the anticipation of consuming the secret fruit instilled an inexplicable nervousness within Sean. Unable to suppress his urge to converse, he asked, Captain, are there any precautions I should be aware of when consuming the secret fruit? Furthermore, will I immediately acquire extraordinary abilities after consuming the secret fruit? Sean shivered involuntarily, stammering. Captain, please do not be anxious. Oscar Soren paused, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The act of consuming the secret fruit is quite straightforward. You merely need to swallow it. The true caution lies in the enigmatic whispers. Whispers? Sean inquired. Yes, or rather, indirect evidence of the existence of high-ranking entities or even deities. This is primarily based on the law of homology, which posits that every path's high-ranking beings, whether acting voluntarily or passively, possess the capability to convey information to lower-tier extraordinary beings along the same path. After a brief pause, Oscar Soren's gaze grew cold. Of course, it is possible that these high-ranking beings or deities harbor no malicious intent, and that these mysterious whispers are merely a passive overflow of their existence. However, given the vast disparity in life levels, it is important to note that even their natural breathing would be unbearable for ordinary extraordinary beings. Thus, after consuming the secret fruit, your greatest peril lies in those cryptic whispers relevant to your path. You must maintain a state of calm, caution, and even reverence. Otherwise, you risk being tempted onto a treacherous path, or worse, descending into madness and transforming into a monster, ultimately becoming mere extraordinary material in the hands of others. Sean's mind jolted, and he nodded earnestly. I understand. As they spoke, Oscar Soren resumed his descent down the steps, with Sean silently following, lost in thought. Before long, they arrived at the sacred gate, adorned with the emblem of the original church. A flickering figure was faintly visible in the gate's reflection. Is that him? The familiar? Chilling gaze confirmed for Sean that it was indeed the same individual he had encountered during his previous visit with Lawyer Martin. He managed a strained smile and waved, offering a greeting. Oscar Soren seemed well acquainted with the figure, nodding slightly before the sacred gate slowly creaked open, causing the flickering figure to vanish from sight. Captain, who was that person? Sean could no longer suppress his curiosity once they had distanced themselves from the sacred gate. Oscar Soren replied as they walked, Rune Mons, a member of the esoteric order, aligned with the same path as the sorcerer you vanquished. Sean was taken aback, recalling the unsettling aura. No wonder he felt so intimidating. Indeed, his path begins at sequence 9, pertaining to mental afflictions, so best to avoid provoking him, Oscar Soren advised, refraining from elaborating on the specifics of the individual S sequence. After this caution, he lapsed into silence as they reached the hall Sean had previously visited. Gazing at the familiar patterns adorning the walls, Sean's attention briefly flickered towards the corridor leading to the sanctuary before settling on the pentagram emblem representing the esoteric order. Let us proceed. At this moment, Oscar Soren's eyes glimmered slightly as he stepped into the corridor of the esoteric order, with Sean closely trailing behind. However, this time he did not walk for long before noticing the captain suddenly halt, then turn to grasp the oil lamp affixed to the wall. Sean's confusion lasted only a few seconds as he observed the captain rotate the lamp 5 times in one direction, then 5 times in the opposite direction, at which point a concealed door beside them quietly swung open. Chapter 49. Sister Jessica. This space was once a clandestine storage room, which I have tidied up to serve temporarily as a baptismal chamber for the sanctuary. In the midst of our conversation, Oscar Soren entered, illuminating the kerosene lamps affixed to the walls. The darkness swiftly retreated, revealing the room's contents, and Sean gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. Although it was repurposed as a baptismal room, his mind had conjured a solemn and reverent atmosphere akin to a chapel's prayer chamber. However, what he beheld was a scene starkly contrasting with his imagined sanctity. The flickering kerosene lamp swayed gently, and at the center of a large wooden table, ample enough for several individuals to frolic upon, sat a silver basin filled with soil, surrounded by an assortment of droppers, reagents, iron spoons, and various apparatuses including balances, beakers, and an array of jars and bottles. At first glance, this was far from a sacred space for the consumption of mystical fruits. Instead, it resembled a makeshift laboratory of sorts. Surprising, isn't it? Don't fret. You'll understand shortly. Oscar Soren seemed to sense Sean's bewilderment, offering a mysterious smile as he tapped on the wall nearby. Moments later, Sean heard the light patter of footsteps approaching from outside. His heart raced instinctively, and he turned toward the entrance just as a woman in her 40s, clad in a pure white nun's attire, stepped into the room. Her fair neck bore a silver cross identical to the captain's, and slung over her shoulder was a silver box inscribed with runes. Her somewhat plump cheeks radiated warmth, presenting an image of a kind-hearted lady. Sean, this is the Jessica Diana I mentioned. Feel free to ask her any questions you may have, Oscar Soren stated, clearly familiar with her. After exchanging a smile, he departed, leaving Sean feeling slightly anxious. Jessica Diana seemed to perceive Sean's apprehension and smiled reassuringly. Little one, there is no need to be afraid. The captain has spoken of you. If you don't mind, you may call me Aunt Jessica. Aunt? Sean's skepticism was palpable as he retorted, Jessica, please, no need for jest. You appear to be only a few years my senior. Oh, perhaps at most 2. His expression conveyed unwavering certainty. Jessica Diana paused in surprise before stifling a smile. What a clever little lad you are. Very well, you may call me Sister Jessica from now on. She chuckled lightly, teasing, what a smooth-talking young one. Now, speak your mind. What would you like to know? I can divulge anything within reason. After a brief pause, she playfully winked and whispered, of course. I can also share secrets that are not meant to be spoken, if you so wish. How endearing. Sean couldn't help but admire her charm and humbly replied, Sister, let us begin with the mystical fruit. The captain did not elaborate, and I remained somewhat in the dark. Ah, humility is indeed a virtue. As she spoke, Jessica Diana gently placed the silver box on the table and raised her gaze to Sean, revealing an enigmatic smile. Sean, I am quite curious as to why you chose the interpreter. Sean blinked, slightly embellishing what he had just told the captain. He replied, Sister, perhaps you are unaware. But I possess a profound curiosity and am eager to explore the abilities that this unfamiliar path of the interpreter may offer. Jessica Diana nodded thoughtfully, lightly tapping the lock. The silver box sprang open with a soft click, revealing aged brown parchment within. Behold, this is the formula for the secret fruit of the interpreter that you seek. Jessica Diana carefully extracted the parchment, her expression somewhat complex as she handed it to Sean. He hastily caught it, slowly unfolding it, only to find that he could not decipher a single word written upon it. Embarrassment washed over him as he turned to Jessica. Sister, that is, have you not studied Hebrew? Jessica Diana, sensing Sean's discomfort, chuckled softly as she reclaimed the parchment. Sean felt his face flush with embarrassment, rendered speechless. If there were a crack in the earth at that moment, he would have unhesitatingly slipped into it. Oh, don't worry, you can always study it later. Jessica Diana smiled gently, opting not to dwell on the subject further. Instead, she unfurled the parchment and began to read. The interpreter requires 100 milliliters of grave soil, 10 milliliters of distilled water, 6 drops of mercury, and 3 pieces of dragon fruit skin. Sean stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Jessica Diana set down the parchment and gestured towards the silver basin and the various jars surrounding them, saying, "These are all auxiliary materials, which have been prepared in advance. If you are interested, you may come to learn the specific extraction methods from me at a later date." Pausing, she closed the silver box, flipped it over, and retrieved 3 palm-sized glass vials from its base. These vials contain the primary materials for the interpreter. This one that resembles a walnut contains the pituitary gland of the golden pompano. Do not be alarmed. The golden pompano is a remarkable creature from the endless sea, and its pituitary gland is the vessel of extraordinary traits. Jessica Diana then pointed to the second vial, smiling as she explained. This vial contains the beak of the rosy parakeet, which is also an extraordinary being. After a brief pause, she shook the last small vial in front of Sean. Pointing at the pink sand within, this is 10 grams of stardust, a secretion from the unicorn crab. Do not find it distasteful without it. The secret fruit of the interpreter cannot be cultivated. At this point, Sean was utterly speechless, especially as he observed Jessica Diana, resembling a teacher in a laboratory, explaining while simultaneously pouring the previously mentioned distilled water, mercury, and dragon fruit skin into the silver basin filled with grave soil. He foolishly inquired, "Sister, what are you doing?" "Cultivating the secret fruit." Jessica Diana smiled mysteriously. After placing all the auxiliary materials, she opened the first vial and poured the pituitary gland of the main ingredient, the grouper, into a silver basin. In an instant, the previously motionless soil in the basin erupted with a radiant spectrum of colors as if it had been infused with a catalyst. These luminous beams interacted with the auxiliary materials in the soil, causing them to dissolve rapidly and transform into a flowing essence within the earth. It was a scene beyond verbal description. The silver basin remained steadfast on the table, yet the brown soil within was undergoing an incomprehensible and extraordinary transformation. Chapter 50. Consuming the secret fruit. At this moment, Jessica Diana opened the second vial and poured the beak of the Ross parrot into the silver basin. This seemingly rigid parrot beak softened like cheese upon contact with the soil that radiated a rainbow glow, sinking into it as if it were a seed. Subsequently, Sean witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The soil, which had been flowing erratically, abruptly halted, and then a crimson root swiftly grew and extended as if disregarding the constraints of time and space. In the blink of an eye, this red root burgeoned forth, resembling a rose about to bloom, producing a bud on the verge of opening. Sean was at a loss for words, his astonishment expressed solely through silent exclamations of disbelief. Finally, Jessica Diana's demeanor turned serious as she meticulously opened the third vial, evenly sprinkling 10 grams of stardust into the silver basin. In that instant, Sean heard a soft hissing sound emanating from the room. The next moment, the bud began to slowly unfurl, radiant beams of light cascading outward like the dawn. Simultaneously, the crimson root beneath the bud, along with the soil in the basin, seemed to dissolve, rising in a billowing, ethereal mist that swiftly enveloped the entire room. In a daze, Sean felt as though he were gazing into the dark cosmos, witnessing a shimmering world of glass, and sensing some indistinct gaze upon him. Moments later, the mist dissipated, and Sean emerged from his reverie to find that everything in the silver basin had vanished, replaced by a fist-sized dragon fruit cradled delicately in Jessica Diana's hands. Is this the secret fruit? Initially taken aback by the sight of the dragon fruit, Sean's curiosity piqued as he noticed the peculiar symbols etched upon its surface. How strikingly similar it appeared to a devil fruit. Could it be that all secret fruits resemble fruits in appearance? Sean couldn't help but mutter, recalling his past experiences with One Piece. Well, your secret fruit is ready. You may partake in it, Jessica Diana said with a smile, presenting the fruit before Sean. He swallowed hard, gingerly accepting the fruit, which felt akin to an ordinary dragon fruit, and hesitated. Do I need to peel it? Jessica Diana chuckled, responding with a mischievous tone. You could certainly give that a try. Sean's lips twitched, realizing he might have spoken foolishly, and hesitantly opened his mouth, bringing the fruit closer. However, a thought struck him, and he halted, uncertainly asking, Sister, are you sure I can eat it directly? No rituals or incantations required. Jessica Diana blinked, her expression earnest as she replied, Of course. An incantation is necessary. Listen closely. Sean steadied himself, focusing intently. Whoa, beautiful and alluring Jessica. Do you recall those blissful days of yore? How robust we were. Intoxicated by passion, lying together for entire days and nights on that narrow bed, dining and resting there. Oh, what marvel it was. Sean paused for a moment, genuinely raising his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, What a splendid poem. Then, disregarding the giggling Jessica, he unhesitatingly popped the secret fruit into his mouth, consuming it with remarkable speed. Indeed, one cannot deny that its flavor is distinctly different from that of dragon fruit. It possesses a gelatinous softness. Sean, savoring the lingering taste, was about to engage Jessica in conversation when suddenly his mind jolted, followed by a rapid surge in his internal temperature, as if myriad tiny insects were incessantly gnawing at every cell within him. He involuntarily shuddered, and Jessica Diana appeared before him, her figure blurring into double images. The surroundings began to distort, resembling the chaotic vision of a man who had consumed copious amounts of liquor, the entire world spinning into disarray. Simultaneously, the once monochromatic realm seemed to be splashed with vibrant hues, dazzling colors enveloping him in a fantastical world. Where was this place? He pondered silently, but no one could provide an answer. Gradually, clarity emerged. He discerned a kaleidoscopic realm devoid of mountains, seas, or sky, only ethereal streams of light, as if caught in a dream. This is the spirit realm. A sudden epiphany surged within him, both swift and peculiar, yet undeniably evident. Boom. The muddled and warped vision rapidly faded, colors around him returning to normal, revealing the concerned gaze of Jessica Diana. Sean? She inquired, sensing his focus shift, her heart tightening with apprehension. Sean nodded slightly, glancing at himself and moving his body, perplexed. How strange. It feels no different from before. Jessica Diana exhaled in relief, discreetly placing a talisman back into her pocket, and smiled. Congratulations, Sean. You are but one step away from becoming a communicator. One step away? Sean blinked, furrowing his brows. Sister, haven't I already consumed the secret fruit? Indeed, Jessica Diana replied, gently brushing her hair aside, by successfully consuming the secret fruit. You have traversed the most perilous threshold. However, to become a true extraordinary being, you must swiftly learn to control your spiritual essence. Spiritual essence? Sean stroked his chin, somewhat comprehending. Yes, Jessica Diana said, producing an aged tome from seemingly nowhere and handing it to him. Study this diligently. I must report to the captain. Sean shook his head in exasperation but nonetheless opened the book with earnest intent. Fortunately, the words within the book no longer resembled alien script in Hebrew, but rather the familiar tongue of ancient Rome. He eagerly commenced reading, losing track of time until the sound of footsteps echoed once more outside, jolting him from his reverie. He turned his gaze towards the door, where the recently departed Lady Jessica Diana reappeared. Her expression was markedly less joyful than before, shadowed by a sense of concern. Sean felt a stir of apprehension and inquired, Sister, is something amiss? Chapter 51. My beautiful Aunt Jessica Diana entered with a light step, sighing as she spoke. A troubling incident has occurred. There has been a theft at the library of Hogwarts, resulting in the loss of several document rubbings. The captain hopes I can locate the original documents in the mystical hall and create another set for the school. Alas, I had planned to leave work early tonight for a soothing bath. Sean paused, frowning as he inquired, a theft? Indeed, Jessica Diana replied, her small fist shaking in frustration. That insufferable little thief. If I catch her, I shall ensure she understands the disgrace of wasting a beautiful lady's beauty regimen. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she slapped her forehead. Oh, I nearly forgot. That despicable thief also stole 2 original pages from the Roman notes. What? Sean exclaimed, his heart racing. He momentarily disregarded her earlier use of she, responding with urgency. Those 2 pages were taken as well? Yes, Jessica Diana confirmed, unfazed by Sean's knowledge of the library's Roman notes. As it was hardly a secret, Hogwarts had even held a public exhibition in the past. She sighed again, a hint of melancholy creasing her brow. It's unfortunate that the originals are lost, but there are 2 rubbings in the mystical hall. I can simply transcribe them again. However, the sheer volume of missing documents is overwhelming. How long will it take me to copy them all? Sean inhaled deeply, suppressing his elation, and replied earnestly, Sister, allow me to assist you. You? Jessica Diana was initially taken aback, then regarded Sean with hesitant curiosity. Are you capable? You didn't even recognize Hebrew earlier. Sean's face flushed, yet he coughed lightly and asserted, Sister, whether I know Hebrew or not is irrelevant. What matters is that I can transcribe, right? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to peruse the new remnants of the Roman travels, and he was determined not to let it slip away. Jessica Diana nodded in agreement, her gaze toward Sean softening with warmth and affection. Thank you, Sean. In her eyes, he had just consumed the secret fruit and was in dire need of spiritual mastery. Yet he was wholly focused on aiding her with her troubles. How could her heart remain untouched by such selflessness? As she contemplated this, she noticed the book in Sean's hands and smiled. This Fundamentals of Meditation was authored by a former cardinal. It covers the basics of unlocking and controlling spirituality. Do you have any questions? Sean's mind jolted, realizing Jessica Diana was intentionally guiding him, prompting him to voice his doubts. Sister, I do have some uncertainties. For instance, the book states that the method of meditation is to concentrate and clear the mind of distractions, yet when I tried just now, I found myself inadvertently thinking of all sorts of nonsense. Nonsense. Jessica Diana curled the corner of her mouth, her round face slightly leaning toward Sean. Is it like my sister? Sean, with a playful demeanor, found a chair to sit down, assuming a poised posture, and smiled as he asked, So, what do you think? Care to give it a try? Rolling his eyes, Sean chose to disregard Jessica Diana's ongoing teasing and, as instructed, closed his eyes, allowing his mind to drift momentarily before conjuring an image of his aunt, standing at a height of 1.7 meters. With a slender figure and exquisite features accentuated by jewel-like eyes, she donned a simple beige collared long dress and a modest ruffled hat. Soon enough, he vividly painted a picture of her beauty and gentleness in his mind. Auntie is truly stunning, Sean thought, his lips involuntarily curling upward, causing his focus to waver, pulling him from a state of concentration. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed at the contemplative Jessica Diana, a look of chagrin crossing his face as he admitted, I failed. Jessica Diana stroked her chin thoughtfully, suggesting, perhaps the object you envisioned was too complex. On a serious note, I recommend starting with something simpler and more defined. This object should allow you to relax, one that won't stir turmoil within you, akin to a trivial item. Understand that the essence of meditation is to perceive the existence of your spirit and avoid using that as a medium to let that ethereal spirit replace your vision. For instance, the ritual of sacred contracts you will come to know. It serves as a conduit for prayers to the divine, as well as a medium for offerings. Regardless of its purpose, the essence remains the same, to open your heart and liberate your spirit. Sean nodded, enlightenment dawning upon him, and closed his eyes once more. This time, he envisioned the simplest of objects, a pair of chopsticks. As a traveler from the land of flower cultivation, the chopsticks were etched in his memory as the most uncomplicated, yet profound, item. Swiftly, he outlined the image of the chopsticks in his mind, then, following Jessica's guidance, allowed his heart to gradually relax. The chopsticks, initially floating motionless in his imagination, began to move freely and whimsically as his spirit loosened. They danced left and right, up and down, reminiscent of a mischievous child exploring its surroundings. Unconsciously, Sean's entire focus was captivated by the chopsticks, following their playful movements. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a fissure appeared in the dark realm of his imagination, widening as vibrant orbs of color surged forth like a tidal wave. With a thunderous roar, Sean felt a buzz in his brain and instinctively opened his eyes, beholding a world that differed from the one he had previously known. Or rather, the world before him seemed less tangible, tinged with a hint of the surreal. For instance, Jessica Diana, still seated, radiated a golden glow from her surface, prompting a look of confusion in Sean's eyes. Chapter 52. The Spiritual Eye. This is the world that unfolds after you awaken your spiritual eye. Jessica Diana seemed to sense Sean's gaze as she spoke, producing a bronze mirror and extending it toward him. Instinctively, Sean accepted the mirror and peered into it, only to be startled by a pair of light blue pupils staring back at him. Do you see? Since your spiritual attribute is of the water element, the corresponding color is light blue. As for me, being of the earth element, you perceive a hue of earthy yellow, Jessica Diana explained with a smile, her mind marveling at the child's remarkable insight. It had only been a short time, yet he had already managed to open his spiritual eye. If memory served her correctly, the fastest to achieve this feat had been Kelly, who, if she recalled accurately, had taken 3 days to succeed. Unbeknownst to Sean, who was blissfully unaware of Jessica's admiration for his aptitude, he eagerly scanned his surroundings, observing that apart from Ms. Jessica, the only item in the room emanating light was the piece of parchment resting on the table. In other words, aside from that parchment containing the secret recipe for the speaker's fruit, all other objects in the room, including the silver basin used for cultivating the fruit, appeared to be mundane. The parchment had been treated specially, hence its spiritual luminescence was entirely normal. Perceiving Sean's confusion, Jessica Diana smiled gently and placed the parchment into a small silver box, causing its faint glow to dissipate. Silver is an indispensable metal for us transcendent beings. If necessary, you should stock up on it in the future. Sean recalled the silver basin and the silver bullets, nodding thoughtfully. At that moment, Jessica Diana slung the small box over her shoulder and remarked with a smile, "Well, it's getting late. We need to head to the meditation hall to transcribe texts. Let us converse as we walk." Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly halted, as if recalling something important. She tapped her forehead in annoyance and exclaimed, "Oh, my memory. I almost forgot to tell you how to close your spiritual eye." Turning to Sean, who appeared somewhat disheartened, she added, "Remember, do not keep your spiritual eye open for extended periods. Otherwise, excessive spiritual consumption may lead to fainting, which would be a minor concern." Her demeanor became noticeably serious as she spoke. Recalling his previous experiences, Sean steadied his mind and nodded earnestly. "I will remember." "Good," Jessica Diana affirmed, slightly organizing her thoughts before continuing. "The purpose of meditation is to awaken the spiritual eye. Just as opening the spiritual eye requires concentration on the object, closing it necessitates relaxation of the mind. To put it simply, you must envision the destruction of the object you have focused on." Jessica Diana noticed Sean frowning and patiently explained, "Do not find it cumbersome. For beginners, this is the most effective method. Once you have mastered it, merely a gesture or even a thought will allow you to effortlessly open or close your spiritual eye." "Apologies," Sean said while scratching his head, then attempted to close his eyes and conjure the image of chopsticks breaking in his mind. This was a task of remarkable ease. And as he completed this mental exercise and reopened his eyes, the yellow glow enveloping Jessica Diana dissipated, restoring the world around them to its previous normalcy. The duo soon arrived at the so-called Hall of Secrecy, which stood before them as a pair of dark metal double doors. To the left of the entrance was a guard room, where a rugged man with short gray hair and clad in military attire sat. "Jessica, who is this?" the rugged man inquired, his gaze tinged with surprise. Jessica Diana offered a slight smile and replied, "This is Sean Victoria, a newly selected member by Captain Oscar." She then turned to Sean and added, "His name is Jack Claude. He was a soldier. You can simply call him Jack." Sean promptly bowed in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Jack." Jack Claude regarded Sean with a curious look, surveying him from head to toe before grinning. "You are the one who killed the spellcaster?" Sean felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly clarified, "You misunderstand. It was primarily the captain's merit. I merely happened to fire a shot that struck him." Jack Claude nodded in agreement. "I suspected as much. Well, Jack, enough of the idle chatter. The captain has tasked me with imprinting some texts tonight, and I cannot complete this alone. Sean is here to assist," Sean stated. Jack Claude acknowledged with a grunt, retrieving a copper key from his person and stepping out of the guard room. Under Sean's watchful gaze, he unlocked the door. With a heavy, muffled creak, Jack Claude pushed the door open, then turned slightly, cracking his neck and gesturing towards the narrow opening that required one to sidle through. "All right, you may enter." Jessica Diana said nothing, maintaining an air of composure and elegance that left Sean somewhat unsettled as she gracefully approached the door. However, just as she passed halfway, her path was obstructed by her own figure, and despite her efforts, she could not proceed. Sean, unable to bear the sight, instinctively glanced at Jack Claude, only to discover a hint of excitement flickering in the depths of his eyes. "Goodness, you scoundrel," Sean mused, mentally branding the seemingly straightforward man as a lecher. At that moment, Jessica Diana appeared flustered and, muttering a curse under her breath, unleashed a powerful punch against the dark iron door. With a resonant thud, the door swung open with an alarming force. Sean stood agape, utterly astonished. Noticing the look on Sean's face, Jessica's expression turned even more furious. However, after a moment's contemplation, she shot Jack Claude a fierce glare and then stormed through the iron door. Sean cast a bewildered glance at the solemn Jack Claude, shaking his head inwardly, and hurriedly followed suit. After a while, once Jack Claude was certain the two had ventured far enough, he smugly whistled as he prepared to close the door. At that moment, a foot clad in short boots shot through the crack of the door like a bolt of lightning, delivering a swift kick between Jack Crowder's legs. This was followed by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Sean, who was listening to the agonized cry from within the iron door, instinctively tightened his legs and trembled as he asked, "Sister, he won't be harmed, will he?" He just witnessed how forcefully Mrs. Jessica struck. Jessica Diana let out a dismissive snort, exerting her strength to slam the iron door shut. She then brushed the dust off her hands and remarked calmly, "He'll be fine. That scoundrel Jack is a master of combat in Sequence 8. Both his physique and endurance far surpass those of ordinary extraordinary beings. My kick will merely cause him discomfort for a month." After a month, Sean silently exhaled, mentally categorizing the mercurial Jessica as a figure of utmost peril, without exception. Chapter 53. The second page of the Roman travelogue. Subsequently, Jessica Diana, with an air of resourcefulness, produced a kerosene lamp from an unknown source and ignited it, casting its flickering light around the vicinity. Under the dim glow, Sean was finally able to discern his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive room far larger than he had anticipated, approximately the size of half a football field from his former life. Bookshelves, reaching up to the ceiling, were arranged in an orderly fashion, laden with tomes of varying weights and sizes, meticulously organized. "This is where I conduct my daily work," Jessica Diana remarked, as she approached a wooden table nestled in the corner, setting the kerosene lamp upon it, her visage betraying a hint of wistfulness. As Sean walked over, he marveled at the plethora of books lining the shelves, exclaiming, "Sister, if you told me this was a library, I would wholeheartedly believe you." With a soft chuckle, Jessica Diana produced a piece of parchment from her pocket and handed it to Sean, inquiring, "Can you locate these?" Sean instinctively accepted the parchment, his gaze landing on the text, "The Secret History of the Royal Family of the First Roman Empire." Never heard of it. The Autobiography of Cologne Catus? That name seems somewhat familiar. Who was the most beloved woman of ancient Rome? Wait, is there really a book that someone would steal? He glanced up at Jessica Diana, his expression a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. "Sister, are these the stolen books you mentioned?" In 2 authentic pages from the Roman notes, Jessica Diana added, playfully wiggling 2 fingers. Sean rolled his eyes, choosing to overlook her whimsical antics, yet his suspicions deepened. The thief's feminine identity, along with the books in question, seemed to align suspiciously with Miss Key, who had shown interest in the Sea Tombs information and the Caddis family. Was it truly Miss Key? Had he inadvertently become her accomplice? The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, his mind a tangled mess. Sean felt somewhat dazed, uncertain of her intentions. Jessica Diana, exasperated, rolled her eyes and said, "All right, just hand me back the parchment. Since this is your first visit, you have no idea where the books are kept. If you disarrange them, I'll be the one to clean up the mess." As she spoke, she patted a large wooden box on the table, her eyes questioning. "These are the impressions of the 2 pages from the Roman travelogue. Is transcription permissible?" A jolt of excitement coursed through Sean, and he managed to contain his elation. Nodding earnestly, "Rest assured, I will not miswrite a single word. No, not even a symbol." That was close. He almost let it slip. He exhaled quietly. Jessica Diana offered a faint smile, refraining from further comment as she took the parchment, perusing it while making her way toward the distant shelves. Sean, glancing sideways to see her retreating figure, swiftly stepped forward to open the wooden box, revealing 2 neatly arranged sheets of parchment within. The familiar yet slightly alien characters danced upon the paper. He picked up one sheet, recognized it from his previous encounter, and promptly set it down to grasp the other. The little rascal thought he could outsmart me during the day. Such a foolish endeavor, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. Yet, something is indeed amiss. What could this boy have encountered? To my divine essence, it is utterly perplexing that I cannot perceive how his spirit vanished. Moreover, his actions are quite peculiar. Why must he leap into the sea? This shall not confound me. I must keep this matter from Katrina. For if she discovers that I secretly administered the old man's truth serum to her precious son, she would certainly deny me her affections. Oh, great Lord of chaos above, I cannot bear the thought of not sharing a splendid slumber with Kachina. It would drive me to madness. As for maintaining an air of sophistication, I must learn from that hypocritical archangel. Following his descriptions, there lies a solitary black pyramid and a silver box, which piques my interest. Strangely, my divine intuition hints at an undercurrent of conspiracy. I cannot remain idle. Brett, in his rebellious nature, delights in adventure, and I must prepare accordingly. I shall place the mirror of Hypnos within. With this S-rank extraordinary item, Brett will at least be safeguarded from mortal peril. Oh, I must carefully orchestrate matters. He must discover Hypnos's true name, Hypnos Icarus Fontasis Morpheus. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would undoubtedly cast the mirror into the endless sea. Alas, this troublesome boy truly keeps me on my toes. As a father, my worries for you are endless. As Sean perused the entire page, the tumult within him surged like the waters of the Caribbean. It was not until he noticed Jessica Diana in the distance, seemingly gathering all the books, that he hastily fetched a chair and retrieved 2 pristine sheets of parchment from the drawer. While diligently transcribing, his thoughts began to wander, plunging him into contemplation. This was a skill he had honed during his university days, where he could simultaneously focus on his assignments while imagining himself as the mute Link, wielding the master sword and the bow of light, teaching the golden centaurs the ways of life. Of course, he also occasionally envisioned himself as a fated one, brandishing a colossal staff, instructing Malnia beneath the sacred tree on how to embody the essence of a gentlewoman. Ahem, these musings are tangential, currently. His mind is occupied with the revelations contained within the travelogue of ancient Rome. It is evident that Kachina was indeed a wife in ancient Rome. While she was likely not the sole one, her profound regard for her child, Brett, suggests that Kachina held a significant position in the heart of Rome. Chapter 54. S-Class Extraordinary Item alongside the magical mirror of Hypnos, an S-Class Extraordinary Item as described by ancient Rome, he formulated an audacious hypothesis. He surmised that the copper mirror he beheld in the enigmatic chamber was indeed the S-Class Extraordinary Item, Hypnos mirror, placed there by the Romans. By further reasoning, he deduced that the high-backed chair must also have been introduced later. In other words, the chamber was not merely a space he could enter. It also allowed for the storage of various objects. It was akin to a storied ring from a novel. As this thought crossed Sean's mind, his excited fingers trembled slightly, nearly causing him to lose grip on his pen. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, glancing at Jessica Diana, who was approaching with a stack of books, and diligently continued his transcription. Jessica Diana moved with grace, soon arriving at the table. Upon noticing Sean engrossed in his work, a faint smile graced her lips. She chose not to speak, but silently pulled up a chair and settled at the adjacent table, engaged in her own transcription. Her collection of books appeared to number 7 or 8. Meanwhile, Sean's thoughts were consumed by the name Hypnos Icarus Fontasis Morpheus. What could it possibly signify? Why did ancient Rome insist on revealing the true name of Hypnos mirror to his son? What did this true name refer to? Confounded, Sean instinctively committed this complex, lengthy name to memory. At that moment, Sean realized he had completed the first page. He glanced at the books on Jessica's table, sighed in admiration, and proceeded to transcribe the second page. After faithfully copying 2 complete pages of the Roman travelogue, he turned to observe Jessica, only to find that she had inexplicably fallen asleep, her rounded, rosy lips slightly parted and a droplet of saliva escaping. He was momentarily speechless, shook his head gently, and quietly approached Jessica's side. He transferred the stacked books from her table to his own and retrieved a substantial pile of parchment from the drawer. Well, let this be a token of gratitude to Jessica for allowing me to glimpse the Roman travelogue, Sean thought, smiling silently as he pulled the topmost book from the pile, revealing it to be the very volume on Hebrew vocabulary that he had seen Professor Elia peruse. Ah, could this be the same book Professor Elia had read? Intrigued, Sean opened the first page and immediately noticed the inscription preceding the table of contents. Though man may be blind, knowledge is eternal. Jessica, what do you think? Unbeknownst to him, Oscar Soren had already positioned himself beside Jessica Diana. The previously slumbering Jessica stirred, slightly opening her eyes and expressing a hint of exasperation. Captain, could you please announce your arrival next time? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Sean, who was engrossed in transcribing the Hebrew vocabulary compilation, and she remarked, Captain, your illusions are truly formidable. Despite having opened his spiritual eye, he remains oblivious to the enchantment you are weaving at this very moment. Oscar Soren replied with a faint smile, it seems you have quite an affection for him. A flicker of complexity crossed Jessica Diana's eyes as she murmured, he resembles Tyler strikingly, truly strikingly. Is that the reason you feigned sleep to test him? Oscar Soren gently shook his head. Enough of the transcription. I'll assign others for that task. You are to take Sean to Hogwarts shortly. Jessica Diana paused, a look of confusion crossing her face. Is it because of that thief? But that falls under the purview of the guard. Does it not concern us? Not just that. Oscar Soren's gaze grew peculiar. Do you recall Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith? Jessica Diana furrowed her brow before a realization dawned upon her. He was the scholar who attended Rex's funeral that day. Indeed, that is him. Oscar Soren's expression turned solemn. He has vanished without a trace. Jessica Diana blinked in surprise, her brows knitting together. What does that have to do with us? Not us. Oscar Soren's eyes turned toward Sean, who remained diligently transcribing. It is he whose fate is intertwined with this matter. Beneath the radiant sun. The warmth dispelled the chill from his body as Sean navigated through the bustling crowd, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the elegantly walking Miss Jessica. Sister, were we not to finish transcribing the texts? Sean clutched a freshly bound book, unable to suppress his curiosity. Just moments ago. After completing the transcription of the Hebrew vocabulary compilation, Jessica Diana had awakened and informed him that there was no need to continue. He felt utterly bewildered. Yet Jessica offered no explanation. She merely bound the work he had transcribed and gifted it to him before leading him away from the Hunters Guild. Pausing in her speech, she playfully inquired, Little one, do you not feel particularly fortunate? Fortunate? You may feel fortunate, sister, but what of me? Oh, benevolent deity, save your wretched disciple. Sean managed a strained smile, shaking the book in his hands. What of this Hebrew vocabulary compilation, then? A mischievous glint sparkled in Jessica Diana's eyes. I sincerely apologize. This is one of the essential texts for extraordinary beings. I had intended to transcribe a copy for you, but to my surprise, upon awakening, I found you had already completed it. With that, she gracefully displayed a hint of embarrassment. Sean was left speechless, an inexplicable sense of having been outmaneuvered washed over him. Yet, confronted with Jessica's apologetic demeanor, he could hardly voice his discontent, instead forcing a smile. No matter, transcribing it myself will help me remember it even better. Is that so? Jessica Diana suddenly halted, her hands clasped together like a little girl, cradling her chin, her eyes sparkling with wonder. A shiver ran down Sean's spine as he hurriedly exclaimed, Indeed, I assure you, I speak the truth. Chapter 55. The Dignity of a Gentleman Splendid, exclaimed Jessica Diana, clapping her hands in delight. Once this task concludes, I shall entrust you with the transcriptions of both Fundamentals of Spellcrafting and Meditation Manual. With a playful twinkle in her round eyes, she added, These 2 tomes are essential for extraordinary individuals, so do strive to excel. She punctuated her words with an enthusiastic fist pump. Sean gazed at her in bemusement. Utterly perplexed by the juxtaposition of elegance, violence, charm, childishness, and even mischief embodied in a woman of 40. Could it be a sign of mental instability? The captain had previously mentioned that Jessica had left the extraordinary squad due to certain circumstances to join the Mysticism Hall, and a contemplative light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, the frustration stemming from Jessica's antics dissipated, replaced by a hint of sympathy. To Sean, it was evident that some unfortunate event must have befallen Lady Jessica, resulting in her peculiar demeanor. Lost in thought, the two continued their journey, and as they passed a haberdashery selling gentlemen's top hats, tailored suits, leather boots, and canes, Sean caught sight of a middle-aged gentleman emerging from within. The gentleman was resplendent in a pristine black tailcoat, perfectly complemented by a white shirt beneath, topped off with a matching high silk top hat and a gold-adorned cane. He epitomized the very essence of genteel nobility. In the kingdom of Augustine, gentlemen of high status, power, and wealth, who resided at the pinnacle of society, favored the classic combination of white shirts paired with the black tailcoat and matching high silk top hat. Though the color scheme may appear rather monotonous, it is a long-standing tradition inherited from the aristocracy of the Augustine Empire, rendering the black and white ensemble a hallmark of the kingdom's middle class. Conversely, the women of the kingdom, particularly those of noble lineage, are esteemed for their opulence and vibrant attire. This distinction manifests not only in their clothing but also in their conduct, lifestyle, and overall demeanor. In essence, any woman, to borrow 2 contemporary phrases from Sean's previous life, might be aptly described as a green tea bitch or a white lotus, reflecting a certain societal sentiment. In simpler terms, the women of the kingdom who frequently flit between various gatherings and balls often adorn themselves in splendid garments, carrying vials of perfume, delicately dabbing their tears with handkerchiefs or elegantly covering their mouths, feigning fragility and grace as if perpetually ailing and delicate. Of course, This does not extend to the impoverished women residing at the lower echelons of society, who are typically either the servants, mistresses, or playthings of the nobility, or laborers in factories, or garishly dressed courtesans plying their trade on the streets. Sean, though not extensively knowledgeable about these matters, had gleaned some insights from his aunt, who had a noble classmate, and many of these intriguing anecdotes came from her. Indeed, the dignity of a gentleman remains the aspiration of men everywhere. At that moment, Jessica Diana, noticing Sean's envious gaze, playfully patted him on the shoulder and teased, "Oh, I almost forgot. You are still not of age. You cannot be considered a gentleman yet." Sean's expression darkened as he perceived the mischievous glint in Jessica's eyes gradually descending. He instinctively tightened his lower body and quickly replied, "Sister, please don't jest. Let us hurry along." Nodding earnestly, Sean kept his eyes open this time, walking while envisioning the outline of chopsticks in his mind. Drawing from prior experience, he completed his meditation in mere seconds and successfully opened his spiritual eye. Instantly, the world before him seemed to be veiled in a surreal hue. Although he did not see any radiance emanating from others, the yellow aura surrounding Jessica indicated that he was indeed in the state of his spiritual eye being opened. It was a remarkable sensation, as if his eyes had been enhanced with a light-absorbing filter. Not only were the people and objects in his view increasingly distinct, but he also sensed that with the prolonged opening of his spiritual eye, his hearing and sense of smell were heightened. He caught the sweet aroma of a cake shop several dozen meters away, detected the fragrance of a lady approaching him, heard an indistinct clapping sound, and the shouts that made his cheeks flush. Breathing rapidly, Sean felt his chaotic thoughts nearly draw him out of the state he had just entered. Jessica Diana, seemingly already aware of this occurrence, smiled and advised, "Do not panic, relax, and attune yourself to your body. Embrace your spirituality. Remember, you must try to accept it and become accustomed to it." Accept it? Become accustomed to it? Sean's thoughts raced as he took a deep breath. Disregarding the cacophony surrounding him and the myriad of scents, both pleasant and unpleasant, allowing himself to walk naturally. The clamor intensified, and the chaotic aromas grew more pronounced. Yet the frown that had initially creased his brow began to ease. Time and space seemed to slow in that moment. The sounds around him became increasingly indistinct, and the scents faded into the background until a resonant sound echoed in his mind, and he vaguely perceived a circular, jelly-like, pale blue light within him. Sean's eyes widened in astonishment. The slowed-down world around him returned to its normal rhythm in response to his emotional fluctuations. "Congratulations," Jessica Diana remarked, her expression a blend of reassurance and surprise as she gazed at Sean. "From this moment forth, you are a true communicator." Standing amidst the bustling street, Sean thoughtfully closed his eyes once more, deeply contemplating the circular, jelly-like, pale blue light he had just encountered, murmuring, "Is this pale blue light the secret fruit I just consumed?" "Indeed," she affirmed. In Jessica Diana's eyes, the meaning of admiration deepened. "This is the secret fruit you ingested earlier. When you become aware of its presence, it signifies your emergence as a sequence 9 extraordinary being. Should you aspire to advance further, you must diligently digest it, allowing it to merge with your very essence, thereby enabling you to fully grasp the extraordinary properties contained within the secret fruit." Chapter 56, Hogwarts to illustrate. The mystical fruit can be likened to the medicine one consumes when afflicted by illness. Ingesting it merely marks the commencement of the healing process. In truth, to genuinely restore one's health, it is imperative for the body to assimilate the medication. These words are not my own, but are inscribed in the notes of one of humanity's illustrious sages, Mr. Shell, the inventor of the deductive method. Assimilation? Deductive method? Sean's mind jolted, and a phrase from his previous readings of ancient Roman travelogues resurfaced. The mystical fruit is not meant for digestion, but rather for cultivation through pleasure. Along with the so-called cultivation method summarized by the Romans, he could not help but inquire, how is one to assimilate it? Furthermore, what does the deductive method entail? To be frank, he found himself quite conflicted. Logically, he was more inclined to accept Ms. Jessica's interpretation that the mystical fruit is intended for digestion. Firstly, there was no reason for Ms. Jessica to deceive him. Secondly, whether from various novels and films of his past life or the examples cited by this sage, the notion of digesting the mystical fruit to gain extraordinary powers appeared coherent and reasonable. In contrast, the cultivation method recorded in the Roman travelogue seemed utterly absurd. The mystical fruit is not meant for digestion, but rather for cultivation through pleasure? Surely, the Romans were not jesting? At that moment, Jessica Diana leaned slightly closer to Sean and whispered, I cannot divulge the specifics regarding assimilation and the deductive method due to my oath. You must comprehend it on your own, and do not attempt to inquire with other members of the luminaries. They either have not grasped it yet or are similarly bound by oaths. Sean's mind sparked with realization. Does this imply that he could seek counsel from other extraordinary beings who are not members of the luminaries? However, upon further reflection, he understood that the likelihood of succeeding in such an endeavor was slim, given the mention of oaths by Miss Jessica. The methods of assimilation and the so-called deductive method seemed to be a closely guarded secret of the church, or perhaps of various churches. At the very least, those privy to this knowledge were sworn to secrecy, which led him to deduce that other churches' extraordinary beings likely adhered to similar confidentiality protocols. The prospect of uncovering this secret from external sources appeared exceedingly dim unless... Sean's eyes brightened as he silently mused. Unless they belong to those clandestine organizations deemed evil and illegal by the Orthodox Church, such as the House of Outsiders to which I belong. Noticing the contemplative expression on Sean's face, Jessica Diana discerned that he had grasped her predicament. With a snap of her fingers, she dispelled the surrounding spiritual barrier and said with a smile, "Let us proceed. Sheriff Mike is awaiting us at the school." With that, she left Sean with a captivating silhouette. He lingered for a moment, yet failed to perceive any further unusual sensations. As they strolled and conversed, they soon arrived at the grand entrance of Hogwarts. In stark contrast to the prevalent Gothic revival style of the kingdom's aristocratic castles, the architectural design of Hogwarts Academy leans more towards the aesthetic sensibilities of the burgeoning bourgeoisie, wealthy merchants of the realm. The buildings are imbued with a myriad of styles including Renaissance, Romanesque, and Tudor, creating a unique blend of beauty that possesses an alternative significance. Naturally, Sean, lacking an understanding of these architectural distinctions, could only exclaim in awe with phrases like "wow," "oh," and "holy cow," revealing his academic shortcomings. Jessica Diana stifled a giggle like a young girl, choosing not to comment, and instead led Sean toward the security office adjacent to the main entrance, where Sheriff Mike was engaged in casual conversation while smoking. Before they approached, the astute Sheriff Mike had already noticed their arrival. He extinguished his cigarette with a flick of his fingers and greeted them with a warm smile. "Jessica, my dear, it's been a while. You look even more beautiful and youthful than before." As Mike Jason doffed his hat in salute, he caught sight of Sean, whose peculiar expression piqued his curiosity. "Sean, what brings you here?" Before Sean could respond, Jessica Diana interjected naturally. "Mike, as you know, he is a key witness in the Rex case. Commissioner Oscar suspects a connection between Smith's disappearance and the Rex case, so he asked me to bring him along for a look. Perhaps there will be some new insights." "Ah, that makes sense." Mike Jason nodded in agreement, then patted Sean on the shoulder. "Sean, whatever happens, please do not entertain thoughts of despair. You, who fear nothing, even death, what could possibly be insurmountable? Sheriff, you may not realize that sometimes living in this world is far more challenging than death." Sean reflected silently on the harrowing sights he had witnessed in the lower district, exhaling softly, his face adopting a dutiful expression. "Thank you, Sheriff Mike." He held a deep respect for the kind-hearted sheriff, who not only rescued him from the clutches of a malevolent overseer, but also covered his medical expenses and continued to show concern for him. It was truly difficult for Sean not to feel a sense of gratitude. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Sheriff Mike led Jessica and Sean into Hogwarts Academy. Arriving at the renowned Bruce Daling Library of the Augustine Kingdom, the Bruce Daling Library exemplifies a typical Baroque style, showcasing distinct religious features alongside hedonistic elements. The architecture emphasizes a harmonious blend of sculpture and painting, and the artistic style is infused with an impressive release of passion, as evidenced in the ceiling murals where human figures are rendered insignificant, resembling mere decorative patterns. Sheriff Mike, lacking an appreciation for art, explained the situation to the library staff before bidding farewell to the two. In contrast, Sean, noticing that Mike had departed, could no longer resist gazing at the inscription on the stone tablet outside the library. "Bruce Daling?" Jessica Diana smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, Bruce Daling Hawk, who was not only one of the early sages to discover and summarize the theory of spirituality but also the founder and first principal of Hogwarts Academy." Sean gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "No wonder Ballot City, despite being merely a remote town, possesses considerable renown throughout the kingdom. It seems that all of this is attributed to the presence of the finest institution in the realm, Hogwarts Academy." Chapter 57, the Bruce Daling Library to be precise. It is not merely the best, but rather the most historically significant. Jessica Diana gazed upward at the lofty spire of the library, reflecting, in comparison to the illustrious St. Peter's College in the capital of Verna, the Hogwarts Academy, established during the dawn of an era, is undoubtedly a living relic of the entire Western continent's history. Here, we not only honor the great Principal Bruce Daling, but also the remarkable figures of the same epoch, such as Mr. Hebrew and Mr. Kleinst, who have left their indelible marks in the annals of humanity. It can be said that every student of Hogwarts possesses an inherent sense of pride and honor. As she spoke, a deep sense of nostalgia and complexity flickered in her eyes. Sean felt a stirring within him and quietly remarked, "Sister, did you graduate from this academy as well?" "Not exactly," Jessica Diana replied, her gaze growing even more intricate as she looked at Sean. "I once had a brother named Tyler, who was about your age when he was accepted into this esteemed institution that fills every scholar with pride." A sudden tremor coursed through Sean as he vaguely sensed the weight of her words. He hesitated, struggling to find a response. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Jessica Diana seemed disinclined to dwell on that topic further. Regaining her composure, she smiled and moved toward the library, saying, "Remember to open your spiritual eye." Sean's heart raced, and he hurriedly followed the method he had learned to activate his spiritual eye. Though it remained somewhat sluggish, it was significantly improved from before. Initially, it took him about a minute to open it, but now he could do so in roughly 10 seconds. He mused that it wouldn't be long before he could master it with effortless ease. And he quickened his pace to catch up with Jessica as they entered the enigmatic library. Before him lay a splendidly straight corridor, flanked by murals and sculptures rich in themes of religion and hedonism. Among these, 7 prominent winged figures representing pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust left Sean utterly astounded. Who on earth carved these? He thought. Do they not fear the stake? Yet, he quickly reminded himself that this was the Bruce Daling Library, and indeed, these were the murals of the Bruce Daling Library. A shiver ran through Sean, not from anger or fear, but from an overwhelming sense of astonishment. He was born into a family of clergy from the primordial church. His father was a priest, and his mother a devoted believer. While he may not have been deeply influenced, he was certainly aware of the church's fundamental doctrines. To revere, respect, and fear the divine was common knowledge. Yet, the content of these murals felt irreverent to the extreme, and their continued existence seemed nothing short of miraculous. No, it was unfathomable. Do you not find it peculiar, even incredible? Jessica Diana remarked with an odd expression. Sean turned toward her voice, his eyes filled with questions. Jessica Diana gazed at Sean, whose eyes brimmed with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, and felt an inexplicable sense of disorientation. In that moment, she envisioned a handsome golden-haired boy. Imbued with the same curiosity and vitality, his figure gradually merging with Sean's. Her eyes reddened, and she murmured, "Tyler." Sean was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence. After a brief pause, Jessica Diana seemed to regain her composure, shyly turning her head to one side and gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "I apologize for my lapse," she said. Sean, with sagacity, deftly shifted the topic. "Sister, what exactly is the situation? Could it be that Bruce Daling is?" He refrained from uttering the term blasphemer. Indeed, the religious beliefs in this alternate world were peculiarly strange. Unlike the doctrinal disputes and covert rivalries typical of sects in the real world, the 4 Orthodox churches maintained a remarkable harmony, never deeming one another heretics. Even the Church of the Primordial Light, which represented light, and the Church of the Dark Goddess, which embodied darkness. At this juncture, Jessica Diana had regained her usual demeanor. Pointing towards the 7 angels with their peculiar expressions, she spoke earnestly. Angels are 6-winged, sacred beings, loyal apostles serving the great God of light. However, these deeply sinful rebels are nothing more than demons steeped in the abyss. Demon? Sean observed the chill in Jessica Diana's gaze, which had turned somber, and pondered deeply. "Indeed," she replied, her eyes now icy. "Demons are irredeemable traitors, embodiments of the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. They are the very source of all filth and evil." "Very well, you represent the light. Your assertions hold merit," Sean conceded, nodding in agreement. Unsure of what more to say. "And these murals? They serve as a warning." Jessica Diana seemed to recognize her previous emotional turmoil and took a deep breath to regain her tranquility. According to historical accounts, when Principal Bruce Daling carved these murals, I almost forgot to mention, Principal Daling was not merely a great sage of human civilization and an explorer. He also possessed extraordinary talents in sculpture, painting, literature, and history, which was one of the many reasons his contemporaries held him in such high esteem. After a brief pause, she turned to Sean, who appeared to be deep in thought, and continued, Principal Daling once said, "Without the courage to confront demons, one has no right to claim the title of light." The four churches were left speechless, even expressing public apologies to Principal Daling. From that moment onward, the Daling Library and the murals of the 7 deadly sins gained renown across the Western continent. In her final remarks, Jessica Diana's eyes gleamed with an uncontrollable admiration, reminiscent of fervent fans encountering their idols. Sean was momentarily at a loss for words, internally muttering, "Madam Jessica, as a devotee of the God of Light and a transcendent of the primordial church, is it truly appropriate for you to idolize?" With that, she quickened her pace and moved ahead. Sean couldn't help but roll his eyes, nearly exclaiming, "Sister, we are here to solve a case, not to indulge in sightseeing." Chapter 58. The Triumph of Divine Will. However, he ultimately displayed his intelligence by refraining from interrupting Ms. Jessica's starry-eyed fantasies, all the while continuing to observe his surroundings with keen perception as he swiftly followed her. Perhaps due to the prior measures taken by the security office, the library was devoid of students and teachers alike. Even the staff were absent. After traversing the grand corridor, he accompanied Jessica into the so-called Hall of Philosophy. This was a place that left Sean utterly awestruck. The walls were lined from floor to ceiling with towering bookshelves, reaching heights reminiscent of a 5-story building from his previous life. What captivated him most, however, was the magnificent mural that adorned the ceiling. While the mural at the entrance struck one with rational impact, the one above invoked a profound visual and spiritual revelation, titled The Triumph of Divine Will. It also conveyed the allegory of the Creator and the rites of ancient Rome. Jessica Diana once again assumed the role of guide and commentator, her gaze shimmering with fervor as she exclaimed, "This is one of President Bruce Daling's greatest masterpieces, an unparalleled fresco that epitomizes the founder of the First Empire of ancient Rome. The rights and glory of the Emperor, the First Augustus, are bestowed by the Creator, and it also expresses the social responsibilities and obligations of the prominent families of the empire." The mural is divided into 5 segments, with the supreme royalty at the center, while the upper, right, lower, and left sections represent the 4 most powerful ducal families of the time: the Augustine, Lune, Aristicles, and Rocket families. Augustine family? Sean paused, about to inquire further when Jessica continued, "The royal family of our Augustine kingdom is descended from the Augustine family of your..." Sean inhaled sharply, savoring the immense implications behind her words. "Doesn't it strike you as astonishing? Incredible?" At that moment, Jessica Diana slightly raised her chin, her eyes gleaming with pride as if the magnificent mural were her own creation. "Sister, wake up. This is not your work," Sean silently mocked, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is awe-inspiring. No wonder President Bruce Daling is regarded as one of humanity's great sages." Jessica Diana's lips curled into a satisfied smile, seemingly more enthused as she gestured toward the hall, stating, "This Hall of Philosophy measures approximately 32 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 14 meters in height, housing around 50,000 volumes on various subjects including mathematics, physics, astronomy, history, art, as well as novels and poetry. Among the most significant holdings are 2 pages of authentic ancient Roman notes donated by Queen Guinevere, wife of Augustus I, after her visit to this library in the year 1525 of the Dawn calendar. After a brief pause, her expression shifted to one of peculiarity as she added, "Of course, those 2 pages of authentic ancient Roman notes have now been stolen by that wretched female thief." No sooner had she spoken than her gaze shifted sharply to an inverted shadow that had mysteriously appeared on the ceiling, her voice turning sharp as she demanded, "Who is it?" Sean was startled, instinctively drawing the pistol from his pocket and aiming it at the ceiling, yet found nothing amiss. He scanned the area with his keen perception, but again saw nothing, and turned to Jessica, only to find her wearing a look of astonishment, seemingly taken aback. His heart filled with unease, he could not help but inquire, "Sister, there is nothing up there, is there?" Jessica Diana's expression turned grave as she shook her head, replying, "Perhaps I was just imagining things." "Imagining things? Do you take me for a fool?" Sean's brow furrowed slightly, yet he refrained from exposing her deceit, choosing instead to focus his mind and remain vigilant of his surroundings. At that moment, Jessica Diana regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Sean, despite the grandeur of this philosophical hall, it conceals a tale behind it. Would you care to hear it?" Internally, Sean rolled his eyes, but did not refuse. Instead, he suddenly bent over, clutching his stomach, and exclaimed, "Oh no, my stomach hurts." Jessica Diana paused, concern etched on her face. Did you eat something bad? Perhaps, Sean replied, anxiously scanning the area as if he could barely hold on. Seeing his distress, Jessica Diana quickly pointed toward the entrance not far ahead, instructing, just follow the corridor straight ahead. When you near the theological hall, take the corridor to your right, and at the end, you will find the restroom. As she finished speaking, she noticed Sean already hastening towards the exit, his body tense and steps unsteady, clearly on the verge of a breaking point. Jessica Diana shook her head in amusement, but once Sean was out of sight, her expression turned cold and distant. She looked up at the ceiling once more. Her voice flat as she murmured, "Who are you really?" Once inside the restroom, Sean quickly locked the door, then approached the sink and turned on the faucet. He was not truly in pain, nor was he tired of Jessica's tales. Rather, an instinctual sense of danger urged him to prepare for what lay ahead in the enigmatic room. Jessica's earlier reaction had set off alarm bells in his mind. Although she had attempted to conceal her feelings, the subtle changes in her expression had not escaped his notice. He was uncertain why she felt the need to hide the truth, but it was wise to take precautions. At that moment, the sound of rushing water filled the air as the sink filled up. After turning off the faucet and scanning the restroom with his keen perception to ensure no threats lingered, he took a deep breath and submerged his face into the basin. A familiar sensation washed over him, and his vision blurred, revealing the enigmatic room once more. Before he could act, he was astonished to see a change in the black pyramid at the center of the room. The bottom layer, instead of its usual inky darkness, now shimmered with golden light, resembling a luminescent fixture. The radiant glow almost instantaneously capturing Sean's attention. Sean was both astonished and delighted as he swiftly approached the pyramid. After observing it for a considerable time, he pondered thoughtfully, "The only distinction between my current entrance and the previous one is that I have consumed the secret fruit, becoming a speaker of Sequence 9. Thus, this pyramid signifies the hierarchy of the extraordinary. Since I have ascended to Sequence 9, does that imply the base has been illuminated?" Contemplating this idea, he eagerly reached out to touch it, yet observed no noticeable change. In his perplexity, he decided to set this matter aside for the moment and instead approach the copper mirror. With practiced ease, he activated the familiar gesture with his left palm. And once again, the pale figure began to materialize slowly. Chapter 59, The New Master of the Magic Mirror. Welcome, esteemed Mr. Dual Pupil. As you have become a transcendent being of Sequence 9 within the stipulated time frame, illuminating the Tower of Transcendence, from this moment forth, you are a permanent official member. You may utilize your spiritual essence to acquire mystical knowledge from the tower at any time. Following each subsequent advancement in sequence, you will be granted an opportunity, currently totaling 1. The permissions of temporal access and commission issuance are now permanently activated. Presently, there are no candidate members and 4 official members. May I assist you with anything? Sean gazed in disbelief at the black pyramid behind him and exclaimed with excitement, "What exactly do you mean by mystical knowledge?" Insufficient permissions. This was the true name of Hypnos, as referenced in the Travels of Ancient Rome. Although Sean did not fully comprehend the significance of this name, he felt compelled to explore its potential, given the solemnity with which it was bequeathed to him by the ancients. At that moment, as Sean's words faded, the small white face upon the bronze mirror flickered, and a vertical eye upon its forehead emitted a beam of white light, scanning Sean from head to toe. Indeed, it was akin to a scanning sensation. Initially apprehensive, Sean soon relaxed upon detecting no anomalies. "Esteemed Mr. Dual Pupil, please repeat your true name." Sean's body trembled slightly as he earnestly recited, "Hypnos Icaros Fontasis Morpus." "Master? Servant?" Sean was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression transformed into one of pure elation. "Master? You say I am your master?" He stared, wide-eyed, at the small white face, which now exhibited a demeanor and tone resembling that of a servant, referring to itself as Hypnos. A wave of unbounded joy surged through his mind. "Oh, God of light, it is a recognition of mastery. I have indeed become the master. So, I have inadvertently acquired an S-class transcendent artifact. No, a servant?" Overwhelmed with jubilation, Sean recalled Hypnos's words and promptly declared, "Sean Victoria, my true name is Sean Victoria." "Very well. Esteemed master, the recognition of mastery has been completed. How may I serve you?" At this juncture, the visage that appeared upon the bronze mirror was no longer that of the peculiar small white face, but rather that of a 3-eyed, 2-winged angel with a pair of white wings. The angel, entirely devoid of any genitalia, knelt respectfully upon one knee in the dark realm of the mirror, resembling a loyal servant hailing from the abyss. Sean could scarcely believe his eyes. It was only after he rubbed them to confirm that the figure remained motionless in its kneeling position, seemingly awaiting his command, that he comprehended why the ancient Romans were so intent on imparting the true name of Hypnos' magic mirror to their son. Evidently, this elaborate true name served as the key to recognizing mastery over Hypnos' mirror, although the underlying principles eluded him. Observing Hypnos reveal its true form and display an attitude of utmost reverence, Sean understood that from this day forth, he was no longer merely a formal member of the magic mirror. He had ascended to the status of its new master. Nevertheless, a sense of perplexity arose within him. If Hypnos' mirror resided in this chamber, why had Brett not become its master? Had he perished, or had some unforeseen event transpired? Why ponder this now? Brett, though a child, belonged to an era over 1,000 years past. It was entirely plausible for him to have encountered an accident or succumbed to illness. After all, he was not a deity. Deity? Sean's pupils constricted as he suddenly recalled a crucial detail he had inadvertently overlooked. Since ancient Rome had already attained the status of a first-tier deity, what of the Romans themselves? Was it conceivable that even deities lacked the attribute of immortality? Yet, this seemed illogical. From the dawn of Rome's founding in the year 1, a little over 2,000 years had elapsed, surely. A deity would not be unable to endure for such a duration? No, that could not be the case. If a deity's lifespan truly did not exceed 2,000 years, then the gods of the 4 great churches should have perished long ago. Moreover, given the current circumstances, there existed no evidence to suggest that these deities had died. Of course, there was also no proof that they remained alive. Ultimately, since the fall of the First Roman Empire, no miracles had graced the Western continent, leaving the existence of deities shrouded in uncertainty. As Sean's thoughts meandered, Hypnos remained reverently kneeling within the mirror, embodying the role of a devoted servant to perfection. Realizing that this was not the appropriate time for such musings, Sean took a deep breath and inquired, Hypnos, reveal to me all that you know. What he most lacked was an understanding of his own extraordinary abilities, particularly in light of Jessica's peculiar demeanor outside. He needed to swiftly grasp the entirety of his powers to prepare himself adequately. Master, I shall abide by your command. Hypnos respectfully arose, kneeling as he extended his head from the mirror, akin to a golden retriever beseeching a pat. Sean's gaze was peculiar, yet he placed his left hand upon Hypnos. In an instant, a white light flickered from the third eye upon Hypnos' forehead, while a torrent of memories surged into Sean's mind. It turned out that this was the holy vessel of the Temple of Order, and there existed a total of 13 such vessels within the temple. However, even Hypnos was aware that only the extraordinary tower within the holy vessel could acquire knowledge of the mystical arts through progression and hierarchy. And he remained entirely ignorant of the specific functions of the Temple of Order and the holy vessel. One fact could be confirmed, though. Hypnos' mirror had indeed been placed into this holy vessel by ancient Rome. Moreover, in a manner unknown to ancient Rome, they had somehow managed to bifurcate Hypnos' mirror into 12 separate fragments, each deposited in other holy vessels. If memory served, ancient Rome's title was the Lord of Chaos. Was it not? Chaos and order? Quite intriguing. Indeed, there is also Brett. I never anticipated that he was truly the former master of the magic mirror. And it appears he has fallen. The main issue lies in Hypnos' uncertainty regarding whether Brett's demise resulted in the loss of control over it, or if Brett voluntarily relinquished his dominion. Chapter 60. Surprises and Frights. As Sean diligently navigated the newfound memories within his mind, he instinctively summarized them according to the habits of his former life. The focal points were threefold. Firstly, the magical mirror of Hypnos was indeed an S-rank extraordinary artifact. However, it had been entangled by some unseen machinations of ancient Rome, rendering it a part of the Temple of Order, thus subject to its regulations. For instance, under normal circumstances, he could freely traverse time as the master of the mirror, but due to the constraints imposed by the Temple of Order, he was obliged to adhere to its rules and enter only as a formal member. Similarly, while he could typically establish channels of communication with other formal members at will, he was now restricted to doing so only with their consent. Nevertheless, he was not without certain advantages, as Hypnos, his most devoted servant, could be seen as an extension of himself, allowing him to accomplish a myriad of tasks through this connection. Secondly, the members of the mirror consisted solely of alternate and formal members, with a maximum cap of 13, in alignment with the number of sacred urns within the Temple of Order. The limitations he faced were due to the insufficient levels of the formal members concerning the tiers of the extraordinary tower, or rather, their rank not being elevated enough to grant access. This differed from his prior assumptions that there might be higher-ranking members. It appeared that their foreign enclave was indeed confined to a mere 13. Lastly, and perhaps most crucially for him, he had discerned the method to transfer objects into and out of this realm simply through the Hebrew terms for transfer and release. As for the silver box nestled in the corner, Hypnos was equally unaware of its contents or how to unlock it. However, based on the information it relayed, there was one within each of the 13 sacred urns, and they had existed prior to its former master, Brett, entering. This revelation led Sean to a startling conclusion. The Temple of Order had undoubtedly existed since the Dark Ages, if not even earlier. Knowing that each tier unlocked within the extraordinary tower granted knowledge in the realm of mysticism, the present moment was indeed opportune. He hoped it would bring forth delightful surprises. Gazing at the shimmering golden aura emanating from the base of the Black Pyramid, Sean employed the meditation technique Jessica had taught him to open his spiritual eye. In this enigmatic chamber, he distinctly sensed his own spirituality, a sensation beyond linguistic description, akin to the divine consciousness depicted in Xinxia novels, instinctively guiding him to engage with the Black Pyramid. Boom! A thunderous resonance echoed within his mind. From his recollections, he understood that the spirit-hosting charm was a mid-level incantation with rather unique effects, yet his current spiritual capacity and crafting skills were insufficient for its creation. Just as he rounded a corner, a figure suddenly surged into his field of vision from his blind spot, tightening his chest and sending a wave of goosebumps cascading over his body. Sean's pupils constricted as he instinctively lunged forward, quickly rolling to create some distance. He then heard a sound akin to a hammer striking against a wall, causing the library to tremble slightly. There was no time for him to ascertain the identity of his assailant. As he rolled, he had already drawn his pistol from his pocket. Bang, bang, bang. Guided by the fleeting shadow that had lunged at him, he fired 3 shots at the spot where it had landed, only to hear the dull thuds of bullets striking the wall. Damn it! A wave of dread washed over Sean, compelling him to swiftly pivot and retreat, aiming his gun in that direction, only to be met with a shocking sight. It was none other than Miss Jessica, whom he had parted with only moments earlier. However, the Jessica before him was far from normal. Her once warm eyes were now devoid of any white, radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Sean was not naive. He immediately comprehended that Miss Jessica was likely under some form of control or possession, intensifying the sinking feeling within him. According to Miss Jessica's previous explanation, extraordinary beings could only perceive the spiritual light of others within their own tier through their spiritual sight. Thus, it could be inferred that Miss Jessica, like him, was also an extraordinary being of sequence 9. Yet, as Sean gazed at the cold, merciless visage of Miss Jessica, he realized that the most perilous moment since his arrival in this world had finally arrived. The last encounter with a sequence 7 spellcaster had indeed been terrifying. But he had the captain standing guard then, rendering his contribution minimal. This time, however, Ms. Jessica was not only an extraordinary being of sequence 9, but she was also his colleague. What was he to do? Sean was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if the trigger of his revolver had been glued in place, rendering him unable to pull it. What on earth should he do? As Sean grappled with his frustration, Ms. Jessica did not remain still. Just as he raised his pistol to aim at her, she lunged forward with a swift punch. How fast? The thought barely crossed his mind before he felt the slicing wind of her punch approaching. With no other choice, he fired, but instinctively aimed for her legs. Forgive me, sister. If it comes to it, I'll pay for your medical expenses later. In a moment of instinct, he fired 2 shots. Bang, bang. The first shot went astray, striking the wooden floor beneath her feet, but the second grazed Ms. Jessica's calf, drawing a crimson line of blood. The impact caused her punching stance to falter, but due to her incredible speed and Sean's lack of combat experience, he still bore the brunt of her punch on his shoulder. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed through the corridor. Sean's once sallow visage was suddenly drained of color, and with a piercing scream that echoed in despair, the revolver slipped from his right hand, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 61. Death Alas. As Sean fell heavily to the ground, a searing pain enveloped his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, particularly from his right shoulder, which throbbed with excruciating agony. However, he had no time to lament. A singular thought consumed his mind. Escape. Run. At this moment, having just entered sequence 9, he had yet to master the extraordinary abilities of a speaker. With his pistol lost and facing an adversary skilled in close combat, his only option was flight. Struggling to flee towards the door, he silently thanked his luck for having grazed his assailant's calf with a bullet moments ago. Otherwise, Had that punch landed on his chest instead of his shoulder, he could only imagine the tragic fate of being obliterated in an instant. Hurry! Faster! As the grand doors of the library loomed ever closer and the sound of rushing air filled his ears, a figure suddenly burst through the entrance. Sean and the newcomer locked eyes, and for a brief moment, he was taken aback, then elation washed over him. He hurriedly altered his course to clear the line of sight, shouting urgently, "Sheriff Mike, shoot. She's the enemy." Realizing that the enemy was actually his controlled colleague, Jessica, he quickly added, "Don't aim for a vital spot." The newcomer was indeed Sheriff Mike, who, after a momentary pause, grasped the situation and drew his firearm from his waist. Meanwhile, Jessica, propelled by an unstoppable force like a poised cheetah, lunged at the pale-faced Sean. Her delicate fist sliced through the air, leaving a trace of crimson upon his cheek. Sean, having hesitated for a few seconds to change direction, had no time to evade and could only fix his hopeful gaze on Sheriff Mike, who was now raising his weapon. "Oh, divine god of light. May you ensure Sheriff Mike strikes true." Sean's eyes widened as he turned towards Mike, surrendering his escape and crossing his arms defensively across his chest in a final act of desperation. At that moment, Sheriff Mike had leveled his gun. And under Sean's tense and anxious gaze, he shifted the barrel to aim at Sean's forehead. Bang! The dark muzzle flared with a searing light. And in the next instant, Sean felt a sharp pain at his brow before succumbing to an abyss of darkness. Jessica appeared to anticipate this very scene, and a chilling smile crept across her lips as she regarded Sheriff Mike. Her smile grew even more sinister as she raised a revolver, which she had mysteriously acquired, directly at Mike's head. In a heartbeat, just as both were poised to fire, Sean's lifeless body, lying in a pool of blood, suddenly erupted in flames like a firework. In the bewildered expressions of both, his corpse and the blood on the ground vanished in the blaze, while at the entrance, a flame appeared out of thin air, and a bewildered Sean emerged reborn from the fire. "Ah, this place resembles a library." As Sean's mind remained muddled, he suddenly felt a soft hand grasping his own. In an instant, his body was swept away from the library by the other's swift pace, accompanied by an urgent female voice ringing in his ears, "You fool. Don't dawdle. Run." Awakened from his stupor, Sean hastily turned his head, only to catch a glimpse of a brown-haired head. His heart jolted, and he quickly lowered his gaze, revealing none other than the diminutive figure of Ms. Kelly Marcel, standing at less than 1.5 meters tall. "What brings you here?" A flash of surprise crossed Sean's eyes, and he ceased to let her pull him along, instead taking the initiative to quicken his pace and pull her along. A chill coursed through him, prompting him to accelerate once more. Miss Kelly Marcel furrowed her brow, clearly struggling to keep up with Sean's increasing speed, gasping, "Slow down, I can't take it anymore." Sean glanced at the school entrance, then at the increasingly breathless Miss Kelly, and with a resolute clench of his teeth, he halted, positioning himself protectively between her and the library. "You must hurry to find the captain. I'll hold them off." His heart trembled as he silently added, "Sister, you must remain humble." Miss Kelly Marcel was momentarily taken aback, then blinked with a look of heartfelt gratitude. "Sean, you truly are a brave gentleman." "Gentleman, my foot. Who is the newcomer here?" As he observed Miss Kelly's expression, which seemed on the verge of embracing him in gratitude for his selfless act, his heart sank, and he quickly exclaimed, "No time to call for help. We must go together." At that moment, he noticed that Sheriff Mike and Jessica were already closing in, mere meters away from them. While his heart surged with anger and fear, a breath of relief escaped him. "Goodness, I nearly became a heroic martyr." Ms. Kelly Marcel also spotted the approaching Sheriff Mike and Miss Jessica, her face contorting into a grimace. "Lucy, oh Lucy, I knew I shouldn't have come. This could end in disaster." As she spoke, her eyes darted to the ground, and she gasped in horror, frantically looking around and shouting, "Lucy, my Lucy, where have you gone?" Sean found himself at a loss for words, especially as he observed Ms. Kelly searching for her absent pet with apparent nonchalance. He felt an overwhelming urge to curse. "Hey, can't you set aside your search for that foolish white cat at a time like this? Why am I directing my ire at an innocent cat? It's not even acquainted with you." While Sean raged internally, he felt a wave of shame wash over him for being a time traveler, yet lacking the grace to tolerate a mere cat. How shameful, truly shameful. At that moment, as both were momentarily distracted, Sheriff Mike and Miss Jessica, undeterred, surged forward. Almost in tandem, Jessica charged toward Ms. Kelly like a speeding cheetah, while Sheriff Mike drew his pistol, aiming it at Sean and squeezing the trigger. Chapter 62. Who says Lolas lack combat power with adept movements and precise coordination? The two appeared as marionettes on strings, executing a seamless near and far cooperation over a span of merely 10 meters. Every bullet from Sheriff Mike grazed perilously close to Kelly Marcel, while Jessica skillfully maneuvered along the trajectory of the bullets, inching closer to Kelly, who was still preoccupied with searching for her cat. In a split second, just as Sheriff Mike pulled the trigger, Jessica surged forward at remarkable speed, and simultaneously, Sean and the spinning Kelly Marcel made their moves. First was Sean, who abruptly raised a sheepskin scroll that he had mysteriously acquired, tossing it to the ground. He then uttered a command in Hebrew, "Vine." Instantly, the ground before him and Kelly surged, and vines erupted from the earth, swiftly forming a wall before them. Meanwhile, Kelly Marcel flung her own sheepskin scroll, reciting a word in Hebrew, "Frost." In an instant, a wave of intense cold emanated from the scroll, instantly encasing the charging Jessica in a frozen sculpture. The next moment, Sheriff Mike's barrage of bullets struck the vine wall with a series of sizzling sounds. Unable to penetrate the verdant barrier, Sean, elated at this turn of events, was about to inquire what Kelly Marcel's next move would be when he noticed her already exclaiming, wielding an iron pickaxe that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, and dashing around the vine wall towards Jessica. With a spirited leap, Kelly Marcel raised the iron pickaxe, letting out a melodious shout. Sheriff Mike, quick to react, adjusted his aim, intending to deliver a lethal strike to the airborne Kelly Marcel. Yet Sean was swifter. He produced the last sheepskin scroll and tossed it forth, once more invoking the word, "Vine." Bang, bang. The bullets, ablaze, embedded into the rising vines, darkening Sheriff Mike's countenance. Recognizing the futility of the situation, he holstered his pistol and stood silently. At that moment, Kelly Marcel had already struck the frozen Jessica with her iron pickaxe. The sound of cracking ice resonating as a shadow swiftly darted away, attempting to flee along the ground. However, Kelly seemed to anticipate this, and with her other hand, she tossed another sheepskin scroll, exclaiming excitedly in Hebrew, "Holy light." In an instant, a blinding white light erupted, black smoke billowing from the ground, within which a vague silhouette of a bat ascended, accompanied by a faint, chilling wail. Sean stood in shock, witnessing this scene until Jessica's eyes widened in panic, her body teetering on the verge of collapse. He rushed forward to catch her. Meanwhile, the triumphant Kelly Marcel perched the iron pickaxe on her shoulder, gazing at Sheriff Mike in the distance, and called out boldly, "Hey, you over there, aren't you going to run? Are you merely waiting for death?" Sean quietly gave a thumbs up, retreating with the unconscious Jessica behind Kelly Marcel, silently admonishing himself never to judge by appearances again. Today's events served as a poignant reminder. Just moments ago, while he was exasperated by Miss Kelly's lackadaisical demeanor, she unexpectedly thrust 2 parchment scrolls into his hands, her voice delicate as a mosquito's buzz, instructing him that the incantation was the Hebrew word for vine, capable of summoning a wall of vines that could block bullets, the timing entirely at his discretion. Astonished, he was struck by the realization of his superficial judgments, and he feigned a state of disconnect while attentively observing Ms. Kelly's movements, ready to synchronize with her actions. Based on his deductions, since Ms. Kelly had provided him with the spell, she must have had a viable battle plan, and all he needed to do was cooperate effectively. Who says that a young girl lacks combat prowess? This is precisely the essence of concentrated power. As the situation rapidly reversed, the two shifted from the brink of despair to a position of undeniable advantage. Even Sean, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of confidence as he boldly shouted, "Sheriff Mike, surrender? Look around you. Don't you realize you have no means of escape?" In truth, he was uncertain whether the school had been surrounded by the police. But since his arrival, he had not seen a single student or teacher outside. Given this unusual circumstance, he could only surmise that Hogwarts had been cordoned off by law enforcement. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see I'm trying to intimidate him?" Kelly Marcel thought, stifling her rising anxiety. "Oh dear, I have no more spells left. What if he rushes at me in anger?" Despite maintaining an air of pride, her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Oh, divine light, please take this foolish Sean away." However, as Sean noticed Sheriff Mike's continued silence, he assumed the man was contemplating escape. In his haste, he set Jessica down and dashed to the forefront, pointing dramatically at Sheriff Mike, while exclaiming, "Sheriff Mike." His words were abruptly cut short as he watched the sheriff raise his gun to his own temple, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Sean. The cost. This is the price of breaking your word." Bang. The sound of gunfire echoed. Sean stared in disbelief at Sheriff Mike, who lay in a pool of blood, a chilling sensation creeping down his spine as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The cost. This is the price of breaking your word. Those words unmistakably echoed the sentiments of the spirit resembling Rex. Yet how could Sheriff Mike, as Sean's face drained of color and his mind spiraled into chaos, Kelly Marcel, frowning, approached the body of Sheriff Mike. After a long pause, she murmured, "Indeed, the captain was right. This man is not Sheriff Mike." "What?" Sean's heart trembled as he hurried over, only to find Sheriff Mike's face contorted unnaturally in the pool of blood, a testament to the gunshot wound. Notably, the skin near his temple had been scorched away, revealing a patch of distinctly different tanned skin beneath and around it. Chapter 63. On the self-cultivation of cat-licking. As Sean stood in stunned disbelief, Kelly Marcel had already crouched down, donned a pair of gloves, and proceeded to probe the face of Sheriff Mike. With a swift motion, she tore away the skin from his visage, revealing a remarkably lifelike human mask beneath. Beneath the mask lay an entirely unfamiliar face, yet it bore the distinct features of the kingdom of Nettine, characterized by its sun-kissed skin and striking emerald eyes. Alas, so it is. Kelly Marcel rose, brushing off the bloodstains from her gloves, and turned to Sean with a grave expression. "Do you know why I'm here?" Sean, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied, "Why?" "The captain urgently summoned me." Kelly narrowed her eyes slightly, explaining that due to the disappearance of Mr. Smith, the captain feared for the safety of Professor Elia, who had been in contact with him. Consequently, the captain accompanied Professor Elia to the Red Private Club, where they stumbled upon the lifeless body of Sheriff Mike, who had been dead for nearly 2 days, in the club's underground exchange market. The Red Private Club? Sean's gaze flickered. Ah, yes, that notorious establishment founded by the esteemed philanthropist, banker, and real estate mogul, Lord Red. Ostensibly a leisure club for the social elite of Ballot City, it secretly serves as an underground platform for extraordinary beings to engage in clandestine transactions. After a brief pause, a pained expression crossed Kelly's face. "When you visit, you will understand. That place is like a den of iniquity, a dreadful pit that can devour all the gold in your pockets." Sean began to grasp the situation, stroking his chin thoughtfully. So, the captain accompanied Professor Elia to the underground market to procure items, only to unexpectedly discover the nearly 2-day-old corpse of Sheriff Mike. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the captain immediately notified you to hasten to my aid and that of Miss Jessica? "That is roughly the case," Kelly replied, her face once again contorting in a grimace of anguish. "Oh dear, I have suffered a tremendous loss this time. 1 precious substitute talisman, 2 vine talismans, 1 ice talisman, and 1 holy light talisman. Oh, God of Light, your devoted follower implores you. I beseech you to have mercy on your wretched lamb and grant me a winning draw from the tarot lottery." As Sean felt a tinge of embarrassment at Kelly's lament, he suddenly heard the phrase tarot lottery, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Tarot lottery? What on earth is that? Does this mysterious otherworld also have a lottery? As his thoughts wandered, a name surfaced in his mind. Ancient Rome, it must be you. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Miss Kelly, what precisely is this tarot lottery you speak of?" Kelly Marcel, still aching with sorrow, gently touched her pocket and bit her lip, murmuring, "That is a lottery, a concept invented by the first emperor of Rome based on tarot cards. Although the ancient Roman Empire has long since faded into the annals of history, many traditions have endured, such as this tarot lottery, which is now exclusively issued by various royal families. You need not worry about any issues. If fortune smiles upon you, you could turn a small investment into substantial wealth." Sean, who secretly envied the royal family's lounging in luxury, felt an eager stir within him. After all, a lottery does not require a significant expenditure. But what if luck were on his side? Of course, this would be assuming there was no clandestine manipulation by the royals. At that moment, Miss Kylie suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in a rush, "Oh, the God of Light, my Lucy." With that, she dashed off towards the back garden of the academy. Sean was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to how Miss Kylie was certain Lucy was in the garden. However, glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, he wisely decided to follow her. While the idea of a corpse reanimating in broad daylight seemed improbable, he had encountered malevolent spirits before and had no desire to linger there even for a second longer. As for the body on the ground, he trusted that since Ms. Kylie was unconcerned, there would undoubtedly be staff to handle it. This thought made him grateful he hadn't chosen to become part of the support staff. Otherwise, dealing with such grim tasks daily would surely drive him to madness. Before long, he found himself in the beloved back garden of Hogwarts, a sanctuary for the students, adorned with a plethora of beautiful flowers, trees, and vibrant insects and birds. The school had thoughtfully arranged the trees into various shapes, providing ample safe space for the students. One could easily imagine that each night would host splendid vocal competitions amidst this enchanting setting. However, at this moment, as Sean caught up with Ms. Kylie and beheld the scene before him, both he and Ms. Kylie could not help but gawk in astonishment. Beneath the warm autumn sun, Lucy, clad in pure white, lay languidly on a wooden bench in the garden, her lovely eyes half closed, basking in the soothing rays. Before her, a somewhat disheveled yet robust black cat crouched, meowing insistently, its left paw resting on a squeaking mouse. The cat's yellow eyes radiated a somewhat obsequious demeanor. It was unclear whether the cat was irked by the indifference of the goddess before it or annoyed by the mouse's incessant squeaks. Regardless, it gently swatted the tiny creature into silence and resumed its plaintive meowing, occasionally gesturing towards the mouse with its paw, exuding a demeanor that was excessively solicitous. Miss Kylie appeared utterly flustered, her mouth agape as if it could catch a leg of lamb, her gaze unfocused and scattered. Meanwhile, Sean was in a state of shock and disbelief, for he realized that he seemed to comprehend the words of the black cat. My little sweetheart, do you know? Today, I went fishing. What did I catch? A love unwavering until death. Oh, my adorable one, you can be quite exasperating. You seem unaware of the heartache you cause. You have no idea how much I have ventured into the depths for you. Darling, your emotional influence can be quite vexing, yet it is also immensely sweet. At this very moment, upon seeing you, my heart is sweeter than caramelized fish. My dear, may I join with you in union? We could bring forth a brood of little ones. Alas, could you refrain from your silence? A fated bond, indeed a fated bond. The astonishment in Sean's eyes gradually morphed into a daze, until he could not help but give a thumbs up to the black cat, exclaiming, "Wow, you are truly remarkable." Yet, in the next instant, he was filled with exhilaration, shouting silently in his heart, "I can actually understand the words of a cat. How utterly astonishing. I comprehend now." A speaker of tongues, this is the gift of the speaker. Chapter 64. The Big Kid, Sean, however. One aspect remains uncertain, whether he can only comprehend the words of cats or if he possesses the ability to understand all animals. Should it be the latter, then the communicator would indeed embody a living translator of the natural world. As Sean was engulfed in a euphoric reverie, Ms. Kelly finally regained her senses. With a startled cry of Lucy's name, she hurried over to scoop up the languid white cat. Then, under the baleful glare of the black cat, she murmured her relief. Thank goodness I discovered this in time. What would become of poor Lucy if that black cat were to harm her? With that, she averted her gaze from the black cat entirely, gently stroking Lucy's fur, and coaxed her way toward the school's exit, completely forgetting about Sean beside her. That wretched woman. Put down my treasure. The black cat seemed irate, its soft fur bristling like a porcupine, its yellow eyes brimming with a frustration that sought release. Just as the black cat poised to spring, Sean suddenly interjected, "Do you wish to woo Lucy?" The black cat's raised paw froze midair, its astonishment palpable as it turned to Sean. "Are you speaking to me? Why else would I be here?" Sean, exhilarated to discover that the black cat could indeed comprehend his words, flashed a triumphant gesture. The cat's vertical pupils subtly constricted, and it lowered its body into a position reminiscent of a poised cheetah, ready to pounce. Goodness, Sean realized the black cat's hostility and quickly added, "Do you not wish to pursue that white cat anymore?" Pursue? The mere mention of the white cat piqued the black cat's interest. Yet it remained in its tense posture, its voice laced with suspicion. What does pursue mean? As Sean pondered how to elucidate this concept to a feline, he caught sight of the increasingly hostile expression on the black cat's face, causing him to startle. He hastily clarified, "To mate, pursue means to mate." The black cat grasped Sean's meaning in an instant, its animosity diminishing, though it remained wary. "What does this have to do with you?" A glimmer of hope sparked within Sean as he observed the black cat's lessening hostility. He beamed sincerely. "You saw for yourself. That white cat, elegant and lovely Miss Lucy, is my colleague's pet. If you wish to woo, I can assist you." He suddenly felt that candor was the best approach with the black cat, for it seemed devoid of any moral compass. A flicker of delight crossed the black cat's eyes, but it still maintained its caution. "What is your ulterior motive?" The old man said, "Good things don't fall from the sky. Most humans are cunning and malevolent." Sean retained his earnest smile. "Your, old man speaks the truth. Indeed, most humans are duplicitous and wicked. However, do not forget, he mentioned most, not all." Old man? Shouldn't he be master? Sean's thoughts began to wander. The black cat gradually retracted its poised stance, as if contemplating the credibility of Sean's words, and sat down on the ground. After a considerable pause, it finally lifted its gaze to Sean and said, "The old man once stated that one should not owe a debt of gratitude, that one should have a clear conscience. Speak. What do you desire of me to facilitate the mating of my precious one?" Suddenly, a memory struck Sean. Rex had once rescued a wild cat named Tom and mentioned encountering a white-bearded man who seemed to be a cat feeder. It was no wonder that Sean felt a strange familiarity with this black cat. He could not quite discern whether it was surprise or complexity that stirred within him. To his astonishment, a few days later, he found himself once again entwined with Rex's fate. The black cat appeared taken aback by Sean's words, and after a long silence, muttered to itself, "How do you know my name? Has my renown already spread among humans?" Then, as if struck by a revelation, it shook its head and replied, "No. Besides the old man and, this black-haired human before me, I have not encountered any other human capable of conversing with me. How could a human possibly know my name? Wait, if we are speaking of humans, I distinctly recall that I had only communicated my name to one individual. Could it be?" It suddenly raised its head to gaze at Sean, who was coincidentally looking back at it. They both spoke simultaneously. "Did the kind Rex tell you? You know Rex?" Both were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Sean distinctly felt the tension that had existed between him and Tom dissipate. Tom seemed to recall something and looked at Sean with an odd expression. "You are the big child Sean, the one whom Rex mentioned requires the charming ant to soothe him to sleep at night?" Sean responded. Tom appeared to confirm something from Sean's expression, grinning widely as if in laughter. "Indeed, you are that big child Sean." Sean felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Suppressing his anger as he retorted, "Is that what Rex said?" "Yes." Tom blinked. He didn't realize I could understand human speech, so he occasionally talks to himself. After a brief pause, Tom continued with a peculiar look. "However, from Rex's words, I can ascertain that you are a decent fellow. Well, am I to take that as a compliment from a cat?" Sean's lips twitched as he couldn't help but shake his head. What a pity. Had Rex still been around, I would have given him a good thrashing. Tom was momentarily stunned. Then his tone shifted to one of urgency. "What happened to Rex?" Noticing the evident change in Tom's demeanor, Sean felt a pang of sorrow and solemnly replied, "Rex has died. He was murdered." "What?" Tom's demeanor shifted dramatically, its yellow eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Who killed him?" Sean was taken aback, surprised to sense such a cold fury emanating from a mere black cat. This only reinforced his belief that this feline was indeed a loyal creature capable of gratitude. He sighed, "I am also investigating. In fact, the perpetrator is currently lurking in the shadows, having attempted to take my life several times." Tom studied Sean intently, its face softening as it spoke earnestly. "I understand now. You seek my assistance in uncovering this murderer, do you not?" Sean hurriedly replied, "Indeed, this is not only for myself but also for Rex." As he spoke, his face contorted with wrath as he muttered, "You cannot fathom the malevolence of that wretched murderer. She manipulated Rex into nearly killing his own mother before taking her own life. She is truly a devil." "She?" Tom, clearly versed in the nuances of human language, discerned the distinction between he and she. Sean nodded earnestly, crouching down while extending his left hand, wincing from the fracture in his right shoulder. "It is an honor to befriend you, Tom." Chapter 65. The leader of Kalia Street. Tom hesitated for a moment, yet he extended his paw to pat Sean's hand, earnestly stating, "Remember your promise to help me mate with my beloved." Sean nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing slightly as he nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Tom. I will ensure that Lucy bears your offspring." Internally, he added, "I apologize, Miss Kelly, but this is for the sake of bringing in fresh blood to the organization." Once he finished speaking, he noticed Tom's satisfied gaze and quickly seized the moment. "Tom, I actually have a plan regarding this matter, but it requires your cooperation." Tom paused, puzzled. "Cooperation? For what?" Sean cleared his throat. Speaking earnestly, "You should have heard me mention that Miss Lucy is the pet of my colleague. If you wish to win her over, you must interact with her frequently. Otherwise, if some presumptuous cat takes a liking to her..." Before he could finish, Tom bristled again, his eyes icy. "Whoever dares to touch my beloved shall face the consequences." "All right, Tom, you must really love caramel." Sean silently labeled Tom with a penchant for caramel and an intense possessiveness, while smoothly continuing, "Indeed. So my plan is for you to spend more time with Lucy. With time, Miss Lucy will undoubtedly be captivated by your charm and willingly bear your offspring." Tom instinctively puffed up his chest, proudly declaring, "That is certain. In Kalia Street. Who does not know the name of Tom?" "Tom?" Sean's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by Tom's notable reputation in the feline world. No wonder he exhibited such wisdom. This only strengthened Sean's resolve to adopt him as a pet. Thus, he willingly raised his thumb. Truly, you're Tom. And I believe it won't be long before you embrace a beautiful cat. Tom nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Sean inexplicably softened. Rex was right. You are indeed a good kid. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Sean's heart leaped with joy, yet his face revealed a hesitant expression. Well, Tom. Perhaps I shouldn't mention it. How could I put our esteemed Tom in such a predicament? Tom blinked, perplexed. What predicament? Sean maintained his hesitant demeanor. Tom, clearly growing impatient, swatted his paw. Speak up. We are friends, are we not? A subtle smile curled at Sean's lips, and in the next moment, he shyly confessed, You see, my workplace is quite unique. It prohibits wild animals from entering, unless they are my. He refrained from finishing the word pet, having noticed Tom's body tense up, and quickly added, Tom, please don't misunderstand. If it's not feasible, I will think of another solution. Tom fell into silence, evidently grasping the implication behind Sean's words. Although Sean remained unaware of Tom's inner thoughts, it did not alleviate the tension brewing within him. In truth, from the moment he discovered his ability to comprehend the speech of the black cat, and that this very cat could understand him in return, he entertained the notion of adopting it as his pet. This thought reached its zenith upon realizing that this feline was none other than the cat Tom, saved by Rex. Furthermore, Rex's mention served a dual purpose: to ascertain whether the black cat harbored a sense of gratitude, and to hope that it might assist him in unearthing the culprit. However, he held no expectations regarding this. Through his interactions with Tom, he became convinced of the cat's remarkable intelligence, prompting him to abandon the idea of fostering a bond through the most meager of offerings. Instead, he resolved to appeal to the cat's desires, employing the infallible charm of a beautiful cat. The results were unexpectedly positive, yet he remained uncertain whether Tom could relinquish the dignity befitting a feline leader. Time passed, and just when Sean believed the plan had faltered, Tom awkwardly turned his head away and stammered, It's possible, but... Before he could finish, Sean discerned Tom's reservations and hastily reassured him. Rest assured, I will tell others that I am merely a cat feeder, and you are following me because you prefer my company. Tom's expression visibly softened, and he seemed to recall something, adding, Just remember, I enjoy caramelized grilled fish. Don't get it wrong. Not a problem. Sean suppressed his inner elation and knelt once more, extending his hand. Welcome aboard, brother Tom. With a light grunt, Tom leapt onto Sean's shoulder, resuming his prior air of superiority. Let us go, Sean. I wish to see my treasures. As Sean departed from Hogwarts, he noticed that the bodies and bloodstains in the square had been meticulously cleared away, and some teachers and students were gradually entering through the main gate. After casually stopping a student to inquire, he confirmed that the school had indeed been sealed shortly after his arrival, with the police citing an investigation into last night's theft of cultural artifacts. Old man? The cat feeder Rex mentioned? A thought struck Sean, prompting him to suggest, Shall we go together? Tom shook his head. No, the old man dislikes humans. He wouldn't meet you even if you went. Very well. Sean's curiosity about this enigmatic cat feeder deepened, yet, in consideration of Tom's feelings, he wisely refrained from pressing further, nodding silently. All right then. Do you need me to provide you with the address? No need. Tom raised his head with renewed pride, though I primarily roam Collier Street, whenever I choose. Every stray cat in Ballot City serves as my eyes. Wow, you're impressive. Sean couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, Truly, you are brother Tom. This time, his praise was genuine. After all, to command the attention of an entire city's felines is surely a feat befitting a king of cats. However, one cannot help but wonder if Tom possesses extraordinary abilities or if he is simply an exceptional being. Sean, not one to be easily deceived, immediately questioned whether Tom might be akin to a supernatural entity, much like the extraordinary beings he had heard of. If that were indeed the case, he would have stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Chapter 66, A Splendid Day. Tom was evidently pleased by Sean's compliments. After all, he had encountered only one other human with whom he could communicate. Coupled with the connection to his benefactor Rex, he felt an inexplicable sense of good fortune today. Not only had he reunited with his treasure, but he had also met a friend of his benefactor. Although it felt somewhat embarrassing to accompany Sean for the time being, it paled in comparison to the joy of being with his treasure. Sean smiled as he watched Tom depart, waving enthusiastically, which caused passers-by to distance themselves from him. Some even regarded him with a look of bewilderment, pointing and whispering. His face flushed with embarrassment, Sean hurried away, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon sighting the Hunters Guild building again. After adjusting his attire and calming his racing heart, a joyful expression returned to his face. Despite the near-death experience in the library at the hands of an assassin, the discovery of his own capabilities and Tom's appearance had elevated his spirits to an extraordinary level. He recalled a saying from his previous life, "In calamity lies fortune, in fortune lies calamity." How true those words rang. Indeed, it was a splendid day. Stealing a glance toward the Hunters Guild, he hummed a tune and walked briskly in that direction. Soon, he entered the hall of the Hunters Guild with ease, encountering once more the beautiful blonde receptionist at the front desk. With a sing-song demeanor, he ascended to the second floor, where he knocked on the grand iron door of the Sanctifier's squad. The door was opened not by Ms. Kelly, but by a tall man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His skin was pale, attired in an expensive tailcoat, white shirt, and boots, impeccably groomed without a wrinkle in sight. Sean deduced that this man was a perfectionist, and he greeted him with a warm smile, extending his hand. "I am Sean. May I ask who you are?" "Rock Herbert, but you may call me Rock." "I have heard of you, the new recruit of the captain," the bespectacled man replied with a slight smile, though he did not reciprocate the handshake. Feeling somewhat awkward, Sean assumed the man found him unclean, so he instinctively raked his fingers through his hair and chuckled. "Rock, I recall now. The captain mentioned you and your elixirs of fortitude." Rock Herbert stepped aside to allow Sean entry, his expression curious. "Did the captain administer a fortitude elixir to you?" A shiver ran down Sean's spine at the thought of the elixir's terrifying side effects, and he quickly replied, "No. I was awake when the captain had not yet used it." "Oh, I see." Rock Herbert appraised Sean, a subtle smirk forming on his lips. "That explains why your physique does not appear so frail." After a moment of silence, Sean cast a wry smile down the quiet corridor and glanced at the adjacent empty duty room, sighing in resignation. Have I unwittingly walked into a trap? This was Sean's first shift. Although he had been compelled to start early, he considered that he had already signed a contract, thus fulfilling his duty. He settled into the duty room and began perusing a compendium of Hebrew vocabulary. Ever since he had witnessed Miss Kelly's spellcasting techniques, he felt as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes. He realized how foolish he had been to cling stubbornly to the less reliable option of silver bullets. Even when more potent and effective spells were at his disposal, it was not that the power of silver bullets was insignificant, after all. He had once directly killed a 7th sequence spellcaster with a firearm. However, given his currently subpar physical condition and lack of professional training in shooting and combat, he found that a handgun was prone to slipping from his grasp, compounded by the time it took to reload and aim, rendering it of limited assistance in his present circumstances. In this instance, Miss Jessica, like him, was a 9th sequence extraordinary being, yet he had scarcely any capacity for counterattack. Without Ms. Kelly's timely intervention, he feared he would have already met his end. This, however, indirectly validated a truth along his path to the extraordinary. At least at the 9th sequence level, he possessed no offensive or defensive capabilities beyond a rudimentary understanding of animal speech. His mind wandered back to the pressing matter at hand. Should he choose the cultivation method as summarized by the ancient Romans, or the deduction method proposed by Ms. Jessica? Sean set the book aside and fell into deep contemplation. In many respects, the significance of this choice rivaled that of his earlier decision regarding which path to pursue in the extraordinary realm. On one side lay the notes of the venerable Mr. Shell, and on the other, the distilled wisdom of the Romans, who had ascended to divinity. He felt torn. Deep down, he was inclined toward the Roman method. Yet he found himself in greater agreement with Mr. Shell's theories. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. At that moment, the heavy iron door clanged loudly, startling Sean. He stepped out of the duty room to open the door. "Captain," he exclaimed. Taken aback by the disheveled appearance of Captain Oscar, his mind momentarily struggling to process the scene. Hadn't the captain gone to accompany Professor Elia to the Red Private Club? Why did he now look as if he had just rolled in the desert? While Sean pondered this, Captain Oscar nodded, instructed him to wait a moment, and strode directly toward his office. After a while, he emerged clad in a pristine, identical outfit. "Sean, come to the office," he beckoned. Without hesitation, Sean hurried over. Chapter 67. The stealthy one. Oscar Soren prepared a double serving of coffee for both individuals before settling into his chair. "I have heard about the situation at school from Kelly, and I sincerely apologize for my oversight in this matter." Sean quickly responded, "Captain, this is not your fault after all. No, you have misunderstood my intent," Oscar Soren interjected, raising his hand to silence Sean. He sighed. "While I suspected that Smith's disappearance might somehow be linked to you, I believe the greater likelihood pointed towards Professor Elia. Didn't he follow you?" Yet I never anticipated that the target would ultimately be you. Sean's mind became a muddled mess, and he forced a wry smile. Captain, you've thoroughly confused me. Oscar Soren remained silent for a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he focused intently. You witnessed Jessica's condition, did you not? Sean hesitated briefly, then recalled the shadow that had been vanquished by Ms. Kelly, instinctively nodding. I did. It appeared she was under the control of a shadow. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and his mouth fell agape in disbelief. Captain, do you think that shadow could be Franklin? No, Franklin is undoubtedly dead, Oscar Soren replied, shaking his head with a serious expression. To my knowledge, the only entities capable of manipulating shadows are the Patient Pathways Sequence 7 sorcerers and the Doctor Pathways Sequence 7 stealthy ones. Given Jessica's situation, it is highly probable that our adversary is a stealthy one. A stealthy one? Simply put, those afflicted by a sorcerer's shadow curse are doomed to perish, whereas individuals controlled by a stealthy one merely experience temporary weakness upon expulsion of their controller. Oscar Soren glanced at Sean, who appeared lost in thought, and continued. The critical issue here is that this incident at the school reveals a chilling truth. Someone lurking in the shadows has been relentlessly scheming to eliminate you, even going so far as to deploy a Sequence 7 stealthy one and orchestrate the premeditated murder of Sheriff Mike. Sean was momentarily taken aback, bitterness creeping into his voice. What have I done to incite such animosity from this powerful figure? Is it merely my resurrection that has displeased them? As he pondered this, the words of the imposter who had taken on Mike's identity before his death echoed in his mind. The price. This is the price of breaking one's word. The price of breaking one's word? Sean thought to himself. Did the original owner truly make a promise that went unfulfilled? He shook his head with a bitter smile, before finally expressing his heavy thoughts. Has that stealthy one been eliminated? Not at all, Oscar Soren replied, shaking his head again. There were no extraordinary traits extracted at the scene, so that individual managed to escape. Very well. Sean felt an even greater weight upon his shoulders. Driven by the instinct for survival, he quickly made a decision. He looked up at Oscar Soren and declared, Captain, I have resolved this matter. I will dedicate the next few days to studying the fundamentals of spell crafting at headquarters. This will not only enhance my abilities swiftly, but also ensure that my aunt remains untainted by my troubles. Oscar Soren instantly grasped Sean's intentions and nodded affirmatively. No problem. I will handle the arrangements concerning your aunt, so you need not worry. Sean felt an immense weight lift from his heart, and with a grateful expression, he said, Thank you, Captain. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he added hastily, By the way, Captain, I discovered today that I can understand what cats are saying. He instinctively refrained from mentioning that Tom could also communicate with him. Oscar Soren's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, So soon? I thought it would take you at least another fortnight to reach this milestone. Sean, seemingly reassured, responded joyfully, So? The ability of a speaker is to comprehend the language of animals? To be precise, it encompasses nearly all living beings, Oscar Soren replied with a faint smile. Sean gasped in astonishment and remarked in an urgent tone, Is it truly that powerful? Powerful? Oscar Soren slightly shook his head, a peculiar expression crossing his face. In a certain sense, if you can have one or even multiple loyal extraordinary beings as companions, you would indeed be considered exceptionally strong among low-tier and even some mid-tier extraordinary individuals. Sean keenly picked up on a few key terms and inquired with curiosity, extraordinary beings? And what do low-tier and mid-tier refer to? Oscar Soren took a sip from his teacup and replied with a smile, As I mentioned before, extraordinary traits never vanish. They merely transfer to their carriers, which can be objects, humans, or various creatures. Sean's eyes lit up with understanding as he mused aloud. So, if an animal exhibits unusual behavior, it is quite likely to be an extraordinary being? Precisely, Oscar Soren acknowledged with a slight shake of his head, sighing softly, however. Encountering extraordinary beings is not an easy feat. Let us not forget that the materials for our human secret fruits are predominantly sourced from these extraordinary beings. Whenever an extraordinary being appears, it is destined to meet a fate of capture. Sean's heart sank as he began to understand why Tom harbored such distrust towards humans. To them, extraordinary beings were merely synonymous with walking materials. At this moment, Oscar Soren continued, As for low-tier and mid-tier, these classifications pertain to the strength of extraordinary individuals. Simply put, tiers 9 and 8 are regarded as low-tier, while tiers 7 to 5 fall under mid-tier extraordinary individuals. Beyond that, I only know the term demigod. Sean's comprehension deepened, granting him a clearer understanding of the classifications of extraordinary individuals. However, he then recalled the method of interpretation mentioned by Lady Jessica. And after a moment's hesitation, he chose not to voice his question. Thus, after engaging in casual conversation with the captain for a while longer and learning that he was no longer required to remain on duty, he requested the captain to open the secret door leading to the underground passage. Having gained prior experience, he navigated the route to the underground hall with ease and entered the corridor leading to the secret chamber. Chapter 68. The Knowledge of Charms. Sean, remember? Do not ascend to the second level. It is the repository of sealed items. Jack Crowder admonished from outside the door before shutting it with a heavy thud. The waves roared angrily amidst the torrential rain, clashing with the howling winds. A dark gray, full-rigged ship bobbed wildly with the tumultuous tides, resembling a ball bouncing on the surface of a foot, dancing beneath the ominous clouds. Robinson Teach stood motionless on the deck, his robust form seemingly nailed to the planks. His hair, a tousled yet tidy green, framed a visage that bore a deep scar stretching from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, while his half-open shirt revealed a physique brimming with vitality. A perpetual smirk twisted at the corner of his mouth, evoking a semblance of laughter that bordered on the grotesque. "Captain." A clear, melodic voice resonated from the cabin, followed by a fiery-haired girl clad in a mere brassiere and ultra-short shorts, who sprang from the interior with the agility of a monkey. She leapt towards Robinson Teach, her movement springy and lively. Adorning her left hand was a recording pointer, and her right arm displayed a swirling tattoo. Golden hoops dangled from her ears, while a green wooden bow and quiver rested on her back, presenting an oddly beautiful contrast. "Aubrey, how much longer until we reach Phyllisport?" Robinson Teach's deep, gravelly voice belied his appearance. One might assume him a brutish figure solely based on his voice. Yet he exuded an aura of unrestrained masculinity, evident from Aubrey's infatuated gaze fixed upon him. "Aubrey? Aubrey." The girl, now named Aubrey, nodded in understanding, murmuring, "Captain, why did you accept this job? Even if you have a good rapport with that Baron Rom, we ought not to take such great risks." Robinson Teach shook his head slightly, his tone shifting to one of near lamentation. "You failed to comprehend. If it were merely gold, would I really jeopardize the ire of several major churches for these deliveries? Ah, Phyllisport. Once again Phyllisport. How delightfully intriguing." The surrounding winds and waves grew increasingly tumultuous, and as Aubrey failed to hear Robinson Teach's subdued musing, she queried, "By the way, Captain, have you heard the rumors circulating among the pirates? It is said that the navy of the Augustine Kingdom discovered a sea tomb of the Cadiz family in a deep trench of the Lessubi Sea, from which many treasures have been unearthed." Robinson Teach scoffed dismissively. What treasure could possibly compare to the worth of the Pirate King's hoard? Aubrey scratched her head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Captain, I stand corrected. It's just what?" Robinson Teach frowned, casting a scrutinizing glance at Aubrey, whose hesitance was uncharacteristic. Believing she had incited his ire, Aubrey hastily replied, "Captain, Haven T, you always told me to keep an eye on the name Kachina. It seems I heard the name Kachina among those pirates." "What?" Robinson Teach's body trembled, and a flicker of unexpected surprise illuminated his eyes. "Aha." Sean, fatigued, stretched lazily, and his silent sternum protested with a loud cry. Yet, he remained unfazed, as joy sparkled in his bright gaze. After dedicating a significant portion of the day, he finally perused both the basics of talismans and the manual of meditation thoroughly. Although many key points eluded his memory for the time being, he grasped the general process clearly. Particularly, after comparing the method of crafting the spirit-binding talisman he had acquired from the Black Pyramid with the contents of the basics of talismans, he finally comprehended the magnitude of the knowledge he had obtained. Firstly, according to the basics of talismans, talismans are categorized into 4 levels: low-level talismans, mid-level talismans, divine talismans, and the highest, forbidden talismans. The holy light talismans, ice talismans, and vine talismans crafted by Ms. Kelly from parchment were all low-level talismans, while mid-level talismans are made from pure silver sheets, such as the substitute talisman discussed in the book and the spirit-binding talisman he fortuitously acquired. As for the higher-tier divine talismans and the utmost forbidden talismans, the book did not delve into those topics, which is to be expected from a foundational text. Nonetheless, Sean felt elated and began to understand why Miss Kelly appeared so pained during the day. It seemed she had utilized a precious substitute talisman to save him. As Sean contemplated how to repay this kindness, Tom's suave figure surfaced in his mind, prompting him to nod in agreement. Indeed, a perfect match, Sean mused with genuine admiration. However, he had no immediate plans to create the spirit-binding talisman, setting aside the fact that he did not know where to procure pure silver sheets. The conditions required for crafting the spirit-binding talisman, such as the necessary spirit energy, were beyond his current reach. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that his spiritual affinity was of the water element. Aside from some special talismans, he could primarily create low-level water talismans, such as the water sphere talisman and the torrential rain talisman mentioned in the book. Next came the indispensable daily practice of meditation. According to the Manual of Meditation, the benefits of meditation for the extraordinary are immense, as it not only gradually enhances one's perception and control over their own spiritual essence, but also significantly aids in the utilization of extraordinary abilities. Of course, meditation does come with certain side effects. For instance, as an extraordinary individual practices meditation for extended periods, their sensitivity to spiritual essence increases, leading to a higher frequency of hearing whispers. Furthermore, as the time spent traversing the spiritual realm deepens, there exists a risk of becoming lost within it. Chapter 69. The peril of Tom. Sean had a profound understanding of this. For the last time he meditated, he felt as though his spirit had ventured into the ethereal realm, accompanied by a subtle sensation of disorientation. At that moment, the kerosene lamp on the table flickered dimly. Observing the unchanging and somber atmosphere around him, Sean prepared to leave the chapel in search of a tranquil space to craft some talismans and hone his skills. Suddenly, he was startled by an unusual sound emanating from above. Tap, tap. Jack had mentioned that the second floor housed sealed objects, forbidding entry without permission. Yet, the sound distinctly suggested the presence of someone. Could it be the guardian of the sealed artifacts? A woman, perhaps? As Sean's thoughts wandered, he refrained from displaying excessive curiosity, shaking his head instead. After extinguishing the kerosene lamp, he departed the chapel. Regardless of who was above, it was not his concern. His priority was to forge talismans to enhance his survival capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his exit from the chapel, the tapping from the second floor abruptly ceased, followed by the faint, eerie strains of a song drifting down from above. When Sean emerged from the basement, the captain had already vacated the office, leaving behind a note and a key on the table. The note was succinct, indicating that there had been new developments regarding Sheriff Mike's death. The captain intended to visit the Reds' private club once more and advised Sean that if he wished to rest in the evenings, he could use the office key left on the table. Glancing out the bulging window into the night, Sean realized he had spent an inordinate amount of time in the chapel. Suddenly, he recalled Tom, who had promised to meet him earlier in the day. Just as he questioned Tom's absence, a cacophony of mewing erupted from the street outside, startling him. He hurriedly peered through the window. Beneath the round black moon, a dozen wild cats of various hues prowled the vacant street, wandering beneath his bulging window, frequently glancing upward and emitting their meows. If it were merely a gathering of mewing felines, it would have been inconsequential. However, Sean comprehended their feline speech entirely. Sean, Tom is in trouble. Hurry to save him. At Brady Cemetery, Tom is in danger. Sean. For a moment, Sean was taken aback, but upon realizing the urgency, he swiftly opened the window and called out to the assembly of cats in a hushed tone. Did Tom send you here? To his ears, their message echoed like a broken record. Sean, Tom is in trouble. Hurry to save him. At Brady Cemetery, Tom is in danger. Sean. Sean felt a dawning comprehension, yet he had no time to leave a note for the captain. He withdrew his handgun from his pocket, inspecting the silver bullets in the chamber, then pressed his left shoulder, unable to suppress a frown. Although he had consumed a restorative potion purportedly concocted by Dr. Locke, provided by the captain before entering the secluded reading chamber, his bones had yet to fully heal and still ached somewhat. Regardless, rescuing Tom was of paramount importance. Upon exiting the Hunters Guild building and hastily making his way to the protruding window, he found the feral cats watching him with their slit pupils, once again emitting their plaintive meows. Sean understood their message. Hurry, leave quickly. At the entrance of Brady Cemetery on Kalia Street, a carriage came to a halt with an urgent squeal of its wheels. Sean, cradling an orange cat, disembarked, his face contorted in pain as he paid the driver an exorbitant fare of 50 copper coins. Approaching the cemetery gate, he had anticipated the driver would inflate the price. Yet parting with such a double sum still stung deeply. Nevertheless, he comprehended the driver's rationale. After all, this was a perilous lower district, and even the remote northern suburbs were far from secure. Tom, for your sake, I can bear the cost, Sean thought silently, casting a glance at the cemetery gate without rushing in. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and set the orange cat down on the ground. As expected, the cat meowed at him before darting towards the rear of the cemetery. Sean deciphered the feline's intent to lead him in. while retrieving his handgun from his pocket and checking the bullets in the revolver, quietly followed. Understanding the orange cat's urgency, Sean's brow darkened as he muttered to himself about the haste, yet instinctively quickened his pace. Before long, the pair reached a secluded corner of the cemetery. Without waiting for Sean to inquire, the cat squeezed through a narrow gap in the iron fence, pausing to meow at him from within. "Hurry, come in." Sean's lips twitched as he regarded the arm-width opening, ignoring the foolish cat for a moment. Taking a few steps back, he made a running leap to grasp the top of the iron fence. Thankfully, the height was not overly daunting, significantly lower than a basketball hoop from his previous life, allowing him to easily find his footing and, with a surge of muscle, vault over. What greeted his eyes were neatly arranged gravestones, some adorned with fresh flowers, indicating that someone had come to pay their respects during the day. His father, mother, and his deceased friend Rex rested here, and the sudden sight of these tombstones weighed heavily on his heart. However, he refrained from visiting his parents and Rex, for the orange cat was already heading towards a wooden cabin nestled at the end of the path amidst the thicket. The cabin was not near his entry point, but the straight path allowed Sean to clearly see the surrounding fence. If memory serves correctly, that cabin appears to be the residence of the cemetery's caretaker, he mused, his index finger already resting on the trigger, prepared to fire at a moment's notice. Chapter 70. I am indeed a person who values politeness soon. He caught up with the orange cat that was anxiously pacing outside the wooden cabin. His heart raced, and he slowed his pace. The cabin was unusually silent, with only the night breeze rustling through the branches of the trees, creating a soft, eerie sound. Sean pressed his dry lips together, a result of his anxiety, and skillfully activated his spiritual vision. Through this heightened perception, the seemingly dark cabin shimmered with an unsettling interplay of blue and black light. The blue hue was familiar to him, as it resembled the essence of his own spiritual energy, albeit less intense. However, the dark glow was entirely foreign to him. The decay, malevolence, and repugnant aura it exuded sent a chill down his spine. He was almost certain that something was amiss within the cabin, yet the matter involved Tom. And after a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and approached. This time, not only did he hold a revolver in one hand, but in the other, he grasped a water orb talisman he had hastily crafted while riding in the carriage. Although it was a rushed creation, he had successfully completed his rookie work. Of course, due to the jostling of the carriage and his growing anxiety, it had taken him the destruction of 3 sheets of parchment before he could successfully etch the symbol representing the water orb along with various cryptic numbers and markings onto the final sheet using a silver dagger, completing the spiritual tracing. At this moment, Sean had stealthily reached the door, while keeping his spiritual vision focused on the bizarre dual-colored glow emanating from within the cabin. He gently rapped on the door. Knock, knock. The silence of the graveyard was abruptly shattered by the dull thuds of his knocks. However, there was no response from within. No one came to answer. A sense of foreboding settled in Sean's chest, particularly as he caught a whiff of the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from inside, causing him to instinctively hold his breath. Knock, knock, knock. Sean knocked several more times, but still received no reply, prompting him to silently step back a few paces. I am indeed a person who values politeness, Sean muttered to himself with a sigh, but suddenly his expression hardened. With a surge of determination, he thrust his right foot forward in a powerful kick. Creak. The door swung open unexpectedly, and Sean found himself kicking at nothing but air, the pain contorting his face as he instinctively clutched his groin and staggered backward. In that moment, he also caught sight of the figure who had opened the door. It was an elderly man clad in graveyard work attire, his hair white and his posture hunched. The deep-set eyes were alarming. But what truly horrified Sean were the patches of dark scales adorning the man's face and body, coupled with the black, eye-like patterns beneath the scales. In his spiritual vision, the old man's skin radiated a sinister blend of blue and black light, each dark scale resembling an eyelash that twitched incessantly, infused with an overwhelming stench of evil, decay, and nausea. Sean felt a shiver run down his spine as he took another step back, his right hand steadying the revolver aimed at the man's heart. Although he was less than 5 meters away, he still felt uncertain about hitting the man's head with a single shot. Good sir, is there something amiss? At that moment, the elderly man with white hair fixed his eerie gaze upon Sean as a viscous liquid trickled from his pant leg. This liquid was neither the murky tap water nor the thick, crimson blood. It was a foul, sulphurous dark fluid. The dark liquid reflected in Sean's pupils, contrasting starkly with the black moon in the sky. Sean inhaled deeply, a sincere smile gracing his face. Dear elder, I am a doctor, here to tend to your ailments. With that, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, the revolver discharging all its bullets in a cacophony of gunfire. Sean blew on the now heated barrel, gazing at the elderly man whose chest was a gruesome sight, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Less chatter, more action. He had come to understand as a fundamental truth since arriving in this enigmatic realm. However, Sean's smile quickly froze as he observed the elderly man, bloodied yet seemingly unfazed, staring back at him. A chill ran down his spine. Is this truly a human? He thought. I have shot him several times in the heart. Trembling slightly, Sean fought against his rising fear, forcing a warm smile. Sir, do you not feel considerably better? Simultaneously, his left hand gripped the water sphere talisman tightly. Should the old man make even the slightest move, he was prepared to cast the talisman and flee. As for Tom, he must hold on. Sean silently apologized, readying himself for a strategic retreat. Yet, the old man appeared to genuinely feel relief, muttering, Indeed, young man, you were correct. I do feel much better. The mangled flesh on his chest writhed as dark scales began to emerge from within. To Sean's astonished eyes, the scales multiplied, and the dark aura surrounding the old man intensified, gradually consuming the blue light. A profound realization dawned upon Sean when the old man's radiance transformed entirely into darkness. It would signify his complete metamorphosis. Whatever he would become then, Sean could surmise it would not be human. At that moment, the old man's sinister gaze bore down on Sean, who was stealthily retreating. The corners of the elder's mouth twitched as teeth began to sprout outward, sending shivers down Sean's spine, rendering him immobile. Little one, since you have come, why not step inside for a moment? Step inside? Absolutely not. Sean restrained himself from cursing aloud, preparing to politely decline. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind him, and he felt a wave of chilling stares focused intensely on his back. His complexion paled, goosebumps prickling his skin as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. All right, I shall come in, Sean stammered, forcing a smile to appease the terrifying elder. While discreetly glancing behind him as he turned, the sight made his teeth chatter even more violently. Beneath the inky blackness of the full moon, a pair of luminous green eyes, reminiscent of fireflies, emerged from the thickets flanking the narrow path. As the leaves rustled, these eyes revealed their source, wildcats. Their bodies grotesquely mangled and adorned with ebony scales. Their fangs jutted out like those of a vampiric creature, and their gaze exuded a chilling malevolence. As if they were demons arisen from the depths of hell, emanating a bone-chilling thirst for blood that completely severed Sean's escape route. Chapter 71. Loss of control. With this realization, Sean understood that if he did not comply with the old man's wishes and enter the house, he would likely face immediate violence. Thus, he managed to compose himself and followed the elderly man into the wooden cabin. The door creaked shut behind them. A sense of foreboding gripped Sean's heart, and he nearly succumbed to the impulse of tossing the water scroll he held. Fortunately, he noticed the flickering light of a kerosene lamp within the room and observed that the old man ahead exhibited no unusual behavior. At that moment, as the old man hunched forward, Sean seized the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The interior bore little distinction from an ordinary dwelling, featuring a stove, a bed, and a table with chairs. However, what set it apart were the gardening tools in the corner, pruning shears, spades, and bags of cat food. Wait a moment, the white beard. The cat food? Could this man be the cat feeder Rex mentioned, the old fellow spoken of by Tom? As this realization dawned upon him, Sean inadvertently raised his gaze, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. The dilapidated, moldy ceiling was festooned with cobwebs, and a black cat dangled in midair like an inverted crucifix, its mouth tightly bound with rope, eyes half closed in a state of apparent unconsciousness. You have finally noticed. The white-haired elder spoke, having inexplicably settled into a wooden chair, his peculiar eyes fixed intently on Sean. A chill ran through Sean, and he dared not take another step forward. Instead, he pointed to the cat above and feigned confusion. Old man, this is Oscar. The old man's sudden interruption startled Sean, but in the next breath, his expression transformed into one of eager anticipation. Could it be that the captain has arrived? Ha, Oscar, you cannot deceive me, the elder replied, seemingly amused by Sean's actions. He grinned, a sinister expression crossing his face. In all Ballot City, who does not know of your title, Oscar, the true illusionist? Do you think such a simple trick could fool me? Pausing, he disregarded Sean's astonished expression and muttered to himself, do you believe that by manipulating Tom, you could convince me that you have lost control? A joke. An absolute absurdity. The old man's voice suddenly escalated, resonating like a beast from the abyss, rasping with fury. I, Reich Michel, the last scion of the Michel family, How could I possibly lose control? How could I ever lose control? As he spoke, the elder's features began to contort in madness, spots resembling eyes emerging upon his face. Simultaneously, his head elongated grotesquely, sprouting scales and barbs, morphing into a flat, terrifying visage. To Sean's eyes, the old man transformed before him, a human head grotesquely contorting into that of a lizard, a sensation unfathomable to any outsider. Sean pressed his dry, cracked lips together and clenched his teeth, asserting, "Indeed, you are not mad. You are quite rational at this moment, I assure you. Is that so?" The current state of Reich Michel transcends the mere notion of terror. He fixated his gaze upon Sean for a moment before erupting into a maniacal cackle. "Oscar, I told you, you cannot deceive me, whether it be Tom or this little fellow before me. You merely wish to conjure illusions that lead me to believe I have spiraled into monstrosity. Ha ha ha, a monster? Am I a monster? Ha ha, you madman. You are the true monster. You are the monster. Oh, why have you fallen silent? Hush, I can no longer hear. It is all you're doing, all you're doing. Damn you." Sean observed the inhuman Reich Michel, who oscillated between self-talk, wild gesticulation, and an attentive posture, sending chills coursing through him and raising goosebumps upon his skin. However, despite his understanding of the situation, he found himself devoid of any viable solution. Given the state of the other, consumed by madness and delirium, any misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. What was to be done? Sean's heart raced with urgency. Yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of tranquility to avoid drawing attention to himself. Up until now, Michel had disregarded him, likely perceiving him as an illusion. As Sean's mind raced, he suddenly sensed something moist and soft intermittently licking the back of his head. The sticky, saliva-like sensation nearly sent him into a state of panic. But fortunately, he noticed a copper mirror on the table in front of him. Through the reflection, he discerned Tom, swaying in midair. Tom had awakened at some point. Although his body remained suspended, the rope binding his mouth had somehow fallen away. The damp sensation had evidently been Tom's tongue, signaling his return to consciousness. Upon noticing that Sean had seen him, Tom quickly made a shushing gesture with his lips and waved the rope on his paw. Sean instantly understood, nodding in silent agreement. Yet, despite grasping Tom's intent, uncertainty gnawed at him. He questioned the efficacy of their plan. What was the point of overthinking at such a critical juncture? A fierce determination ignited in Sean's eyes. He resolved to act without hesitation. Leaning slightly, he hurled a water ball talisman toward the erratic Reich Michel while simultaneously retrieving a silver dagger from his pocket, uttering the Hebrew word for water ball. In an instant, the parchment scroll glided through the air, erupting in a brilliant blue light, and a sphere of water, akin to the size of a basketball, hurtled toward Reich Michel. In his chaos and madness, Michel abruptly lifted his lizard-like head, disregarding the approaching blue sphere, his crimson eyes locking onto Sean as he growled, "It is you. You shall die." Simultaneously, Sean pivoted, directing the dagger towards the rope binding Tom. With a swift slash, the rope severed with a resounding snap. Tom let out an exuberant meow, then leapt, darting through the doorway. Sean stood in stunned silence, until he sensed the chilling and terrifying presence looming behind him had fixated upon him. With a voice trembling between anger and despair, he murmured, "Tom?" Suddenly, the room shook violently. Chapter 72. I, too, am an extraordinary being at this moment. The sound of piercing air behind him felt like a sharp thorn, and Sean realized he was on the verge of being unable to evade it. Suddenly, shadows surged through the doorway from the darkness, their emerald eyes glinting and their scaly bodies reminiscent of hunters emerging from the depths of hell, charging towards Leech Michel, who was behind him. Sean, sprawled on the ground, was momentarily stunned. It was only when he slightly lifted his head and caught sight of a proud figure standing in the moonlight at the entrance that he snapped back to reality. With a mix of surprise and joy, he called out Tom's name, scrambling out the door in a flurry. Before he could catch his breath, he heard Tom's discontented voice. "Sean, your earlier shout was utterly humiliating." Sean retorted, "Humph, I am Tom from Kaliash Street, famed far and wide. Do you really think I would be ungrateful and flee alone?" Sean, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually lowered his head in shame, admitting, "Tom, I misjudged you." Tom's dissatisfaction seemed to ease as he listened to the roars from within the room. He slowly closed the door with his paw and gazed at Sean, saying, "Regardless, your arrival to save me today is quite unexpected, and perhaps following you might not be a bad choice." Upon finishing his sentence, Tom appeared slightly embarrassed by his own words, hastily adding, Let me clarify. I have no intention of becoming your pet. I, Tom, will never be anyone's pet. I am only here for my treasure. Do you understand? Suppressing a chuckle, Sean replied earnestly, rest assured, from now on, you shall be my brother. Brother? Sean's words evidently struck a chord with Tom, prompting him to turn away, leaving Sean with his back. The reason I dashed out was to control these fallen, corrupted wildcats. Though individually they may be weak, if they swarm, the old man won't be able to withstand them. As he spoke, Tom's mood seemed to darken. His tone tinged with sorrow. The old man is actually a good fellow. For all these years, he has been caring for the wildcats on the street, including me. I just never anticipated. What did you not anticipate? Sean interjected, sensing that Tom was about to reveal something significant. Suppressing the urge to remark that he should be called an extraordinary cat, Sean merely nodded. So, the old man, oh no, leech he is also. Indeed. Tom seemed weary and settled down, stating, he is like you, but stronger. Sean was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him as he stammered. No wonder you said I was the second one who could understand you. It turns out Leech is also a communicator. He is stronger than I? Is he sequence 8 or sequence 7? Sequence 8, the gardener. Tom regarded Sean with a deep gaze, yet he ultimately lost control. Lost control? A sense of unease gripped Sean as he recalled the captain's words. After consuming the secret fruit, the gravest peril lies in the arcane whispers of your path. You must remain perpetually calm, vigilant, and even reverent. Otherwise, you may be lured astray, leading to madness and transforming into a monstrosity, ultimately becoming a mere source of extraordinary material for others. He thought of Raish's monstrous form in his self-talk, as if a realization dawned upon him. So, Raish succumbed to the temptation of those arcane whispers? Time seemed to stretch, and the cabin fell into an eerie silence, as still as a stagnant pool, devoid of any ripples. After observing with his spiritual sight for a while, Sean noted that the once abundant black luminescence had vanished, leaving only a sphere of darkness tinged with a flickering blue light. The old man was dead. Tom, his eyes closed as if listening to something, suddenly exhaled heavily, his tone laden with gravity. Sean, feeling a jolt of awareness, stepped forward to push open the door, only to be met with a wave of putrid, nauseating stench. The odor, thick and sulphurous, nearly compelled him to retreat several steps, dissuading him from entering. Tom, seemingly affected by the foul smell as well, joined Sean, gravely remarking, it appears the old man was seduced by a demon. Demon? Is it not an evil god? Sean's curiosity piqued. He inquired, what is a demon? Is it an evil god? No, Tom replied, as the stench began to dissipate. He cautiously stepped into the room, asking, are you familiar with the spirit realm? Yes. Sean nodded slightly, perplexed. What does this have to do with the spirit realm? His mind stirred with tumultuous thoughts, not merely due to the plethora of esoteric terms such as abyss and demon that he had just heard from Tom, but also from the shock of how Tom had acquired such hidden knowledge. Furthermore, Tom had declared himself an extraordinary being. What path did he follow? And what was his sequence? However, Tom had refrained from disclosing his extraordinary path or sequence, perhaps out of caution, considering that ancient Rome was similarly reticent about its own transcendent pathways. By this time, they had entered the room, where a chilling scene awaited them. The interior bore no semblance to what it had been upon their arrival. Every piece of furniture, tables, chairs, beds, and even the cat's food and tools lay in utter disarray. Yet, what truly took Sean's breath away were the scattered remains and dismembered organs strewn throughout the room. He inadvertently stepped on a soft object, only to lift his foot and find it was the eye of a wildcat. Damn! Sean's desire to venture further into the room evaporated. But his gaze was drawn to a peculiar orb emanating a mesmerizing blend of black and blue light, resting in the right corner. Though the solitary eye appeared grotesque lying on the wooden floor, the radiance it emitted suggested that it was indeed the crystallized essence of Raish's extraordinary trait. How could there possibly be black luminescence? Has it been tainted? Chapter 73. Shadows of the Night. Indeed, he was dead. Sean exhaled silently, hesitating whether to retrieve this valuable item when he noticed Tom leap forward in a single bound, seizing the eyeball and swallowing it whole. The seamlessness of the act momentarily led Sean to question whether what Tom had consumed was an eyeball or merely a grape. In the next instant, Tom closed his eyes and stood motionless, seemingly in the throes of digestion. Sean felt a stir of curiosity and hastily activated his spiritual sight, but observed no trace of spiritual radiance. Lost in contemplation, Tom opened his eyes and surveyed the disordered room before leaping out the door, his tone somber as he uttered, "Let us go." Sean detected the sorrow in Tom's voice and felt an inexplicable sadness wash over him. With a soft sigh, he followed suit and exited the dwelling. Although the events of the night had unfolded without peril, his spirit was profoundly shaken. The frenzied transformation of Leche Michel into a monster, alongside the wildcats whose horrors surpassed even those of beasts, served as stark reminders to Sean. To become extraordinary was to embark on an irrevocable path. As he walked along the path in the cemetery, Sean's mood grew heavy, leaving him uncertain about how to confront his parents. Ultimately, burdened by confusion and a touch of trepidation, he stood at a distance in a corner, gazing at his parents' gravestone. Though they had never met, he could feel the depth of his love for them. Sean looked longingly at the distant tombstone, his chaotic emotions gradually settling. He raised his gaze to Tom, who was perched atop a branch, gazing at the moon with a melancholic expression. Calmly, he suggested, "Let us visit Rex." Tom's body tensed, and he lowered his head to look at Sean, nodding in agreement. However, understanding the weight of Tom's emotions, Sean refrained from speaking further and led the way to Rex's gravestone as indicated by their leader. "My beautiful, kind, and intelligent mother is my lifelong faith." Sean stared silently at the epitaph for a moment before placing a freshly picked white flower at the base of the gravestone. With solemnity, he crossed himself and murmured, "May you rest in God's kingdom." Tom, having retrieved a bouquet of white flowers from an unknown source, placed them at the same spot, his tone grave as he said, "Rest in peace, dear Rex. I will uncover the murderer and avenge you." Another silence enveloped them. Sean sighed, preparing to turn away, when suddenly his pupils dilated, and he cried out, "Beware." Tom's body tensed instinctively, following Sean's gaze to see a shadow slithering across the ground like a worm beneath its feet. Had the stars not shone brighter than usual that night, illuminating the ground unobscured by tree shadows, Sean might have overlooked the inconspicuous dark figure beneath him. Swoosh. Tom's reaction was nothing short of remarkable. It was as if, in Sean's eyes, the moment he called out, Tom's lithe form shot up vertically like a rocket. With an unimaginable leap, Tom swiftly maneuvered onto Sean's shoulder. "Let us go." Tom's voice trailed far behind his agile movements. Almost before Sean could comprehend the situation, Tom had leapt once more from his shoulder to the nearest treetop, baring his teeth as he glared at the shadow that was once again advancing towards Sean. "Sean, quick. Duck. Brother, don't just stare, do something." Sean barely had time to voice his frustration before that shadow, like a stream of water, slipped into his body. Sean's body stiffened, and as fear flickered in his eyes, a piercing scream shattered the silence, followed by a shadow that fled from his body, transforming into a thick cloud of black smoke. From that smoke emerged a bat, attempting to soar into the dark night sky. Bang! The serene graveyard was abruptly shattered by the sound of gunfire. The bat erupted in a mist of blood, letting out another chilling scream. Yet, in the next moment, dozens of bats burst forth from the blood mist, frantically fleeing in all directions. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out, each bat exploding into crimson mist. But a few managed to escape, vanishing into the night. It was only then that Sean began to regain his senses, though his body felt weak and his vision blurred. In the haze, he perceived a man approaching from the darkness, wielding a gun, clad in a black trench coat and a matching round hat. His gaze sharp, this was the last thought that crossed Sean's mind before he lost consciousness. When Sean awoke, it was already noon the following day. The unfamiliar white ceiling gradually came into focus as he rubbed his heavy head and slowly sat up, just in time to see Tom crouched by the bay window, gazing outside. Sean was momentarily taken aback, then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." However, Tom seemed oblivious to his words, still intently focused on the view outside, leaving Sean puzzled. After a moment of hesitation as Sean prepared to speak again, Tom suddenly murmured to himself, "She has a more voluptuous figure, yet she pales in comparison to my treasure." Sean's mouth fell agape, his mind momentarily blank. After a while, he managed to prop himself up and peek outside, just in time to see a carriage parked by the roadside. The curtain was drawn back by a golden-haired girl in an ornate dress, revealing a glimpse of snow-white fabric and a lazy golden short-haired cat nestled in her arms. "Oh my, so this is the kind of cat you are, Tom." Sean was left speechless. The arena skirt, also known as the noble skirt, has its origins in the era of the First Roman Empire. It is crafted from a fabric woven with horsehair as the warp, forming a conical shape. Although it has undergone significant transformations since ancient times, it still retains the curvaceousness and ornamental qualities reminiscent of the Roman period, appearing even more resplendent and ethereal. This garment accentuates a woman's delicate waist and ample bosom, enhancing her alluring figure. In Sean's mind, knowledge concerning the arena skirt inexplicably surfaced. prompting him to ponder what the original owner had learned during the preceding years. His ignorance of history was starkly contrasted by his vivid recollection of women-esque garments. At that moment, perhaps sensing Sean's gaze, the young lady in the carriage suddenly lifted her head to glance out the window. Upon noticing a man and a black cat peering at her with an unsettling demeanor, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she hastily lowered the curtain. Shortly thereafter, the coachman cracked his whip, and the carriage wobbled away, vanishing from Sean's sight. Chapter 74. Events from a year ago. Sean found himself in an awkward predicament. Although his earlier actions were unintentional, the fleeting gaze exchanged with the young woman made him acutely aware that she might perceive him as a rogue. Shaking his head, he turned to Tom, only to meet his disdainful stare. Bewildered, he blurted out, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tom shook his head lightly, scoffing. The old man was right. Humanity is a duplicitous species. If you wish to mate with that woman, why not just admit it? Mating. Sean's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Tom, at a loss for words. Tom, undeterred by Sean's embarrassment, shook his head with increased disdain. Forget it. I, Tom, am not the kind of cat who lacks loyalty. Since you've agreed to help me pursue my treasure, I shall make every effort to assist you in successfully mating with that woman. Rest assured. With that, he patted Sean on the shoulder, adopting a demeanor of a big brother taking charge. No, that's not it. You're misunderstanding. It's not what you think, Sean protested, but Tom waved him off, signaling him to be quiet. He then shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, that person mentioned you should find him in his office once you awaken." That person? Sean quickly deduced that Tom was referring to the captain, his eyebrows furrowing in surprise. The captain can communicate with you? Not exactly, Tom blinked. But it seems he knows I can understand. Sean pondered this, recalling the events of the previous night, and lost interest in further explaining to Tom. He hastily got out of bed and headed toward the door. Though he did not articulate his thoughts, Tom understood his intent and remarked, "Don't worry. That person has already arranged for someone to handle the old man's room." Sean nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He said nothing more and stepped out of the room. Before him lay the familiar corridor of the headquarters. Glancing around, he noticed the captain's office was on his left. He turned and knocked on the door. "Come in," came the captain's steady voice from within. Taking a deep breath, Sean pushed open the door and entered the office. The layout and the captain's attire remained unchanged. Captain Oscar Soren appeared as a quintessentially unrefined man, holding a cup of coffee while perusing a copy of the Barlot Post. "How are you feeling now?" Captain Soren inquired, glancing at Sean as he took a sip from his coffee and set the newspaper down. He gestured to a jar of coffee beans on the table, indicating that Sean could help himself. Sean shook his head, opting not to brew coffee. Instead, he sat directly across from the captain and addressed the matter at hand. "Captain, about that shadow from last night, not so fast," Oscar Soren interrupted, raising a hand and regarding Sean with an inquisitive expression. "What do you know about that black cat?" Sean paused, reflecting, and replied, "Not much. Just that its name is Tom, and it appears to be an extraordinary creature." "Miss Lucy?" Oscar Sorensen was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped that the Miss Lucy Sean referred to was Kelly's white cat. A sudden realization dawned upon him, and he gave Sean a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a clever fellow." Thereafter, Oscar chose not to pursue inquiries regarding Tom, as if that chapter had been closed. While Sean exhaled in relief, he took the initiative to share his reasons and the general circumstances surrounding his visit to Brady Cemetery. After listening to Sean's account, Oscar fell into a brief silence before he sighed. "So, old Rachel has never truly moved on. I must admit I overlooked that." Sean, taken aback, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Captain, do you know him?" "Indeed," Oscar replied, setting down his coffee cup and leaning back in his chair, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. "You see, I first met old Rachel during the tragic incident a year ago." "A year ago?" Sean's heart raced, and he couldn't help but inquire, "Captain, what exactly happened a year ago?" Oscar glanced at Sean, seemingly understanding his agitation, and shook his head. "Since you haven't yet reviewed the files, it wouldn't hurt to enlighten you. In truth, the current members of the Lightbearers in Ballot City mostly joined a year ago, yes. I personally recruited them." Sean was momentarily stunned, as if a realization struck him, and he gasped, "Captain, are you suggesting?" "Indeed, precisely what you're thinking." Oscar paused, his expression heavy. 1 year ago, the gates of hell launched a surprise attack on the headquarters of the Lightbearers in this city, resulting in the complete annihilation of nearly all members, including those from the secret chamber. After a moment, he gazed at Sean, whose expression was one of shock, and his lips moved slightly. This included your father, Father Xiaoyan. Sean's mind erupted in chaos. Although he was already aware that his father had died in the line of duty, he had not anticipated that the sacrifice extended beyond his father to encompass nearly all members of the Lightbearers in Ballot City. Sean, this matter is not a secret. Yet it remains a significant scandal for the church, which is why they chose to cover it up, hoping for your understanding. Oscar's gaze was complex as he looked at the silent Sean and sighed. Among those sacrificed, besides your father, were Martin's brother, Jessica's sibling, Kelly's sister, Locke's wife, Rachel's daughter. And he hesitated slightly, a shadow of pain emerging in his eyes. My mother. Sean's body trembled, and he looked up at Oscar with disbelief. Captain, you? Oscar smiled gently. Do you recall your inquiry about why I chose the path of the Nightseers? Sean's lips quivered, his complexion gradually paling. It can't be. Yes, exactly as you suspect. I, or rather all of us, have become extraordinary beings through the consumption of the essence of our deceased family members. Oscar maintained a serene smile, as if recounting an utterly mundane occurrence. Chapter 75. Coincidence, however. Sean sensed an overwhelming anguish, fury, and sorrow lurking beneath the seemingly composed smile of the captain. A shiver ran through him as he began to grasp why the captain's demeanor was so detached and why he was so intent on the hidden machinations behind the scenes. Although he could not yet ascertain the extent to which the defector from the church and the enigmatic woman were connected to the tragic events of a year prior, it was evident that the three were inextricably linked. Were he in the captain's position, he too would undoubtedly seek vengeance with relentless fervor. With this realization, he reflected on the inexplicable hostility of Attorney Martin and the peculiar behavior of Ms. Jessica, finding a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, Oscar Soren regained his usual composure, smiling as he said, So, Sean, do you understand? Each member of the extraordinary team is not merely living for themselves. I, Jessica, Martin, Kelly, Locke, we all live two lives every day. Sean opened his mouth, gazing into the captain's serene eyes, as if a light had dawned upon him. With a serious expression, he replied, I understand, Captain. A flicker of relief passed through Oscar Soren's eyes as he smiled. Well, ever since you became an extraordinary being, I have been concerned about whether you would accept this reality. It seems you are far stronger than I had anticipated. He recalled vividly the day a deacon from the church presented him with a special fruit cultivated from his daughter Lisa's extraordinary properties, the sequence 9-foot polyglot fruit. The deaconess' expression was eerily calm, even conveying an indescribable indifference, as if he had received not a fruit nurtured by his daughter's essence, but merely an ordinary piece of produce. At that time, I was suffering the torment of consuming the fruit, and such a cold-hearted father incensed me, prompting me to charge at him and deliver a thrashing. As he recounted this, he noticed an odd look in Sean's eyes and chuckled awkwardly. In the end, I found myself on the ground, helplessly watching him walk away with the fruit. Sean paused, unable to restrain himself from asking, what happened afterward? Did you see him again? Why didn't he join the extraordinary team? Oscar Soren shook his head. I sought him out several times, but regrettably, he refused each time. He would rather live under the church's watchful gaze for the rest of his life than join us. Sean nodded thoughtfully. So, his loss of control this time is related to his daughter Lisa? Indeed, Oscar Soren responded, his gaze filled with complexity. Now I understand why he was so indifferent back then. No, it was not indifference, but a numbing anger and anguish that had reached its zenith. This, I suspect, was one of the catalysts for his eventual breakdown. Speaking, he turned to Sean with a serious expression and said, You have seen the disastrous outcome of old Rage's loss of control. I implore you to remember this. Regardless of what you may hear in the future or the promises made to you, do not believe them, and certainly do not attempt to test them. I do not wish for the day to come when I must hand over the fruit of your cultivation to your aunt. After speaking, he seemed to recollect something and looked at Sean with curiosity. By the way, I almost forgot. Ever since you consumed the secret fruit, have you not heard, even once, those eerie whispers? Although it indeed puzzled him, as the captain had expressly stated that the most pressing concern for extraordinary individuals was those terrifying murmurs, Sean had not heard them even once. However, he could not express this aloud. Oscar Soren nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, but reiterated to Sean the utmost importance of ignoring these whispers, and then shifted the conversation to the matter of the shadow. According to his account, his colleagues from the guard had made a new discovery while investigating the Red Private Club, namely, Sheriff Mike had responded to a report from a club member named Mariah Conkey. The key point was that this Mariah Conkey was, coincidentally, the younger brother of the missing Smith Conkey. Upon hearing this, Sean appeared astonished. exclaiming, his younger brother? What a coincidence. Indeed. Oscar Soren replied with an unusual glint in his eyes. Even more coincidentally, or rather, strangely, his reason for reporting was that he claimed his older brother, Smith Conkey, intended to harm him. What? Sean was taken aback, and after a moment, he incredulously remarked, if I recall correctly, Mr. Smith should have already been missing at that time, correct? Yes, Oscar Soren nodded gently. After I rushed over to ascertain the situation, I went to Mariah's home and workplace to find him, but he was nowhere to be found. Instead, I discovered traces of a Sequence 7 stalker at his residence. And thus I pursued, following the trail until I found Mariah's corpse near Brady Cemetery, along with the stalker who was about to depart. Sean suddenly understood. He finally grasped why the captain had fortuitously appeared last night. It was to pursue that stalker. However, an unsettling thought crossed his mind regarding the peculiar nature of the situation. Even if the stalker's presence at Brady Cemetery was coincidental, how could it be a mere coincidence that he stumbled upon Sean and Tom visiting Rex? Arriving just in time for the ambush? With this thought in mind, he spoke gravely. Captain, this series of coincidences seems rather excessive. Oscar Soren immediately comprehended the implication behind Sean's words and furrowed his brow, asking, Whom do you suspect? I do not know, Sean mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I merely find the developments quite strange. Whether it be your discovery of the stalker at Mariah's home, or later finding Mariah's body near Brady Cemetery. And even how you fortuitously saved me. I cannot shake the feeling that someone is orchestrating these events from the shadows. He paused momentarily and added, What about old Leche? Don't you find it rather coincidental that his moments of losing control seem to occur with such precision? Chapter 76. The Sealed Object C-178. Oscar Soren fell into a contemplative silence, his expression turning grave after a considerable pause. Perhaps your instincts are not unfounded. This situation is indeed rather unusual. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his gaze to Sean and countered. What do you suppose is the motive behind the actions of the shadowy figure? If it were that woman. She has long desired your demise and should not be leading me to this. At this point, he suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. His complexion shifting as he sprang to his feet and exclaimed, Could it be that all of this is merely a ruse to divert our attention? Sean was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implications of Oscar's words, responding in astonishment. If that is the case, it indeed seems to suggest such a notion. Oscar Soren unpursed his lips in deep thought for a moment before abruptly activating a mechanism hidden within the bookshelf, bending down to enter the underground passage. Sean hastily followed suit. Drawing from past experiences, he navigated the path with ease and swiftly arrived at the chapel alongside his captain. On duty was still Jack Crowder, whom they had encountered previously. Upon seeing the two rush in, he expressed his surprise. Captain, Sean, you're back. Open the door. Oscar Soren maintained his composure. Yet there was an added weight of seriousness in his demeanor. Jack Crowder's body quivered slightly as he immediately opened the door, inquiring earnestly, Do you need me to go in? Oscar Soren shook his head slightly, moving towards the entrance as he replied in a low voice, You remain outside. Until Sean and I emerge, no one is permitted to enter. After a brief pause, he added, Nor is anyone allowed to leave. Understood. A flash of resolve ignited in Jack Crowder's eyes as he instinctively stood at attention, saluting sharply. The door creaked shut behind them. Sean dared not breathe audibly, silently trailing the captain as they approached the staircase leading to the second floor of the chapel. He had seen this spiraling staircase on multiple occasions, yet had refrained from approaching it due to Jack Crowder's previous warnings. This time, although he could not comprehend why the captain would bring someone with a nearly negligible combat capability like himself to the second floor, which housed the sealed objects, he vaguely sensed the captain's apprehension. If the puppet master indeed employed a strategy of misdirection concerning the chapel's sealed artifacts, one could only conclude that they were overestimating his significance. Lost in thought, Sean ascended the wooden stairs behind the captain. The frail boards creaked under their combined weight, producing a jarring sound that echoed in the otherwise hushed chapel. While musing on the construction quality of the chapel, he followed the captain into a relatively spacious room on the second floor. In contrast to the towering bookshelves of the first floor, this chamber contained only a few tables arranged along the walls and, dominating the front, a magnificent silver three-dimensional emblem. It bore the iconic image of the original church, a six-winged angel cradling the stars and the sun, though this time it was a vivid three-dimensional sculpture rather than a mere engraving on the wall. The shiny silver exterior suggested that this life-sized figure was at least coated with a layer of silver. However, what truly captivated Sean's attention were the 5 silver boxes resting on the table, along with the elderly figure clad in a white robe, standing before one of the open boxes. From Sean's vantage point, he could discern a small, palm-sized statue of a winged creature nestled within the silver container. With a swift motion, the old man closed the box and slowly turned to face them. "Oscar, you've arrived," he remarked. Oscar Solon nodded slightly, inquiring, "Is there something amiss?" "Arthur? Arthur the steward?" Sean's mind raced as he speculated about the man's identity, discreetly observing him. Dressed in a white robe distinct from that of the church's clergy. He held an ancient, hefty tome in his left hand, while a silver cross adorned with angelic wings hung from his chest. Although his visage bore the marks of age, his gaze was sharp and keen, reminiscent of a hawk. The moment their eyes met, a chill coursed through Sean, as if he were being thoroughly scrutinized. "Amiss?" Arthur Troy raised an eyebrow, his piercing eyes locking onto Sean. "Does he count?" "What?" Sean's mind momentarily faltered, instinctively glancing at his captain, only to find the captain's pupils dilating in alarm. In less than a heartbeat, the captain's eyes turned into a black void, consuming him entirely. "Captain! Captain!" Sean cried out in terror, racing through the enveloping darkness. Observing Sean's frantic spinning and distressed cries, Oscar Solon frowned and asked, "Arthur, are you certain there is something wrong with Sean?" "Huh. No one can escape the gaze of the divine," Arthur Troy replied, his silver cross shimmering with a faint golden light. "Oscar, you have been careless." Oscar fell silent, contemplating the implications. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and speculated. If that is the case, her intention was not to divert my attention from Sean, but rather to make me believe there was an issue here, compelling me to bring Sean along. Arthur Troy blinked, calmly requesting, "Tell me what you and Sean have encountered." Oscar Solon inhaled deeply and recounted the events succinctly. Arthur sighed and shook his head. "Oscar, I believe the situation has become quite clear. Since the assassination at Hogwarts, or perhaps even earlier, they have been plotting to mislead you, persuading you to think there was an issue here, thus prompting you to bring Sean inside." Pausing, he regarded Oscar Solon with a steady expression. "I think you owe me an explanation as to why you brought Sean here." Oscar Solon fell silent once more. And after a while, he replied, "Although Sean is now a Sequence 9 speaker, based on recent encounters, his combat abilities are lacking, even compared to a trained police officer. As for the spells, you know he just started and lacks funds. This is why I brought him along, to allow him to use a Class C sealing item. And the purpose?" Arthur Troy's keen gaze bore into Oscar Solon, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "I require Sean to join the Red Private Club to investigate the intruder concealed within." Oscar Soren, with an impassive demeanor, calmly remarked. "Whether it be the previous sorcerer or this current intruder, their intentions are evidently directed towards Sean. Thus, regardless of the reason behind her insistence on Sean's presence here, capturing that intruder will at least liberate us from being manipulated by the other party." Arthur Troy nodded slightly. "I comprehend. So you wish for Sean to utilize the sealing artifact C-178, Roland's pocket watch. Chapter 77. Am I a plaything? Indeed. You brought him here personally, hoping for my tacit approval of your decision. After all, according to the regulations, the use of a Class C seal requires a minimum of 3 individuals to proceed with the application. It is not only him, there is also Kelly. You are aware that entry into the Red Private Club necessitates a recommendation from an existing member." Oscar Soren observed Sean, who was still circling in place but gradually calming down, his eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. Arthur Troy nodded, similarly regarding Sean, and remarked, "What a remarkable young fellow. He has swiftly detected your illusion and is already attempting to harness his spiritual essence to escape it." Oscar Soren's gaze momentarily flickered before he suddenly focused intently, exclaiming, "I've got it." A shadowy, distorted world materialized in his pupils, where a swirling mass of black smoke writhed in the air, emitting terrifying, spine-chilling wails. In the next instant, as he slowly reached out to grasp it, the black smoke struggled and was extracted from Sean's body, filling the air with a pungent, sulfurous odor. Sean's body jolted, and he glanced around, his voice faltering as he beheld the writhing, wailing mass of black smoke. "What is this?" Oscar Soren, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "A demon. A primordial demon dwelling in the abyss." "A demon?" Sean paused momentarily, then, recalling his recent experience, he began to grasp the implications, feeling somewhat vexed. "So, Captain, you used an illusion on me because of this creature? It may not necessarily be a misdirection." Arthur Troy cast a meaningful glance at Oscar Soren and calmly opened the ancient, heavy tome in his hands. "This demon is quite feeble, so weak that it could hide within Sean's spiritual essence, conveniently evading your spiritual sight. Oscar Soren inhaled lightly, stating with caution, "Do you believe old Raiche would?" "That is impossible. Old Raiche cherishes his daughter too deeply to collaborate with someone suspected of being a gateway to hell." Within mere seconds, the black smoke was consumed by searing flames, vanishing into nothingness, while Arthur Troy calmly closed the book, reverently making the sign of the cross before his chest, proclaiming, "Praise be to the God of light." Oscar Soren furrowed his brow but ultimately refrained from further comment, merely glancing at a silver box on the table to his left. Arthur Troy seemed to understand Oscar Soren's intent and smiled. "If it is merely a Class C sealing object, there is no issue. You may later find a team member to complete the paperwork, and I shall sign it." "Very well." Oscar Soren nodded slightly. Turning to the somewhat bewildered Sean, "The second silver box on the left. Take it. We shall depart." "Huh?" Sean was momentarily taken aback, but noticing the certainty in Oscar Soren's gaze, he refrained from further questions and quietly approached the box to retrieve it. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to Arthur Troy, the two exited the second floor and left the secluded hall. Jack Crowder, seeing them emerge, promptly remarked, "Captain, no one has entered or exited." Oscar Soren nodded slightly, preparing to depart, but suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he retrieved a parchment scroll from his pocket and handed it to Jack Claude. "This is a charm." "Thank you." "What?" Jack Claude gazed in bewilderment at the captain, who departed with Sean, taking a considerable time to glance at the parchment in his hand, mumbling, "Is this really the captain?" Although he had gleaned some understanding of the situation from the conversation between the captain and butler Arthur, he remained perplexed about when he had become possessed by this demon. Furthermore, if all of this was indeed orchestrated by that mysterious woman, what could possibly be her purpose behind such meticulous scheming? Sean, lost in thought, nodded contemplatively, muttering to himself, "So Butler Arthur is akin to a political commissar, while you, Captain, are comparable to a regiment leader?" As for the demon, Oscar Soren's right hand, which had been inscribing words, paused momentarily as he lifted his gaze to Sean, his expression complex. Regardless of whether old Reich had acted willingly or was misled, it was evident that his loss of control was most likely due to the employment of a malevolent ritual magic, summoning the primordial demon dwelling in the abyss. He silently added, "If nothing unexpected occurs, you should be grateful that the woman merely sought to borrow your body. Otherwise, the primordial demon summoned by old Reich last night would not have been so feeble." Sean, unaware of the captain's inner thoughts, asked in confusion, "Captain, I still don't comprehend what this mysterious woman intends to achieve. Initially, she attempted to kill me more than once, yet last night, despite having the opportunity, she deliberately lured you to rescue me. If her aim was merely to mislead you into the secret chamber, what was the purpose of her earlier actions? Is she toying with me?" At this juncture, Sean inexplicably felt a surge of laughter mixed with indignation. "Does she really have to bully me like this? Even if you are a lofty demigod, is it necessary to toy with a novice like me? Is it amusing?" For reasons unknown, Sean recalled a popular cultivation novel from his past life, wherein the protagonist, aided by a poisoned sac, involuntarily engaged with a powerful female cultivator, thereby entwining his fate with hers. Chapter 78. The hat shop. Sean could hardly fathom that the original owner could have engaged in such a melodramatic affair. As this thought flickered through his mind, he shook his head vehemently, dismissing the idea as impossible. He cast a glance between his legs, silently vowing that if the opportunity arose, he would ascertain whether he was still a virgin. Oscar Soren let out a quiet sigh. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a tinge of disappointment lingered within him. "Never mind that for now. I have a task to assign to you." Sean's spirits lifted, and he inquired eagerly, "Is there a reward?" Oscar Soren smiled faintly and handed Sean a note he had prepared on the table. "Take this remuneration slip to Martin. He will provide you with an advance for 4 weeks of salary. As for the bonus, I can only advise you to emulate Kelly." As he concluded, he gave Sean's shoulder a meaningful pat. Sean, bewildered, glanced at the note inscribed with Sean Victoria, advance for 4 weeks' salary, totaling 32 gold coins, approved by Oscar Soren, and his heart soared with joy. He couldn't help but make a sign of the cross over his chest, earnestly proclaiming, "Praise be to the God of light." Oscar Soren smiled gently. "This mission will be undertaken by you and Kelly. She will inform you of the specific details when the time comes. Before we commence, however, you must quickly become proficient in the use of sealing object C-178. Sean paused, instinctively turning his gaze to the silver box on the table, stammering, "Is this what contains the sealing object?" "Indeed," Oscar Soren affirmed with a slight nod. He then retrieved a piece of parchment from his drawer and handed it to Sean. Examine it carefully. It is best to memorize its contents. Sean instinctively accepted the parchment and began to read. Number: C-178. Name: Lauren's pocket watch. Danger level: C grade. Poses a certain risk. Must be used with caution. Requires a team of 3 or more to request. Confidentiality restricted to official squad members. Sealing method: mithril box. Description: a pocket watch whose hands never move. Discovered in the tomb of Account from the era of Augustus I. Effect: the user can temporarily halt the flow of time in the surrounding area. Testing shows it is ineffective beyond 5 meters. Within 3 meters, time can be halted for 3 seconds, and within 1 meter, for 5 seconds, the wearer remains unaffected. Side effects: each use diminishes the user's perception of time flow, returning to normal after approximately 1 day. Recommendation: avoid frequent use. The consequences are unknown. After absorbing the contents of the parchment in astonishment, Sean looked up, bewildered. Captain, what does it mean to diminish one's perception of time flow? A slight smirk graced Oscar Soren's lips as he replied nonchalantly. Simply put, everything around you appears to move more slowly in your senses, although it does not actually slow down. Sean was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended the implication, gasping, "How terrifying." Indeed, Oscar Soren said, gazing meaningfully at Sean, given its ability to halt time. Do you believe it would only qualify as a C-grade sealing object if the side effects were minimal? Sean immediately grasped the situation, nodding in agreement. Indeed, an artifact capable of halting time, even for mere seconds, is exceedingly formidable. Oscar Soren gestured towards the silver box. Remember, this is a specialized mithril box for sealing. As long as it remains unopened, the powers of C-178 will not be unleashed. Sean nodded earnestly. And the contents on the parchment, have you memorized them? Sean paused. Noticing Captain Oscar's outstretched hand, suddenly comprehending the implication, he swiftly bowed his head to commit the parchment's contents to memory. In less than 3 minutes, he closed his eyes and recited it silently, satisfied as he returned the parchment to Captain Oscar. Oscar Soren tucked the parchment away, massaging his temples. Weariness evident in his gaze. Go now, and remember to persuade your cat to join you. Sean hesitated for a moment. Then a smile curved his lips. With Lady Kelly around, Tom will undoubtedly be present. Tom? Oscar Soren pondered the name, suddenly struck by a thought, calling out to Sean, who had already reached the door. Don't forget to return my mithril dagger. Sean halted abruptly, then hastened away, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving Oscar Soren in a state of bewilderment. That rascal! Oscar Soren chuckled to himself, shaking his head. In the Roman district, outside the British hat shop, Sean felt the weight of 32 gold coins in his inner pocket, glancing at Lady Kelly beside him. Do we truly have to buy this? Although he had always envied the well-dressed gentleman and desired to acquire a fitting outfit for himself, the thought of advancing his salary for the month made him yearn to see his aunt as soon as possible. He imagined handing her 30 gold coins, exuding confidence as he declared, "Aunt, take this. You needn't work part-time at the library anymore. I shall support the family from now on." The image of his aunt's astonished expression upon seeing the coins made Sean break into an involuntary grin. Lady Kelly first shot an incredulous glance at Sean's foolish demeanor, then cast a wary look at the black cat, Tom, who was fixated on the kitten, Lucy, in her arms, furrowing her brow. While it's commendable to adopt a kitten, can you ensure it gets a bath? Sean was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, he heard Tom angrily remark, "What an ignorant woman. Doesn't she realize this is a display of my masculine charm?" After a pause, he glanced at Lucy, who was lazily sprawled in Kelly's embrace, swallowed hard, and turned to Sean. "Where can I get a bath?" To Kelly Marcel's ears, all she heard was Tom's meowing. Sean smiled awkwardly, about to craft a defense for Tom's honor, when Kelly Marcel had already pushed open the hat shop door, cradling Lucy. With no further words, Sean patted his pocket of coins once more and entered alongside Tom. The hat shop was significantly larger than the one he had seen in the Tulip District, its decor and furnishings exuding an air of sophistication. The layout of the clothing store is remarkably minimalist. On the left wall, a row of classic tailcoats is elegantly displayed, accompanied by shirts, vests, hats, and ties. Conversely, the right wall showcases a series of glass cabinets, within which gleaming, polished leather shoes and boots are meticulously arranged. At the forefront, the wall is adorned with an array of exquisite canes, crafted from various materials and sizes, each one a testament to fine craftsmanship. Chapter 79. A noble identity, beautiful lady. May I inquire what you wish to purchase? Upon the entrance of Sean and Kelly, the attention of 2 attendants was instantly captured. One of the male staff members, adorned in a white shirt and waistcoat, approached Kelly, who was elegantly dressed, naturally perceiving her as the decision-maker among the two guests. Kelly glanced at Sean with a smile and said, "Yes, please prepare a complete formal outfit for him," ensuring it aligns with his esteemed position as a special advisor to the Red Chamber of Commerce. Sean was momentarily taken aback, pondering when he had ascended to the status of a special advisor. However, his astute nature led him to maintain a composed demeanor, reflecting a worldly sophistication. A special advisor to the Red Chamber of Commerce? The attendant's gaze towards Sean shifted significantly, and his attitude became markedly more respectful. "Madam, sir, please hold on for a moment." With that, he summoned another female attendant who enthusiastically took Sean's measurements, including his waist size, and soon provided him with a complete formal ensemble. The pristine white shirt and black tailcoat fit almost perfectly, complemented by a soft half-high silk top hat, a black waistcoat, polished boots, and a bow tie. Once Sean was fully attired under the attentive care of the female attendant, Kelly's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "What a handsome young man." Her words were devoid of flattery. Compared to the rough linen shirt he had previously worn, Sean now exuded an air of elegance. Though his complexion did not mirror the typical fair skin of those from the kingdom of Augustine, perhaps due to the consumption of a secret fruit, his skin appeared remarkably improved, imbued with a unique charisma that would lead any observer to believe he hailed from an ancient and distinguished lineage. The nearby female attendant nodded in agreement, and had it not been for Kelly's presence, she might have found herself compelled to discreetly jot down her address on a note and slip it into Sean's pocket. Nonetheless, she could not restrain herself from asking, "Sir, would you prefer to wear it now, or would you like it packaged for takeout? If you choose the latter, our store offers complimentary delivery service. Simply provide me with your address, and I shall personally ensure it reaches your home." As she spoke, she brushed back her golden locks, revealing her meticulously crafted makeup. A peculiar expression flickered in Kelly's eyes, yet she remained silent, gently stroking the fur of Lucy in her arms while vigilantly observing Tom perched on Sean's shoulder. Standing before the mirror, Sean diligently adjusted the collar and cuffs of his shirt. It would be disingenuous to claim dissatisfaction, however, uncertain of the cost. He feigned indifference and remarked, "The attire is indeed splendid, but it would be even better with a cane. If I were to purchase a cane." He stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative pose. He found it difficult to directly inquire about the price, considering that Kelly had already positioned him as a special advisor to the Red Chamber of Commerce, and asking about the cost seemed a query unbecoming of one of such stature. The young saleswoman felt a twinge of disappointment at not acquiring Sean's home address. Yet her spirits lifted upon realizing he was in need of a cane. "Sir," she exclaimed, "you are absolutely correct. A gentleman of distinction without a cane is akin to a noble maiden deprived of a ball. If you would permit me, I would be delighted to introduce you to the exquisite canes available in our store. Rest assured, the cost of a finely crafted cane, despite being more expensive than a complete formal outfit at a mere 10 gold coins, is far more befitting of your esteemed status." With that, the saleswoman, undeterred by Sean's somewhat rigid demeanor, approached the cane display with enthusiasm. "Sir, behold, the first cane on your left is our store's signature piece. Favored by many valiant noblemen, the Brian Sword cane. Crafted from the kingdom's finest blade in Malacca rattan, it boasts an impressive length of over 87 centimeters, and when drawn, the blade extends to 85 centimeters with a cutting edge of 69 centimeters. Its spiraled, concave top is silver-plated, with the blade intricately nestled within. Please, allow me a moment." She carefully removed the Brian Sword cane, deftly twirling it in her hands before swiftly drawing the blade, showcasing the matte finish of one edge to Sean, then turning it to reveal a long blood groove near the spine. Should you encounter any nefarious rogues, this Brian Sword cane would undoubtedly serve as your finest means of self-defense. Sean found himself at a loss for words, even feeling an inexplicable urge to quip, "Perhaps your store's name should be rebranded. Calling it a haberdashery seems rather modest. It ought to be named the British Armory." Nevertheless, he maintained a composed expression and nodded slightly. Indeed, he paused before adding, "But I do not favor items that appear too cheap." Meanwhile, Lady Kelly pursed her lips and naturally stepped aside with Lucy, seemingly wishing to distance herself from Sean. "This one is crafted from the rare black ironwood sourced from the kingdom's colonies, measuring just under 94 centimeters. Entirely enveloped in thick devil crocodile skin, meticulously stitched. Do not be deceived by its simple design. The rarity of the black ironwood and devil crocodile skin renders it quite expensive, priced at 45 gold coins, which perfectly aligns with your status." Sean inhaled sharply. though he maintained a facade of indifference, shaking his head in response. Too unattractive. I have no affinity for black. But isn't your attire black? The saleswoman pondered silently. Yet she did not dare dismiss the young patron and promptly continued her presentation of the subsequent canes. At this moment, Sean felt a chill of dismay wash over him, extinguishing any desire he may have had to purchase a cane. Although the canes that followed were all priced below the black ironwood cane, they still ranged from 10 to 40 gold coins, far beyond the means of his modest salary. However, given Lady Kelly's elevated perception of him, he felt unable to admit his financial constraints, instead muttering apologies while searching for various excuses to decline. For instance, he found the golden inlaid cane to be rather gaudy, and regarded the multi-purpose items as rather superfluous. In summary, after he dismissed them with various justifications, he turned to Ms. Kelly, furrowing his brow despite the waitress's bewildered gaze, and remarked, "Kelly, I find nothing here to my liking. Let us depart." As he spoke, he extracted 10 gold coins from his pocket and placed them in the waitress's hand, adding that change was unnecessary before striding towards the exit, casually retrieving the garments he had just exchanged. Meanwhile, Kelly Marcel offered an apologetic smile to the waitress before similarly exiting while cradling Lucy. It took the waitress a considerable moment to comprehend the situation. Upon counting the coins in her hand, she muttered in confusion, "Sir, you are still a few silver coins short." Chapter 80. Repaying a favor. After traversing a considerable distance, Sean could no longer restrain himself and turned to Kelly Marcel, saying, "Is a cane truly so expensive, Ms. Marcel?" "Expensive?" Kelly Marcel gently shook her head. "Certainly, for many, a cane costing several dozen gold coins is indeed quite pricey. However, we are headed to the elite club of Ballot City, where the members are distinguished individuals from various fields. In that context, a cane priced at several dozen gold coins is hardly extravagant." Sean was momentarily at a loss for words and could only manage a wry smile. "Even so, if you take me there, I still cannot afford it." Kelly Marcel blinked her lovely eyes and replied with a smile, "Did I ever imply that you should pay for it yourself?" "Ah?" Sean was taken aback. Kelly Marcel shook her head and sighed. "Sean, tell me, what is our purpose in visiting the Red Private Club this time?" "Well, since it is a task, do you truly believe we should bear the expenses ourselves?" Kelly Marcel mischievously winked. Sean was initially stunned, but then enlightenment dawned upon him, and he lamented, "I understand now. How foolish of me. I should have purchased that exquisite Brian sword cane, or rather, the most expensive black ironwood cane." As he spoke, another thought struck him, and he grimaced, "Wait. Even if reimbursement is possible later, I do not possess sufficient funds to cover it right now." Kelly Marcel affectionately patted the head of Lucy, who was nestled in her arms, her smile growing brighter. "So, did I ever say you should pay for it yourself?" Sean suddenly grasped the situation, his eyes lighting up. "Beautiful Ms. Marcel, would you be willing to lend me the money?" Kelly Marcel blinked her eyes and nodded. "Yes, I am willing to lend it to you. However, you know, several dozen gold coins is not a trifling sum. While we are colleagues." She left her sentence hanging, but Sean's heart tightened, fearing she was alluding to interest. With a pained expression, he replied, "Beautiful Ms. Marcel, I only have this much money." A glint of cunning flickered in Kelly Marcel's eyes as she softly remarked, "Rest assured, as colleagues, I will not charge you interest. I merely require, your assistance in purchasing a tarot lottery ticket for me later." "A tarot lottery ticket?" Sean was somewhat taken aback. But adhering to the principle that no opportunity falls from the sky, he cautiously inquired, "How much is a tarot lottery ticket?" "Not expensive, just 10 gold coins." Kelly Marcel's smile was utterly sincere. Sean was taken aback, forcing a smile. 10 gold coins? That's... Ultimately, he could not utter the words "no problem." Goodness. For a ticket priced at 10 gold coins, why not just rob a bank? Sean mentally labeled Kelly Marcel as cunning. However, recalling how she had saved his life previously and even expended a precious substitute charm for him, he sighed in resignation. "All right, no problem. Consider it repaying a favor." Kelly Marcel smiled slightly. "Have you decided which cane you would like? I will go buy it for you right away." Sean instinctively desired the most exquisite black ironwood cane. However, upon reflecting that this time he was entirely relying on Ms. Kelly to foot the bill, he reconsidered and said, "I believe the Brian sword cane would suffice. It is reasonably priced and can also serve as a sword, which I find quite appealing." Kelly Marcel glanced at Sean with a hint of surprise but nodded in agreement, stating, "Please hold on for a moment." With that, she turned and jogged towards the British hat shop, seemingly unbothered by the lack of decorum in her actions. Tom, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke as Kelly departed, Sean, you should be aware that fortune does not simply fall from the sky, an old Roman saying. If I recall correctly. Sean smirked slightly, mumbling about a lottery ticket worth 10 gold coins, dismissing the notion of falling fortune, yet maintaining a composed demeanor. It's fine, Miss. Kelly may have her own motives, but we are colleagues, and she will not go overboard. Besides, a glimmer of gratitude shone in Sean's eyes. If it weren't for Ms. Kelly's substitution spell last time, I would have perished. Tom nodded in acknowledgement. A substitution spell? I must confess, I underestimated this woman. Sean flashed a thumbs-up gesture, replying earnestly, Tom, surrendering is not a commendable trait for a gentleman. I am a cat, not a gentleman, Tom retorted. But then he pondered Lucy's demeanor, lost in thought. Could it be that my beloved prefers a cat with gentlemanly qualities? Taking a slight breath, she smiled and handed the Brian sword cane to Sean, saying, Here, remember your promise to help me purchase the tarot lottery ticket. Sean nodded enthusiastically as he accepted the cane, eager to mimic the stylish twirl he had seen from the female attendant. Suddenly, an icy sensation coursed down his spine, as if a chilling gaze had swept across his back. Who? Sean whirled around, only to be met by the bustling street. The ominous gaze now vanished without a trace. Kelly Marcel's expression shifted as a yellow glimmer flickered in her eyes, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. This way. At that moment, Tom, perched on Sean's shoulder, perked up and suddenly pointed in a direction. Sean's focus sharpened, and he promptly raced after Tom's indication. Observing that Sean had reacted to the black cat's call, Kelly was initially taken aback but soon recalled something and hastened to follow suit. Thus, the two pursued the mysterious sound for 2 blocks, finally halting, breathless. Noticing Tom's silence as he ceased directing them, Sean could not help but inquire, what is the matter? Tom slightly shook his head, gesturing toward a nearby building. The peculiar sound vanished upon entering that structure. Peculiar sound? Sean echoed in astonishment. Didn't you see the figure watching me? Indeed, Tom squinted. I can perceive certain unique sounds, such as those from ethereal beings. Just as you turned, I heard that strange sound begin to recede, and it vanished upon reaching this place. Recovering from her earlier state, Kelly Marcel could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, What are you discussing? Sean cast a glance in her direction and gestured towards the unmarked building ahead, stating, Tom mentioned that the person who was spying on me vanished after entering this building. Kelly stared at the structure in astonishment, her expression peculiar as she remarked, What a coincidence. Coincidence? Well, this is indeed the Red Private Club we were heading to. Ignoring Sean's incredulous gaze, she pondered aloud, perhaps the captain's suspicions hold merit. That intruder may truly be concealed within this club. Yet, something feels amiss. If they are indeed hiding here, why would they lure us into this place? Chapter 81. The Uniformed Lady, what is it saying? Upon hearing Tom's meowing, Kelly Marcel instantly comprehended that Tom was attempting communication, and she turned to Sean, the translator. Sean furrowed his brow, stating, Tom insists that the individual could not have intentionally lured us here, for our arrival is predicated upon his unique abilities. A notion that the individual could never anticipate. By necessity, Kelly furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss, then shook her head, saying, Never mind, since we've come this far. Let us proceed inside and initiate your membership process. Sean nodded, preparing to follow her, when he suddenly noticed Tom's foolish grin on his shoulder. Bewildered, he asked, What is wrong with you? Tom chuckled foolishly. My darling just glanced at me. She looked at me. Sean exclaimed, Damn. A love-struck fool. No, wait, a love-struck cat. He shook his head in disbelief as he followed Kelly Marcel into the discreet Red Private Club, in stark contrast to the relaxed security outside. The moment they entered the club, staff clad in white shirts and vests approached to verify their identities. Upon confirming Kelly's membership status and their intentions, the staff escorted them to a lounge. A charming uniformed lady swiftly served delectable coffee, tea, and pastries, as Sean marveled at the quality of service. He found himself somewhat flustered, not merely due to the opulent surroundings, but primarily because the uniformed lady's collar was exceedingly low. It was shockingly low. Moreover, she consistently leaned in, seemingly deliberately, close to Sean's face, filling his nostrils with a tantalizing fragrance that left him slightly dizzy. Only when the uniformed lady smiled coyly and playfully winked at Sean before gracefully departing did he begin to regain his composure. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of Kelly's slightly disdainful gaze, causing him to blush as he stammered, You misunderstand. I am merely allergic to certain scents. Sean felt increasingly awkward. Attempting to clarify, You don't understand. I truly am. I know, Kelly raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. A specially formulated perfume designed to awaken a man's primal desires. Heh, allergies are nothing. Just don't overdo it. With that, she beckoned a uniformed lady from a distance. Excuse me, miss, could you come here for a moment? Sean's heart raced, instinctively holding his breath. However, contrary to his expectations of an awkward encounter, Kelly Marcel, after handing the recommendation to the uniformed lady, saw her leave with utmost seriousness, and this time Sean was astonished to notice that her collar was neatly fastened. What does this mean? Sean found himself at a loss regarding her intentions. He paused, but Kelly Marcel murmured to herself, "What is temptation? Temptation is a psychological contest, akin to teasing a kitten with a cat toy, knowing when to use it, when to retract, and when to twirl it. The key lies in perpetuating the kitten's curiosity towards the toy. Master, I have attained enlightenment." Sean experienced a profound awakening, his gaze directed towards Miss Kelly imbued with deep reverence. She was truly the mentor of a man's lifetime. Tom, perched on his shoulder, stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering, could it be that my treasure is employing such a method? Perhaps she has always harbored feelings for me, nearly adopting this aloof demeanor to entice and provoke my interest? It was not until the waitress respectfully collected the coins and addressed Sean with, "Esteemed Mr. Sean, welcome to the Red Private Club," before departing, that Sean could no longer contain himself. "Ms. Kelly, is the membership fee truly so exorbitant?" Kelly Marcel cast a sidelong glance at Sean, shaking her head. "Sean, at present, you hold the esteemed position of a special consultant at the Red Club, with an annual salary of no less than 1,000 gold coins. Do not present yourself in such a manner." The unspoken words lingered in the air. Yet Sean comprehended her intent, replying with a hint of embarrassment. "My apologies, Ms. Kelly. My perspective was rather limited." Kelly Marcel shook her head once more. "Sean, although your current income falls short of that of the affluent special consultants at Red, you still possess an annual salary nearing 400 gold coins. As a respectable gentleman, it is essential that your understanding and conversational skills align with the growth of your wealth, including your spending habits." Sean felt a surge of shame. After all, in his previous life, he had merely resided in a modest household. Though his financial perspectives had been rather progressive, he had only encountered such high-end establishments through television and novels. However, the membership fee of 50 gold coins indicated that Ms. Kelly was indeed a woman of considerable means. Sean could not help but wonder about the extensive array of charms she had utilized earlier, igniting his curiosity regarding her other ventures. After all, attaining membership here indicated one held a status beyond the ordinary. At that moment, Kelly Marcel seemed to recall something and advised, "By the way, although the membership fee can be reimbursed and the first year's dues are waived, you will be responsible for the annual fee of 30 gold coins thereafter." 30 gold coins per year. Sean was taken aback, quickly responding, "Then perhaps I should forego the renewal. On second thought, I shall continue." Despite his annual salary of 384 gold coins, the notion of allocating approximately 1/10 of his income for a premium club's dues suddenly made him feel inadequately compensated. Alas, the lack of funds truly hinders one's progress, Sean mused, reclining in his chair, feeling inexplicably melancholic. Chapter 82, Lord Red Hee. Kelly Marcel chuckled softly, her expression enigmatic. "There's no need to feel so pained. Trust me, once you become acquainted with this club, you won't flinch at the annual fee of 30 gold coins. Or even 300. Sean paused, still eager to inquire further, when suddenly Tom, perched on his shoulder, perked up his ears in surprise. What is that sound?" Without waiting for Sean to respond, he leapt to the ground and dashed towards a distant area that resembled an elevator. Startled, Sean hurried after him. Kelly, unable to comprehend Tom's words, felt a twinge of curiosity. Nevertheless, out of caution, she reached into her pocket with one hand, while the little Lucy nestled in her arms shifted closer, ensuring she wouldn't accidentally fall. "Sean, down here." Tom, observing the switch handle obstructed by 2 security personnel, realized that urgency was futile and tapped the ground with his paw. Sean nodded slightly, beckoning Tom back to his shoulder, and addressed one of the security officers. "Hello. Could you please open the door?" Kelly approached as well, smiling as she added, "Death is not the end." "Very well, please hold on." The security officer nodded slightly, turning to pull down the switch handle behind him with force, causing the wooden door before them to creak open, revealing an open chest suspended in midair. The chest was adorned with exquisite, opulent engravings, and atop it was a complex gear mechanism. Although Sean could not grasp the intricacies of its operation, he surmised it was a rudimentary mechanical elevator. With a swift motion, Tom leapt inside, followed closely by Sean, while Kelly expressed her gratitude with a smile and entered last. cradling Lucy. Creak. The security officer pulled down the switch handle once more, causing the wooden door to close slowly. "Miss Kelly, this is," Sean began. But before he could finish, he felt the chest vibrate, and subsequently, it felt as though he were riding a Ferris wheel. His body gently swaying as the chest descended in a graceful arc. This was the wooden wheel staircase, also known as the Roman turn staircase, a design adapted by Emperor Qin from the water wheel he had invented, although it had become somewhat antiquated in modern times. Lord Red had a particular fondness for such ancient artifacts. Ah, yet another relic of ancient Rome, Sean thought, gazing at Kelly, who was explaining with a smile. He found himself at a loss for words regarding this familiar yet unfamiliar compatriot. As they spoke, the Roman turn staircase came to a halt at an entrance. And before they could act, Tom had already leapt ahead. At that moment, even Kelly Marcel could discern Tom's impatience. Exchanging glances, they hurried after him. They found themselves in a grand hall, reminiscent of a swimming pool in size, adorned lavishly. Waitstaff glided about, serving drinks and fruit, while the overall arrangement featured clean, tidy counters. Some of these counters were already occupied, displaying various bottles and peculiar items atop the tables. This is the underground trading market of the club, the only illicit venue tacitly sanctioned by the authorities. Kelly Marcel's gaze fell upon Tom, who was squatting at a counter, and she pointedly remarked, "I forgot to inform you. Transactions here incur a fee, specifically 10% of the total amount, payable by both the seller and the buyer." Sean was momentarily taken aback, then expressed with a hint of irony, "Lord Red, what a generous soul. He could have simply seized everything but instead graciously established a trading market for us." It took Kelly a while to comprehend Sean's sarcasm aimed at Lord Red, leaving her both amused and bewildered. "Sean, do not be too quick to label Lord Red as greedy. Consider this. What allows the three major churches and the city government to tacitly endorse the existence of this market? Do you think Lord Red relies solely on his title?" Sean fell silent. Although he might not possess the same depth of understanding of the undercurrents of this world as Lady Kelly, he recognized that human nature often converges on similar truths. Even if he had not witnessed it firsthand, he could infer the underlying rules governing this realm. Nevertheless, the thought of a 10% transaction fee still struck him as somewhat painful. Goodness, while the daily transaction volume of this market remained a mystery, even if it were merely 1,000 gold coins, with both buyer and seller fees considered, that would yield a net income of 200 gold coins daily, amounting to 6,000 gold coins monthly and 72,000 gold coins annually. All right, I confess, I feel a twinge of envy, Sean thought, clenching his fists, as he deeply grasped the essence of a lucrative industry, recognizing what it meant to not exploit the impoverished and to encounter capitalists who possess a conscience and a penchant for philanthropy. Oh, let us not forget the titles of real estate moguls and bankers. Now, let us proceed and discover why Tom is so eager to be here, Kelly Marzel declared, only to pause and reflect. When did I become accustomed to referring to this black cat as Tom? Instinctively, she turned toward the sound emanating from the center of the hall, where a gentleman clad in a black tailcoat, complete with a bow tie and a matching high-top silk hat, sat gracefully at the piano, playing a melodious tune. Beside the piano rested an exquisitely gilded cane, its golden sheen silently declaring the owner's noble status. This gentleman appeared to be around 40, with thin lips adorned by a small mustache resembling an opened umbrella, which swayed gently with his movements, exuding a unique charm. "Lord Red," Kelly Marzel gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the presence of the renowned Count Hant Red in this setting. Sean, equally astonished to encounter the owner of the club, hesitated, contemplating whether to continue listening to Lord Red's piano performance, when he suddenly felt that the Count bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. Indeed, it was on that day when I encountered the nobleman, Sean, adorned with a gilded cane, at the entrance of a haberdashery while en route to Hogwarts with Miss Jessica. While he appeared momentarily lost in thought, a sense of bewilderment crept into my mind. Why would someone of such esteemed rank as Viscount Red choose to patronize such an ordinary establishment for his purchases? Chapter 83. The price of low-level charms in general. Nobles, even when inclined to shop, would delegate such tasks to their stewards, never deigning to partake personally, as it would tarnish their esteemed status. While Sean's thoughts continued to wander, the enchanting melody of the piano filled the grand hall. The intertwining black and white keys, under the graceful movements of Lord Red, birth notes of varying pitches, captivating the attention of all present. Sean and Kelly were no exceptions, lost in the beauty of the music, until the harmonious notes gradually subsided, giving way to a resounding applause that jolted them back to reality. At that moment, Lord Red, clutching his gilded cane, sauntered towards the hall's exit and swiftly vanished from their sight. Truly, the distinguished Lord Red's rendition of Wedding in a Dream was nothing short of magnificent. Kelly Marcel couldn't help but express her heartfelt admiration, having sensed something profound within the melody. Though Sean found it pleasant, he couldn't discern any deeper meaning, nodding absently as he approached Tom, who was still perched on the counter, lost in thought, seemingly in a rush for reasons unknown. As he spoke, Sean reached the counter, where the proprietor, a refined gentleman clad in formal black attire, adorned with a matching semi-high top hat, held a black ironwood cane and sported single-framed glasses, awaited. The counter was laden with an assortment of items, stacks of parchment, silver engraving tools, silver sheets, jars of unknown contents, and even finished charms, reflecting a diverse yet comprehensive collection. Sean merely cast a cursory glance before following Tom's gaze, his attention drawn to a somewhat antiquated brass key. A flicker of confusion crossed Sean's face, and just as he was about to speak, the gentleman adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "Sir, this must be your cat. A remarkably perceptive little creature, for it has immediately spotted my most treasured possession." Sean's lips twitched slightly, maintaining a stoic expression as he replied, "How much do you sell your charms for?" He deftly shifted the conversation from the brass key to the several scrolls displayed on the counter. 10 gold coins? Sean was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression darkened as he inquired, "Do you have any sealing charms? For instance, the ice sealing charm?" The gentleman regarded Sean's sudden change in demeanor with curiosity and caution, responding, "I do not possess the ice sealing charm. As such, sealing charms require high levels of inscription and spiritual manipulation, which are quite resource-intensive. Thus, I have not crafted one." Sean's countenance softened slightly, and with a subtle breath, he picked up one of the parchment scrolls, remarking, "Your craftsmanship is commendable. If I were to request you to create an ice sealing charm now, what would be your fee?" With a slight exhale, Sean finally gleaned a rough understanding of the market price for low-level charms. However, instead of acquiescing to the gentleman's expectant gaze, he waved the parchment scroll in his hand and declared, "I shall take this scroll." What?" The cultured gentleman observed with some confusion as Sean ceased to discuss the frozen spell. Assuming he had misjudged the price, he prepared to lower it further, only to witness Sean placing 10 gold coins upon the counter while simultaneously cradling the black cat. "Hey, Tom, stop that. Put down that wretched key." The gentleman stared blankly as Sean endeavored to snatch the copper key from the cat's mouth, while the black cat leapt about the counter, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, noticing the impatience of the other patrons, he quickly exclaimed, "Sir, please take your cat and leave. The key is hardly of value. Consider it a gift for your feline." With that, he angrily grasped Tom's neck and, amidst the cat's innocent gaze, carried it away from the counter. Returning to Ms. Kelly, Sean concealed his earlier fury and quietly inquired, "Is there a tranquil place available?" Kelly Marcel scrutinized Sean and the smug Tom before gesturing towards a distant room, saying, "That is the lounge, free for the first hour. Thereafter, it costs 1 gold coin per hour." She paused, adding with a knowing glance, "If you feel fatigued, physically or mentally, you may seek assistance from our staff. They can arrange for the finest masseur, though the service is not inexpensive." Sean was taken aback, rolling his eyes, but maintained a facade of lingering annoyance as he approached a female attendant with the forlorn Tom in his grasp. "I require a lounge," he stated. "Very well, sir. Do you need any additional services?" The attendant wore a professional smile, yet upon mentioning the word services, Sean felt an inexplicable discomfort. It seemed she had uttered something, yet nothing at all. Muttering under his breath, he replied, his face still flushed with anger, "No, just the lounge, please." Ignoring the attendant's astonished expression, he raised Tom and glared, "You'll see soon enough." The attendant, bewildered yet cautious not to provoke him further, promptly led Sean into a lounge. "Sir, while the lounge offers excellent soundproofing, I hope you will be gentle. It is merely a cat," she remarked, casting one last sympathetic glance at the pitiful Tom before closing the door. Once the door was firmly shut, Sean relaxed his expression and, with a smile, placed the eye-rolling Tom upon the soft bed. As he gently stroked Tom's fur, he chuckled, "I apologize for the inconvenience, Tom." Simultaneously, he surveyed the lounge, which was modest in size, comparable to his bedroom in a past life. The room contained merely a bed, a couch that could serve as a bed, and a table with soft cushions that could also function as a sleeping surface. Despite the gas lamp illuminating the space, the tightly drawn curtains rendered the room rather dim in an odd layout. Chapter 84. The Copper Key, however. These details are of little importance. Sean was not truly here to rest. Noticing that Tom was not upset, he hastily inquired, "Is this key of great value?" Tom examined the key with his paw, shaking his head. "I do not know. I merely heard a peculiar sound emanating from this key. Generally, I must make contact with an object to listen. But certain ancient artifacts are exceptional, allowing me to perceive their unique sounds without direct contact. This copper key is one such ancient artifact. I cannot ascertain its worth. But the moment I touched it, I finally understood the allure of the strange sound it emitted." As he spoke further, Tom's gaze deepened with contemplation. Sean's breath quickened as he fixed his eyes on him. A voice from the moment the copper key was forged had invoked the name of ancient Rome. Sean gasped in astonishment. "Ancient Rome? The same as Emperor Qin?" "Indeed," Tom replied, furrowing his brow. "However, perhaps due to my lower rank, I could not discern the specifics clearly. I only caught fragments that seemed to mention the abandoned land and the spring of life." Abandoned land, spring of life. Sean repeated these phrases, finding them utterly perplexing. He shook his head. "There is too little information. I have no idea what it means." Tom, equally disheartened, murmured, "Yes. I had hoped for a formula for the secret fruit of my path." The subsequent sounds were nearly inaudible, yet Sean's keen ears detected them, stirring a thought within him. Could it be that Tom was so anxious because he believed he might uncover the formula for the secret fruit from this copper key? In other words, was Tom currently trapped in a certain rank due to the secret fruit's formula? While Sean pondered these possibilities, Tom clutched the key, straining to listen. After hearing nothing further of use beyond those two words, he despondently tossed the copper key to Sean, saying, "You keep this. I shall try again once I have ascended." As he spoke, he silently added, "If I am still alive to ascend." Sean instinctively caught the key, glanced at it, and carelessly placed it in his pocket. Then, he softly murmured a Hebrew word to initiate a transfer. In an instant, the copper key vanished silently from his pocket, just as the talisman he had previously purchased had, now secured within a mysterious space. At that moment, noticing Tom's somber mood, Sean cleared his throat and said, "By the way, we've been here for quite a while. I wonder how Miss Lucy is faring?" Tom shuddered slightly and murmured, "Oh, damn it. I completely forgot about my treasure. I am such a fool." With that, disregarding Sean's puzzled expression, he leapt onto Sean's shoulder, urging, "Hurry. I must go protect my treasure." However, as he gazed around, the figure of Miss Kelly was nowhere to be found. Just as he pondered her whereabouts, a soft gasp echoed from his right, followed by the delicate meow of a cat. Not only Sean, but Tom also swiftly turned his head, their movements synchronized, causing the golden-haired girl beside them to instinctively shrink back, lowering her head. The golden short-haired cat in her arms trembled, burying its head into the crook of her arm. Is it her? The image of that day flashed through Sean's mind, a carriage halted by the roadside, its curtain drawn back by a golden-haired girl clad in an arena gown. From his elevated position, he caught sight of a pristine expanse of white, and the lazy golden cat nestled in her embrace. Perhaps due to the intensity of Sean's gaze, the golden-haired girl appeared startled, turning to flee, only to collide with a passing male server, causing her to stumble and spill the drinks from his tray onto her beautiful dress. "Index, be careful." The golden short-haired cat reacted swiftly, letting out a sharp meow as it leapt away from the spilled liquid, showing no inclination to share its mistress's plight. Sean instinctively understood the cat's meow, silently committing the name Index to memory. At that moment, seeing Index on the verge of tears and the male server flustered, fumbling with a handkerchief but hesitant to touch her, he anxiously said, "Miss, please wait. I will get someone." With that, he raised his hand to call a distant waitress, but unexpectedly, Sean approached, extending his hand to take the handkerchief. With a gentle smile directed at the bewildered male server, Sean knelt before Index, wiping the stains from her dress with utmost care, all while maintaining a respectful distance from her. Perhaps sensing Sean's honorable nature, Index's panic gradually subsided. She stole a glance at Sean's features, feeling a strange inclination that she may have misjudged him. He did not appear to be a villain. Thus, when the nearby waitress noticed the commotion and hurried over, Sean rose, returning the handkerchief, and smiled at the curious Index before bowing and departing. Index, momentarily stunned by Sean's exit, eventually called out, "Thank you. Wow, what a lovely voice." Tom theatrically spread his paws. Index gazed blankly at Sean's receding figure, her mind flooded with the warmth of his sun-like smile, especially those deep, seaweed-like azure eyes, which made her feel as though she had glimpsed an endless ocean. How wonderful! Index was unsure of what exactly captivated her about him, yet her lips unconsciously curled into a smile, her spirits inexplicably lifted. Chapter 85. I do not prefer the large. The young waitress beside her wore an expression of deep remorse, particularly upon noticing the furtive glances cast towards her young lady by some patrons. In her trepidation, she felt a pang of anxiety. Index cast a glance at Sean, who was on the verge of departing the hall, and extended her arms towards the golden short-haired cat that had leaped up. Subsequently, she let her arms droop, affectionately remarking, "Alice, you have grown plump once more." Alice let out a soft sound, nuzzling against her, which elicited a series of delighted giggles from Index. Observing that her mistress's spirits remained unscathed, the waitress released a sigh of relief and gestured to the male attendant, signaling that he could take his leave. At the same time, she stepped forward to take Alice from Index's embrace, respectfully saying, "Miss, shall I assist you in changing? Lord the Viscount shall reprimand us if he sees you in this state." Exiting the trading hall, Sean and Lady Kelly strolled down a corridor, exchanging light-hearted banter, while Tom, perched on Sean's shoulder, wore a silly grin, having received a rare glance from Miss Lucy. "Sean, I haven't had the chance to inquire yet. I've never seen you so warm-hearted. Hee, are you smitten with that lovely young lady?" Lady Kelly teased, stroking Miss Lucy's fur while casting a knowing smile at Sean. Sean rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, "You misunderstand. It was Tom who mentioned he sensed a trace of residual sound from that young lady. If I am not mistaken, she has likely come into contact with the elusive figure we are seeking." "What?" Lady Kelly seemed to stumble into a realm of ignorance, casting an odd look at the grinning Tom. "Sounds can linger? Surely, it just." After a moment's pause, she added in her thoughts, "Of course, not all beings possess the physical capacity for sounds to leave traces upon them." Lady Kelly gazed at Tom, who was meowing, her expression puzzled. "What is it saying?" A smile tugged at Sean's lips as he replied, "Tom states that the beautiful and intelligent Miss Kelly, sound and scent are akin. Wherever they manifest, traces surely remain." "No, you are mistaken. I was clearly insulting her." Tom glared at Sean indignantly. Ignoring Tom's protests, Sean suddenly reached out to pat Lucy's head and smiled. "Miss Lucy is truly an elegant princess. I believe she detests hearing foul language the most." Tom stiffened momentarily, then cleared his throat, conceding, "Indeed. Lady Kelly is a wise and beautiful lady." Kelly Marcel, entirely oblivious to the language of cats, pondered Sean's explanation, remarking, "Though it is quite astonishing, it does possess a degree of logic." Sean chuckled. "Thus, to leave a favorable impression upon that young lady, I deliberately activated my spiritual eye. It was primarily because one day while gazing into a mirror, he had noted that when he opened his spiritual eye, the color of his pupils transformed into a striking light blue, evoking an air of vitality. Ahem, he assured himself that he had no intention of peddling his charms. "You are quite the cunning little rascal," Lady Kelly remarked, shaking her head in disbelief. "Spirituality resembles a magnet, repelling those of the same essence while attracting those of a different nature. Although the average individual may remain oblivious to the existence of their own spirituality, it undeniably persists. Consequently, those extraordinary beings who have partaken in the secret fruit exhibit a profound attraction to disparate spiritual essences. However, it is rare for an extraordinary individual to entice an ordinary person using their spirituality, as Sean does." As they spoke, the two had already passed through a security check at the end of the corridor and entered a vast underground square, approximately twice the size of the previous trading hall. In the center of the square stood 4 or 5 enclosed arenas, where some bare-chested giants engaged in fierce combat, while others witnessed ferocious dogs tearing at each other or women clad only in bras desperately evading the canines' attacks. The moment the security personnel swung open the doors, a cacophony of shouts and screams filled Sean's ears, rendering him momentarily speechless as he gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. In contrast, the composed Miss Kelly surveyed the spectacle and remarked, "This is the liveliest part of the Red Private Club, a sanctuary for elites and aristocrats. Here, you can witness the wildest sides of those gentlemen and ladies who usually present themselves in polished elegance. Indeed, it is their most authentic form." When she uttered the word authentic, Sean discerned a subtle hint of sarcasm in her tone. He shook his head silently, particularly noticing the corners of the stands where some frenzied gentlemen and ladies, perhaps spurred by alcohol, appeared ready to engage in an unabashed display. This sight prompted him to exhale deeply, his brows knitting together in dismay. Truth be told, he was aware that the so-called upper echelons of society often wore masks of hypocrisy, yet witnessing their bestial behavior firsthand was difficult for him to accept. Perhaps I am simply too jaded, Sean mused. His companion, Tom, however, was filled with curiosity and was eager to witness a brutal dogfight when he suddenly noticed the agitated Miss Lucy in Miss Kelly's arms. Instantly, he stiffened, suppressing his impulse and scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. This place is far too dangerous. I must protect my dear Tom, he thought, straightening his posture. Had it not been for his awareness of Miss Kelly's volatile nature, he would have gladly squeezed into her embrace alongside Miss Lucy. At that moment, Miss Kelly declared, "Let us go. There is nothing worth seeing here," and proceeded toward another corridor on the opposite side of the square. "Sweetheart, you look quite unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Hee. Would you like me to treat you to a drink? I'm quite delightful." Sean turned to see a voluptuous woman. Her cheeks flushed and her bosom more prominent than his face, suddenly appearing before him, causing his expression to turn a shade of green. After politely declining the other's goodwill, he quickened his pace, disregarding the ambiguous calls behind him. Only when the irritating screams and shouts faded from his ears did he let out a long sigh. Turning to the smiling Miss Kelly, who was pursing her lips in amusement, he remarked, "This place is hardly suitable for normal people. It is simply terrifying." In a theatrical gesture reminiscent of cradling a watermelon, Kelly Marcel giggled, "Isn't it delightful, being so grand?" Sean's expression darkened as he retorted, "I do not favor the large." Chapter 86. The Tarot Lottery Hall. Kelly Marcel cast an odd glance at Sean, shaking her head and remarking, "Young lad, honesty is indeed the rarest quality of a true gentleman." Sean rolled his eyes, realizing that no matter how he explained himself, she would remain unconvinced. He decided to change the subject, asking Miss Kelly, "Where are we headed?" Since leaving the trading hall, he had sensed her intent was clear. But being a stranger to this place, he remained unaware of her true destination. With a mysterious smile, Kelly pointed towards the grand door at the end of the corridor, saying, "Do you see that? That is where I wish to go." She seemed to recall something delightful, quickening her pace with excitement. Intrigued, Sean matched her speed, only to encounter the familiar security personnel for another round of checks. After passing through, the guards opened the door, and Kelly Marcel, her eyes sparkling, spread her arms wide as if embracing the sun. "Sean, welcome to the paradise of the fortunate, the Tarot Lottery Hall." It took Sean a while to shake off his bewilderment, especially as Kelly enthusiastically began to explain the rules of the Tarot Lottery. To his surprise, her fervor seemed entirely logical. Both Kelly and the previous lawyer, Martin, had subtly conveyed to him that extraordinary beings were in dire need of funds. This notion had already begun to dawn on him, given the prices of low-level spells. Thus, Kelly's obsession with this gamble of luck, though seemingly absurd, was in fact a reflection of reality. In truth, if the prices were reasonable, Sean himself might consider indulging in a ticket or two. However, it was paramount to first grasp the rules. Thanks to Kelly's lively enthusiasm, Sean found it easy to comprehend the basic principles of the tarot lottery. Initially, the tarot lottery derives from tarot cards, which were invented by the first emperor of ancient Rome. Inspired by relics from the past, and rooted in ancient inscriptions from the Dark Ages, said to be forged by the elven tribes of that era. Next came the composition of the tarot deck. According to ancient Roman tradition, the tarot consists of 78 cards, 22 major arcana and 56 minor arcana. The minor arcana serves to complement the deficiencies of the major arcana, thus acting as the secondary cards in the tarot lottery, categorized into 10 cards each for wands, coins, cups, and swords, along with 4 court cards, page, knight, queen, and king representing each suit. Finally, the prize rules of the tarot lottery stipulate that one must draw 6 minor cards and 1 major card. The first prize is awarded for matching all 6 minor cards in the major card, the second prize for matching all 6 minor cards, the third for 5 minor cards in the major card, the fourth for either 5 minor cards or 4 minor cards in the major card. All other combinations are considered non-winning. Each tarot lottery ticket requires a wager of 10 gold coins, with a maximum of 10 tickets allowed. The grand prize amounts to 10,000 gold coins. The second prize is 2,000 gold coins. The third prize offers 100 gold coins, and the fourth prize yields 30 gold coins. This is nothing short of a money grab. As a seasoned participant in numerous lottery games, Sean was utterly astounded by the rules governing the tarot lottery. This transcends the mere issue of exorbitant profits, with a ticket costing 10 gold coins and the necessity to correctly predict at least 5 cards to secure the grand prize. It becomes evident that winning is virtually impossible unless one is exceptionally fortunate. The organizers are blatantly exploiting the wealthy. Observing the gentlemen and ladies huddled in hushed conversations within the lottery hall, Sean inquired with a hint of confusion, "Miss Kelly, you cannot possibly mean for me to simply assist you in purchasing a ticket?" Upon grasping the intricacies of the tarot lottery, he began to ponder Ms. Kelly's true intentions. However, despite his musings, he could not fathom why she would seek his assistance. Taken aback, Sean hesitated. "One person?" Ms. Kelly shook her head. "Two people? Once more?" She shook her head, her gaze peculiar as she replied, "In fact, there isn't a single person, and not even the second prize has been claimed." After a brief pause, she disregarded Sean's astonished expression and continued, "Of course, this is also related to the limited number of club members. After all, a prestigious club like Red has only a few hundred members, and among them are ordinary individuals or those unqualified for entry." Sean's understanding dawned, and his enthusiasm waned significantly as he shook his head. "Then why are you so keen?" Miss Kelly blinked, lowering her voice once more. "Let me share a secret with you. The tarot lottery draws occur every 3 days, conducted by 7 commissioners stationed here, who randomly select the winners. Fortunately, 3 of them happen to be my good friends." Sean's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You cannot be serious." "Shoo." Tom seemed to sense the ambiguous atmosphere. Breaking into a chuckle, Sean cleared his throat, feigning composure. "So, how does this relate to me assisting you in purchasing a ticket?" Noticing Sean's perceptiveness and avoiding the earlier awkward moment, Ms. Kelly sighed in relief and softly explained, "It's quite simple. This is a benefit for every new club member. As long as they are a new member and purchasing a lottery ticket for the first time, they are entitled to one opportunity to exchange one of their secondary cards after the draw." Sean gasped in astonishment, stammering, "So, together with your 3, friends, would that not guarantee that 4 cards are correct?" Ms. Kelly blinked, unable to contain her excitement. "So, do you understand now? If we manage to correctly guess just 2 more side cards, we shall secure the second prize, which amounts to a substantial 2,000 gold coins. Even after deducting the laborious fee of 200 gold coins for each of my 3 friends, we would still each receive a handsome sum of 700 gold coins." Chapter 87. Dignity or dignity. Upon hearing this, Sean's breath quickened, realizing why Ms. Kelly was disinterested in interest and so exhilarated by the lottery. One could imagine that in her past, with the aid of her 3 good friends, although she had never been fortunate enough to win the second or, more challenging, the first prize, she must have certainly secured the third and fourth prizes on several occasions. This elucidates why Ms. Kelly exhibited such extravagant behavior. Of course, while we had guaranteed 4 secondary cards, there remained 2 that needed to be guessed, so one should not celebrate too prematurely. Kelly Marcel, noticing Sean's eyes beginning to redden, quickly doused him with cold water to prevent his greed from clouding his judgment. Sean, momentarily taken aback, then frowned and remarked, "Doesn't that mean it's hopeless? Let us not forget, there are precisely 56 secondary cards." At this, Kelly Marcel's lips curled into a smile as she brandished a piece of parchment from her pocket, assuring him, "Rest assured, after months of research, I am 50% confident in my ability to guess the last 2 cards." 50%. Sean exhaled silently, tempted to retort, "Is there truly a difference between 50% and 0? However, gazing at Ms. Kelly's confident demeanor, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, lest he dampen her spirits. Unbeknownst to both, Tom, who had been silently listening to their conversation, wore a hesitant expression, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. It was Miss Lucy, observing Tom's demeanor, who noted the contemplative look in his beautiful eyes. Thus, after a brief discussion, Sean and Kelly Marcel reached a consensus to hold off on utilizing this initial opportunity. Firstly, they had just discovered the trail of the infiltrator, making the mission their priority. Secondly, Sean believed he could attempt once more to forge friendships with other committee members, despite Ms. Kelly's skepticism regarding its feasibility. In stark contrast to the chaotic and noisy underground world, the club above exuded an air of tranquility. Whether it was the gentlemen savoring coffee while perusing newspapers on the sofas or the elegant ladies gathered with wine glasses in hand, everything appeared harmonious and delightful. However, Sean's expression was less than favorable, as he had yet to encounter Miss Index throughout this journey. "Sean, do not fret. A mission cannot be completed in a day or 2, and let us not forget, we are bearers of the holy light. Unraveling a person's identity is not beyond our reach," Kelly Marcel remarked with a gentle smile. Initially taken aback, Sean soon realized his oversight and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten that?" He then turned to Kelly Marcel, saying, "Could you please inform the captain to investigate that young lady's identity?" Kelly Marcel nodded slightly. And what about you? Sean glanced around, a knowing smile gracing his lips. As a special advisor to the Red Club, I believe I should acclimate myself to this elevated lifestyle. Carrie Marcel smiled faintly, gently stroking Miss Lucy's head as she waved and made her way out of the club. Sean watched her leave with a smile before turning to Tom, who was perched on his shoulder. Noticing the eager glint in Tom's eyes, Sean could only respond with exasperation. Tom, can we refrain from being so overly attentive? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Tom's expression darkened at the initial comment. Yet his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl at the latter remark. Embarrassment washed over him, but he raised his chin defiantly and retorted, "Let me be clear. While we may be familiar, I cannot settle for anything less than caramelized grilled fish. I, Tom, will eat nothing else." Inside the Red Club's restaurant, Sean savored his steak, pastries, and fruit salad, relishing a delightful glass of red wine, his satisfaction evident. Meanwhile, Tom, also adorned with a napkin, epitomized the essence of the delicious law. Despite his insistence on only wanting caramelized grilled fish, once the waiter presented steak and pastries, he devoured them with astonishing speed, showcasing a rather unsophisticated demeanor. Sean found himself contemplating a change of tables to distance himself from Tom's antics. Alas, everyone experiences moments of embarrassment. Shaking his head, Sean continued to slowly savor a small piece of steak from his plate, though this manner of eating felt awkward. He endured it for the sake of his mission and the shift in consumer perspective that Ms. Carey suggested. However, recalling the waiter's earlier comments, he couldn't help but marvel at how the affluent spent money as if it were water. The meal he was enjoying would be considered a lavish lunch in many households. Yet here it was merely the most basic complimentary fare. Typically, members would not order such items. They preferred to indulge in specialties like roasted goose, turkey legs, lamb chops, and bacon chicken sandwiches. Even the bread served was the more expensive white and black varieties. For those seeking a touch of extravagance, a piano or violin accompaniment was available, charging a gold coin merely for a single piece. When he ordered, the waiter inquired if he desired any special dishes or musical accompaniment, and upon learning the prices, Sean decisively declined, providing a convincing rationale. "I am quite weary of roasted goose and turkey legs. Today, I shall sample your complimentary offerings. As for the music, I regret to inform you that I am not in high spirits today and simply wish to enjoy my meal quietly with my cat." The waiter, understanding, guided him to a tranquil corner of the restaurant and drew the curtains, demonstrating impeccable service. Yet, glancing at Tom, who was indulging with grease-smeared lips and a complete disregard for decorum, Sean sighed inwardly. "Tom, where has your dignity gone?" Amidst his thoughts, a crisp sound pierced the air, followed by a somewhat familiar exclamation. Suddenly, a golden figure darted in from beyond the curtain, landing gracefully upon the table. It was none other than the golden short-haired cat belonging to Miss Indy Kiss, a creature Sean had encountered before. Startled, Sean gazed at the feline perched on the table, intently observing Tom, when he was abruptly interrupted by the hurried patter of footsteps approaching from outside. Chapter 88. Freedom and Life. Soon, the lovely Index rushed in, her hands delicately holding the sides of her exquisite arena gown. Is that you?" Upon spotting Sean, who was busy enjoying his meal while donning a napkin, and the nearby black cat, whose belly was being clutched and whose mouth was smeared with grease, her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly bowed in apology, saying, "Sir, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight in not watching over Alice, which led to her disturbing your dining experience." As she reached out to embrace Alice, the little creature nimbly leaped away, turning its attention to Tom, who began to roll and squirm on the table, occasionally lifting its rear and tail while emitting sounds reminiscent of a baby's cries. Index, who had intended to scoop up Alice, was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, her face burned with embarrassment, wishing desperately to disappear into a crevice of the earth. She never anticipated that at such a moment, her beloved Alice would exhibit such behavior in front of a gentleman she held in high regard. Oh dear, how mortifying. He won't misunderstand me, will he? No. This is entirely Alice's doing, not mine. Index's cheeks were aflame, and she scarcely dared to meet Sean's gaze. Initially, Sean found nothing amiss in the situation, but upon witnessing the suddenly bashful Miss Index and the regret etched on Tom's face, he seemed to grasp the underlying context and couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "My dear lady, your Alice is truly adorable." Index's embarrassment deepened as she stammered, "I apologize. Sean, ever the gentleman, waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. If you wouldn't mind, may I invite you for a cup of coffee?" He elegantly removed his hat and placed his hand over his heart, gesturing with grace to extend the invitation. Index's heart raced, her complexion becoming even more radiant. She slightly lowered her head and, in a barely audible whisper, responded with a soft before shyly extending her delicate hand, as white and smooth as cream. Sean smiled as he took her hand, and both felt a tremor pass through them. Index was overwhelmed by shyness, while Sean was taken aback, though he was aware that the noble ladies of the kingdom were exceptionally well cared for. It was only upon touching her skin that he truly understood the essence of softness and delicacy. Unable to resist, he gently squeezed her hand, yet still felt no bone. Meanwhile, Index was nearly sinking her head into her neck from sheer embarrassment. "Why are we dawdling? Let us move," came the impatient call from Tom, who lay on the chair, unable to rise due to his round belly. Sean was initially startled, then shot Tom a warning glance, before resuming his gentlemanly demeanor and, hand in hand with Index, they stepped through the curtain. The waitstaff outside were utterly astonished, especially at the sight of their mistress appearing so bashful. Their minds swirled in confusion. It was not until the two had departed the dining hall that one of the female attendants exclaimed, "Quick, hurry and inform the Lord Viscount." In the lounge of the first floor, Sean savored his rich coffee while narrating various embellished tales from the brothers Grimm to Index, particularly the story of the Black-Cap Prince. Index listened with wide, starry eyes, her small hands clasped over her chest, brimming with yearning as she exclaimed, "How beautiful! If one day I encounter such a thing, I would surely use my first kiss to awaken this cursed prince." First kiss. Sean was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of inexplicable guilt. To be honest, by this point, he had more or less concluded that the young lady before him, Miss Index, was an innocent angel, naive to the ways of the world, as pure as a blank canvas. To exploit someone like her, even he felt a twinge of remorse. With this thought, he steeled himself, seemingly resolved, and was about to steer the conversation back on track when Index suddenly furrowed her brow, asking, "Sean, which do you think is more important, freedom or life? If it were you, what would you choose?" Without waiting for Sean's bewildered response, she continued, "I read this in a book, but I do not quite agree with its viewpoint." Finally grasping what Sean had said, Index, curious, inquired, "Then what do you think?" Sean smiled slightly and countered, "What, then, is freedom?" At the conclusion of his question, she shyly glanced at him, sticking out her tongue. "I'm sorry. Perhaps what I said was rather superficial?" Sean chuckled. "No, your thoughts are quite valid. Allow me to pose another question. If one day the person you cherish most were to be killed by a villain, what would you wish to do?" Index instinctively thought of vengeance but found herself unable to voice it, held back by the constraints of her morals and the law. Sean sighed softly, with significant weight in his words. "In my understanding, absolute freedom is not true freedom." Index's body quivered, her gaze filled with confusion as she asked, "What is that?" "An evil god." Sean slowly articulated the phrase. Index's heart trembled, and almost instinctively, she murmured, "But if one were to always do what they do not wish to, is that freedom?" "No." Sean gradually approached Index, his profound eyes seemingly imbued with a hint of enchantment. "Absolute shackles are also the evil god. Therefore, Index, what constitutes genuine freedom?" "In my view, freedom emanates from within the heart. It is self-restraint and self-liberation. To put it simply, as long as one does not betray their inner self or willfully harm others, we can pursue any endeavor we desire. Thus, when considering whether freedom or life holds greater importance, for me, this is not a singular choice, but rather a multiple-choice question, as both are equally significant." Upon finishing, Sean gazed quietly at Index, patiently awaiting her contemplation. Although he was unaware of the reason behind Index's inquiry, his keen sensitivity allowed him to perceive the anguish within her heart. This torment might be tied to her noble status or perhaps to the nature of her question. Regardless of the cause, he fervently hoped that she would not be forced to choose between freedom and life. Chapter 89. The dance. Freedom is priceless, yet life is singular. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the confusion in Index's gaze gradually faded. It appeared she had come to a realization, her cerulean eyes sparkling with newfound clarity, as if she had shed a layer of shackles, revealing a more youthful and enchanting self. The corners of Index's mouth curled slightly upwards as she gracefully rose and extended her hand toward Sean. So, as a token of gratitude, would this gentleman be inclined to dance with the lovely lady? Sean was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting his predicament. After all, he was utterly unskilled in the art of dancing. Yet, faced with the situation, He could not bear to decline her invitation and reluctantly accepted, initiating his clumsy movements. After unknowingly stepping on Index's feet and skirt numerous times, his embarrassment reached a peak, rendering his feet nearly immobile. Remarkably, as the aggrieved party, Index was not angered. Rather, she felt a surge of joy, for Sean's lack of finesse indicated that he had likely never danced with another lady before, perhaps making her his very first partner. With this thought, the discomfort in her feet dissipated, and she began to guide Sean in learning the social dance that nobles typically practiced from a young age. Come, Sean. Follow my lead. Start with your left foot. Yes, and then your right foot. Splendid. Now, let's repeat that. Left foot, right foot. Excellent. Sean's capacity for understanding was quite commendable, especially under Index's patient guidance. He swiftly transitioned from his awkward attempts to more graceful movements. Eventually, he was even able to embrace Index's slender waist, executing a challenging 180-degree turn. However, as the two became engrossed in their dance within the grand hall, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a black tailcoat, adorned with a matching top hat and wielding a gold-embellished cane, observed from a window on the second floor. This was none other than the Earl Red, who had earlier played the piano in the trading hall. Beside him stood a man with short hair, dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat, possessing gray eyes that emitted a sharp intensity. This man appeared to be around 35 years of age, with a burn scar at the corner of his left eye. How is your recovery, Carl? Do you require additional days off? The Earl's gaze remained fixed on the dancing pair, his expression impassive, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. The man named Carl replied respectfully, My Lord Red, I appreciate your concern. My injuries are no longer an issue, and given the current unrest in Barrow City, the lady requires my protection. The Earl nodded slightly. Though I prefer not to meddle in others' affairs, you are an exception, Carl. In the future, do not take such risks personally. Carl lowered his head in shame. I apologize for disappointing you. The Earl regarded him with a measured glance. Since you have ventured forth, were you able to obtain what you sought? Carl paused momentarily before responding somberly. There was an unforeseen incident. The item has been lost. Oh? Viscount Raider unexpectedly raised an eyebrow and chuckled. This is rather intriguing. If memory serves, you did not embark on this endeavor alone, did you? Indeed. Carl's head drooped even lower. Viscount Raider shook his head slightly. Very well. Tend to your own affairs. But remember, there shall be no next time. Carl shuddered, seemingly terrified of the man before him, and murmured, Yes, my lord. Now, let us speak of this child. Viscount Raider shifted the conversation, gazing once more at the couple lost in dance at the center of the hall. Have you ascertained his identity? Carl lifted his gaze and replied solemnly, Sean Victoria, 17 years old, a recent graduate of St. Paul High School. Currently a formal member of the Initial Church's Light Bearer Extraordinary Team. His father, Sean Victoria, was also a formal member of the Initial Church's Light Bearer Extraordinary Team before his sacrifice. Due to a close relationship with the late bishop's son, Ahim Tagger, he was held in high regard by the former bishop and had risen to the rank of senior priest prior to his demise. His mother, Mary Victoria, was the eldest daughter of the late Professor William Victoria from Hogg Academy's History Department, a devout member of the Initial Church who tragically passed away 10 years ago during childbirth with her second child. Personally, I find it rather peculiar that given Sean Victoria's rank of Sequence 8 at that time, even during a difficult birth, he should have been able to save his wife's life. His aunt, Ariana Victoria, is the younger daughter of the late Professor William Victoria from Hogg Academy, a student in the History Department and a distinguished pupil of the renowned Professor Elia, the same young lady who recently assisted the Navy in translating the Caddis family documents unearthed from the sea tomb. Viscount Raider stroked the small mustache on his lips and chuckled lightly. Quite an interesting young fellow, but I fear that alone does not make him worthy of my daughter. Upon hearing this, Carl's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but exclaim, My lord, surely you. No, no, no. Viscount Raider waved a hand dismissively, smiling. Carl, you must remember, while the union with the Lehman family is significant, Index is my only daughter, and her thoughts must be taken into account. Moreover, he said, casting a peculiar gaze at Sean, who had paused in the hall, I cannot quite articulate it, but there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity I feel towards this lad. It is indeed a strange sensation. What am I even pondering, Carl? Viscount Raider turned to Carl, his expression growing serious. Regardless, we cannot afford to neglect the Lehman family, as they are the most trusted family of Prime Minister George. Carl straightened, replying earnestly, My lord, rest assured. I shall do my utmost to persuade the young lady to accept this marriage proposal. Having already met her, a smile flickered at the corners of Carl's mouth. The young lady remains as beautiful and pure as ever, akin to the star diamond upon Queen Anne's crown, the most resplendent presence in the entire kingdom. Viscount Raider chuckled, patting Carl on the shoulder. It appears you have not endured your injuries in vain. You have become far more articulate than before. A faint smile graced Carl's face. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, Sean, after dancing the social waltz with Index for a while, felt his legs growing weary and on the verge of trembling. Although Index was still in high spirits, she noticed the weariness reflected in Sean's eyes. Promptly, she concluded their dance, and amidst the applause of several members around them, she blushed and took Sean by the hand, leading him away from the hall to a lavish room on the second floor. Chapter 90. The cultivation method. It was only then that Sean realized the noble lady, treated with such reverence by all the club's attendants, was none other than the legitimate daughter of the Earl of Red, Index Red. The second floor, in fact, was the private domain of the Red family. Without the owner's permission, even members were forbidden to ascend. Caught off guard, Sean found himself at a loss for words. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, for he currently bore the title of special advisor to the Red family. Ah, Alice. Just as Index regained her composure from her earlier shyness, a sudden thought struck her. She gasped, covering her mouth, and hurriedly lifted her skirts to rush out the door. Sean rolled his eyes, observing her hasty retreat, muttering to himself, finally, the young lady remembers her cat. Turning to survey the room, he was preparing to admire the quarters of the Red family heiress when, all at once, his body trembled. The fabric of time and space seemed to slow to a crawl, and the world around him twisted like a vortex, gradually revealing a glassy spectrum of colors. He involuntarily parted his lips as a thunderous sound echoed in his mind, and a circular, jelly-like azure orb emerged within his perception. Was this the mystical fruit I consumed? In a fleeting glimpse, he saw a golden female cat rolling playfully across the table, occasionally lifting her rear, while a black cat pounced upon her like a ravenous wolf, leading to scenes that were utterly jaw-dropping. Time stretched indefinitely, until the images faded, and he faintly heard the golden cat's joyful cries. The azure orb in his consciousness seemed to stir, morphing and gradually condensing into a shape reminiscent of a curled-up infant. Boom! His mind erupted as if struck by thunder. After an indeterminate period, his vision returned to normal, leaving him with an indescribable sensation. It was a wondrous feeling, beyond the reach of language. Yet he was certain that his spiritual essence had significantly heightened. Elated, Sean couldn't help but fall into contemplation. What could have caused this sudden enhancement of his spiritual acuity? Moreover, he sensed that his hearing, vision, and even his entire being had undergone a peculiar transformation. Though subtle, the changes were undeniably palpable. Wait, if memory serves, I believe I just saw a black cat and a golden cat. Could that black cat possibly be Tom? By the light of the divine. What foolishness has this simpleton engaged in? Sean's expression darkened, and he had no time to ponder why he had suddenly perceived those images. The mere thought of Index discovering what had transpired with her cat sent chills down his spine. At that moment, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Recalling a phrase from ancient Roman travelogues, the mystical fruit is not meant to be digested, but rather cultivated through pleasure. He felt as though he had come to an epiphany. His eyes widening as he exclaimed, could this be what the ancients referred to as the cultivation method? Fulfilling the desires of animals? When Index first laid eyes on Sean, she was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a perplexed expression, remarked, Sean, you seem different somehow. Sean, caught off guard, responded with curiosity, different? How so? Index, cradling Alice, circled around Sean, scrutinizing him up and down before exclaiming in astonishment, it's truly remarkable. Have you cast some sort of spell? In just a short while? It feels as though your entire aura is transformed. My goodness, are the perceptions of women this keen? Sean mused, although he had not gazed into a mirror. He surmised that perhaps it was due to his recent elevation in spirituality, and he playfully teased, Index, are you so concerned about me? In a bid to dispel any misunderstanding, she hastily added, Carl was an orphan adopted by my father long ago. He has been my bodyguard since childhood. As she spoke, she hesitated, her expression betraying a desire to share something, yet feeling shy about it. Index's heart stirred, and she quickly encouraged, Sean, you can tell me anything. We are the best of friends, are we not? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Sean, feeling somewhat bashful, pressed the Brian staff in his right hand and replied, it's nothing much, really. I just assumed that someone of your noble stature would only frequent high society balls and wouldn't come to places like this. I was merely curious. Index burst into laughter, her lips curving upward unconsciously. Sean, you are not mistaken. Many noble ladies indeed revel in attending various balls and gatherings, but I am different. I detest that atmosphere. In fact, I would rather spend my time in the school library, immersed in books, than endure the pretense of such soirees. Seizing the moment, Sean inquired, "Did you visit the library today?" Upon uttering the last words, her expression turned profoundly despondent. Rothfokker Sean quietly repeated the names in his mind. A warm smile gracing his face as he said, "Index, cheer up. Even if you cannot come out, I can always come to find you." With that, he playfully winked, his intent clear. Chapter 91. Who is he? Index was initially taken aback, but soon her expression transformed into one of excitement as she exclaimed, "Really? You will truly come to find me?" Sean hastily gestured for silence and, noticing the thrill in Index's eyes, whispered, "Keep your voice down. We mustn't let your bodyguard hear us." Index quickly covered her mouth with her little hand, causing Alice, nestled in her arms, to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, Alice reacted swiftly, landing on her feet. Otherwise, an unfortunate encounter with the floor would have been inevitable. Nevertheless, she gazed up at her owner with a look of reproach, as if to say, "How could you abandon me?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she added, "Oh, you needn't worry about preparing ropes or anything. I already have those. Just remember to wear a mask. Also, our guards rotate every hour, so be cautious to avoid them." "Miss, how can you be so adept? You even have the ropes?" "Furthermore, I merely intended to check on someone. Why does it feel as if we are clandestinely meeting?" Sean stared at Index, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Index realized her excitement had led her to speak recklessly, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, "Why, you mustn't misunderstand. I have only gone out a few times." "Ah, so she is a habitual offender." Seeing her nearly on the verge of tears, Sean quickly reassured her, "It's all right. I understand. After all, the bird yearns not for the abundance of a cage, but for the freedom to soar in the forest." As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling a swell of sympathy for this well-catered noble lady. Index trembled slightly, tears glistening in her eyes as she murmured, "Sean, I knew you would understand me." Sean's compassion deepened, and in an impulsive gesture, he reached out to ruffle her hair. He then waved to Tom, who was yawning frequently, signaling, "See you tonight." Index nodded earnestly, watching as Sean left the room, then whispered softly to herself, "I will wait for you by the window." Index stared vacantly in the direction Sean had departed, lost in her thoughts. After an indeterminate time had passed, a knock resounded on the door, followed by a muffled voice. "Miss, it is Carl." A flicker of helplessness crossed Index's eyes as she replied softly, "Carl, I am tired and wish to rest a while." "Very well. I shall return for you this evening." The footsteps gradually faded away. With a gentle sigh, Index cast one last wistful glance out the window before approaching her vanity. She opened a drawer and retrieved a small cloth pouch containing a syringe and glass vial. "Sean, thank you. Had I not encountered you today, perhaps I would have succumbed." "You are right. Freedom and life are equally vital. Why must I choose only one?" As Index's gentle gaze gradually transformed into determination, she resolutely cast the small cloth pouch into the trash bin. "Indeed, Index, you must be strong. You must believe in yourself. One day, you shall live a beautiful life freely." Pausing momentarily, she softly muttered to herself, almost shyly, "Moreover, what are you thinking, Index? Modesty, you must exhibit modesty. Have you forgotten what Ariana said? No honorable gentleman would cherish a forward girl. Should I share this matter with Ariana? Alice, what do you think?" Alice. Although Sean found Tom's behavior quite perplexing, he recognized that the two cats had a mutual understanding, and as an outsider, he had little to say. Furthermore, he had more pressing matters at hand, specifically preparing for the evening's visit to Red Manor. Naturally, all of this hinged on whether Miss Index had been truthful. She had indeed only interacted with those two individuals that day. Now, he had already discerned that the mysterious chamber was the sacred vessel of the Temple of Order. Moreover, as the master of the enchanted mirror, this newfound power was his greatest asset. Soon, he filled the basin once more, skillfully submerging his face, and re-entered the sacred vessel. With practiced ease, he activated the left palm, and Hypnos gradually materialized in the enchanted mirror, kneeling respectfully, and inquired, "Master, how may I serve you?" After a moment of contemplation, Sean did not hastily check the commission, but furrowed his brow and asked, "Whom did the last prayer for constructing a special communication channel direct towards?" Sean's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "Do you know the specific name? And why pray to him?" "Insufficient information. Hypnos paused for a few seconds before continuing. This is the rule of the Temple of Order. I will inform the formal members of the prayer. And after they complete the ritual, I will construct the communication channel. Indeed, Hypnos continued respectfully. The rules of the Temple of Order are formidable. I lack the capacity to resist. Oh, so you are aware of resistance. Sean regarded him intently, pondering, can I enter the main hall of the Temple of Order? Or are there specific conditions to fulfill? Hypnos fell silent for a moment before responding respectfully, Master, according to the rules of the Temple of Order, all formal members, apart from myself, can only enter the main hall after illuminating the entire extraordinary tower. Except for you? Indeed. Sean's eyes brightened as he realized he could control Hypnos as an extension of himself, and he exclaimed joyfully, if I control your body, can I not circumvent the rules and enter the main hall? Chapter 92. Farewell, Miss Key. Indeed. Hypnos replied with utmost reverence, Master. Do you wish to enter the main hall now? Not in haste. Sean shook his head, smiling as he spoke. Let us discuss that later. Though he was undeniably curious about what the main hall of the Temple of Order might hold, and whether there might be valuable items within, he was equally aware of the unknown dangers that lurked inside. His instincts urged him to refrain from taking risks at such a moment. Thus, he temporarily set aside these thoughts and calmly stated, let us review the commissions. Very well, Master. In the next moment, a swirling array of commissions materialized upon the magic mirror. Sean perused them, noting that they were much the same as before, save for Mr. Swirl's new commission to sell an extraordinary material called Roots of the Everlasting Tree for a staggering 400 gold coins, and a peculiar commission issued by Mr. Pentagram. It required a copper key from the Dark Ages, offering in exchange a drop of the Spring of Life, with unlimited transactions permissible and valid for an extended duration. Sean's gaze instinctively drifted to the copper key resting upon the chair. Copper key. What connection might it have with the abandoned land of the Spring of Life? He pondered for a moment, yet found himself without any clarity. However, he was certain of one thing. The copper key was far from the simple object he had initially presumed. It undoubtedly concealed secrets beyond his imagination. In light of this, he resolutely decided against trading the uncertain value of the copper key for a drop of the potentially useless Spring of Life. Instead, he closed the commission interface and summoned Hypnos once more, saying, I wish to communicate with Miss Key. How long can my current spiritual energy sustain this exchange? Hypnos replied respectfully, Master. Your current spiritual energy can last for 50 seconds. 50 seconds? Sean exclaimed in surprise, but soon he made his decision, opting to close the communication channel within 2 seconds. Just as he had done previously, he would need to conserve his spiritual energy for crafting talismans and could not afford to squander it on this exchange. Moreover, the memory of Miss Key having procured such vital information from him with merely a freezing talisman worth no more than 50 gold coins left him somewhat irked. Very well, Master, I shall comply with your wishes. According to the rules of the commission transaction, you must recite the prayer in Hebrew. Hypnos remained unchanging in demeanor, resembling a robot. Sean nodded slightly, adopting a grave expression as he recited, O Lord, transcending the bounds of time and space. You, the god of illusions adrift in the void. You, the sovereign of dreams, the king of phantasm, your faithful servant beseeches your gaze. I implore you to accept my offering. I beseech you to open the gates of time and space. As Sean's heartfelt yet conflicted prayer echoed once more, Hypnos vanished into the magic mirror. The mirror rippled like waves, revealing an altar starkly divided in black and white, adorned with an engraved pair of winged motifs. Candles standing upon the altar ignited with white flames. Concurrently, white flames silently ignited above Sean's head, transforming into a human-shaped candle. The mist swirled upwards, rising with the fervent incantations, igniting an intense, invisible whirlwind. In the depths of the unknown, a mysterious force simmered and surged. This time, Sean distinctly felt an ethereal hand withdraw his spirit from within. The next instant, the magic mirror exerted an immense pull, drawing him in with a swift whoosh. As he traversed through the dense white fog, ultimately emerging onto the deck of a multi-masted sailing ship, the tempest roared like an ancient beast amidst the crashing waves. And at the bow of the vessel, a figure clad in piratical attire, Miss Key, stood with one foot on the railing and the other on the deck, as if bravely cutting through the tumultuous seas. Sean stood in awe, captivated by the scene, yet soon he heard the respectful voice of Hypnos beside him. Master. The timer has begun. 1. Sean's gaze sharpened as he called out to Miss Key's fare. Bareback. Communication channel. Urgent. 2. The timer ended. After these 2 attempts, He discerned the drawbacks of opening a communication channel, namely that the other party could observe his surroundings. If they were particularly perceptive, his secrets could be laid bare. Fortunately, although he had rashly opened the channel last time and exposed his appearance in a moment of desperation, Saint One had no personal effects, which was a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Lost in thought, the magic mirror rippled, and a phantasmal image suddenly materialized, observing Miss Key in her alluring backless pirate garb. Sean, though intrigued by her line of work, decided to get straight to the point. Miss Key, no need for thanks. Aurora M. Lovecraft waved her hand, interrupting Sean, her gaze sweeping the room once more. Upon noticing that the base of the black pyramid in the center had been illuminated, she exclaimed, "So soon?" Sean was momentarily taken aback, but then realized, his heart sinking slightly, and he managed a wry smile. "Miss Key, you truly are an observant individual." He had confirmed that she already knew he was not an extraordinary being during their last encounter. Aurora M. Lovecraft's sensuous red lips curled into a slight smile as she said lightly, "Mr. Dual Eyes, now that you are an extraordinary being, you must grasp the value of the talisman. Do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. First, if I am not mistaken, you were afflicted by the blood curse, teetering on the brink of life and death. At that moment, I believe anything that could aid you is priceless. Furthermore, you should comprehend that opening a communication channel equates to revealing your identity. Do you truly believe that if I had refused to communicate, you would still be standing here today?" Sean was taken aback, and a bitter smile crept across his face, for he had already surmised what Miss Key was implying. As anticipated, Aurora M. Lovecraft continued with a smile, "Thus, while I exchanged a freezing talisman worth no more than 40 gold coins for invaluable information, I inadvertently saved your life. Do you feel you have lost out?" Sean could utter no more than a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, saying, "Miss Key, I shall consider this matter closed and will not bring it up again." Aurora M. Lovecraft, seemingly unfazed, replied coolly, "Allow me to offer you some advice. Refrain from hastily opening channels of communication with others, for not everyone possesses my level of amiability." Chapter 93. The first collaboration. Pausing briefly, she gazed at Sean with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. "Don't you agree? Sean, Victoria's younger brother?" Sean's expression shifted dramatically as he stammered, "How did you know?" In the next moment, as if a revelation struck him, he inhaled sharply, "So it is true. That thief was you." Aurora M. Lovecraft smiled gently. "Indeed, it was I. Although it was quite perilous, every risk taken was worth it." Receiving her confirmation, Sean could only manage a rueful smile. "Very well, Miss Key, you have triumphed. Pray tell, what is it that you truly desire? Surely, you do not intend to use my true identity as leverage against me?" "Leverage against you? What benefit would that bring me?" Aurora M. Lovecraft brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Sean, there is no need for such anxiety. I am aware of your true identity, and you have seen my face and recognized me as the thief. In a certain sense, we could become mutually beneficial allies." Sean narrowed his eyes, contemplating her words, and soon grasped her implication. It was straightforward. She was suggesting that if she were to expose his true identity, he could easily sketch her likeness and inform the original church. This mutual possession of secrets could, paradoxically, serve as the foundation of trust between them. Sean nodded slightly. "You must reveal your name to me." Aurora M. Lovecraft paused for a moment, then softly said, "Aurora, that is all I can divulge." "Aurora?" Sean repeated the name twice, his demeanor relaxing. "Very well, Miss Aurora. Now, might you share what it is you seek?" Aurora pondered for a few seconds, her expression turning serious. "It is quite simple." "Really? Do you recall the batch of documents I pilfered?" Sean felt a stir within but remained silent. Aurora sighed. "The documents I am most interested in pertain to the Caddis family. Unfortunately, they were inscribed in a cipher that I cannot decipher." Therefore, before she could finish, Sean interrupted. "You wish for me to assist you in finding Professor Aaliyah or my aunt to translate them for you?" "Precisely," Aurora replied, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Sean. "Rest assured, I shall not ask for your efforts without recompense. Should you assist me, I shall offer you 200, no, 500 ancient gold coins." "How does that sound?" Sean gasped in astonishment, yet he did not respond immediately. He was no fool. The fact that Miss Key was willing to offer such an exorbitant sum indicated that the matter at hand was undoubtedly of greater value than 500 ancient gold coins. It might even be directly related to the score of Kachina. As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled the peculiar commission that Miss Key had hung, seeking Kachina's score or clues. Those providing the score would receive 2,000 ancient gold coins, a B-grade extraordinary item, or a sealed object. with the option of any extraordinary creature comparable to Sequence 6. Those providing valid clues would be rewarded with 100 ancient gold coins, effective indefinitely. He pressed his lips together, his thoughts fully awakened. Aurora observed the silent Sean, letting out a resigned sigh within. She understood that it was no longer feasible to deceive Sean as she had previously, for he was now an extraordinary being of the original church's luminary. Having grasped most of the pertinent knowledge, resolving herself, she bit her lip and, with a solemn expression, said, "Sean, since this is our first collaboration, I shall not withhold the truth from you. Among the documents I pilfered, I inadvertently discovered a map of a sea tomb tucked within the pages of one manuscript. Although I cannot decipher the text, I recognize the route depicted in the illustration. Do you comprehend my intent?" Sean leaned back on the sofa, munching on inexpensive rye bread while reflecting on his current gains, feeling a sense of inner calm. After a protracted negotiation with Miss Aurora, he ultimately reached a difficult consensus. He would endeavor to assist her in translating all the documents within a week, and in return, she would provide the following compensation. 1. A sum of 200 gold coins, with an upfront payment of 50 coins, the remaining balance to be settled upon completion of the translations. 2. A substitution talisman, to be prepaid, which he insisted upon strongly. After all, Miss Kelly had saved his life with such a talisman last time, leaving a profound impression on him. 3. Regardless of what Miss Aurora might uncover within the clandestine sea tomb of the Caddis family, provided it bore no relation to Katchina's musical scores, Sean would be entitled to select any one item. Initially, Miss Aurora was adamant against this condition, yet the more she resisted, the more Sean persisted, even threatening to withdraw from the collaboration if she refused. Ultimately, both parties made concessions, reducing the initial 400 gold coins down to a final 200. With repeated assurances that he would not choose anything pertaining to Katchina's scores, leading Miss Aurora to reluctantly acquiesce. In truth, Sean was uncertain whether he had gained or lost in terms of compensation. After all, a mid-tier talisman generally cost around 150 gold coins, and a substitution talisman was somewhat pricier, hovering around 200 coins. Thus, alongside the fixed sum of 200 gold coins, it was significantly less than the 500 ancient gold coins Miss Aurora had originally proposed. However, for the sake of the third condition, he deemed it a gamble worth taking. Perhaps it was akin to placing a bet on a lottery ticket, with the hope of striking a fortune. Comforting himself, Sean took another hearty bite of bread, including his trump card, the C-178 Roland pocket watch, a fire talisman he had previously acquired, the substitution talisman, an enigmatic copper key, and a revolver. He finally felt he possessed a modicum of self-defense. Naturally, he still had a fair amount of gold coins remaining. After accounting for the expenses on clothing and talismans, he was left with a total of 62 coins, sufficient to cover both his and his aunt's tuition and living expenses. Now, he needed to concoct a plausible reason to explain to his aunt how he came into such a sum, lest she suspect him of robbing a bank. It seems that crafting the talisman today may not be feasible. Should I exhaust my resources, it could jeopardize tonight's mission. Perhaps I should procure a few more? Sean quietly contemplated his impending tasks. The thought of acquiring a single talisman for 10 gold coins struck him with a pang of anguish, akin to the sensation of having flesh torn away. It was exorbitantly priced, truly exorbitant. Reluctant to make the purchase, he nonetheless realized that even a single fire talisman offered no guarantee of safety. Resolutely, he decided to forge one more. Just one should suffice, he reassured himself. After swiftly finishing his bread and sipping some water, Sean began preparing to create the talisman. Chapter 94. The captain's letter. Having previously engaged in a similar endeavor, Sean swiftly located several blank parchments within his aunt's room, followed by retrieving the silver dagger he had borrowed from the captain. Although it was not a specialized silver engraving tool, it sufficed for crafting rudimentary charms. He had come to understand the exorbitant value of silver. This particular dagger alone was worth at least 200 gold coins. He had been quite taken aback upon learning the price of silver from Miss Kelly, which prompted him to resolve to return the dagger to the captain at the earliest opportunity. Nonetheless, it was perfectly suited for his current task of charm creation. According to the tome Fundamentals of Charm Crafting, the requirements for materials in low-level charms were not excessively stringent. Rather, the symbols, numbers, and markings inscribed upon the parchment needed to be executed with precision and finesse. Most crucially, it was imperative to channel one's essence into these symbols, achieving a level of perfection akin to that of the Ouroboros. During his previous attempt at crafting a charm in the carriage, perhaps due to heightened anxiety, Sean had paradoxically found himself extraordinarily focused, succeeding with minimal failures. However, this also left him with a vague impression that the spiritual tracing of the charm bore similarities to the physical circuit diagrams from his former life. Before long, Sean had made all necessary preparations, spreading the parchment flat upon the table and focusing intently as he grasped the silver dagger. He intended to create the rainstorm charm, one of the 3 fundamental low-level charms associated with the water element, alongside the water sphere charm he had previously crafted and the defensive waterfall charm. Unlike the singularly targeted water sphere, the rainstorm charm possessed a broader and more extensive attack range, making it the charm he most urgently needed at present. Despite all being classified as low-level charms, the symbols, numbers, and markings required for the rainstorm charm were significantly more intricate. Sean attempted to create it 3 times in succession but failed each time. He felt both fatigued and disheartened, even questioning how he had been so fortunate the last time, succeeding with just a few attempts. Reluctantly, he decided against continuing, wary of succumbing to excessive spiritual exhaustion once more. After taking a brief respite, he tidied up his workspace and, murmuring a transfer incantation in Hebrew, returned the silver dagger to the sanctum. Then he adjusted his attire, donned his hat, and, invigorated, stepped out of his home. This time, he opted not to walk. The increase in his finances and his aspiration to cultivate the demeanor of a respectable gentleman, one befitting his ensemble costing 10 gold coins, compelled him otherwise. With a slight smile, he leaned upon his cane and ascended to the 2nd floor, leaving the golden-haired lady with a striking silhouette. In no time, he arrived at the Sanctifier squad, only to find that, apart from the duty-bound Miss Jessica, he encountered no one else. Upon seeing Sean, Jessica beamed with joy and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, Sean. It has been quite some time." Sean's lips curled into a playful smile as he exaggeratedly sprinted over, arms wide open for an embrace. "Hey, Jessica. It's been such a long time. I've missed you terribly." Jessica, taken aback by Sean's boldness, quickly sidestepped his bare hug and replied with mock annoyance, "You little rascal. It's only been a short while since we last met, and you've already turned mischievous. Is that so?" Sean feigned shock, reciting dramatically like a bard, "Oh, the beautiful, enchanting Jessica. Do you remember our blissful days of yore?" Before he could complete his poetic recitation, Jessica interrupted, her face flushed with embarrassment. All right, I concede. No more jokes." Sean chuckled, thinking to himself, "Let us see if you dare tease me again in the future." Jessica sighed, her expression laden with complexity. "Regardless, I must sincerely apologize for what happened last time. If it weren't for Kelly's timely arrival, I fear I might have." Sean waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor casual. "It's fine, sis. You needn't blame yourself too much. I know it wasn't intentional." Jessica exhaled in relief, smiling. "That's a relief. I was worried about how to explain things to you while I was in the hospital." With a gentle smile, Sean shifted the conversation, "By the way, what exactly transpired that day? How did you fall under the control of that stalker?" Jessica paused for a moment, then with a wry smile, recounted, "That day, I discovered a bat on the ceiling of the philosophy hall. It instilled a great sense of danger in me, and for your safety, I chose not to disclose it until you mentioned heading to the restroom." She hesitated, bitterness creeping into her voice. "I never anticipated that it would turn out to be a Sequence 7 stalker. Overpowered, my body was seized, and then you know the rest." Sean nodded thoughtfully. "Did you manage to see his face?" "No." Jessica shook her head slightly. "At that moment, he merely resembled a bat. He wasn't even human. After my body was taken over, my consciousness fell into a state of half-slumber. To uncover the stalker's true identity, the captain had stimulate my memory with a potion. Just before your arrival, the captain had received some information and had gone out with Kelly and Martin." As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her. She reached into her pocket and produced an unopened envelope, handing it to Sean. "Here, this is for you from the captain." Surprised, Sean took the envelope, ready to tear it open, but Jessica smiled and said, "Take your time to read it while I step into the restroom." Nodding, Sean waited for her to leave before quickly opening the envelope and unfolding the letter inside. "Sean, Kelly has already informed me about the incident at the club. I had someone investigate that girl's identity. Her name is Dice Red, the only daughter of Lord Red. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to keep your distance from her." To elaborate, due to issues like the Labor Rights Act and the Parliamentary Reform Act, the Red family has become a thorn in the side of the kingdom's conservatives. Consequently, Lord Red is actively seeking to ally with the Lehman family, the most trusted of Prime Minister George. Do you grasp the peril inherent in this situation? Furthermore, I must share with you an important development. Ever since Jessica regained consciousness, I instructed Locke to administer a substance that would stimulate the memory regions of her brain. Today, we finally achieved a breakthrough. Although we still do not possess a precise description of the elusive figure, we have uncovered even more astonishing information. Chapter 95. Jessica's apology. Sean gazed in astonishment at the contents of the letter, particularly the captain's assertion that the infiltrator was concealed within the confines of the Red Manor. He was nearly certain that the true identity of the infiltrator was one of two individuals, either Carl, the bodyguard of Miss Index, or Joseph, the coachman. Yet, having already promised Miss Index that he would visit her this evening, he found himself hesitating at the captain's admonition to refrain from acting rashly. To be honest, from the moment he perused the captain's letter, he had begun to reconsider his course of action. The captain's warning indicated that the Red Manor was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Though he possessed a number of trump cards, he was still merely at sequence 9. Sean resolved to change his plans, murmuring to himself, "I shall ask Tom to assist in delivering a letter to Miss Index. I can visit her at another time." As the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Am I losing my wits? The very reason I intended to see Miss Index was to uncover the identity of the infiltrator. Now that I am nearly certain of their identity, what purpose does my visit serve? Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside the matter, producing a match to ignite the letter, watching as it turned to ash in the wastebasket. Rising with a smile, he addressed Jessica, "Sister, since Lawyer Martin is absent, whom should I approach to procure ammunition?" Jessica took a sip of her coffee, clicking her tongue twice, and gestured towards the drawer with a nod. Huh? Sean was momentarily taken aback, but he soon opened the drawer to find 5 iron boxes nestled securely within. The captain was aware of your recent consumption of spiritual bullets, so he had Martin procure 5 boxes for you in advance. Use them sparingly. As she spoke, Jessica seemed to recall something, setting down her coffee cup and mimicking the captain's serious tone. "Sean, it is about time you return my silver dagger." Sean's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly reached into his clothing, pretending to retrieve the dagger while silently muttering the incantation in Hebrew. In an instant, the silver dagger materialized in his hand, which he placed on the table, subsequently pocketing the 5 boxes of spiritual bullets before mentally transferring them into the sacred urn. "Ahem, sister. I plan to visit the trading market to purchase a few charms, so I shall take my leave," Sean said, unable to endure Jessica's peculiar gaze, feeling as though the ground beneath him was too hot to stand upon. Jessica blinked and produced 2 parchment scrolls from her pocket, presenting them to him. "These are charms I crafted previously. One is for earth spikes and the other for cage. The specific functions are detailed in the basic charm crafting guide." Sean's face lit up with delight as he accepted the scrolls. "For me?" Jessica smiled slightly, her expression playful. "I'm giving them to you at half price." With a wry smile, Sean counted out 10 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Jessica, muttering under his breath, "It seems I won't be treating myself to any extra portions today." Ignoring Sean's murmurs, Jessica neatly folded the coins and stowed them in her small bag, speaking to herself, "Tonight, I shall enjoy a rejuvenating beauty sleep. Indeed, it is a splendid day." Sean shook his head in disbelief. After bidding farewell to Jessica, he departed from the Hunters Guild. As he traversed the hall on the ground floor, he again caught the attention of the blonde lady, prompting him to reflect on the truth of the saying that one's appearance is akin to one's armor. With 2 additional talismans in hand, Sean opted against visiting the private club and instead hailed a carriage, directing it towards home. Since experiencing the comfort of a carriage ride, he found walking rather unappealing, especially when he drew back the curtains to observe the streets and pedestrians swiftly passing by. The autumn wind caressed his cheeks, enveloping him in an inexplicable sense of enjoyment. However, this fleeting pleasure soon dissipated, replaced by a profound complexity of emotions. He once more thought of the lower districts, envisioning the ragged, dirt-covered children incessantly begging. He recalled the streetwalkers whose faces bore smiles, yet their eyes were devoid of luster. He envisioned the numbed workers at the docks, hunched over as they transported live cargo. A saying suddenly came to his mind. People perpetually remember the glamorous facade of an era while neglecting the countless struggles hidden in its shadowy corners. Before long, he arrived at Garden Street. After paying the cab driver, he took a moment to steady his heavy heart and proceeded towards home. Although an impulse to change the world surged within him, he quickly suppressed it deep within. For he understood that he was but a speck of dust in this vast world. His foremost task was not to transform the world, but to transform himself. Upon reaching his doorstep, he noticed a golden short-haired cat darting away from his home, while Tom, who was perched at the entrance, waved a paw at the departing feline. Initially taken aback, Sean soon recognized the cat as Alice, the pet of Miss Index. What was going on? Why was Alice here? Could it be that they were having a clandestine meeting at his home? An unsettling thought crossed Sean's mind as he hurriedly approached Tom, exclaiming, "What happened to Alice?" Before Sean could finish, Tom interrupted with a grave expression. A sense of dread washed over Sean as he inquired, "What is it?" In a somber tone, Tom replied, "It's Alice's owner, the woman you danced with. Someone is attempting to kidnap her." After a brief pause, he added, "Alice witnessed it herself. She said that if she hadn't fled quickly, she would have been killed." Sean fell silent for a moment, refraining from criticizing Alice for her unethical abandonment of her owner. Instead, he furrowed his brow and asked, "How did she end up here?" Tom quivered slightly, his tone awkward as he stammered, I'm not sure. Perhaps her owner mentioned it." Sean rolled his eyes. If he couldn't deduce that this lecherous old cat had divulged his address, he would have wasted his years growing up. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose Tom's intentions and pondered, did Alice say anything else? For instance, a description of her captors? Tom shook his head and said no. Her little head was so frightened that she nearly lost control. All she could see was her master retreating into the secret passage, urging her to flee. As he spoke, Tom seemed to recall something, suddenly leaping in the direction where Alice had departed, a distant shout echoing, "Red Manor. I shall take my leave first." Chapter 96. The Red Manor. Sean gazed perplexedly in the direction of Tom's departure, when suddenly his expression shifted, prompting him to dash into his home. Upon entering, he was met with utter disarray. The sofa, the table, and even the floor, not to mention the kitchen, were in complete chaos. To an outsider, it would seem as though a fierce battle had taken place. The peculiar odor permeating the air only fueled Sean's ire as he bellowed, "Tom, you scoundrel." In that moment of despair, after venting his frustration, Sean realized he had no time to tidy up. He hastily inspected the items stored in the sacred vessel, ensuring the spiritual bullets were loaded before he stepped out of his house. Plans often falter in the face of reality. Had he been unaware, it would have been one thing. However, now that he was aware of Miss Index's predicament, he could not turn a blind eye. The Red Manor, situated at the far western edge of the affluent Roman district, was a lucrative fare for the driver. After paying the full fare of 15 copper coins, Sean arrived at the periphery of the manor, where he spotted Tom and Alice perched atop a tree. Anger surged within him, yet there was little he could do at this juncture but gaze towards the manor atop a small hill and mutter, "Is that the Red Manor?" Tom, relieved that Sean had not broached the previous matter, quickly replied, "Yes, I scouted the area beforehand. Oddly, there seems to be no one around." Sean's expression darkened as he retorted, "That's impossible. A manor of such size, surely it must have guards, if not a multitude of servants. How could there be no one present?" Tom shook his head, adopting a rare seriousness. "I followed Alice's description to the secret passage, only to discover it was soundproof and could only be opened from the inside. I was unable to establish contact with that woman, so I withdrew." Sean's brow furrowed deeper, particularly as the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk settled in, a chill creeping over him. Something felt amiss. Could it be that the captain and his crew had launched a surprise assault on the Red Manor, resulting in this unforeseen turn of events? After pondering for a moment, he resolved to investigate further. If it truly were the case that no one inhabited the manor at this moment, his chance to rescue Miss Index would be significantly heightened, allowing him to act without contravening the captain's orders. Of course, this assumption hinged on the belief that a confrontation had occurred between the captain and the infiltrators, leading to the current scenario. "Tom, you keep Alice here. She should not venture inside," Sean instructed. Tom nodded slightly and spoke a few words to Alice, who blinked and nodded in compliance, appearing quite obedient. Sean dismissed their affectionate exchange and retrieved his revolver and a fire charm from the sacred vessel. Making his way towards the mountain path, Tom chose to remain stealthily hidden in the underbrush, keeping a prudent distance from Sean. "By the way, Tom, you have Roland's pocket watch with you. Don't forget how to use it," Sean suddenly recalled, tossing the secret silver box containing the sealed object, Roland's pocket watch, to Tom as they proceeded. Tom instinctively grasped the handle of the box, and then he comprehended Sean's intention, signaling a gesture that indicated all was well. This was a strategy that Sean had previously conceived, aimed at maximizing their combat efficacy. If he were to utilize everything alone, it would not only be a matter of time but also a delusion of effectiveness. Entrusting the most potent sealing artifact to Tom was indeed a stroke of brilliance. After all, who would pay heed to an inconspicuous black cat? The man and his feline companion continued onward. The mountain path was neither rugged nor steep. In fact, Were it not for the reference point of the villa atop the peak, Sean might have believed he was traversing a level plane. Yet, despite this, he did not permit himself to be complacent, gripping the flame talisman in his left hand and his finger poised on the trigger of his firearm, adopting a posture of readiness. However, as they journeyed, precisely as Tom had asserted, they encountered no peril until they reached the entrance of the estate. Sean gazed upon the residence of Miss Index, and rather than a mere manor, it resembled a castle encircled by towering walls. The distant structure bore a striking resemblance to most noble castles, replete with pronounced Gothic architectural features. After exchanging glances, the man and his cat stepped through the open gates. The expansive garden they beheld was short-lived before a dense black mist began to coalesce before them, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. Sean's expression darkened as he called out to Tom, raising his pistol and assuming a shooting stance. Tom, without needing any prompting from Sean, sprang like a coiled spring to the wall, leveraging himself to scale the top. Meanwhile, with a decisive click, he unlatched the silver box, preparing to deploy the sealing artifact at a moment's notice. At that instant, the swirling black mist gradually converged, rapidly taking the form of a towering figure. This being loomed at least 2 meters tall, bare-chested, bearing a bone knife resembling a fish spine on his shoulder, and his body was adorned with a riot of colorful paint, reminiscent of a savage emerging from the primordial forest. Sean inhaled sharply, and without a second thought, he fired his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out, and in his unease, he recited the words of fire in Hebrew, casting the flame talisman from his left hand. In an instant, the parchment soared into the air, igniting into a blaze as it hurtled toward the imposing savage that had emerged from the mist. The towering figure remained still, seemingly unable to react. A surge of exhilaration filled Sean. He aimed once more at the giant's vital points and fired 3 consecutive shots. Bang, bang, bang. Though this sequence appeared elaborate, it transpired in mere seconds. Yet, before the elation could fade from Sean's face, he witnessed the savage's lips curl into a sinister and terrifying grin, heralding death. In the next moment, 6 successive spirit bullets in the flame talisman struck the towering figure, erupting in a shower of sparks. What in the world was this creature? Sean stood in astonishment, instinctively glancing up at Tom, who was already charging towards the towering wild man, a battered pocket watch clenched in his teeth. Chapter 97. Fierce battle. At the current distance from Tom, he could distinctly sense an ineffable heaviness in the surrounding space-time, an uncomfortable sensation that, while subtle, left him quite astonished. It is worth noting that to maintain optimal combat coordination with Tom, they had consistently kept a distance of 5 meters, neither too close nor too far. Yet, unexpectedly, even this precisely measured 5 meters left him acutely aware of a slight alteration in the fabric of space-time around him. How terrifying. Is this the capability of a Class C sealing artifact? Sean mused internally, instinctively taking a step back, which instantly dispelled the sensation of stagnation in the space-time continuum. Simultaneously, the towering wild man, rapidly approaching Tom, appeared frozen in time, his right foot suspended mid-air. 1 second. The distance between Tom and the wild man had dwindled to a mere 4 meters. Seizing the opportunity, Sean hastily reloaded his weapon but refrained from firing, cognizant that the wild man was also ensnared in this temporal stasis, rendering bullets and charms equally ineffective against the sealing artifact. 2 seconds. The space separating Tom and the wild man shrank to less than an arm's length, as Tom expertly prepared to unleash a piercing scream. Sean, uncertain of Tom's intentions, instinctively covered his ears. In the next moment, however, the wild man suddenly erupted into a cloud of black mist, only to reconstitute himself 5 meters away, where Sean noticed a dark green, intricately carved bracelet on the wildman's wrist emanating a faint azure glow. A sealing artifact? Or perhaps an extraordinary item? Sean's expression shifted with apprehension. Meanwhile, mid-air, Tom's mouth, which had been agape, abruptly caught in his throat, and he fell to the ground, his face contorted in agony, bloodshot veins visible in his eyes. Sean inhaled sharply, raising his weapon to fire multiple rounds, the gunfire echoing as he shouted, "Tom, we must retreat." At that moment, he was overtaken by a desire to flee, whether it was the enemy's apparent ability to evade his sealing artifact or the formidable defenses against his spiritual bullets and charms. It was evident that this adversary was beyond what he could withstand, even with Tom's assistance. Just then, the wild man re-emerged from the black mist, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He slightly bent down, and with a tremendous roar, the ground trembled as he plummeted from the air like an out-of-control aircraft. hurtling towards Sean and Tom. Want to escape? Too late. Meanwhile, within the Brady cemetery, a shadow abruptly halted its rapid advance. Pursuing closely behind were Oscar Soren, Kelly Marcel, and Martin Oliver, who also came to a stop, encircling the figure in a fan-like formation. Among them, Martin Oliver retrieved a small glass bottle of liquor from his pocket and gulped it down, a flicker of red light gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, the extraordinary squad of the light-bearers exhibited a commendable tenacity in the face of death, far surpassing those who fancied themselves nobles of the night. Suddenly, beneath the dim light of the black moon, a shadow emitted a cold laugh that seemed to mock and deride. Gradually, he turned, revealing a face marked by a chilling smirk lurking beneath the brim of his hat. The man, a gray-eyed figure with cropped hair clad in nocturnal attire, appeared to be in his 30s, a burn scar marring the corner of his left eye, rendering his current sinister smile all the more grotesque. Oscar Soren nodded knowingly. Indeed. It is you, Karl Meiss. With a tone of feigned regret, he sighed. What a pity for the efforts of Count Reid. I wonder how he would react to discover that the trusted confidant he painstakingly nurtured for his daughter's cleansing arrangements is, in fact, a member of the Beast Brotherhood. Would he be incensed enough to pluck his own mustache? Karl Meiss curled his lips into a sardonic grin, speaking ominously. The true illusionist. Captain Oscar of the Radiant Exalted Squad. Do you believe victory is assured? Why would I not? Oscar Soren replied, seemingly unperturbed, smiling as he continued. As a Sequence 7 infiltrator of the Doctor Path, your abilities are indeed peculiar and formidable. However, regrettably, the deepest understanding of this path lies not only with the Church of the Dark Goddess, but also with our original church. Thus, I have brought along my colleague. He gestured toward Martin Oliver, whose eyes had turned blood red. As a member of the Beast Brotherhood, you should be quite aware of my colleague's sequence, yes? Karl Meiss cast a glance, his gaze sharpening slightly as he exhaled. Sequence 8, the red-eyed demon. So what? Before he could finish, Martin Oliver crouched and let out a low growl, his crimson pupils suddenly igniting with a bloodline that exuded the scent of alcohol, shooting forth like a laser toward Karl Meiss. Instinctively, Karl Meiss extended his palm, and a halo radiating a cerulean glow materialized on his ring, deflecting the bloodline onto a nearby tombstone, which was instantly scorched with a hole the width of a finger. Oscar Soren's pupils constricted as he gestured for Martin Oliver to remain patient, speaking in a hushed tone. See, 108 rejection ring? How did such a sealed object come into your possession? Karl Meiss flashed a grin. Are you implying that this artifact should have long since been seized by the traitor within your ranks? Oscar Soren narrowed his eyes. Oh, so you were in league with Debo and Jinta? Karl Meiss chuckled coldly. Oscar, do not attempt to pry information from me. It will be futile. With this rejection ring in hand, your red-eyed demon colleague cannot harm me. As for the other, he glanced at the diminutive Kelly Maciel, his predatory gaze reminiscent of a beast surveying its prey, a Sequence 8 sigilist, with your extraordinary material at my disposal. The organization will undoubtedly be pleased with my endeavors this time. However, Karl Meiss chuckled disdainfully, redirecting his gaze to Oscar Soren, whom he regarded as the most formidable threat. Oscar, my understanding of your sanctifiers exceeds your imagination. For instance, the Sequence 9 warrior, Jessica, currently on duty. Oh, by the way, she no longer belongs to your extraordinary team, but is now affiliated with the secret chapel. And then there is Locke Herbert, who is engrossed in potion research in the laboratory. Chapter 98. The Brotherhood of Beasts. As he spoke, a sudden thought struck him. He slapped his forehead and grinned, exclaiming, Ah, how could I forget the protagonist of this affair? The detestable thief, the very lad you personally recruited, Sean Victoria, a Sequence 9 speaker. Humph. Had he not pilfered my belongings, I would not have gone to such lengths to orchestrate all of this. Reflecting on fate, he mused, it is indeed a curious thing. The seal upon my finger was frequently employed by your speaker named Lisa from years past, while this rogue, a speaker himself, has taken that which I sought after with great determination. TSK, TSK. Karl Meiss appeared to be lost in thought, shaking his head in a blend of wistfulness and self-mockery. Meanwhile, Oscar Soren expressed his astonishment. Was all of this part of your design, including that Sequence 7 enchanter? Why else would it be? Karl scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. Franklin, that fool, always parades around with an air of noble lineage, utterly nauseating. He fails to consider, without the support of an organization. What is he worth? An enchanter? Merely a descendant of a fallen aristocracy, seeking to claim what is mine. What a ridiculous fantasy. Indeed, a ridiculous fantasy. How aptly the term resonates from ancient Rome. He chuckled. Thus, since that day, I have been relentlessly pursuing the identity of that insufferable thief, whether he goes by Victoria or bears it as a surname. It was only during a conversation with Moria at the club that I fortuitously overheard him mention his brother Smith had recently recruited a lovely student by the name of Ariana Victoria. Humph, what a loathsome individual. Is there anything in his mind beyond base desires? Pausing for a moment, he gazed up at the sky, silently acknowledging, at last. The day has turned to dusk while a subtle smile graced his face. As you may have surmised, I swiftly uncovered the identity of the thief, Sean Victoria, the very rogue who absconded with my possessions. Oscar Soren nodded slightly, contemplatively remarking, "So, you manipulated Rex to murder his mother, and subsequently compelled Sean to take his own life by drowning?" Carl Myers paused, frowning. "I know not of any Rex you speak of, nor did I orchestrate Sean's suicide. By the time I discovered Sean, he was already within your purview. To evade your scrutiny, I revealed Sean's identity as a thief to Franklin, who, predictably, proved inept at his task, ultimately failing to eliminate the defenseless Sean and instead allowing him to join your illustrious light-bearers. Then, was it indeed that woman who orchestrated it all? Is Carl Myers an informed participant, or merely a pawn being used?" Oscar Soren inhaled deeply, gaining a clearer understanding of the entire affair. At that moment, Kelly Marcel interjected, "So you orchestrated the theft at Hogwarts, intending to lure Sean into the open? But wait, how could you be so certain the captain would assign Sean to handle this matter?" Carl Mace cast another glance at the sky and spoke in a low voice. Carl, would never contrive such a clumsy plan. However, I did take advantage of the recent theft at Hogwarts and intentionally employed a smuggler from the Kingdom of Neberth to masquerade as Sheriff Mike, even orchestrating an unexpected discovery of Mike's corpse by your Captain Oscar in the club to divert your attention." He paused, a look of regret crossing his face. "Alas, this flawless scheme was still disrupted by you." For reasons unknown, Kelly Marcel felt a jolt in her heart, rather than sensing any hint of remorse from him. She inexplicably perceived that he was laughing, genuinely and joyfully. Finally, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, without warning, Carl Mace uttered, "The night has fallen," and then erupted into a boisterous laughter. "Ha ha." Kelly Marcel's expression darkened as she gripped the silver shard tightly, glancing at the impassive Captain Oscar Soren at the center. Oscar Soren maintained his placid demeanor until Carl Mace's laughter crescendoed, at which point he remarked coldly, "So what exactly did Sean take? Why go to such lengths to kill him rather than simply coerce him into surrendering it? Or may I presume that only with Sean's demise can you reclaim that object?" The laughter abruptly ceased. Carl Mace's expression darkened as he glared at Oscar Soren, stating, "Being too clever is not conducive to longevity." Oscar Soren nodded slightly, musing aloud. "So it's confirmed. Sean acquired that object and fortuitously claimed it as his own. Or perhaps, the item is consumable and he ingested it, necessitating his death for you to extract it from his body." Carl Mace's lips twitched, offering no explanation but sneering. "Oscar, for one who prides himself on intellect, you still fail to grasp your current predicament." With a chilling cackle accompanying his words, a vague shadow emerged from the gravestones behind Carl Mace. The figure gradually solidified into an elderly man cloaked in dark robes. The elderly man's sleeves were long, obscuring his arms, yet his visage, resembling that of a desiccated corpse with lifeless eyes, left much to be questioned about his humanity. Nevertheless, Oscar Soren's gaze fixated on the scythe-like emblem emblazoned on the elder's dark robe. The gates of hell. Oscar Soren exhaled deeply. Although he had anticipated Carl's accomplice would likely be an extraordinary being from the gates of hell, the confirmation still weighed heavily on his mind. Had the gates of hell indeed allied with the Beast Brotherhood? At that moment, the hooded elder chuckled ominously again, his green eyes turning toward the pallid Carl Mace. "Young one, when it comes to maintaining composure, you could learn a thing or two from Captain Oscar." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the impassive Oscar Soren, and he marveled, "Truly, you are deserving of your title as the leader of the Radiant One's extraordinary squad. Your psychological fortitude is indeed unparalleled." Oscar Soren smiled faintly and replied, "I never anticipated that the gate of hell would align itself with the madmen of the Beast Brotherhood. It seems the esteemed bishop was correct. You have become cornered rats, and it will not be long before you are driven away by the light." Chapter 99. The captain who sees through everything. The old man in the black robe let out a sinister cackle, waving his hand as the ground trembled beneath them. Soon, the entire cemetery quaked, and skeletal figures along with mummified corpses began to unearth themselves from their tombs, howling and roaring as they emerged from the earth. Some of these skeletons and corpses donned black and white tailcoats, others wore the uniforms of royal warriors, while some were clad in trench coats akin to his own, and still others were draped in the robes of the church. Oscar Soren's expression darkened, as if he grasped a profound truth, softly uttering a weighty self-reflection. Sequence 6. The Morning Mage. At that moment, Karl Meiss, undeterred by the surrounding tumult, spoke in a grave tone. Oscar, how did you know there were others here besides me? Have you already discerned my scheme? Oscar Soren glanced at the cackling old man in the black robe, his words laden with implication. Are you suggesting that you deliberately exposed yourself to lure me and my colleagues here, thereby forcing Miss Index into the secret passage, releasing that golden short-haired cat, and subsequently drawing Sean into your plans for Red Manor? Karl Meiss felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Gritting his teeth, what else do you know? Nothing more, Oscar Soren replied, his gaze complex as he regarded the encroaching skeletons and zombies, muttering to himself. The Lightbearer gleaned information about the mysterious mind from Kelly's memories and went to investigate. Unexpectedly, they encountered a lurking stalker within the mine. A battle ensued, the stalker fled, and the Lightbearer pursued them to Brady Cemetery, only to be surrounded by ambushed companions. A commendable plan, but if it was solely to deal with us, it seems overly intricate. The truth is evident. Your true aim remains Sean. This entire scheme merely serves to divert us, creating an opportunity for your other companion to eliminate Sean. Perhaps eliminating us here is also part of your design? A reward for your ally? I am quite curious. Who is your other companion? They must be awaiting you at Red Manor, are they not? Could they also be a Sequence 6 individual? Karl Meiss's face turned ashen. The pride he once felt extinguished as though doused with icy water. The old man in the black robe listened intently to their exchange. Observing Karl Meiss's expression of abject dismay, he cackled. Karl, I have long maintained that your methods are ill-suited for the Beast Brotherhood. How about joining our Hell's Gate? Should you ally with us, regardless of your plans, we shall unleash a force capable of overwhelming all. Karl shivered, his throat rasping. Mage, do not jest. If we fail to detain them today, we are both doomed. The old man in the black robe chuckled softly, but remained silent thereafter. He was arrogant, yet not foolish. It was evident to him that now that their plan had been uncovered, the opposition would not be unprepared, and the ensuing ambush would likely be far from easy. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, emitting a bizarre sound reminiscent of a mournful wail. Instantly, the skeletal figures and corpses encircling the three men had blood-red eyes, radiating an aura of brutal malevolence. Through the observation of the spiritual eye, one could discern ethereal malevolent spirits infiltrating the bodies of these skeletons and corpses, shrieking and roaring, their ferocious gazes seemingly capable of tearing Oscar and his companions to shreds. Yet, Oscar Soren merely shook his head in disappointment. Muttering to himself, it appears this is all the information I can glean. In that case, he paused, a strange smile creeping across his lips as he eerily proclaimed, Night has fallen, please close your eyes. Although Kelly Marcel and Martin Oliver were bewildered, their trust in their captain compelled them to obediently shut their eyes. In the next moment, a cold, indifferent voice reverberated throughout the graveyard. God said, Let there be light, and thus light came into this world. Sean, his face ashen, propped himself against the wall to prevent his exhausted body from collapsing, while Tom, beside him, gasped for breath, cursing vehemently. Damn it. This guy is undoubtedly a serial 7 slaughterer, without a doubt. Sean remained silent, his gaze fixated on the pocket watch of Roland that lay on the ground, his heart sinking ever lower. Just moments ago, he and Tom had intended to retreat temporarily and strategize, but they had not anticipated the sheer ferocity and violence of the towering wild man. Not only did he launch an unrelenting barrage of attacks like crashing waves, but he also wielded a hollow bracelet that appeared to facilitate a form of black mist teleportation, effectively trapping the two within the manor, leaving them no avenue for escape. While Tom could have fled on his own, his loyalty prevented him from abandoning Sean, which deeply moved him. At that moment, the towering wild man slowly rose from the deep pit he had just plummeted into, casually waving his bone knife, reminiscent of a fishbone. He was preparing to unleash another surge of excitement when his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on the top of the castle's lightning rod. Beneath the black orb of the moon, a man clad in a black hunter's suit stood poised, grasping a blood-red spiked hammer nearly 2 meters in length with one hand, while the other pinched the brim of his hat, balanced on the lightning rod, as if he were a specter from the depths of night. Upon seeing this figure, the wild man's expression shifted, and just as he was about to speak, a loud crack echoed. A short-haired man in military attire burst through a window, launching himself forth, his ironclad fist aimed directly at the wild man's back. But the onslaught did not end there. In the instant the window shattered, Concealed by the chaos and the wild man's momentary distraction, a shadow surged from an unknown source, brandishing a silver dagger that glimmered with a rich crimson light. Aimed straight for the wild man's vulnerable underbelly. The entire sequence of events transpired with breathtaking swiftness as the wild man turned to acknowledge the figure atop the lightning rod. All attacks erupted in a seamless chain reaction, executed with such speed and proficiency that both Sean and Tom stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Particularly, the man on the lightning rod, wielding an enormous and peculiar weapon, suddenly bent down and leaped down at an astonishing speed the moment the crimson light appeared. He resembled an assassin with unwavering faith, and the sanguine-spiked mace in his hand, enhanced by the red radiance, emitted a chilling wail reminiscent of an infant's terrifying cry. Chapter 100. The Slayer. Could it be that these individuals are members of the secret cult? Had they anticipated our arrival? As Sean harbored a vague suspicion in his mind, he simultaneously released a deep sigh of relief, a thrill of excitement illuminating his face. Glancing sideways at Tom, he noticed that Tom was also looking in his direction. In an unspoken understanding, both man and cat synchronized their thoughts and exclaimed in unison, "Let us charge together and take him down." Without further hesitation, Sean swiftly loaded his revolver with bullets, simultaneously retrieving his final cage talisman, the Earth Spike charm he had just employed. Although it had not breached the adversary's defenses, it had facilitated his evasion from an attack. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunfire erupted, Tom instinctively seized the pocket watch belonging to Roland from the ground and retreated rapidly toward the escape route of the towering wildman, effectively preventing any friendly fire while sealing off the wildman's escape. At that moment, a shadow wielding a silver dagger rushed forth, the first to confront the colossal wildman. Perhaps due to the lethal nature of his assault aimed at the wildman's vital points, the wildman instinctively bent his knees, hunched over, and twisted his torso in a desperate attempt to evade the fatal strike. However, almost instantaneously, Jack Crowder burst through the window, his iron fist crashing heavily into the wildman's back. The wildman emitted a muffled grunt, his body staggering as his hand instinctively moved to shield himself. Just as the silver dagger was about to pierce his palm, the shadow executed a sudden upward lunge, the dagger striking like a venomous serpent into the wildman's left eye. The wildman let out a piercing scream, instinctively brandishing his bone knife in a frenzied attempt to slay all surrounding foes. Unbeknownst to him, both Jack Crowder and the shadow retreated swiftly after their attack, denying him any opportunity to retaliate. Simultaneously, one of Sean's bullets found its mark, striking the wildman's ankle, causing his already unsteady form to collapse. The dagger, embedded in his eye, pierced through his skull upon hitting the ground. The series of anguished cries shattered the stillness of the manor. Yet, the horror was far from over. A figure wielding a blood-red mace struck heavily upon the wildman's head. Boom! With a tremor resonating through the ground. The wildman's skull was obliterated, akin to a watermelon smashed against the earth, its inside splattering in crimson and white. Both Sean and Tom stood in stunned silence, momentarily feeling their own existence rendered superfluous. Sean even found himself inexplicably questioning whether he had misinterpreted the captain's intentions. Perhaps the captain had refrained from summoning him out of concern that he might complicate this ambush. At this moment, uncertain whether he was concerned that the towering wild man had not been completely eradicated, the man who descended from the heavens appeared unsatisfied. Even after the wild man's skull had been utterly shattered, he continued to hammer relentlessly at the lifeless body. As the man's heavy strikes rained down, Sean was astounded to witness the wild man's form diminishing until even the pool of blood vanished, leaving behind only a solitary bone dagger that emanated a dull yellow glow. Lying forlornly on the ground, in the distance, Jack Claude approached, coolly stating, "Cudgel, the commission is hereby concluded. Leave the item behind, and you may depart." Cudgel, the man who had descended, slightly lifted the brim of his hat, revealing a weathered visage. He smirked and hoisted the blood-red cudgel upon his shoulder, muttering, "What a bunch of unamusing fellows. According to our agreement, I do not wish to see even one of you within a month." Jack Claude retrieved a talisman from his pocket, his lips moving as the talisman instantly transformed into an elongated silver box. While placing the bone dagger within the box, he calmly advised, "Consider this a warning. Do not leave the city of Ballot." Cudgel furrowed his brow. "That deviates from the agreed-upon terms." Jack Claude offered a faint smile. "You may disregard my words if you are unafraid of death." Cudgel's pupils constricted, and his frown deepened, yet he uttered no further words. Instead, he cast a lingering glance at the iron box in Jack's possession and muttered to himself that he had not been there that day. before shouldering his blood-red cudgel and departing the estate. Sean, roused from his stupor, intended to approach and greet them, but realized that the previous shadow had vanished, leaving only Jack Claude, who approached with a smile, cradling the silver box. "Sean, you performed admirably." Before Sean could respond, Jack Claude clapped him heavily on the shoulder, nearly toppling him to the ground. "Truly a master of combat. You possess remarkable strength," Sean grimaced, rubbing his shoulder while casting a curious glance at the iron box. Was it not said that every extraordinary being leaves behind a manifestation of extraordinary traits upon death? Why does this monster only leave this bone dagger? Jack Claude initially looked taken aback, then patted the silver box and replied with an enigmatic expression, "This bone dagger is precisely that." "Huh, you are unaware of this. This creature was a slaughterer of the Beast Brotherhood." "Yes, the slaughterer is a sequence 7 of the mob pathway, and essentially, there is not a single sane individual among the extraordinary beings of this pathway. They are all madmen with an insatiable thirst for blood. For instance, the bone dagger in this fellow's hand resembles a fishbone, but in reality, it is fashioned from his own vertebrae." As Jack Claude spoke, an indescribable gravity appeared in his gaze. Sean was taken aback and quickly remarked, "Without a spine, he could still." Remembering the slaughterer's keen agility and fluid movements from earlier, he felt a deep sense of unease and profound apprehension towards the extraordinary beings of this pathway. With formidable physical defense, swiftness, and a frenzied disposition, this was akin to a berserker blessed by fate. Indeed, the path of the mob is rather peculiar. As for how one can move with such ease after extracting their own spine, you might need to inquire with the nefarious brotherhood of beasts. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, Martin is also part of this path. In conclusion, Sean distinctly sensed an ineffable sense of regret and complexity in Jack Claude's tone. Chapter 101. Rescuing. Though Sean was astounded that the seemingly refined lawyer Martin was aligned with the monstrous figure they had just encountered, he wisely refrained from further inquiry upon perceiving the emotion in Jack Crowder's tone. Instead, he deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, who was that individual called Spike? How did you manage to set an ambush here beforehand? Was it the captain's arrangement?" Jack Crowder smiled faintly and replied, "That individual, known as Spike, is an extraordinary being who has chosen not to join the church but is nonetheless monitored by it, much akin to old Rachel. As for the reason we were positioned here in advance, it indeed was the captain's directive." With a knowing smile, he continued, "Do you recall the scroll the captain entrusted to me at the entrance of the secret chamber that day?" Sean paused, astonished. "Wasn't that a charm?" "No." Jack Crowder's gaze took on a peculiar quality. "Initially, I too believed it to be a charm. I was perplexed as to why the captain would gift me something. Upon opening it, however, I discovered it was a letter. I shall not delve into the contents, but to summarize, it instructed me to discreetly contact Spike and Crowder. Do not misunderstand. I refer to Claude Montz, not myself, and await further instructions." "Then you should have surmised it," he continued. "The captain commanded us to conceal ourselves in the manner today. If the incoming individuals prove overwhelming, we shall provide cover for your escape. If they are manageable, we will execute our prearranged plan to confront them together." He paused, then smacked his forehead. "I nearly forgot. Spike is not a believer in the divine and cannot enter the kingdom of God." Sean nodded slightly, genuinely admiring the captain's foresight and extraordinary intellect, while simultaneously feeling a surge of curiosity. Why was the captain so certain that there would be an ambush set here, and why did he believe Sean would undoubtedly arrive? Pondering this, Sean still had many questions, yet he temporarily cast them aside, frowning as he asked, "Since this place aligns with the captain's expectations, where is he?" As he spoke, he cradled the silver box and walked towards the manor's exit, gesturing as he went, "By the way, I leave the noble lady in the secret passage to you. I shall take my leave first." Sean initially hesitated but then recalled the pressing matter at hand. He quickly turned to Tom and said, "Let us hurry to rescue Miss Index." Tom nodded, placing the pocket watch belonging to Roland into the silver box before tossing it to Sean, then vaulting forward towards the castle. Sean, after a moment's hesitation, silently recited a transfer incantation in Hebrew, placing the sealed object into the holy urn while grasping the cage charm as he followed suit. Since Tom had already scouted the route, the pair, one human and one cat, navigated with ease. In no time, Sean found himself entering the castle alongside Tom, traversing numerous corridors until they arrived at a chamber far grander than his own living room, reminiscent of the opulent quarters of a princess from a film. Sean glanced around, quickly spotting the expansive bookshelves flanking the room and a heavy iron door that was securely shut. "Sean, it is here," Tom leaped onto the table, gesturing toward the iron door. Sean was just about to approach when the iron gate suddenly trembled and, under his vigilant gaze, slowly creaked open. Soon, a familiar, radiant figure emerged and rushed out from the gate towards Sean, joyfully exclaiming through tears, "Woo-woo, Sean, it's really you." Once Index finally regained her composure, Sean awkwardly pushed her away from his embrace, clearing his throat as he said, "Miss Index, it is a relief to see you unharmed." Index seemed to realize the embarrassment of her earlier actions, her face flushing deeply as she lowered her head and murmured, "Sean, thank you. I still feel as though I am in a dream." Sean smiled gently, assisting Index in taking a seat while discreetly signaling to Tom. Tom, increasingly attuned to Sean's intentions, immediately understood and nodded before darting outside. Seeing this, Sean also found a chair to sit upon and inquired, "Miss Index, what exactly transpired? Had it not been for Alice suddenly arriving at my home, I would have feared something had happened to you, unaware that you were hiding in the secret passage." Index first paused in surprise, then urgently grasped Sean's arm, glancing around anxiously as she asked, "He did not harm you, did he?" "He?" Sean queried. "Yes, it was Carl. I know what he intends, but I am unwilling. I have no desire to encounter that repugnant scion of the Lehman family. Yet, today, for some reason, Carl attempted to force me away, and in my fright, I hastily sought refuge in the secret passage." As she spoke, she anxiously scanned Sean's form again, clearly worried for his safety. Sean sighed inwardly at Miss Index's innocence, chuckling, "I am unharmed. No wonder the manor was empty upon my arrival. Your bodyguards must have escorted everyone away." Internally, he mused, it is surprising that Carl turned out to be a decent fellow, sparing the innocent. He could only imagine that had there been ordinary people in the manor, given that killer's frenzied demeanor, the estate would have been a scene of carnage. Only then did Index breathe a sigh of relief, patting her chest as she exclaimed, "Thank goodness, your safety is truly a relief." With her spirits lifted upon seeing her beloved cat, she lovingly stroked Alice's fur, joyfully declaring, "Alice, you are wonderful. Without you, Sean would not have known I was in trouble." After a brief pause, she added in her heart, "Nor would he have appeared as I prayed, to rescue me." Chapter 102. The circus. As Sean observed that Index had regained her composure, he felt a growing inclination to take his leave. Rising from his seat, he addressed her, "Miss Index." Before he could finish, Index shyly interrupted, "You don't need to keep calling me miss. Just call me Index." Startled, Sean paused momentarily, then responded with a smile, "Index, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have some matters to attend to." Upon saying this, he noticed her gaze filled with hope directed at him. Instinctively, he felt compelled to assure her, yet recalling the captain's warning, he bit his lip. I have to head to school soon, so if there's time in the future, perhaps we can talk then." Ultimately, he could not bring himself to utter such heartless words. However, he believed that, given Index's intelligence, she would comprehend the underlying meaning of his statement. With that, he averted his gaze from her bewildered and disappointed expression, resolutely waving goodbye as he made his way toward the door. As for Tom, he remained behind, dozing on the table under Sean's silent cue. After departing from the Red Manor, Sean glanced at the night sky, hesitating briefly before redirecting his path toward Hogwarts Academy. While uncertain of the captain's current endeavors, he trusted that the captain had taken precautions by preparing in advance at the manor. There was no need for him to worry. All he had to do was patiently await the captain's triumphant return. What he truly needed to focus on was fulfilling his promise to Aurora, hastening the translation of the documents she had provided. Speaking of which, it must be noted that Miss Aurora was indeed a cautious woman. Although they had struck a deal, she had yet to trade the original stolen pieces through the mirror, opting instead for the copies. As he traversed the mountainous paths of the outskirts and entered the Roman district, he soon found himself aboard a carriage. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to this once extravagant mode of transport that was quite costly for the impoverished. Before long, he arrived at the gates of Hogwarts Academy. As he was not a student and classes had not yet dismissed, he filled out a visitor's application at the guardhouse and quietly awaited the outcome. Serving as a proud emblem of Ballot City, Hogwarts maintained rigorous security protocols, especially following a serious incident of theft. He pondered about the captain's current situation. Had he managed to deal with the intruder? And what of that fearsome, mysterious woman? Oh, original host, what heinous deeds did you commit to provoke such dire consequences? As Sean's thoughts meandered, the security guard approached him, stating, "The person you are looking for has asked you to wait at the entrance. She will be out shortly." "Thank you." Sean nodded in appreciation and retreated to stand beneath an apple tree on the west side of the entrance, awaiting her arrival in silence. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the distant street, and he turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, only to behold a troop of men and women adorned in attire reminiscent of a circus, pushing carts laden with various tools and tents. The ruckus was generated by a cluster of exuberant children playing in the street. Among this lively assembly, some donned pointed hats and flowing robes of magicians. Others had their faces painted in a riot of red and yellow, with disheveled hair, resembling clowns, while yet others wore beastly skirts, with whips as thick as fingers coiled at their waists, embodying the persona of animal trainers. This was the Light of Freedom Circus from the Red Botanical Garden, which had recently opened its doors just a few days prior. I had taken my son to witness one of their performances, which was truly splendid. Unbeknownst to him, a security guard had already taken his place beside him, slightly tilting his head as he took a drag from his cigarette. The guard did not possess the typical slender physique of a man from the kingdom of Augustine. Rather, his stubbled face and somewhat rotund figure rendered him reminiscent of the populace from the new Roman Republic in the West. Sean cast a curious glance at the man and inquired, "The Red Botanical Garden?" "Indeed, it is the botanical garden constructed with the generous investment of the philanthropist." The Viscount read, "It truly is quite remarkable. Although I am unfamiliar with many of the flora and fauna within, my son adores it," the guard replied, exhaling a smoke ring while fixating on the circus as it paraded down the street, his gaze brimming with fondness. "My son's name is Dean. He just commenced primary school this year and has a particular affinity for animals. I recall one day when an animal trainer performed a lion-taming act. Oh, what a spectacle. My son was so exhilarated that he imitated the trainer's movements all the way home, declaring that he too wishes to become an animal trainer when he grows up." As he spoke, the guard seemed to notice something, pointing excitedly at a man clad in a beastly skirt who happened to pass by. "Look, that's him. He is the animal trainer." Sean's attention swiftly shifted, locking eyes with the trainer, and in that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. How peculiar, for he was certain he had never encountered this individual before. In a state of bewilderment, Sean attempted to open his spiritual eye to observe more closely. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and a tempest surged within him. He beheld a silver-haired, blue-eyed youth clinging to the trainer's neck, sprawled across his back. That familiar visage, albeit seen in profile, was unmistakably Rex. This cannot be. Sean's body quivered slightly, his gaze trembling with urgency. Perhaps sensing Sean's stare, Rex, perched upon the trainer's back, turned his head towards him, a strange smile gracing his lips as he silently mouthed words. Although Sean heard no sound, he comprehended the message, the price. This is the price of breaking one's word. His countenance paled, fist clenched tightly as he suppressed the urge to rush forward, silently observing as the circus continued its journey away from him. Damn it, what had the original owner of this body reneged on? Why does Rex's spirit persistently linger around me? No, that is not right. Rex was merely an ordinary person. His spirit should have long since dissipated. This wretch is certainly not Rex. He is merely utilizing Rex's appearance to instill fear in me. Sean realized this point, and an unmistakable sense of urgency welled up within him. Glancing at the tranquil entrance, he turned to the security guard beside him, who was still murmuring about his son, and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, what time does the academy dismiss, and what time is it now?" Chapter 103. Misunderstanding. The portly security guard exhaled a smoke ring, his left hand delving into his pocket before producing a pocket watch with a decisive snap. Realizing he could no longer linger in the area, he hastily extinguished his cigarette and tucked it back into a small box within his pocket. Wiping his hands on his clothing, he sprinted towards the security office, his movements surprisingly agile for a man of his stature. Sean gazed upwards at the night sky, then down at his lavish tailcoat and the Blair cane in his hand. It suddenly struck him that he had yet to devise a suitable explanation for his aunt. Caught in a whirlwind of thought, he anxiously paced back and forth, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. At that moment, the school bells of Hogwarts rang, jolting Sean from his reverie. He inadvertently glanced up and caught a fleeting glimpse of the circus disappearing into the distance. A spark of an immature idea ignited within him, plunging him into further reflection. Time slipped by unnoticed until clusters of students in uniform began to emerge from the main entrance. At last, Sean had formulated his narrative and peered towards the door, just in time to see his Aunt Ariana conversing with the security guard, who gestured towards him. Ariana quickly turned her gaze in his direction, her mouth agape in astonishment. After a moment of realization, she hurriedly approached him, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. Sean, is that truly you? Oh, my goodness. Where did you acquire such attire? And this cane, could it possibly be the one belonging to Raynor? Oh, dear Lord. Where did you procure the funds for this? Did you rob a bank? Ariana's words tumbled out in a rapid-fire manner, her eyes brimming with anxiety and panic. To her, Sean was merely a child yet to attend university, incapable of affording such extravagant clothing and a cane. The only plausible explanation in her mind was that the garments were stolen or that he had resorted to illicit means to acquire money. Oh, dear Lord, how could Sean have? What are we to do? Ariana fretted, on the verge of tears. Although Sean had anticipated a strong reaction from his aunt, he was taken aback by the intensity of her response. In a flurry of confusion, he exclaimed, Auntie, you misunderstand. I didn't rob a bank. I was, before he could finish, Ariana, tears welling in her eyes, grasped his hand tightly and declared through gritted teeth, Sean, you must tell me everything you've done. I'll go confess, and you can claim you know nothing. A wave of indescribable emotion washed over Sean, and he could no longer contain himself. He enveloped Ariana in an embrace, exclaiming, Auntie, thank you. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Hogwarts entrance, Index descended from her carriage, cradling Alice in her arms. Alongside her was Tom, who was yawning repeatedly, and in a moment of distraction, Index halted abruptly, inadvertently bumping into her own leg. Ah, what are you doing, my dear? Tom's voice abruptly halted as he beheld a scene imbued with poetic beauty. At the entrance of a school, the moonlight gently cascaded down, illuminating clusters of students who emerged from the gates, chatting and laughing merrily. Beneath an apple tree at the threshold, a dapper young man clad in a tailcoat was tightly embracing a tearful female student. From his vantage point, Tom recognized the young man as Sean. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to instinctively glance at Index, who, unbeknownst to him, had released Alice from her embrace. Index's complexion was pale, her eyes glistening with tears, and she was desperately covering her mouth with both hands, as if fighting to suppress her sobs. Tom was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in resignation, pondering how unfortunate Sean was that such coincidental events could transpire. After a considerable pause, Ariana seemed to grasp what Sean had done, and, blushing, she abruptly pushed him away, exclaiming, This is a school, others might misunderstand. Sean let out a chuckle, ready to defend himself, remarking, What's wrong with hugging my dear aunt? But suddenly, as if sensing something, he lifted his gaze and spotted a familiar carriage disappearing from view. I feel like I've seen that carriage somewhere, he mused, furrowing his brow, momentarily setting aside his curiosity. Turning his attention back to the tearful Ariana, he reassured her, Aunt, you've misunderstood. I neither stole nor robbed. Instead, I found a job. A job? Ariana appeared momentarily stunned, evidently taken aback by Sean's unexpected response. Have you heard of the Red Botanical Garden? Sean cleared his throat, mentally rehearsing his prepared explanation. The Red Botanical Garden? You mean the one opened by the philanthropist, Lord Red? Ariana's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed. The story unfolds like this. Do you recall the information you posted in the newspaper regarding needing a mortgage? Ariana instinctively nodded, observing her eyes grow wider with intrigue. Sean thought to himself how delightful she looked, then continued, Well, knowing our family was in need of funds, I sought him out, hoping he could assist me in finding employment. He was quite kind and referred me to this newly opened Red Botanical Garden. Then I interviewed, and they were quite pleased with me, offering a remuneration of 8 gold coins per week. As he mentioned the compensation, Sean felt a twinge of guilt. After all, 8 gold coins seemed rather excessive for a job at a botanical garden. However, whether Ariana was unfamiliar with the industry or simply indifferent to monetary matters, she did not question the validity of his claim. Instead, her face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, Is that true? Are you truly telling the truth? Sean was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, and at that time, fearing that lawyer Martin might deceive me, I invited Chief Oscar to accompany me for the interview. Upon reflection, I believe my successful interview was largely due to Chief Oscar's presence. Ariana's eyes lit up with understanding, and with a heartfelt gesture, she clasped her hands in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Mother Goddess, and thank you to the kind and just Chief Oscar. As she spoke, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and she murmured to herself, Chief Oscar truly is a good person. We cannot always rely on others for assistance. I must make it a point to treat him to a nice dinner sometime. Sean, visibly displeased, muttered, Gratitude is one thing, But why at dinner? Ariana rolled her eyes. And for the first time, a joyful smile graced her face. Sean, today is the happiest day for my aunt, and I have decided that tonight I will cook you a meal.